This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Number 11, Chu Yi, graduated from Shifeng Medical University, master's degree, 25 years old. In the open space of the Jiangzhou experimental base, dozens of young women who had been summoned were queuing at the entrance for document review, each with a look of anxious anticipation. Yes. The woman's voice was soft and sweet, and the man conducting the interviews couldn't help but look up at her again. Low ponytail, round face, almond eyes, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, she looked as if she hadn't slept for days. Her brows betrayed her weariness, but she couldn't hide her youthful energy. 25. You look like a high school student. Shulan lowered her head, slightly shy. Everyone says I look younger than I am. Have you awakened any supernatural abilities? No. Any family history of hereditary diseases? No. Do you have a boyfriend or husband? Single. Good. The man nodded, handing her the resume. Go wait over there for news. Next. Shulan took the paper, quickly walked past the armed soldiers on both sides, and stood with the 3 other girls, who had also passed the interview. A year ago, a highly contagious biological virus swept the globe. It could increase the physical strength of living beings several times over, but at the same time, it would cause them to lose their reason and cognition. This virus initially appeared only in animal carcasses. Batch after batch of frozen meat carrying the virus was shipped around the world, cooked, or processed, and then consumed by people. Infected humans suddenly fall ill on an ordinary morning. They rush into the streets, biting their own kind. Those bitten or scratched will become infected with the virus and assimilate into zombies within half an hour, then attack the next person. Unfortunately, Earth's medical capabilities were completely inadequate to combat the virus. It spread from animals to humans, then from person to person, and city after city was overrun by zombies. Earth's civilization regressed by 1,000 years, and the world became a living hell. In this situation, those who survived were called survivors. Fortunately, some of these survivors underwent a mutation, gaining powerful special abilities after a period of high fever, enabling them to fight off powerful zombies. These lucky individuals were called superhumans. Shulan was not one of the lucky ones. She had never awakened any superhuman abilities. Otherwise, she wouldn't be standing here today, interviewing as a researcher at a biomedical research base. I heard there's a superhuman at the research base who saved half of Donghu province. They're using his genes to study the key factors for awakening superhuman abilities. The interviewees next to her chatted casually while waiting. Shulan had been busy fleeing and hadn't paid attention to this information. She had only heard from others that the base was recruiting female employees, with room and board provided, and protection from both soldiers and superhumans. So, having just turned 18, she had someone create a fake resume to try and land this lucrative job. The interviewer said she looked like a high school student. She couldn't help it, her age was a factor, it was hard not to look young. Luckily, there was no internet to verify the resume's authenticity, so she could lie however she wanted. The girls next to her were still chatting, so she moved closer. The Jiangzhou experimental base's headquarters in Donghu was overrun by zombies, so they fled to Xi'an. Half of their medical staff died en route, which is why they're starting to recruit. Oh! Is Dr. Zhao, who said everyone would eventually awaken their superpowers, still alive? Of course, he's the hope of all humanity. Shulan slightly pursed her lips. To place all of humanity's hopes on one person would truly be doomed. Even if Dr. Zhao really did develop a drug or medical method to awaken superpowers, it probably wouldn't be useful to ordinary people like them. Shulan rubbed her stomach and sighed inwardly. To get this job, she had given her last 3 packs of instant noodles to the person who helped her forge her resume. She hadn't eaten for a day and a night. Even getting a full meal was becoming a struggle. Awakening superpowers was unthinkable. The 2 girls were chatting excitedly when the resume in the girl in the pale yellow dress accidentally fell from her hand. The crumpled paper spun once in the air and landed at Shulan's feet. She bent down to pick it up, quickly scanned it, and naturally struck up a conversation. You graduated from Normal University? The girl took the resume, giving her a disapproving once-over, her tone hostile. So what if I graduated from Normal University? They don't stipulate that you have to be a medical or nursing major to interview for a researcher position. Nothing much. Shulan smiled amicably. They need 5 people. Maybe we be colleagues in the future. The girl rolled her eyes. With so many interviewees, who knows if you be chosen? Shulan's smile faded, not annoyed by the girl's attitude, and she pondered to herself. This base was recruiting under the guise of researchers, but it didn't restrict majors, it only accepted women, under 30 years old, healthy, single, and unmarried. Goodness, it's like an emperor choosing concubines. After a while, the interviewer came over and announced the results. Chu Yi, Chen Jia, Xiao Qingqing, the 5 of you stay. The rest of you can leave. The other interviewees left reluctantly. Xu Lan's gaze subtly swept over those who remained and those who left, and she made a judgment. Those who remained were all slightly more attractive and looked younger. TSK, it's more like a concubine selection. The interviewer handed out an employment agreement to the 5 girls, stating succinctly, sign this, go to the dormitory to change into your work uniforms. From now on, you're part of our experimental base. Hurry up, the zombies might catch up here at any time, you won't have time to adapt. Urged on, the 5 girls could only hastily glance at the agreement and sign their names. Shulan only had time to see one sentence. All researchers must unconditionally cooperate with the experimental work. She slightly raised her eyelids, said nothing, and signed the pseudonym Chu Yi. Strange as it was, Shulan was desperate. She either starved to death or became a zombie. Even if this was a den of dragons and tigers, at least everyone here was alive. Putting aside the number of reliable soldiers and superhumans at the base, the fact that it includes food and lodging is irresistible. Who could resist such temptation now? The base assigned dormitories, unfinished rooms with makeshift iron bunk beds. The uniforms were nurses' uniforms scavenged from who knows where, and they were short skirts. Shulan hadn't worn a skirt in years, and in October, the skirt made her legs feel chilly. Fortunately, dinner was decent. Simple white rice and stir-fried cabbage with vegetable oil, plus a spoonful of chili sauce. All 5 of them wolfed it down. Because the virus could spread between living corpses, all of humanity had switched to a vegetarian diet. Fresh vegetables and carbohydrates were in short supply. Shulan had been eating biscuits and instant noodles for almost a year, and her will to survive was almost at its lowest point. She heard that some superhumans possessed the ability to create a space of a certain area, containing water and air, where they could not only store things, but also cultivate crops. Occasionally, when she couldn't eat, Shulan would lament that she wished she could awaken such a skill. After dinner, a middle-aged woman appeared at the dormitory entrance, wearing the same white lab coat as the interviewer. In comparison, the nurse uniforms of the 5 young women looked incongruous. Having eaten her food, the girls, even if they had doubts about the uniforms, dared not voice them. The middle-aged woman's nasolabial folds were deep, as if etched by a knife, her hair was meticulously tied back, revealing a smooth hairline, and she looked very serious. She said, go to the restroom and tidy yourself up. Those who brought cosmetics used them. We're going to the lab. Chapter 2. Xu Lan's luggage consisted only of the clothes she was wearing and a few fake documents, but not wanting to stand out in the crowd, she squeezed into the restroom with the other girls. Even without makeup, she had to go through the motions, so Shulan retied her hair. Xiao Qingqing, a girl who graduated from the normal university, glanced outside and whispered, their attitude made me very uncomfortable. Her friend, who had come with her, stammered, I felt the same way, like I entered some kind of. Shulan patted Xiao Qingqing's shoulder. Hey sis, can I borrow your lipstick? Xiao Qingqing glared at her. Do we even know each other? Then she stopped talking, twisted the lipstick, and carefully applied it to her lips in front of the mirror. Shulan shrugged indifferently. Even though they had already sensed the discomfort, they immediately saw the people around them as competitors. With survival supplies dwindling, everyone was vying for the hope of survival, even knowing they might have to abandon their principles for that hope. Shulan didn't mind staying to see what this base was up to. If it really was about selling her body for survival, she'd probably have to find a way to sneak away. She heard that half the people at this base had been killed during their escape, but the building housing the lab was still bustling with people in white coats. Everyone looked incredibly busy, jogging along while flipping through documents, displaying a dedicated work ethic, racing against time for humanity's survival. 5 girls followed the middle-aged woman, silently and awkwardly entering the elevator. The woman pressed the elevator button for the 4th floor. Shulan spoke, politely asking, Teacher, you haven't told us how to address you yet? Her voice was soft, and she spoke with a slightly lowered head, her posture humble. It was difficult for anyone, but the most extreme, to harbor ill will towards her. The middle-aged woman glanced at her and said, My surname is Zheng. Okay, Teacher Zheng. After Shulan asked for the address, the other girls thought she would continue by asking some work-related questions, or chatting about something to get closer to Teacher Zheng, and they secretly held onto some expectations. Unexpectedly, Shulan simply asked for the address and then fell silent, not saying another word, and the atmosphere became stiff again. There were noticeably fewer staff members on the 4th floor. They stopped at a heavy door, like a cold storage room. Teacher Zheng turned around and said, "Inside are Dr. Zhao and our experimental base's main research subjects. After you come in with me, don't speak or make any unnecessary movements without the doctor's permission, understand?" The 5 girls looked at each other, hesitantly nodding. Teacher Zheng turned and pressed the password on the door. The door opened slowly, revealing a spacious laboratory. The first thing that caught everyone's eye was a cylindrical glass jar, about 5 meters tall and as high as the ceiling, filled with a dark green liquid. Numerous complex cables of varying thicknesses were attached to the outer shell, the other ends of which were connected to various instruments. Researchers sat behind the instruments. As Shulan entered, she glanced discreetly at the nearest monitor, which displayed data she couldn't understand. After going inside, she noticed a man floating in the jar. He was dressed only in black shorts, possessing perfect proportions, long arms and legs, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, with clearly defined abdominal muscles. However, his head was drooping, and his slightly long black hair obscured his face. His mouth and nose were filled with water, showing no signs of life. Shulan thought, is this the superhuman they were talking about? He must be dead, given how they're keeping him like this. Next to the jar was a man wearing the same uniform as Professor Zheng. He looked older, with gray hair, glasses, short and thin, high cheekbones, and a taut chin, resembling some kind of white-headed monkey Shulan had seen at the zoo before. Shulan glanced at the old man, before turning her gaze back to the man in the jar. There was no other reason. She simply wanted to appreciate something more beautiful. Professor Zheng walked over to the old man and said, "Dr. Zhao, these are the new researchers we interviewed this afternoon." Dr. Zhao, who claimed to bring hope to all humanity, looked around at the 5 nervous young women, took out a flat LCD screen from behind his back, and tapped it a few times. It seemed as if an electric current was being conducted into the glass jar. The man floating inside, head drooping, convulsed violently as if electrocuted, the sudden movement startling the women. Shulan was also startled and surprised. It's a living person. It can survive being soaked like that. The man in the jar's chest rose and fell slightly. He slowly raised his head, revealing a young and handsome face. Dr. Zhao's slightly rough voice rang out as he spoke to the person in the jar. "We respect your wishes. You will choose one of them to bear your offspring and continue your supernatural genes." Shulan was the first to react, but was speechless at the absurdity of what she heard. She was right. What researchers? They were recruited to choose concubines for the emperor in the jar to bear children. While there's no such thing as a free lunch, the price to pay for this meal was far too high. Not content with using living people for research, he wants to have another child to continue the research by soaking them in alcohol. This old monkey is utterly immoral. Xiao Qingqing cried out, her face pale. "You didn't tell us you were doing this." Dr. Zhao. "The crucial steps, of course, cannot be disclosed. This person's genes are the most complex of all, and he is extremely uncooperative, hindering the research's progress. If we could have a newborn who inherits his abilities and cooperates obediently, I could quickly develop a drug to promote genetic mutation and develop superpowers." Dr. Zhao sighed deeply. If all survivors could awaken their superpowers, then the disappearance of zombies from the world would be just around the corner. Shulan wasn't blinded by his empty promises. Instead, she scoffed. "Old liar, keep bluffing. He hasn't even figured out the virus, yet he boasts about developing superpowers for all of humanity." Being young, she couldn't help but mumble a sarcastic remark. "That sounds nice, treating living people like cattle for breeding." The person in the jar moved, seemingly glancing in her direction. A researcher sitting behind a computer suddenly shouted, "Doctor, the cortisol, phenylethylamine, norepinephrine, and other data for number 1 fluctuated just now." Dr. Zhao adjusted his glasses, a sharp glint in his small eyes, pinpointing Shulan. "You were the one speaking just now, weren't you? Congratulations, you've been chosen." Shulan's eyes widened. "So hasty." "No. Who chose me?" Before Shulan could run, the researcher in the white coat stood up and grabbed her arm. Teacher Zheng turned away decisively, calling the other 4 bewildered girls away. Dr. Zhao said to the man in the jar, "You see, since you have feelings for her, we will respect your wishes." Shulan was agitated, her eyes widened, and she laughed angrily. "Huh? You're respecting her? Let me ask you, did he speak? Did I speak? Shouldn't my wishes be respected too?" The old man completely ignored her protests, having the doctor in the white coat support her and lead her to a room resembling an operating room. They pressed her onto the bed, and after a beep, a blinding white light shone above the bed. Chapter 3. No matter how much Shulan struggled on the bed, Dr. Zhao, standing beside it, remained unmoved. He took a syringe filled with a pale blue, unidentified liquid from a row of white jars. Shulan was truly panicked. She had only come to freeload a meal. She never imagined that a state-protected experimental base would treat a living person like a guinea pig. She twisted and kicked, protesting with all her might. "Stop! I vomit up your food. I quit." Dr. Zhao ignored her completely, like an impartial executioner, lifting the hem of Shulan's clothes. Above her, a machine resembling a scanner moved across her stomach. A laser beam struck her lower abdomen, and Shulan felt a burning sensation in her lower abdomen. Someone covered her mouth, and others held her limbs down. The thin needle in Dr. Zhao's hand remained suspended above the marked location. The stinging pain of a sharp object piercing skin had barely registered when a deafening explosion rang in everyone's ears. The ground suddenly began to shake violently, the instruments hanging above their heads swayed, and their footing faltered. An earthquake? While they stumbled, Shulan, lying on the bed, was the most stable. She forcefully pulled her arm out, snatched the syringe from Dr. Zhao's hand, and punched him hard in the face. "Old bastard, treating people like dirt, talking about giving survivors hope, hope my foot." Shulan didn't know if the punch had been powerful enough. She only knew that the finger bone she struck Dr. Zhao's glasses frame hurt terribly. Shulan grimaced as she withdrew her hand, then kicked the person beneath her in the stomach. Now her legs were free, and she immediately rolled off the operating table, stumbling and staggering towards the door amidst the shaking floor. "Grab her." Shulan ran out of the operating room, and saw the door, at the end of the corridor, open. The floor was wet, and the lab technician inside was scrambling out, shouting, "Dr. Zhao! The predators have escaped." A silvery white current shot out from behind him, causing the technician's limbs to convulse violently, smoke rising from his hair. He collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling back, as if struck by lightning. Shulan had seen this before. Lightning-type superpowers. What did predators mean? Roar. A wild, frantic roar echoed in the distance. Shulan recognized the sound. It wasn't a pack of beasts, but a horde of virus-infected zombies charging at humanity. The entire building reverberated with alarms. Gunshots and announcements rang out simultaneously. "Zombie horde attack! Zombie horde attack! The entire base is on high alert. All superpowered individuals, please come out and fight immediately. Those without superpowers, please enter the air raid shelter." An earthquake and zombies appeared at the same time, and behind her was a white-coated man chasing after her, trying to mate her. Shulan didn't have time to think. She found the emergency staircase at the end of the corridor and practically ran and jumped down it. Outside the lab building were people running around frantically, military uniforms, lab coats, and casual clothes. Shulan weaved through the crowd, occasionally bumping into someone, but no one had time to apologize. She rushed to the main gate, only to find it was electrified, making it impossible to get out. Going out now wasn't a good idea either. Judging from the noise, there were zombies everywhere outside. The base was actually the safest place, but staying might mean being dragged away by that white-haired old monkey for breeding. Shulan was completely bewildered when someone in the laboratory building shouted, "All ability users, take cover. The raiders have escaped." Raiders, that word again. They just sent ability users out to fight, and now they're telling them to hide? What is this base doing? Shulan found a secluded corner and crouched down, cautiously peeking out to observe the situation outside. Only then did she realize she was still clutching the syringe she snatched from Dr. Zhao. "That damn thing, throw it away quickly." Boom! The explosion beside her made Shulan's head buzz. After the ringing in her ears, all her thoughts went blank. A wave of heat hit her face. Shulan ducked to avoid the falling sparks. A piece of burning metal wire landed at her feet. Zombies feel no pain and cannot die. Even if they are riddled with bullets, with severed limbs, as long as their muscles can still move, they will pounce on humans at top speed. The electric shocks disrupt the zombie's nervous system, causing muscle atrophy. The electric fence was the best defense against their advance. So when Shulan saw the fragments of the electric fence, she wanted to curse. Which mole's dad threw his bomb so wrong, shattering the fence? Soon someone answered her question. The raider destroyed the fence. He wanted to let the zombies in and take us all down with him. Through the breach in the base, a dark mass of zombies surged in, using their bodies to shield themselves from the hail of bullets, relentlessly charging towards the crowd. A few had their brains pierced by bullets or various supernatural attacks. most charged into the crowd. With the electric fence shattered, even with superhumans present, it was impossible to stop the overwhelming number of zombies. The ground was still shaking, shards of glass raining down. Xu Lan stumbled to the location of the garbage dump, frantically scrambling inside, crouching in a stench, hugging her knees, curled into a small ball. She had carefully studied people who had turned into zombies after being infected with the virus, discovering that they attack humans because fresh flesh and blood held an immense attraction for them. Zombies find living people through sight, hearing, and smell. They don't think, so they don't rummage. Therefore, as long as you hide in a strong-smelling area, don't make a sound, don't let them see you, and conceal yourself well, you can escape if you're lucky. Xu Lan's heart pounded, the indistinct and chaotic sounds of the outside world constantly filling her ears. It was a chaotic day. Recruitment, PhD, superhumans. She clearly saw that man escaped using lightning-based superpowers, but the one who just blasted open the electric grid was an extremely powerful flame. Something's not right. How can one person possess two superpowers simultaneously? They call him the Predator. Plundering. It sounds like stealing someone else's abilities. So did that man steal his extra abilities? You can steal abilities? Xu Lan looked down at her hand. Her mind had been blank, and she'd been clutching the syringe. The old monkey said the plunderer was extremely uncooperative with their experiments, so they created a child with the same plundering ability to continue their research. Normal methods didn't work, so they had to resort to unconventional methods. So, the purpose of this needle is... Footsteps hurriedly approached the garbage dump. Xu Lan wasn't the only one who knew the zombies' habits. Seeing the base's electric fence destroyed, and the ability users no match for the zombies, everyone was desperately trying to survive. The garbage bin lid was opened, and Xu Lan looked up. In the dim light, she saw a familiar face, Xiao Qingqing's face. "It's you?" Xiao Qingqing was also shocked, but she quickly scrambled in. "Excuse me." Xu Lan pushed her away. "Are we that close?" "Go hide in another trash can." Xiao Qingqing squeezed in without a word. "There are people in the others. Yours is the biggest and smelliest. Close it quickly, don't let the zombies see me." Xu Lan really didn't want Xiao Qingqing to come in. The smell of people gathered together was too strong, and this trash can might not be enough to cover her mouth. But arguing with Xiao Qingqing at this time would only attract the zombies. She moved aside, letting Xiao Qingqing crawl in and hide with her. The lid was closed, but Xiao Qingqing's mouth wasn't. Teacher Zheng and that Dr. Zhao are going too far. They have a car, but don't take anyone with them. They loaded the car full of machines, bottles, jars, and documents. Are those things more important than human lives? A scream suddenly rang out not far away. Xu Lan reached out and covered her mouth. "Don't make a sound." Xiao Qingqing also heard the screams one after another. Her eyes widened in horror, her whole body tensed, and she forcefully covered her mouth and nose. Chapter 4. Fast footsteps approached, and someone slammed their hand on the top of the trash can. Two words flashed through Xu Lan's mind. "Damn it." She reached out to cover Xiao Qingqing's mouth, but Xiao Qingqing's panicked scream erupted like a boiling kettle. "Ah!" A dirty, blood-stained arm suddenly pierced through the plastic lid of the trash can, sending the lid flying. Xu Lan looked up in horror, meeting a pair of bloodshot eyes with unfocused pupils. The young male zombie had only half a face intact. A large chunk was missing from the other half, revealing congealed, blackened flesh and faintly visible cheekbones. He bared his teeth and hissed at the two people hiding inside the can, his filthy hand reaching in and scratching wildly. If the zombie scratched your skin, the virus would spread through your bloodstream, turning a healthy person into a mindless zombie in less than half an hour. Xu Lan used her free hand to haphazardly pick up some trash at her feet and threw it at the zombie's face, trying to stop his attack. Then, taking advantage of his inattention, she climbed out of the trash can. Xiao Qingqing, however, grabbed Xu Lan's clothes, pushing her forcefully towards the zombie's hand while trying to hide in a corner, crying out, "Don't come any closer. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Xu Lan was furious. She slammed her elbow into Xiao Qingqing's back, but the zombie's hand was already in front of her eyes. She had nowhere to dodge, and could only close her eyes in despair. Just wait, once she becomes a zombie, the first thing she'd do is bite Xiao Qingqing to death. The expected pain didn't happen. Instead, she heard the sound of something heavy falling. Summoning her courage, Xu Lan quickly opened her eyes. The zombie in front of her was gone. Now was the time to run. She twisted and shoved Xiao Qingqing, gritting her teeth and shouting, "Don't grab me. Let go!" With the zombie down, Xiao Qingqing had no reason to use Xu Lan as a shield anymore. She released her grip and Shulan immediately stood up, scrambling to her feet. Feeling that she had stepped on someone, Shulan glanced at the remaining light. The zombie that had attacked her was lying face down on the ground, an icicle emitting a chilling aura protruding from its head. She breathed a sigh of relief, lifting her head and looking around, hoping to see which ice-type superpowered individual had saved her life. If she could latch onto them, that would be even better. She didn't see any superpowered individuals, but she saw a white-coated man running ahead being tackled by 3 or 4 zombies. The zombies opened their mouths and bit into the struggling man's throat. When he looked up again, the living man's blood gushed out like a small fountain. Shulan's eyebrows furrowed, her stomach churning, and she nearly vomited. She quickly looked away and saw that everyone alive was running in one direction. There were headlights of departing cars and an open base gate in that direction. There were fewer zombies along that route than behind, meaning the fleeing ability users had cleared them out. As Shulan pondered how to get past the zombies in front of her, hundreds of ice spikes rained down like meteors, precisely piercing the heads of every zombie in her line of sight. Behind her, Xiao Qingqing weakly called out, "Chu-Yi, can you help me? My legs are weak." "Who cares?" Shulan snapped, and taking advantage of the moment when the ice-type ability user was displaying their power, she took off running, quickly weaving through the corpses and merging into the fleeing crowd, running out of the base together. As she ran, a series of deafening explosions echoed from the experimental base behind her, shaking the ground and numbing her eardrums. She knew that to survive, she had to keep running forward, never looking back. Yet, an inexplicable urge compelled Shulan to cover her ears and turn around. The explosions were from the Jiangzhou base buildings. Flames, like vibrant mushroom clouds, danced wildly in the night sky. In the center of this dazzling, towering inferno, a small yet conspicuous figure hovered in midair, the flames illuminating his solitary form time and again. His expression was obscured by the distance. It was the Raider, and it could only be the Raider. He was like a supreme god, looking down upon them, these mortals, as they desperately chased and fled from the zombies. The roars of the zombies drew closer. Shulan averted her gaze and continued running. She had no special abilities, only her mind and her legs could save her. Therefore, she couldn't stop for a moment. Stopping would mean being dragged into the zombies' jaws. The Jiangzhou experimental base was located on the outskirts of Xi'an City. Xi'an had previously suffered a zombie apocalypse, which was cleared out by local ability users. A large-scale zombie horde meant that the surrounding cities were likely already sparsely populated. Shulan had escaped to Xi'an from elsewhere. The virus had drastically reduced the population of every city, leaving many empty houses. Upon arrival, she found an abandoned frozen seafood shop as her hiding place. This shop originally had a cold storage room, but due to the owner's death and the power outage, the cold storage room had lost its original function. The rotting seafood inside emitted an extremely pungent odor that could be smelled throughout the entire street. Ordinary people avoided it like the plague, but Shulan was the only one who would venture inside. She pinched her nose, tiptoed over the pile of dead fish by the door, squeezed into the innermost office of the store, locked the door, and collapsed onto the solid wood sofa beside it. The familiar stench gave her a tremendous sense of security. Experienced firsthand, the smellier the place, the safer it is. If Xiao Qingqing hadn't insisted on squeezing in with her, she could have easily hidden in a trash can and waited for the zombie horde to retreat after dawn. Why risk her life in such a perilous escape, her legs nearly giving out? Her nurse's uniform still reeked of the trash can, but it was the middle of the night, and zombies could be chasing her at any moment. There was no opportunity to change, so she had to give up. Shulan placed what she was carrying on the office chair beside the sofa. For some reason, her left hand had been clutching the syringe the entire way back from the suburbs. The night had been chaotic, and only now could she truly calm down and sort out her thoughts. But when she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with that predator. He could not only use lightning-based abilities, but also blast through electric grids with fire, levitate in the air, and cause buildings to explode. It was truly unfair. The life-saving abilities she desired but couldn't possess were something this man possessed more than once. Since his nickname was the Raider, it meant his ability was to steal others' abilities. And after stealing, did the other person simply disappear? Probably not. Otherwise, why would other ability users have to hide after the Raider escaped? Shulan remembered the white-haired old monkey saying his ability genes were hereditary. They tricked young girls into becoming volunteers so they could give birth to the Raider's children for further research. Doesn't childbirth require 2 people sleeping together? Why were they capturing her and injecting her with needles? Did one injection really guarantee childbirth? That's right. The Raider, released with a look of wanting to take revenge on the whole world. How could it willingly sleep with someone? So the old monkey came up with this way to simplify the process. Shu Lan turned over, looking again at the syringe, hesitation in her eyes, muttering to herself in the darkness. Don't believe it, the old monkey is a big liar. She turned away, her eyes and mouth tightly shut, telling herself not to think about it anymore, not about the raider, not about the syringe. But the memory of escaping death kept flashing before her eyes. Zombies tearing at people, ice spikes falling from the sky, buildings collapsing with a deafening roar, and that invincible yet lonely figure amidst the brilliant mushroom cloud of flames. If only she had a child, as strong as that raider. She didn't know how much time had passed, but unable to sleep, Shu Lan suddenly sat up, her eyes gleaming in the darkness, and grabbed the syringe. Whatever, I die at the hands of zombies sooner or later anyway. Without any superpowers, I take a gamble. She touched her lower abdomen. There was a small burn mark where Dr. Zhao had inserted the needle. Gritting her teeth, she inserted the syringe and slowly pushed the liquid inside in. At first, it felt cold, with a slight ache and pain. After lying there for a while, it felt like a fire was burning in Shu Lan's lower abdomen, not only scalding, but also excruciatingly painful, causing her to break out in a cold sweat and tears to stream down her face uncontrollably. Gradually, Shu Lan's consciousness began to blur. Would she really kill herself like this? Chapter 5. Ha, ha. An endless night, an endless run, a hunger deep within her, like vines, binding all her thoughts, and an urge to tear and bite. Shu Lan's mind kept telling her, hungry, so hungry, find. She seemed to smell a strange aroma of meat, involuntarily drawn in, her body driven by craving, rushing towards the scent. It was a building, emanating an irresistible, intense fragrance. She rushed up with the surrounding figures, smashing doors and windows with all her might, crawling in through every entrance that led to the aroma. The source of the meaty smell was a living person. Reason only lingered for a moment. Shu Lan was like someone starved for dozens of days, suddenly seeing a sweet cake before her, unable to suppress her primal urges, roaring as she pounced on the food huddled in the corner. No! Shu Lan jerked her eyes open, a powerful urge to eat, and a resistance to harming her own kind battling within her mind. Her heart ached as if punched hard. She gasped for breath, closing her eyes to silently process the discomfort of waking from a nightmare. Was the near-death experience at the hands of zombies yesterday too traumatic for her to dream of becoming a zombie herself? Shu Lan wearily opened her eyes. Her stomach was empty, a persistent hunger pang, and her mouth was dry. But unlike the irrational impulses of her dream, the hunger and thirst now were normal needs, and she could endure them. She sat up, her eyes falling to the empty syringe on the floor. Oh right, she impulsively used this thing last night, and the pain had made her think she was going to die. Thankfully, she was still alive, and alive as a healthy, normal person. Shu Lan touched her lower abdomen. It didn't hurt, nor was it hot. She felt almost nothing. Had she succeeded in her gamble? She didn't know. She kicked away the empty syringe and stood up from the sofa. I think about it later. I'm starving. I find something to eat first. Shu Lan pressed her ear against the door, carefully listening to the sounds outside. She grabbed a fish-killing knife she kept in her office, turned the lock, and slowly opened the door a crack. It was quiet outside, but a stench that almost made her eyes water hit her. To be honest, Shu Lan couldn't stand being in this place anymore. It was just too smelly. Luckily, there weren't any flies swarming around, otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted to come in. She gripped the knife in one hand, pinched her nose with the other, and, hunched over, cautiously, and warily walked out of the seafood shop like a timid little mouse peeking out. The street was deserted, but the ground was littered with black spots of congealed blood and scattered human tissue. She listened intently for a while, making sure there were no sounds nearby, then quickly ran across 2 streets. The ground was littered with corpses, severed limbs, mangled bodies, and those with skulls pierced. It was impossible to distinguish humans from zombies. It seemed that after she fainted from the pain last night, the zombie horde had passed through Xi'an, wiping out the city's survivors. Strangely, Shu Lan hadn't heard a sound. Perhaps because she had run too far last night, Shu Lan's legs were weak with hunger, and she almost knelt down in front of the familiar convenience store. While looking around warily for any remaining zombies, she pounded on the tightly closed shutter door of the convenience store, calling out in a hoarse voice, Old Dai, it's me, Xiao Chu. Old Dai, the shopkeeper who often gave Shu Lan food, was the sole survivor of the first wave of zombies cleared by Xi'an, along with her husband and child. No matter how much she knocked, there was no response from inside the shop. A sense of foreboding crept into Shulan's heart. She went around to the back of the house via a nearby alley. Sure enough, the first floor window was shattered, the security bars violently removed. Through the open window, she could see a mutilated female corpse lying on the ground, a fruit knife protruding from her chest. Old Dai had told Shulan that the Jiangzhou base was hiring female workers. She had told Shulan to tie her hair in a low ponytail, saying it would make her look older. Shulan had also promised Old Dai that she would help her steal some vegetables from the experimental base if she had the chance, or find a superhuman for her as her next husband. Shulan closed her mouth, the curve of her lips slowly drooping, forming a downward-pointing half parenthesis. After running back from the base, she was terrified and dared not stay outside for even a second longer. She hid as soon as she returned to the city. If only she had come to find Old Dai first and taken her with her to hide in the seafood shop, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Shulan grieved for a while, then swept away the broken glass from the windowsill. Her thin arms and legs struggled for a while before she finally crawled inside. She tore off a sheet and covered Old Dai's corpse, then pulled the knife from the woman's chest. If one day I encounter zombies, I will definitely kill myself before the virus takes effect. Human eating is too disgusting. These were Old Dai's exact words, and the knife must have been stabbed by Old Dai himself. As Shulan pulled out the knife, she suddenly noticed something that made her feel uneasy. Old Dai loved wearing all sorts of floral dresses, deep red, crimson, sky blue, beautiful and elegant. Without electricity, boiling water was a hassle, so no one bathed or changed clothes unless absolutely necessary. Old Dai even changed her favorite dresses every 3 days. Shulan remembered that when she went to the base yesterday, Old Dai was wearing a sky blue dress, and it was the first day she worn it. According to her habits, she should have been wearing a blue dress when she died. But now Old Dai was wearing an orange-yellow dress. Thinking of the hellish scene outside, Shulan frowned, opened the door, and went into the small shop. The shelves were nearly empty. Behind the counter hung a paper calendar, the X crossed over the number 23. October 23rd, the day she went to the base for her interview. Old Dai's calendar had only reached October 20th. The X was probably drawn by Lao Dai yesterday, or even earlier. After Shulan returned and received the injection, she slept for at least 3 days in the shop, sleeping until the zombie massacre in Xi'an ended. Shulan was still shaken, and her legs went completely weak. She wondered why she was inexplicably thirsty and hungry after waking up. How could zombies have wiped out a city with tens of thousands of survivors overnight? It was unbelievable that she could escape the zombies in her sleep and wake up before starving to death. There was bottled water stored under the counter. Shulan took out a bottle and gulped down most of it. Drinking water calmed her down considerably. She searched the convenience store and found a bag of oatmeal in the cabinet. She tore open the packaging, poured some into her mouth, then drank water and swallowed it, letting it dissolve directly in her stomach. Old Dai's food supplies were running low, which was why Shulan had given up on sharing her food and decided to try her luck at that horrific base. She searched the entire house, finding a second bag of oatmeal, 14 packets of instant noodles, 7 packets of dried noodles, 2 packets of dried vermicelli. Actually, the convenience store also had some canned meat, sausages, and animal fat, edible supplies like that, but they might contain zombie virus, so Shulan dared not touch them. She ate a packet of dried noodles to fill her stomach, then packed the remaining bottled water and food into her suitcase for easy transport. She retrieved the key to the front roller shutter from the counter. Before leaving, she thought for a moment, put down the fish-killing knife and suitcase, returned to the bedroom, wrapped Old Dai in a sheet, and, enduring the stench of death, carried her to the bed. Although you told me to call you Old Dai, I still want to call you Sister. Sister, I'm leaving. I hope I can live a little longer in this world. Shulan picked up the fruit knife, cleaned it, found the sheath, and took it with her. If one day Shulan were to contract the virus and become a zombie, she would use this fruit knife to make the same choice as Lao Dai. After spending so much time indoors in the dim light, the moment she pulled back the roller shutter, the sunlight suddenly shone on her face, and Shulan instinctively squinted. The street remained quiet. Perhaps there were still survivors and zombies in places she didn't know, but for now, there was absolutely no movement. Chapter 6. Abandoned cars littered the streets, and shops displayed beautiful clothes and jewelry. These expensive items were now less valuable than the food in Shulan's suitcase. She didn't even glance at them. She found an unlocked shared bicycle, placed her suitcase on the back seat, and carefully rode out of the city. Shulan couldn't drive, couldn't go too far, and didn't know which city was safe. She planned to find a secluded place in Xi'an and hide there for a few months to see what would happen in her belly. So many people had died in Xi'an, there were no survivors. The nearby zombies wouldn't be attracted there, and there wouldn't be a massive zombie horde like the ones from a few days ago. Fortunately, Shulan didn't encounter any moving people along her journey to find a hiding place. She did see plenty of corpses, all exposed to the bright sunlight. At first, Shulan would look away, trying not to see the scenes that should have been censored, but after seeing so many, she became numb to it. Before nightfall, she passed a suburban landfill and stopped, silently gazing at the uncluttered, mountain-like pile of garbage. The smell was strong enough, and the location was secluded enough that both zombies and humans would avoid it. Most importantly, there was a makeshift shack built by some scrap collector, complete with water pipes and electrical wires, both unusable, of course, indicating that someone had lived there before and could still live there. She thought for a long time, then looked up at the darkening sky and pushed her bicycle, undulating along the path, into the garbage heap. Suddenly, a huge, dark mass emerged from the pile, indistinct and unclear, about the size of a rabbit, and lunged at Shulan's calf. Holy crap! Shulan jumped in fright, blurting out a curse. She grabbed the fish-killing knife from her front basket and stabbed the black creature into the ground, pinning it to the floor. Squeak! Squeak! Upon closer inspection, she saw a rat with a pointed snout, long whiskers, and black eyes. Animals infected with the virus would grow to twice their normal size. Rats would resemble rabbits, rabbits would resemble dogs, and dogs would resemble lions. But they would also lose all reason, like zombies, only knowing how to attack their own kind. The rat wasn't trying to bite her, it was just passing by. She quickly drew the fish-killing knife and stabbed the large rat several more times until its legs stopped thrashing. Soon, a second large rat crawled past Shulan, and there seemed to be a swaying black shadow in the distance. A gust of wind blew by, and goosebumps rose on Shulan's arms, not from the cold, but from nausea. Was she really going to live here, sharing her days with those mutated giant rats? The thought of giving up quietly crossed her mind, but gazing at the small shack 20 meters away, Shulan couldn't bring herself to move. This place was filthy, chaotic, and stinking, infested with mutated rats and crawling cockroaches. The city was clean, but there might be zombies passing by after dark. After a while, Shulan sighed deeply. Compared to those zombies that could tear down even security bars with their bare hands, the giant rat she could kill with a flick of her wrist made her feel much safer. Her fish-killing knife remained firmly in her hand. She pierced through a charging black mass, the rat blood staining the blade a deep red. Dead rats lay scattered everywhere where she passed. She reached the end, pushed open the somewhat rusty iron door, gripped the knife tightly, and cautiously stepped inside. The courtyard inside was very clean and didn't smell bad. There were stacks of cardboard, flattened aluminum cans, and plastic bottles tied with netting all around. There was an old tricycle next to it, with a wooden sign hanging on it that read recycling waste. Her eyes lit up. This tricycle would be very useful, making it easier for her to go to town to buy goods. The door was locked, and a bunch of keys hung on it. The house was fully furnished with tables, chairs, a bed, and kitchenware. There were signs everywhere that someone had lived there, but no one was there. Shulan guessed that the owner had probably been bitten outside and turned into a zombie, going elsewhere. The lights weren't working, but the tap water was intermittent. Shulan quickly washed the bucket and filled it. To her surprise, there was a large bag of candles and a lighter in the drawer. She wouldn't have to move around in the dark anymore. The water from the tap was a bit murky. She cut down the previous owner's mosquito net, filtered the dirty water, and decided not to drink it, but to boil it for wiping herself later. Shulan was somewhat pleased. The situation here was much better than she had expected. She locked the doors and windows, changed into some scavenged clothes, ate a quick bite of instant noodles, drank half a bottle of water, turned over the original owner's sheets and pillowcases, lay down, closed her eyes, and ended her day's hustle and bustle. For the next few days, Shulan was busy figuring out how to make this little nest in the garbage dump more habitable. She gave herself the codename Rat Exterminator because for the first 2 weeks, she killed no fewer than 20 rats every day. Luckily, these mutated rats weren't as fast as ordinary rats, so she could kill them with ease. She piled up the mutated rat carcasses, set them on fire, and burned them. The rat fur smelled terrible when it burned, but after the fur was burned away, the stench was mixed with a faint, smoky aroma of burnt meat. Having not tasted meat for over a year, Shulan's eyes often widened in disbelief. She was tempted, but eating them was definitely out of the question. About a month later, the rats became increasingly rare. Infected by the virus, they had lost the will to reproduce. After she had killed off all the remaining first-generation mutated rats, the species was essentially extinct. Sometimes, Shulan thought that the reason this era was called the apocalypse was probably because, after everyone turned into zombies, the zombies lost their targets, stopped reproducing, and wandered aimlessly until all their energy was exhausted and they collapsed. She guessed that in the end, they would also become extinct like the rats in the junkyard. Before new zombies arrived in Xi'an, every day, Shulan would ride her tricycle into the city, into any open house, load up any usable supplies into the back of the tricycle, and transport them to the junkyard, trip after trip. Whenever she saw a flickering shadow or heard any sound other than herself, regardless of whether the person was alive or dead, she would immediately drop what she was doing, hop on her tricycle, and pedal home as fast as she could. And so, Shulan made trip after trip, constantly filling the shack in the junkyard with all sorts of tools, food, and flammable materials for a fire. The tap water pipe stopped dripping after 2 days, so on rainy days, Shulan stayed indoors, placing all the containers that could hold water in the yard, filling them, and then covering them for later use. Shulan had no other thoughts. She just wanted to survive, to live as long as possible. She only went into the city during the day, running away at the sight of zombies, riding her bicycle incredibly fast. The zombies couldn't catch her. She blocked the path to the shack with a mountain of garbage, enclosing it like a wall, with a trap around the inner floor and some noisy objects. This way, if a zombie climbed over the garbage mountain and approached her hiding place, Shulan would know immediately. Chapter 7. The task of moving the garbage alone took up a lot of Shulan's time. Perhaps because the dump was located in such a remote area, no zombies had bothered her for several months. While transporting supplies from the city, she also built a fortress made of garbage mountains. To block the odor, she dug up many plants and flowers, planting them in the open space inside the garbage castle. Some plants died, some stubbornly survived. Although they didn't purify the air much, the plants made her dwelling look like a farmhouse. As the weather gradually got colder, Shulan noticed her waist had become thicker and her constitution had weakened. What used to be a full day's work now required resting after 2 or 3 hours. At first, she thought it was because she was feeling dizzy from eating so much noodles, but then she belatedly realized her period hadn't come for a long time. Had she succeeded in her gamble? Shulan couldn't describe her feelings. On one hand, she was overjoyed at her good luck, that she had actually gotten pregnant, but on the other hand, she was saddened that she had suddenly become a mother. She had never even kissed a boy's lips in her life. She decided to take the injection mainly because of the trauma of being chased by the raiders and zombies that night. Shulan had always felt resentful about her ordinary constitution, lacking any special abilities. If we're going to mutate, let's all mutate together. What kind of system is it when only a few people have special abilities? Is it fair? Sometimes she regretted it. She heard that childbirth was like walking through the gates of hell for women, with no doctors or nurses to help. What if she slipped and died? What if the child was born like the mother, an ordinary child? How would a mother without special abilities raise a child without special abilities? However, she'd rather live. She just wanted to have the baby. Days passed in this daze of wandering thoughts. As the north wind blew day and night, Shulan became extremely sleepy, only waking up to eat, drink, and use the toilet. The rest of the time she remained huddled under the covers. She needed the fire which she had saved for heating water and cooking, and her only source of warmth was staying under the covers. Perhaps a side effect of pregnancy, Shulan didn't suffer from insomnia at all, sleeping 20 hours a day without a problem. The advantage was that with so much sleep, energy consumption was low, and one meal could sustain her for the whole day. That day, after a good night's sleep, she put on the thickest clothes she could wear, opened the door, and found it was snowing outside. The snowflakes, like goose feathers, fell gently from the dark sky, landing on the backs of the 2 people lying in the trap ahead. 2 people? Shulan's lethargy vanished instantly. She turned and grabbed the fish-killing knife from the cabinet, gripping the handle with both hands, and slowly moved towards the trap. Zombies have no capacity for thought. They don't look at what's on the ground. They only rush towards the scent of living people. So Shulan buried items she salvaged from the garbage heap, such as nails, long shards of glass, sharpened wooden sticks, and long knives she scavenged from the city, in the ground, sharp ends facing upwards. She then wrapped wire or rope around these sharp objects, attaching bells to the ropes, creating a trap. If a zombie climbed over the garbage mountain and tried to approach the house, It would most likely trip over the rope, then be pierced by the densely packed, needle-like sharp objects in the trap, and the ringing bells would wake her. Perhaps the colder weather had slowed the microorganisms' work, preventing them from decomposing the garbage and emitting a putrid smell, thus giving the zombies an opportunity. Shulan had also become complacent, sleeping so soundly that she hadn't heard a sound coming from the trap. Approaching, she found the two people lying face down, their limbs stiff, covered with a thin layer of snow, clearly dead. Just in case, Shulan closed her eyes and stabbed each zombie in the head. As she did this, Shulan's body trembled, not from cold, but from fear. She had always been hiding from zombies, never killing them, and since they all looked human, she felt like she was killing someone. After stabbing their heads, Shulan used a shovel to lift the two corpses out of the trap, not wanting them to pave the way for the next wave of zombies. Halfway through, she couldn't hold it in any longer. She jumped up and ran to the side to vomit, but nothing came out. She had only drunk a cup of hot water that day and hadn't had time to cook. Suppressing the churning in her stomach, she wrapped the corpses in rags, dragged them up the garbage dump, and threw them on the outer edge. The temperature was low, and the soil was frozen solid, becoming hard. She poured hot water on it, and managed to repair the inner ring of the trap. After finishing all this, Shulan washed her hands and knife 3 times with soap, started a fire, and prepared to cook noodles. But after the water boiled, she suddenly lost her appetite. Her nose stung, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, falling like snowflakes. Regardless of whether the child was a superhuman or a burden, she hoped it would come into the world healthy and strong. These lonely and fear-filled days were almost unbearable for her, even if she lived on. Winter passed without major incident, and spring rains awakened the earth, bringing vibrant greenery to the world. Shulan's back ached more and more. While most pregnant women gain weight, she was actually thinner than before, her arms and legs like twigs, only her belly swelling like a balloon. Sometimes Shulan admired herself. She had actually survived 6 months alone in this garbage dump. It seemed human adaptability was strong, no matter the time or place. While she still had the strength, Shulan scattered the vegetable seeds she had found by chance in the city onto the ground and hastily covered them up. She wasn't a child raised in the countryside, and her education only went up to high school. Her parents were divorced and remarried, and neither was willing to spend money on her, so she lived with her grandmother. After her grandmother passed away, Shulan had nowhere to go, so she simply dropped out of school, didn't even take the college entrance exam, and became one of the unemployed. Therefore, Shulan's knowledge of growing vegetables was limited to dig a hole, fill it with soil, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If it grows, it grows, if it doesn't, so be it. After her grandmother's death, no one cared for her, but she still lived quite well. Perhaps inspired by Shulan's tenacious spirit, after 5 or 6 days, tiny green shoots actually sprouted from the ground, soon transforming into a colorful vegetable patch. Shulan stroked her belly with relief. "Baby, you have to be as resilient as them." Her belly moved, as if in response. Not long after, Shulan began to feel intermittent pain, which lasted for almost a day. When she couldn't straighten up, Shulan felt she might be going into labor and began to regret saying, "You don't be so resilient, ah." She was uneducated and didn't know how long other people's pregnancies typically lasted. She thought it was always 10 months. But her child, in the 7th month, began struggling to enter this less than ideal world. Shulan had previously found medical books about childbirth in the city. Following the instructions, she prepared hot water and scissors. After a day of pain, first her water broke, followed by excruciating pain as if her body was being torn apart. Shulan lay in bed cursing and weeping for over an hour, her sweat soaking the bedding. She took deep breaths and strained until she finally released the tormenting burden. While watching TV, she noticed that all newborns cry loudly, but Shulan didn't hear a sound. The thought jolted her awake. She forced herself to sit up, cut the umbilical cord with sterilized scissors, and carefully placed the placenta aside. Ignoring her disheveled state, she gently lifted the wet little thing beneath her. It was a boy, eyes closed, his skin a bright red, motionless. Shulan was frantic, her voice trembling with despair as she sobbed. And then? I don't understand. Why aren't you crying? Was it because I wasn't getting enough nutrition, that you were born so early, that I killed you? Why, I knew I shouldn't have been so stingy with food. I'm so sorry, baby." The baby, who had been motionless with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, and let out a weak awl like a kitten. "He's alive! He's alive!" Shulan's eyes widened, tears of joy streaming down her face. The baby's response gave her a magical strength, as if her world, which had seemed hopeless, had lit up again. She had a child, a part of herself, a life that belonged entirely to her. Chapter 8. Hot water and towels were already laid out. Xu Lan wrung out the towel, carefully wiped the baby clean, then placed him on the blankets and tidied herself. The old sheets were too dirty to use, so Xu Lan simply crumpled them up and threw them away. She had new ones among the supplies she found in the city. She didn't know where she got the strength. It was like a final burst of energy before death that she finished everything. After changing the bedding, she collapsed, too exhausted to even lift a finger, yet she still tried to keep her eyes open to observe the newborn. The baby's breathing was light, his tiny belly rising and falling, proof of life. Xu Lan carefully placed him in the blankets, right next to her belly, feeling incredibly safe and content. She whispered to him, "Thank you for being alive, Mommy loves you." The next second, exhaustion dragged Xu Lan into sleep. She didn't know how long she slept, but she vaguely heard her baby crying again. She opened her eyes almost instantly, her mind not yet processing the sound, but her heart already pounding with anxiety. "Baby!" The moment she uttered the sound, the baby immediately stopped crying, staring at her expectantly, his mouth opening and closing like a little fish. As if by telepathy, Xu Lan knew instantly he was hungry. Her eyes softened, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "I forgot, you haven't eaten yet." She sat up, her own stomach rumbling, and so, holding the baby in one arm, she fed him his first meal, while pouring hot water from the thermos to make the oatmeal she usually seldom ate. Giving birth was so hard, Xu Lan wanted to reward herself and indulge herself. She drank 2 packets of oatmeal at once. In the first month postpartum, Xu Lan found herself bleeding continuously. Terrified, she thought she would die from blood loss, and anxiously ate most of her stored food, crying more than her baby. "Baby, you only just been born and Mommy is going to die? What will you do then?" Later, Xu Lan learned from others that postpartum bleeding continues until the wound from childbirth heals. She was young and didn't understand, and the baby didn't understand either. Seeing her cry, he immediately stopped eating and stared into her eyes. Only after Xu Lan calmed down did he continue suckling. "You're so good, you're really so good." Xu Lan sniffled, comforted by him. It's okay, I won't cry anymore, eat up, grow up well." With a child, Xu Lan finally had someone to talk to, although her baby couldn't speak yet, and most of the time she was talking to herself. "Baby, from now on your name will be Xu Mao Mao. In my hometown, Mao Mao is a general term for little kids. When I was in high school, Grandma would bring me snacks to school and keep calling me Mao Mao, and the other classmates would use that as a nickname to tease me. I even threw a tantrum at Grandma and told her not to call me that anymore." That was the thing Xu Lan regretted most in her life. After Grandma passed away, no one ever called her Mao Mao with such affection again. She gently said to Xu Mao Mao, "If you want to change your name later, Mommy will change it for you. But no matter how old you get, you always be a little kid to me." Although the baby was tiny, with a small mouth and no teeth, he was inexplicably strong and would hurt her when eating. At first, Xu Lan endured it, but later, when he started teething, he chafed her skin, and Xu Lan gasped in pain, pretending to be angry. "Xu Mao Mao, be gentle." The baby, surprisingly, sensed her discomfort from her furrowed brow, and actually softened his movements. Xu Lan felt that her son, Xu Mao Mao, seemed to understand her words from birth. He rarely cried, only whimpering a couple of times when he needed to eat or accidentally soiled himself. He didn't shed tears, just whimpered, reminding Xu Lan that he needed care. And he was always very calm, with a blank little face, rarely crying or laughing. She didn't know that babies need adult guidance to roll over and crawl. Since Xu Mao Mao couldn't see her, he would roll over to find her himself. Occasionally, when placed on her lap, he would try to stand up by kicking his legs. Therefore, Xu Lan hadn't truly experienced the worries associated with raising a child. Perhaps blinded by maternal love, Xu Lan thought her son, Xu Mao Mao, was cuter than any other baby in the world, fair-skinned, with a sweet milky scent. She wanted to hold him all the time, but her arms would get tired after a short while. But Xu Mao Mao wasn't heavy at all. She used to be a strong woman who could easily carry 20 kilograms of rice on her shoulder. After the rain, Xu Lan tried to lift the buckets full of water to the eaves, but after struggling for a long time, she couldn't lift them. She couldn't even split firewood with all her might. A rat pounced on her foot before she finally swung her knife. Xu Lan discovered the truth. She had become a very weak human, unable to carry anything. There was no other way. Weak as she was, she had to keep living. In the end, the buckets were left outdoors, covered with various boards, and whole pieces of wood were put into the stove to turn to ash. The scurrying rats were ignored. After all, they would soon be extinct anyway. The vegetables planted underground had sprouted somewhat: tomatoes, peppers, eggplants, potatoes, and some leafy greens. However, staple foods like noodles and biscuits would only last for a little over 2 months. Before that, Shulan had to go to the city. She found an old backpack, put Shu Mau Mau inside with his head sticking out, slung it over her back, and then wrapped it twice with straps cut from an old bed sheet to secure him and prevent him from falling out. "Mau Mau baby, mommy's going to find food, don't move around." To be honest, Shu Lan was still a little afraid of encountering zombies, but she was brave and fond of gambling. Rather than sitting around eating until she starved to death, she preferred to go out and try her luck. She had blocked the exit herself, and clearing a new path took a lot of preparation time. Shu Lan was still riding that scrap-collecting tricycle, carrying the child on her back. Halfway there, her arms and legs became weak with exhaustion, and she had to stop and rest. Sigh, she used to be able to run like the wind. Upon entering Xi'an, Shu Lan bypassed the places she had visited before and ventured into the unknown. Xi'an was still the same dead city. Corpses littered the streets, attracting swarms of flies, making it unbearable to look at. Would the virus affect insects? Shu Lan wondered. If humanity truly went extinct, she wondered what kind of creature would become the second inhabitants of Earth. She wandered the streets for a long time. Supermarkets and similar places had been pried open and windows smashed, leaving very little inside. She found some treasures in the residential buildings. Through the open doors of the residential areas, there might be corpses lying inside, but also some leftover, undiscovered food. The open rice was moldy, but the vacuum-packed rice was still edible. Besides that, there was flour, beans, grains, sugar, and salt, all of which could be stored for a long time. Shu Lan took a lot of children's clothes, intending to give them to her son, Shu Mau Mau, when he grew up. In addition, she also took some daily necessities such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, soap, and tissues. When the tricycle was full, Shu Lan felt a pang of reluctance. Why didn't she have a spatial ability? Not only could she carry more, but she wouldn't have to pedal so much. However, she was already quite satisfied that she hadn't encountered any wandering zombies on this trip into the city. Shu Lan rode her bike back the way she came. Halfway there, Shu Mau Mau, who had been quiet the whole time, suddenly started making little noises in her backpack. Chapter 9. Before leaving, Shu Lan fed the child, thinking he had soiled himself. She looked around to make sure it was safe before taking off her bag, picking him up to check his diaper, which was clean. She asked, puzzled, "Shu Mau Mau, are you hungry again?" Shu Mau Mau couldn't speak yet. He had grown a bit, no longer a hairless little red monkey. His eyes were dark and bright, his cheeks round and soft, like 2 milky puddings. When Shu Lan shook him, he kept turning his head to stare at one spot. Shu Lan followed his gaze, the bright sunlight making her dizzy. She quickly looked down to steady herself, putting the now docile child back into her backpack. "It's not safe here, we have to go back quickly." Perhaps Shu Mau Mau simply wanted to make a sound. He was just a child. Shu Mau Mau looked away, obediently clinging to Shu Lan's back, letting her hold him steady. On the way back, Shu Lan noticed that some corpses were fresher than those in other places, and the degree of freshness varied. Some looked like they had only been dead for a few days. She immediately thought of the supermarkets that had been emptied along the way. It seemed that even in a dead city, zombies and fleeing people would still pass through. Shu Lan took a sip of mineral water and continued her hurried journey to her secret base. Perhaps one day she wouldn't be able to survive and would have to escape to other places, seeking help from the human race, but not now. Back at her base, Shu Lan wanted to feed Shu Mau Mau, but found him already asleep, his long eyelashes draped over his lower eyelids, looking serene and beautiful. She smiled, placed him on the bed, concealed the entrance to the junkyard, restored the traps, washed her hands and face, ate something casually, soaked the grains she had gathered in a basin with water, planning to cook them into porridge the next day, and finally went to bed to sleep with her child. While Xi'an was still relatively safe, Shu Lan made numerous trips into the city, only stopping when the warehouses were completely refilled. Lady Luck smiled upon her. She encountered no zombies on any of her trips. Thus, she used the garbage dump as a fortress, surviving day by day on food that had miraculously sprouted and supplies left behind by the city's inhabitants. Shu Mau Mau grew quickly. Around 6 months old, he uttered his first meaningful sound, "Mommy." Shu Lan, who was busy figuring out how to make him little shoes, thought she was hallucinating and turned to look at him. "Baby?" Shu Maomao responded clearly, Mommy? Shu Lan blinked, her eyes lighting up with delight. Yes, yes, say it again. Before he was even a year old, Shu Maomao could communicate simply with Shu Lan. She wanted him to call her Mommy, because it sounded sweeter. There was no other way. Her baby always had a serious face, like a cool little adult. If he called her Mommy in a formal way, it would make him seem even less like a child. Every time he called for Mommy, Shu Lan would respond in a high-pitched voice, What is it, sweetie? There are people outside. Shu Lan stopped speaking in a high-pitched voice, looked warily at the mountain of trash, and listened intently, but heard nothing. After a while, Shu Maomao spoke again, They're gone. Shu Lan suspected that the little baby was playing a trick on her, but she had no proof. With nothing else to do, she used an empty can to teach him to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Having learned to count, Shu Maomao's jokes became more structured. Mommy, there are 5 people. Shu Lan explained to him, You and me, 1 and 2 are 2 people, not 5. Shu Maomao sat on a sofa made of cardboard, wearing clothes that were too big, the collar slipping down to his elbows, revealing his fair shoulders and half his chest. He pointed at the mountain of garbage and, in the most comical way possible, solemnly told her, There are 5 people outside. Shu Lan glanced back at him, then back at Shu Maomao, her eyes lighting up as if she suddenly realized something. Baby, tell Mommy, how did you know there were 5 people outside? Shu Maomao answered confidently, I heard 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, and boom boom boom. Boom boom boom? It sounded like cars. Baby! My baby! Shu Lan rushed over, picked him up, and shook him vigorously, her face beaming with joy. You have super hearing. A special ability, the special ability she always dreamed of. That old monkey surnamed Zhao really hadn't lied. The 1.5-year-old calmly said, Mommy, I'm not super hearing, I'm Shu Maomao. He could not only hear 5 people driving by, but he could also repeat what they said. This place is really poor, there's nothing here, not even a speck of dust. Not even zombies bother it. Go back and report to the boss. The shopping malls and supermarkets in Xi'an have been emptied. Don't waste oil and personnel coming here. Shu Lan muttered, There are clearly still plenty, they just don't know how to look. Luckily, the other survivors didn't know how to search, so Shu Lan could continue scavenging. People kept passing through Xi'an, mostly living people. From their conversations, it seemed that in recent years, humanity had gained a slight advantage in the fight against the zombies. All the survivors had united, and were forming teams to search for supplies and rebuild their homes. However, Xi'an had neither zombies nor supplies, so fewer and fewer people were visiting. When Shu Maomao was around 4 years old, Shu Lan could no longer find any food that hadn't expired or spoiled in Xixi. The vegetables in the fields withered and died after several harvests, and since she didn't know how to collect seeds, they eventually ran out of vegetables altogether. Shu Lan began to frown. Maomao, we're going to starve. Shu Maomao squatted to the side, glanced at her expression, and mimicked her furrowed brows, looking serious. Mommy, why can't we eat the big rats running around on the ground? He could kill mutated rats without batting an eye at an age when he could easily pick up a fish-killing knife. Perhaps this was a talent brought by his top-tier superhuman genes. Shu Lan sighed. You can't eat any meat, or you turn into a zombie. No, not all. Meat that hadn't been infected by the virus was edible, but such good things were out of her reach. Sitting idly by wasn't Shu Lan's style. On a sunny, warm spring morning, she shouldered her last bag of noodles, a jar of honey, 3 bottles of boiled and cooled rainwater, a fruit knife, and, holding her beloved son Shu Maomao's hand, pushed the shared bicycle she first arrived in the garbage dump. Shu Lan took one last look at this secret haven she lived in for nearly 5 years. She wasn't particularly reluctant to leave, but she was incredibly grateful that this place had sheltered her and allowed her to safely give birth to her child. Turning back, 4-year-old Shu Maomao was trying to reach the back seat with his short legs, but his head barely touched the top. No matter how high he lifted his legs, he couldn't get on. His back looked strained and heartbreaking. Shu Lan couldn't help but chuckle, bending down to give him a push and helping him climb onto the back of the bicycle. Baby, hold onto Mommy's clothes, don't fall off. Shu Maomao stretched out his little hands and gripped the hems of her clothes tightly. I'm holding on tight. Just as they rode the bicycle onto the road, Shu Lan heard her son's frustrated voice behind her. Mommy, why am I so small, and why are you so big? Shu Lan had noticed this too. Probably due to malnutrition, Shu Maomao seemed shorter than the 4-year-olds she had seen before. Because you eat too little. I used to eat so much to grow this big. Shu Lan looked firmly ahead. Mommy will definitely find food so Shu Maomao can grow taller. Chapter 10. In the past, Shulan had secluded herself in the junkyard, unaware that living people would occasionally pass by on the national highway, but Shu Maomao could hear them. The old monkey said that superpowers could be inherited. For example, Shu Maomao was born with extraordinary hearing, perhaps because that man also possessed it. Shulan asked Shu Maomao if he had any other superpowers, such as summoning wind, fire, and lightning, manipulating metal, or teleporting and becoming invisible. Shu Maomao listened quietly as she recounted a whole host of superpowers she had heard of, finally calmly telling her, "I don't understand, Mommy." Okay. Her son was a 4-year-old who couldn't even write the word superpower, so it was normal that he didn't understand. Therefore, Shulan didn't know if Shu Maomao had inherited any other superpowers from that man, but having super hearing was enough, for example, to help her find the car that had driven into Xi'an 5 minutes earlier, carrying 4 people. First, she would ask the survivors for help, trying to see if she could use her superpower to get some food. She leisurely followed the group in the direction Shu Maomao pointed, casually spotting their bicycle. She rang the bell to attract their attention. "Excuse me, do you need a new superhuman teammate?" The man in the driver's seat looked up, warily eyeing the woman at the street corner. He sized her up, then looked around, but didn't respond to Shulan. He spoke softly into the walkie-talkie. Shulan turned to the side and whispered. Only she and Shu Maomao could hear. "Baby, what's he saying?" Shu Maomao repeated what he heard. "Brothers, if you can't find anything, come out quickly." Unexpected find? "There's a lone superhuman here, a pretty girl." He paused briefly, then repeated, "Oh, I didn't see him earlier, there was a little brat too." Shulan stepped on the pedal, and turned to leave without hesitation. The man's words were filled with unsettling malice. Having experienced the harsh realities of society, Shulan realized her greeting was ill-timed, and it was best to escape as quickly as possible. The sound of a car engine starting soon followed behind. The man had driven up, and was now alongside her, casually taunting, "Beautiful lady, we barely exchanged a few words. Why are you running away?" Shulan tried to turn onto the sidewalk to shake him off, but her bicycle was suddenly struck, lurching forward. She quickly put her feet down to brace herself, her ribs hitting the handlebars, causing her to gasp in pain. Looking down, she saw a ditch rising from the concrete road, the very culprit that had tripped her. When Shulan looked up, her expression had changed. She smiled sweetly. "So, Big Brother is an Earth-type ability user. That's amazing." The man stopped the car, resting his elbow on the window. "What kind of ability do you have? Where's your husband?" Shulan sighed. "Just ordinary super hearing. My husband died a long time ago. I'm wandering around with my child looking for someone to rely on. Hearing that there's more than one of you, I got a little scared. Big Brother is so powerful, you wouldn't be trying to steal my things, would you?" Her soft voice easily put people at ease. The aggressive look on the man's face slowly disappeared. He grinned, revealing uneven yellow teeth. "Nobody wants this little bit of food, but you're quite handsome. A widow with super hearing can't survive in this world. Let's get rid of this little brat and come with us. We make sure you don't have to worry about anything from now on." Shulan tightened her grip on the handlebars, her smile remaining unchanged. "Of course I want to go with you. It's better to have someone protecting me than to be alone with my child, constantly fearing zombies. But my child is small, and can't eat much. I really can't bear to abandon him." The man looked at the child on the back seat, about 2 or 3 years old, dressed haphazardly, his hair neatly cut, like a large bowl on his head. He stared at the man expressionlessly the entire time. His skin was milky white, his eyelashes curled, and his large, dark eyes took up half of him, making him look like a lifeless doll in a shop window. His features were delicate, but his eyes were too sinister, making it difficult for the man to utter a single word of praise, like cute. The man's eyes darted around for a moment before he agreed. "Okay, get in the car. I take you back to meet your other 3 men." Shulan got off her bicycle, picked up her backpack containing food, opened the back door, and was about to get in when the man suddenly said, "Put the child in the back, you sit in the passenger seat." Shulan gritted her teeth, lowered her head, and meekly replied like a lamb to the slaughter, "Okay, Big Brother, as long as you're willing to accept us, I do whatever you say." She carried Shu Maomao to the car and gently comforted him. "Be good, don't talk." Shulan closed the car door, and in the man's blind spot, her right hand quietly slipped into the gap in her backpack behind her, pulled out a fruit knife, and tucked it into the gap between her arm and sleeve. She opened the passenger door with her left hand, a sweet, ingratiating smile on her face, and sat down sideways. After she sat down, the man impatiently reached out and placed his hand on her thigh. Shulan pushed his hand away, pouting. What's the rush? Just then, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Someone yelled, You country bumpkin. Where are you? You've been gone so long. Where did you drive off to? The man nicknamed Country Bumpkin listlessly withdrew his hand, and replied to his companion, Not far. What are you yelling about? I'm bringing the girl back to you. He put down the walkie-talkie, gripped the steering wheel, and looked ahead, searching for a place to turn around. Just then, Shulan drew her knife. She suddenly stood up from her seat, raised the knife, and thrust it forcefully at the man's throat. The man reacted quickly. As the glint of the knife flashed before his eyes, he twisted his waist, and blocked the blow with his shoulder. Shulan was weak. The knife only penetrated shallowly before the man grabbed her wrist. The man's face contorted with rage, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He uttered a vulgar curse. You dare to lay a hand on me? You're asking for it. Shulan loosened her grip, the dagger falling from her fingers. With her last desperate cry, she screamed, Baby! Help me! Before she could even speak, Shu Mau Mau had already stood up from the back seat, reached out her little hand to pick up the dagger that had fallen onto the man's lap, and without hesitation, plunged it into the throat where Shulan had failed to stab, just as she had used the fish-killing knife to kill the mutated giant rat. Blood spurted out like a red flower, a drop splashing into Shu Mau Mau's big eye. He blinked, a little uncomfortable. Mommy. The man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and before he could utter a curse, blood gushed from his filthy mouth like a spring. He slowly loosened his grip on Shulan, who immediately opened the car door, grabbed her bag, and stammered, Shu Mau Mau. Get down quickly, let's go. Let's go. Shu Mau Mau opened the door herself, slid off the car, and was pushed onto the back seat of the bicycle by her. If Shulan could drive, she would definitely have taken the man's car, but she had no money to learn to drive, and in the most dangerous situation, she could only escape on a bicycle. She turned back, climbed onto the passenger seat, pulled the dagger from the man's neck, threw it and the scabbard into the bicycle basket, pushed the bicycle around the obstructing embankment, and sped off into the nearest residential building. Chapter 11. Two wheels can't outrun four. It's wiser to find a place to hide than to race a car on a bicycle. Shulan tossed her bicycle into hiding, grabbed her backpack and knife, and leading Shu Mau Mau, made her way into the residential area. They found a building, climbed 5 floors, entered an open apartment, locked the door, and even dragged a chair over to block it for added peace of mind. After doing all this, Shulan slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon. The man's final appearance after death was still vivid in her mind, and her right hand, which had once held the knife, went limp uncontrollably. She encountered bad people as soon as she came out. What a hateful world. As her gaze wandered, Shulan saw Shu Mau Mau rubbing his eyes. She immediately sat up straight, grabbed his arm, and the bloody image in her mind vanished, replaced only by concern for her son. What's wrong, baby? Are you crying? Don't be afraid, Mommy killed him. It has nothing to do with you. Shulan felt incredibly guilty. It was all her fault for being too anxious. If she had waited until the man started the car before striking, Shu Mau Mau wouldn't have needed to deliver the final blow. He was still just a child, only 4 years old, facing such a cruel reality, and committing such a terrible act as murder. He must have been terrified. Shu Mau Mau lowered his hand with her help. His calm little face, aside from the splattered blood, showed no other liquid besides tears. Shulan asked in surprise, You didn't cry? Shu Mau Mau said, No, Mommy, some of that big rat's blood got in my eyes, it hurts. Shulan vaguely remembered that he had called her name earlier, so that's what it was about. She looked closely, and found that apart from slightly red eyes, there was nothing in them. Relieved, she took out some water from her bag, and noticed that her sleeve was covered in blood. She could only wet the hem of her clothes to wipe his face clean. Mau Mau, he looks just like us, he's a person, not a big rat. There aren't any rats that big in the world. Shu Mau Mau said confidently, No, he's different. He's black and smells terrible, like a big rat. I don't like big rats touching you. Shu Mau Mau's worldview wasn't fully formed yet. He didn't see any difference between this cut and killing a big rat. Shulan explained to him, half laughing and half crying, There are 2 genders in this world, one is called woman, and the other is called man. Mommy is a woman, petite, and has a soft voice. He's a man, taller and stronger than Mommy. Shu Mau Mau is also a man, but you haven't grown up yet. Shu Mau Mau's little face fell, very unhappy. Mommy, can I be a woman? Usually, he was mature and aloof like a little adult. Only when he uttered such innocent and ignorant words could one be sure he was a real child. Shulan chuckled. No, that's something that was destined from birth. But he's dark and smelly because he's unhygienic. As long as our Shu Mao Mao brushes his teeth every day and takes a bath, when he gets dirty, he always be fragrant and white. She hugged him, resting her head on his tender shoulder to calm herself, closing her eyes to reassure herself. Don't be afraid, Shu Lan. The rules of society have been completely overturned. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Killing others to protect oneself won't be a one-time thing. Fear won't help her survive. She has a child. For herself and her child, she must calmly consider the matter of killing. At this moment, Shu Mao Mao suddenly spoke, Earth-type ability. Shu Lan nodded. Yes, that person has Earth-type abilities. That earthen mound blocking us was created by him. After calming down, Shu Lan released the child and stood up. She had been to this area before. There was nothing to eat, but she could find 2 sets of clothes the owner hadn't taken to change into. The man's blood was splattered all over her, and Shu Lan felt a little disgusted. Shu Mao Mao followed her like a little follower into the bedroom and opened the wardrobe. Shu Lan exclaimed in surprise, Wow. Shu Mao Mao sat on the bed, mimicking her reaction, Wow. They're all pretty dresses. Shu Lan shook her head. It's a pity mommy doesn't like wearing dresses. Even so, she still reached out and picked up 2 dresses to compare them to herself. She used to like them, but after getting used to running around all the time, the cumbersome dresses left her with bad memories. After comparing them, she put the dresses back and opened another wardrobe, which was full of men's clothing. The owner of this house must have OCD. Even after running away, the clothes were still neatly categorized and hung up. Women's dresses were in one wardrobe, men's shirts in another, and underwear and socks in the bottom drawer. Shu Lan found herself a long-sleeved women's top and casual pants to change into, then pulled Shu Mao Mao to search the small room next door. The small room was clearly a children's room, decorated mainly in pink and blue. Barbie dolls sat on the table, cute toys were scattered around the corner of the bed, and the walls were covered with star stickers, very dreamy. Shu Lan went straight to the wardrobe, which was full of little girls' clothes. Her eyes lit up, and she took out a white lace princess dress, beckoning to her son. Baby, come and try this on. Shu Mao Mao saw the puffy hem of the dress, and instinctively turned his head away in refusal. I don't want to wear it, and I don't like dresses. Shu Lan grabbed the child who was trying to escape. Just one more time, just one more time. Shu Mao Mao, don't you love mommy anymore? Don't you want to be mommy's good baby anymore? Shu Mao Mao slowly stopped struggling under her deliberately pitiful tone, resignedly letting Shu Lan take off her clothes and put on the white tutu. Soon, an adorable little princess with a bowl cut appeared in the room, her delicate, cold features clearly displaying 3 words, unwillingness. But Shu Lan was very satisfied. She even found some hair ties in the drawer and tied his soft hair into 2 small buns on either side, transforming him into a little princess with bangs, bright double eyelids, a small nose and mouth, and round cheeks. Shu Lan, her heart melting, exclaimed, Baby, you're so cute. She only regretted not having a camera to capture Shu Mao Mao's princess-like image as a memento. Shu Mao Mao sighed helplessly. You said you try it on for a little while. Shu Lan nodded. Oh right, just a little while. Hurry up and take it off, baby. She then took out an ice blue Elsa princess dress from the wardrobe, smiling, and said, change into this one. Shu Mao Mao, While happily playing the dress-up game, Shu Mao Mao's ears twitched, and suddenly her face tightened. She said seriously, Mommy, someone's coming up. Shu Lan immediately put down the dress, took out a fruit knife still stained with blood from her backpack, and carefully walked out of the room. Actually, she had considered this when she hid. The stairwell was dusty, and someone coming up would definitely leave footprints. If someone could track her to this building, they would find where Shu Lan was hiding. But she couldn't ride or run anymore. Hiding was the only option. The other person, using some unknown method, had somehow managed to find her way to her door among so many buildings. In the quiet building, footsteps gradually became clearer. Shu Lan instinctively held her breath, holding her child in one arm and a knife in the other, nervously staring at the door. Ordinary people couldn't open a locked door, but the other party was an ability user. To them, the door was probably just a piece of paper that could be torn at any moment. Shu Mao Mao suddenly spoke up. Mommy, the man at the door said, Boss, found her, A13, 5th floor. Everyone come over. I saw her inside, holding a little girl, and she had a knife in her hand. So it was X-ray vision. She wondered how the other party could find them so quickly. X-ray vision is a sensory ability. People with this ability are sensitive, suspicious, and have exceptional tracking abilities. He couldn't open the locked door, So he called for his companions. Xu Lan guessed that one of the other two was probably a combat-type ability user capable of breaking down the door and rushing in. Chapter 12. Xu Lan's mind raced, trying to figure out how to deal with the three ability users. No matter what she thought, her situation seemed like a dead end. Her physical condition had deteriorated drastically after childbirth. Even without abilities, they could crush her like an ant. Begging for mercy on her knees might save her, but they would definitely torture her in the most cruel way. What to do, what to do? Mommy, you're hurting me. The child's clear, innocent voice pulled Xu Lan from her anxious thoughts. She subconsciously glanced down and noticed that her fingers, which were on Xu Mao's wrist, had been unconsciously clenching due to extreme tension. She quickly let go, noticing the faint red finger marks on his delicate skin, and said guiltily, I'm sorry, Mommy didn't mean it. Let me blow on it for you. Xu Mao looked at her slightly furrowed brow and asked, Mommy, are you scared? Xu Lan's nose stung with tears at his question, and she pursed her lips, holding back her tears. We were unlucky, we ran into bad guys. Unfortunately, they had both combat and sensory abilities. Even if they managed to kill one and hide, they were still found. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and looked at Xu Mao earnestly, saying, when the three of them come in, I distract them. You find a chance to slip out and escape, the farther the better. The problem was, how could she, with her useless body, possibly hold off three? Xu Lan immediately rejected this pessimistic thought, firmly believing stall. Even if she couldn't hold them off, she had to. Her child was only 4 years old, hadn't seen much of the world, and might have inherited other abilities from that person, making him more likely to survive than her. She had to make sure Xu Mao escaped. Xu Mao was puzzled. Why should we run away? Because the man who just died was in cahoots with these three. They definitely come to kill us for revenge. Xu Mao understood. He said, then let's kill the whole group together. He turned his head, his dark eyes fixed on the doorway. Unnoticed by anyone, the dust that had been lying still on the ground was now vibrating rapidly, like a long-dormant shadowy creature just awakening. In an instant, as if summoned, it converged in the same direction. The person behind the door was breathing. Xu Mao could hear it clearly. All the gathered dust, as if possessed, rushed into the nasal cavity, throat, and trachea with the inhaled air, filling the lungs like quicksand. Thump! A heavy object slammed against the door, followed by a series of soft thuds outside. Startled, Xu Lan, who was already on edge, clutched her child tightly. Baby, is he trying to break down the door? Xu Mao shook his head. No, Mommy, he's dead. Who's dead? Xu Mao raised his hand, pointing to the doorway, and said firmly, him? After a moment of confusion, Xu Lan's almond-shaped eyes widened. Why did he die? Xu Mao's small, bamboo shift-like finger twirled, pointing to himself. You? You did it. Xu Lan's voice rose. How did you do it? Xu Mao reached out, and the dust inside the house floated into the air, obediently coalescing into thin threads that slowly flowed into his small palm, forming a ball of dust. Earth-type ability. I plugged his nose and mouth. Xu Lan stared blankly, her gaze fixed on an Earth-type ability. Her baby had super ears. When did he acquire Earth-type abilities? A flash of inspiration, hidden behind dark clouds, struck Xu Lan's mind like lightning. 3 words, bolded and enlarged, relentlessly bombarded her thoughts. Plunderer. Xu Lan felt like someone who had dreamed of winning the lottery their whole life had finally achieved their dream, her heart pounding with excitement. What is a plunderer? This is a plunderer. Xu Mao killed an Earth-type ability user, and thus stole their Earth-type ability. And Super Ears was still there. Her child could also possess more than one ability, just like that powerful figure. All the suffering she had endured had borne fruit in this moment. Xu Lan felt she should laugh out loud, but instead, she hugged Xu Mao and sobbed. She had enough of this life of constant fear of zombies and villains, living in perpetual anxiety, terrified at the slightest disturbance. Finally, she had a superpower she could trust and rely on. Xu Mao tossed away the dust ball and patted her shoulder. Mommy, don't be afraid. Men are easy to kill. Xu Lan wiped away her tears. Knowing her son truly possessed the predator gene, her life seemed to be filled with hope again. So, can you see what's happening outside through the wall now? Xu Mao glanced at the wall. I can't see. Huh? You don't have X-ray vision? A new question arose in Xu Lan's mind. How did he acquire that Earth-based superpower? Where are the other two? In the house next door, Mommy. We need to go out. There isn't enough soil here to kill them. The 4-year-old boy spoke of killing as casually as picking flowers and grass, his eyes, and tone utterly calm. Shulan vaguely felt that she might have raised her child a little wrong, but the current situation didn't allow her to think too much about it. Hurry up, don't let them trap us in the building. Shu Maomao shook her hand, making a final protest. I'm still wearing a dress. It's okay, baby. We go to the next place, and find some boys' clothes to change into. Shu Maomao could only compromise. Okay. Shulan moved the clutter by the door, and after opening the door, a stiff body slumped down. The man was clutching his throat, his mouth wide open as he tried to breathe, but it was full of dust, making his face purple and his pupils completely dilated. Shulan couldn't help but marvel. Having just acquired the superpower, Shu Maomao already knew how to use the environment and human weaknesses. Was her son a genius? Mommy, I need a knife. Shulan handed him the fruit knife in her hand. Seeing Shu Maomao squat down, she used the tip of the knife to make a cut on the man's arm. Shulan quickly said, wait a minute, Shu Maomao, mutilating corpses is wrong. Shu Maomao dabbed some blood from his wound on his fingertips, then stood up, sheathed the knife, and handed it to Shulan, asking, what do you mean by mutilating corpses? You just want some blood? Yes. Shu Maomao nodded obediently. Mommy, I can see things behind the wall now. Shulan was amazed. Baby, tell me honestly, were you reborn? The strongest superpowered being reborn to be my son? He seemed to have mastered all his abilities without a teacher, even knowing how to plunder other superpowers. Using the word genius to explain Shu Maomao's behavior became a stretch. The little boy looked up, his eyes, as black as ink and clear as the bottom, blinked in confusion. What's rebirth? Then how do you know you need to take someone else's power from their blood? Shulan released his hand, took a step back, and deliberately tricked him with a stern face. Stop acting, Shu Maomao. Mommy has already figured it out. You're not a 4-year-old baby. Your soul is actually that of an adult, isn't it? Chapter 13. Shu Maomao noticed that Shulan's attitude was different from before. Her tone held something he disliked. Before, Shulan would praise him sweetly, saying things like, baby, you're so amazing. But now, she not only didn't praise him, but also questioned him fiercely. He frowned, his lips pursed unhappily, and he said angrily, I know. I knew when blood got in my eyes. What's there to ask? Mommy keeps saying strange things. I hate it. He crossed his arms and turned his head away in a huff, refusing to look at her. Shulan's suspicions disappeared. She squatted down and coaxed him gently. I was just joking, baby. I don't understand. It's not funny. Shu Maomao turned away again, leaving her with a cold back. Shulan thought about it carefully and realized it was true. How could a genius explain why he was a genius? She, an ordinary person, was destined to be incomprehensible in the world of superpowered individuals. Her suspicion of her own son, just now, was indeed a bit unreasonable. Shulan softened her voice, speaking sweetly and gently. Mommy was wrong. I love baby the most, but he hates me. I'm so sad, boo-hoo. She only faked a couple of sobs when Shu Maomao turned back, clinging to her arm, still angry, his tone hard. Don't cry. I hated you just now, but I don't anymore. Shulan secretly chuckled. Such an easy child to coax. The man's walkie-talkie crackled. We're here. You guard the door. Don't let that woman who killed the country bumpkin escape. She sheathed her knife, took his hand, and said, baby, let's go downstairs. As they descended the stairs, Shu Maomao's skirt kept brushing against his knees, and a cool breeze slipped in from below, making him uncomfortable. He couldn't understand the difference between wearing a skirt and just underwear. No wonder Mommy didn't like it. The mother and son went down to the second floor and saw two heads going up. Shulan immediately stopped, went into the open room next door, and locked the door. The sound of the door closing attracted the attention of two people. They rushed upstairs, banging on the door and spewing profanities. Shulan noticed the security bars on the other window had been removed. Her eyes lit up, and she ran to the window, peering out to see the flower bed below. She picked up her son tightly to look. Baby, there's soil here. Can we use it? With a bang, a hole was smashed in the solid wood door, and a bulging, veined arm reached in and turned the lock. Shu Maomao's expression was serious. He was intently sensing the presence of earth elements around him. He could manipulate those elements as freely as he could manipulate his own hands and feet. Shulan witnessed firsthand how the earth rose from the ground, transforming outside the window into a downward extending staircase. Without her son's prompting, she climbed over the window and, together with him, descended the floating earthen staircase to the ground floor. They ran forward as soon as they landed. A man ran to the window, saw the earthen staircase and the mother and son running away. That woman also has earth-based abilities. The man jumped over the window, his speed like a leopard hunting on the savannah, instantly closing the distance. Shu Maomao heard his footsteps about to catch up, grabbed Shu Lan's hand tightly, turned around, squatted down, and slammed his palm against the concrete ground. Crash! Crash! The concrete ground within a 5-meter radius of him suddenly shattered, and the soil beneath, like bamboo shoots after rain, rose a meter in the blink of an eye, forming an earthen wall surrounding the man who was rushing towards him. The mud's weakness was its lack of hardness. The man quickly raised his hand and smashed the mud wall with each punch. Shu Lan, pulling the child back, had no doubt that a single punch from him could shatter her skull. She was extremely anxious. Even though Shu Maomao was intelligent and powerful, possessing an innate mastery of his abilities, the other party was, after all, an experienced adult, and there were 2 of them. Could he possibly defeat them? She forced herself to remain calm and arrogantly provoke them, drawing their attention. You see my strength. Having one more friend is better than one more enemy. Perhaps we can sit down and talk about cooperation. To avoid Shu Maomao's secret as a raider being discovered, Shu Lan planned to take all the blame related to his abilities upon herself. The man cursed. You killed my brother and still want to talk about cooperation? Today I smash your skull open to avenge him. Dust suddenly rose from the ground, like insects swarming after rain, nimbly burrowing into the man's mouth, nose, and eyes. Cough, The wary man reacted faster than the previous X-ray user, quickly covering his nose, mouth, and eyes, refusing to let go even though the foreign object in his airway was extremely uncomfortable. Shu Lan whispered a reminder, baby, he still has ears. Just then, the second ability user arrived. He clapped his hands lightly, and a fissure appeared in midair, like an entrance to another world, sucking in all the swirling dust. No longer bothered by the dust, the man smashed through the last earthen wall, opened his bloodshot eyes, and charged towards the mother and child. His approach was fierce. Shu Lan was so frightened that she took a few steps back, then suddenly lost her footing, falling unsteadily with her child. The man who was about to punch Shu Lan was thrown off balance, his fist grazing just above Shu Lan's nose. Shu Lan landed hard on her backside, the impact sending a shiver down her spine, while the man fell into a suddenly appearing crater. The soil shifted like a mechanism, covering his head and burying him, forming a towering mound. Boss! The spatial ability user behind cried out in panic, clapping his hands together, and then opening them again. Between his hands appeared a continuously expanding black hole, its opening deep and dark, like the slowly opening eye of a monster awakening. That eye possessed immense suction power. The mound began to tremble, and the topsoil was sucked into the black hole. The person buried underneath stretched out a thick arm, desperately digging at the ground, trying to escape. Shu Maomao looked up, intrigued by the hole that had appeared out of nowhere. He reached out to Shu Lan, who was rubbing her back behind her. Mommy, a knife. Shu Lan quickly offered a fruit knife with both hands. Shu Maomao took the knife. A hole 1/2 meter in diameter appeared at his feet. He jumped in, and the opening was quickly filled in by falling dirt. Shu Lan blinked, then knelt on the ground in panic, searching. Where was her child? Where was her big child? The child was gone. Instead, the man who had been buried earlier emerged, his head covered in yellow mud, and met Shu Lan face to face. Shu Lan quickly backed away, picking up a stone and clod of dirt and smashing it against the man's head. The man caught the stone, easily crushing it. He then crawled out and grabbed Shu Lan's ankle. Shu Lan stomped on the man's face with her other foot, resulting in both legs falling into his grasp. Like a rabbit caught by its hind legs, she was dragged away forcefully. At this moment, a spatial ability user nearby suddenly let out a shrill scream, drawing the man's attention. He instinctively turned to look. While Shu Lan was fighting the man, the vanished little boy crawled out of the hole behind the spatial ability user, a fruit knife in his hand aimed at the ability user's calf. Without hesitation, he brought it down, the sharp tip piercing deep, stopping only when it hit the leg bone. Shu Maomao pulled out the fruit knife, held it upright, letting the blood drip from the blade into his palm, then crushed it with his fist. A strange shadow rapidly shifted at the bottom of his pupils, returning to normal in less than a second. After the person in front of him collapsed, clutching his calf, Shu Maomao saw the big rat that had grabbed Shu Lan. His brow furrowed, his youthful face filled with a gloomy expression. The black hole representing the spatial entrance reappeared above the man, like a warehouse with its door open, things falling out, seemingly chaotic, but the falling objects precisely hitting the man's head. Chapter 14. First came the mud, then clothes, blankets, tents, various medicines, followed by knives, axes, and shovels falling from the sky, clattering and piling up, and finally, dozens of white stones. Shulan was startled by the scene, quickly picking up a shovel that had rolled down from the pile of dirt, and desperately hitting the arm binding his ankle. Perhaps due to suffocation, the man gradually lost strength, and his fingers loosened. Shulan freed his legs and scrambled to his feet. "Those are my things." The space-type ability user, clutching his calf and groaning, saw all the familiar supplies being dumped out, and instantly forgot the pain, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. He clasped his hands together and pulled them away, but the black hole that seemed like a part of his body, able to open and close at will, still hung in midair, coldly unresponsive. "What have you done? Why isn't my space under my control? Give me back my space." The man gritted his teeth and reached for the boy's shoulder, but Shu Mao Mao didn't move, looking up. Clang! 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 A shovel fell from the sky, striking the man's head with a whirlwind of blows, not particularly powerful. Seeing him fall, bloodied and battered, Shu Lan, panting, dropped the shovel and immediately knelt down to check on the child. "Where did you go? Did he hurt you?" Compared to Shu Lan's anxiety, Shu Mao Mao seemed quite calm. "No, I dug a tunnel to get here and took his power." "A tunnel?" Shu Lan's surprise had already exceeded expectations today. "Baby, how did you come up with so many tricks in such a short time? Where did you learn them?" Shu Mao Mao glanced at the spatial storage, closed it, sighed, and said, "Mommy, you're asking these kinds of questions again. Knowing is knowing, like knowing to eat when you're hungry or drink when you're thirsty." He opened his mouth, mimicking eating with a mmm sound, and said, "You don't need to learn. You know how to use it when you want to." Shu Lan hesitated. That's true. She had seen others who had just awakened their abilities, and they all had to tentatively explore how to use them. But Shu Mao Mao's use of his abilities was like that of a seasoned veteran. Could this be an innate fighting spirit? Unable to understand, Shu Lan could only keep the question to herself. Anyway, it was her son who had the talent, not her opponent, and that was a good thing. She turned back to count her spoils, picked up a white crystal from the earthen slope, and muttered to herself, "What is this? Alcohol? Gemstone? Baby, do you know?" Shu Mao Mao said, "No." Shu Lan said, "Great. Finally, there's something in the world that the all-knowing Shu Mao Mao doesn't know, otherwise, Mommy would really seem like a big idiot. Baby, open that space again." Shu Mao Mao blinked, and the entrance to the other dimensional space reappeared, but this time it was opposite them. Shu Lan looked at it from several angles, and all she saw was a bottomless black hole. She asked curiously, "How big is it in there? Can people hide in it?" Shu Mao Mao said, "It can fit 10 mommies, but no one can hide in it. There's no air inside. It's a vacuum, and so small." Shu Lan said regretfully, "It seems everyone's space is different. I heard before that some people's spaces have air, soil, and water, like a secret garden." Shu Mao Mao picked up a small, colorful cube and held it up. "Mommy, what's this?" Shu Lan took it, checked the production date, peeled off the packaging, and said, "Open your mouth, baby." Shu Mao Mao opened his mouth, and a round thing was stuffed into it. The sweet and sour taste quickly spread, and his calm eyes slowly brightened. "This is candy. It's sweet. Isn't it delicious?" His voice rose in delight. Shu Lan smiled, her eyes crinkling. After the zombie virus outbreak, supermarkets were emptied of rice, flour, candy, and seasonings with long shelf lives. People like Shu Lan, who were penniless and weak, couldn't get anything. Shu Lan had found some candy while scavenging supplies before, but she ate it all during her pregnancy. Poor Shu Mao Mao only now knew what candy tasted like. Shu Lan tossed her backpack into her spatial storage, then rummaged through a pile of odds and ends. Cotton-padded coat, too big, no need. "Wait, you can keep it. Use it as a blanket, cold medicine, with Xiangjingqi water, band-aids." She picked out an axe, stood up. "So tired, I'm not picking anymore. Put everything away. These will be ours from now on." The black hole sucked back all the useful things, including those white stones of unknown origin, leaving only a pile of yellow mud burying people. A bloodless arm emerged from the mound of earth. Shu Mao Mao squatted down, used the tip of her knife to remove a drop of blood, and smeared it on the back of her hand. Her right arm strengthened. Shu Mao Mao looked at her right hand, which was twice the size of a man's, and pursed her lips. Useless. Shu Lan, carrying the axe, limped to the side of the dying former spatial ability user on the ground, and whispered, "You're unlucky to have messed with me like this." She pointed the axe downwards at the man's throat, Her eyes closed, but her arms seemed held back, unable to fall. Shulan opened her eyes, filled with frustration. Useless. Why did she only have the courage to kill when resisting? The other person was lying perfectly fine right in front of her, and she didn't dare. Shu Maomao had stolen this ability user's spatial ability. If he lived, he would spread the secret of the second plunderer. She had to silence him no matter what. Thinking of Shu Maomao being preserved in a jar like that man, studied by a group of lab coats, Shu Lan's gaze sharpened again. She gripped the axe handle tightly and raised it high. Half an hour later, the mother and son, now dressed in new clothes and having cleaned themselves, emerged from the apartment complex. The military green SUV was parked by the roadside, a man lying slumped in the passenger seat, his eyes wide open in death. Shu Lan had initially intended to look for her bicycle, but seeing the abandoned SUV, she changed her mind. So what if I can't drive? Everyone starts from scratch. It's just a four-wheeled machine. She may not have eaten pork, but she has seen pigs run. Shu Lan opened the passenger door, dragged the man out and threw him aside, asked her son for water and a towel, wiped away the blood left on the seat, and sat refreshed in the driver's seat. Driving is easy, baby. Fasten your seatbelt. Shu Maomao asked, where's the seatbelt? Shu Lan turned her head and pulled out his seatbelt, buckling it on the other side. Here. Just to be safe, Shu Lan fastened her own seatbelt, gripped the steering wheel again, and looked ahead with great ambition. Okay, let's go. What do I do first? Oh right, turn the key, then I think it's stepping on. There are two pedals under my feet. Which one should I step on? I don't know, I just tried them both. Stepping on the left pedal had no effect, so Shu Lan switched to the right. The car lurched forward, and both mother and son were thrown forward simultaneously. Luckily, the seatbelt stopped them from hitting their heads. Shu Lan didn't understand the dashboard or anything, but as long as the car could move forward, it meant it was working. She confidently sat up straight again, comforting her son, don't be afraid, it's just a small accident. You learn soon. Shu Maomao didn't speak, silently pressing himself against the seat back and reaching out his little hand to grab the car door. Chapter 15. Shu Lan lightly pressed the accelerator again, carefully controlling the steering wheel. She discovered that as long as she didn't press hard, the car wouldn't lurch forward so violently. However, it didn't seem to drive as smoothly as others, jerking and choppy. She didn't know what was wrong. She pressed the left pedal, which was indeed the brake. Looking around, she noticed a raised metal bar nearby. Baby, Shu Lan murmured thoughtfully, did the first person who died touch this thing before driving? At the time, she was so focused on how to stab him in a fatal spot when he wasn't looking that she hadn't paid any attention to this. She heard that children have good memories. She wondered if he remembered. Shu Maomao helplessly reached out and pressed the button on the bar, lowering it. Shu Lan tried pressing the accelerator again, and the jerking sensation was gone. She immediately became smug. Humph, I drive exactly like them. How could something like this be difficult for me, Shu Lan? Baby, let me tell you, your intelligence definitely comes from mommy. How could the steering wheel be so off-center after only half a turn? Bang! The silent city seemed to tremble, as if a layer of dust had fallen from the impact. Shu Lan rubbed her chest, which ached from the seatbelt, but her fighting spirit burned even brighter. I refused to believe it. Shu Maomao closed her eyes, gripping the car door with one hand and the seatbelt with the other, silently protecting her own life. Shu Lan drove the metal beast recklessly through the steel jungle, until finally the beast's headlights were shattered, the side mirrors were teetering, and the front and rear of the car were dented and battered. Thankfully, she had finally gained complete control of this dark green monster and figured out the turning technique, slowly driving out of Xi'an. Humming a tune, she drove on, in a cheerful mood. Baby, baby, where are we going? Now that they were out of the junkyard, Shu Lan had no intention of going back and living off their savings. While it was still light, she quickly drove to the next city with more resources to find a place to settle. The space she had looted contained many different ingredients. She wanted to show off her excellent cooking skills to Shu Maomao and redeem her image as a clueless mom who couldn't drive. The sunlight was perfect as evening approached, and her son was fast asleep in the passenger seat. Suddenly, the black walkie-talkie in the car crackled to life, and a stern female voice abruptly appeared. 17, we said we assemble at 4:30, why aren't you at the assembly point yet? The awakened child rubbed his eyes, groggily looking towards the source of the voice. Shu Lan slammed on the brakes, frowning as she stared at the black walkie-talkie connected to the car radio. 17? The woman who sent the call waited a moment before speaking again, her tone displeased. Don't tell me you guys can get into trouble in a supposedly safe zone like Xian. Stop playing dead. Reply now. Everyone's waiting for you to get back to base. Xu Lan's fingers tapped on the steering wheel, patiently waiting for the other party to reveal more information. The 4 men she had just killed and the woman speaking were probably from the same place, having split into small teams to search for supplies and regroup at set times. The woman said Xian was a supposedly safe zone. No wonder she hadn't encountered any zombies in all these years. Xu Lan thought regretfully that, for her, Xian was no longer a safe zone. She had just killed 4 people in this city, and those 4 had companions who had come looking for her. You guys aren't really in trouble, are you? Hello? Hello? The woman kept sending messages, pressing for answers. Xu Lan asked the awakened Xu Mao Mao for a pair of scissors, cut the wire connecting the walkie-talkie, and threw the source of the noise out the window. The little boy in the passenger seat licked his lips, tilted his head, and drifted back into a sweet dream. The spread of the zombie virus far exceeded the speed of armed forces' defenses. Humanity finally faced reality, abandoned its efforts to combat the virus's mechanisms, and launched a plan to eliminate all infected individuals. The first phase of the elimination plan involved dividing the area into zones, and using all means of communication to notify all uninfected survivors within those zones to stop long-distance travel for help and aimless scattering, and instead proceed to a designated central city to form a survivor base. The most respected superhuman within each zone was selected as the main commander to form a self-defense force to fight the zombies. A deputy commander was also selected to assist in managing those without combat capabilities, and to collect survivor information for future management. In the second phase, once the survivors have established a foothold and the base has grown to a certain size, teams of superhumans will be dispatched to clear out nearby zombies using guerrilla tactics and collect recyclable resources for unified distribution. In the third phase, the boundaries of the various survivor bases will be gradually expanded, connecting them to form a network to eliminate the infected and rebuild human homes. The current cleanup plan is struggling to enter the second phase. With the survivors gathering, supplies are being consumed rapidly. Although those without superhuman abilities have begun practicing primitive agriculture under management, learning to plant and raise animals, plants and animals take time to mature, and the living need to eat every day. Therefore, the base must send out teams to search for resources scattered in various locations to barely meet the survival needs of all survivors. In the commander's office of the survivor base in District 15, the woman who entered put down the case containing the walkie-talkie and began her report. 76 went out, 72 returned. Team 7 lost contact in Xian. It was too late, so I took the liberty of having the others return with me first. Over the years, people had completely mastered the habits of zombies. Zombies possess extremely keen senses of smell and hearing, faster movement speed than humans, and immense physical strength. They often gather in tides at night, roaming freely and attacking living things. However, they fear sunlight and hide in nearby buildings during the day, only emerging when they hear noises within a 10-meter radius or smell human presence. Not going out at night is a hard and fast rule in the hearts of all survivors, and her decision was perfectly reasonable. Jing Hongyu, who was leaning back in his office chair playing a single-player game, looked up, revealing a young face with clear eyes, like a male college student. Where Xian? In fact, he was a male college student during the zombie outbreak. His position, as the commander of the survivors in District 15, was entirely due to his reputation as a passionate young man who, at the time, was the first to gather students with awakened supernatural abilities from the surrounding university towns, forming an invincible team of young superhumans and saving countless survivors. The person speaking to him was Ji Lan, the deputy commander of District 15. Yes, Xian, the city where everyone who's passed through says they haven't encountered any zombies. Because it's safe, supplies are practically non-existent. I didn't send Team 7 there, but they insisted on trying their luck. They really just wanted to escape danger. Jing Hongyu asked sheepishly Senior Ji Lan, who's in Team 7. Ji Lan pulled up a chair and sat down, her beautiful face as cold as ice, and precisely named 4 people. Earth-type ability user, Wang Haizhong, Space-type ability user, Chen Jian, right-arm enhanced Wang Dachuan, and X-ray vision ability user Sun Yu. Jing Hongyu vaguely remembered. Isn't it that group of greasy old perverts who were sneaking around your dorm, spying on you? Ji Lan's face turned cold. Yes. Jing Hongyu picked up the game console again. Oh, see, she didn't have zombies before, but that was in the past. Maybe some second or third tier zombies recently appeared, and they were unlucky enough to run into them. so they didn't have time to call for help. It's too late now. Just inform the families of your loss. Chapter 16. Ji Lan suddenly stood up and slammed her hand on the table. Jing Hongyu. You're the main commander. Can't you be serious for once? Stop playing your crappy game console. This isn't just about the deaths of 4 superhumans. Xi'an is less than 60 kilometers from the center of District 15, which is our base. It's definitely not just 1 or 2 high-level zombies that could kill 4 superhumans silently. They could get here from Xi'an in one night. Don't you have any sense of crisis? Jing Hongyu lowered his head seemingly in shame, but secretly muttered to himself, what kind of main commander is being overshadowed by his deputy? The commander lectures him every day. Tomorrow, all non-combat ability users must remain at the base on standby. You and I will each lead a vanguard team to Xi'an to find Team 7. We need to find them alive or dead, and give their families a clear explanation. If we encounter any high-level zombies, quickly eliminate them, otherwise, everyone else will face danger during future search missions. Yes, Senior is right. We do as you say. Despite his grumbling, when faced with a real situation, Jing Hongyu would still follow Ji Lan's instructions. Senior Ji Lan was the student council president for 3 consecutive terms in university. She was calm and decisive in handling matters. He had defied public opinion to make her the deputy commander, and thankfully he had her. Jing Hongyu was well aware of his own limitations. He was a cheerful, outgoing young man with fire-based abilities, but no leadership skills. If the affairs of the survivor base were solely entrusted to him, District 15 would definitely descend into chaos. As night deepened, a series of footsteps echoed on the ground. Zombies emerged from the shadows and wandered the empty streets, unconsciously searching for living creatures to satisfy their urge to bite. Beneath the overgrown, neglected vegetation in the park lay a roughly 5 square meter, 1 meter deep underground cave. The mingled scents of flesh and blood with the aroma of vegetation seeped from the cracks in the soil. Occasionally, zombies would pause nearby, only to continue their journey without finding their target. A cotton blanket was placed at the bottom of the cave to insulate against the dampness of the soil. Xu Lan sat on it, shining a flashlight on the yellow earth above her. It was her first time sleeping underground. She asked nervously, "It really won't collapse, will it, my darling?" Xu Maomao, resting his chin on his hand, replied numbly, "Mommy, you asked 3 times already. If I don't want it to collapse, it won't. And no little bugs or earthworms will crawl in and get all over us, because I threw them all into the lake." Xu Lan decided to trust him. She lowered her head and asked, "You ate a lot of candy today. Haven't you brushed your teeth yet?" Xu Maomao nodded honestly. "Take out your toothbrush and water cup. You have to brush your teeth every day, especially after eating sweets, otherwise it will be painful when your teeth hurt later." The mother and son hid in a corner of the burrow, brushing their teeth with cooled boiled water. Xu Maomao savored the taste of the toothpaste and commented, "This toothpaste isn't as sweet as candy." Xu Lan said, "Of course, but children shouldn't eat too many sweets. Today is the first time, so I let you off the hook. Why can't I eat too many? Can't I even brush my teeth every day?" Xu Lan lied to him. "Eating too many will stunt your growth." "Oh!" Between sweets and growing taller, Xu Maomao chose to grow taller. Xu Lan lay down on the blanket, opened her arms, and Xu Maomao rolled in, his small body snuggling close to hers, like a kitten cuddling with a big cat. "Mommy," his voice was soft and gentle. Those seaweed and shiitake mushrooms were delicious tonight. They were all things he never eaten before. Xu Lan closed her eyes, sleepiness immediately washing over her. She mumbled, "I make them for you tomorrow." Xu Maomao draped her arm over himself, inhaling her faint fragrance, and fell asleep contentedly. The night passed safely. Early the next morning, a hole appeared in the ground. A little boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle crawled out like a groundhog. After carefully listening to the surrounding sounds, he climbed out and turned to the hole, saying, "Mommy, you can come out now. The zombies have gone into the house." They only realized how dangerous it was outside after leaving Xi'an. Hordes of zombies roamed everywhere at night, forcing the mother and son to hide underground. A gentle and beautiful woman with a low ponytail crawled out of the hole, lazily stretching her arms. "Ah! This day has finally come. Waking up this morning, I smelled the scent of earth and grass, not the stench of a garbage dump." Xu Lan thought about the bad things she'd done yesterday, and how she'd probably have nightmares, but she had none and slept soundly. Perhaps she was just a wicked person at heart, which was why she felt no guilt afterward. The mother and son squatted by the lake, where earthworms and insect carcasses floated to wash up. After wiping their faces with a damp towel, Xu Lan scrubbed them, and hung them on a branch to dry. She gathered some dry branches from the ground and started a fire. First, she boiled the mineral water in the pot, added a little oil, noodles, wakame seaweed, potatoes, bean curd sheets, and some simply soaked shiitake mushrooms and nori seaweed that she stolen from her spatial dimension. A pot of haphazard stew was ready, similar to what they eaten the night before, but with a much richer variety of ingredients than when they were scavenging in the junkyard. She watched Shu Mao Mao devour the food from the pot, which was bigger than his face, and silently felt sorry for him. Born after the global biological catastrophe, his diet was pitifully meager. He couldn't eat much meat, and even simple vegetarian dishes were enough to satisfy his palate. Now, two paths lay before her and Shu Mao Mao. One was to bypass the city and go to the sparsely populated countryside, find some remaining vegetable gardens, and retire to the countryside, supporting themselves by foraging for wild vegetables. But wild vegetables would eventually run out, and she didn't know how to grow them. Shu Lan shook her head. This path wouldn't work. The other was to stay underground like this, avoiding the zombies, and when the groups of superhumans appeared, kill them and rob them of their abilities and supplies. The second path would definitely be more profitable than the first, but to be honest, Shu Lan wasn't so ruthless as to stop at nothing. She wanted to live, and so did everyone else. As long as no one harmed her interests, she didn't want to resort to vicious murder to steal superpowers. She couldn't go to the survivor base she just heard about either. In crowded places, the secret of Shu Mao Mao possessing more than one superpower would be hard to hide, and once exposed, she'd become a target of everyone's ire. She thought and thought, but still couldn't decide where to go next. It seemed like there wasn't a satisfactory place to belong in this vast world. I finished eating, Mommy. A clear, childlike voice interrupted Shu Lan's thoughts. She took the pot and rinsed it briefly with water, a little regretful. It had to be washed. She couldn't bear to cook a second meal in an unwashed pot. But clean water was harder to obtain than food. In the past, whenever there was a long drought, Shu Lan was afraid she would die of thirst. If only Shu Mao Mao could have a water-based ability. Shu Lan suddenly had a new idea. Baby, can you take the abilities from the blood of those who didn't die because of you? Chapter 17. Shu Mao Mao nodded, bent down to unwrap the candy, and handed it to her. Shu Lan pushed his little hand away. I don't want it. You can have it all. Mommy ate it when she was little. She looked at the city, a vague idea sprouting in her mind. She wouldn't plunder. She could secretly collect it by following behind the group of superhumans. Couldn't she? A stench of decay permeated the city air. The once bustling city was now as silent as a giant graveyard. The sound of a car breaking the silence was followed by the crash of a vehicle. A van appeared from a street corner, knocking down a zombie that had charged into the street, following the sound. Nearby zombies were collectively awakened, letting out impatient growls, and emerging one after another from the shadows. Monkey, couldn't you just go around them? Did you have to run them over? The man in the back seat complained incessantly. You're afraid the locals won't know we got guests. The one called Monkey was the tall, thin man in the driver's seat. He chuckled, running over the figures still struggling to get up. A fight's inevitable anyway. Let's take a few out first. There were 5 men in the car, all calling each other by nicknames. The driver, Monkey, was a former appliance repairman with an electric ability. The bespectacled, nerdy guy in the passenger seat was nicknamed Patrick Star, with shape-shifting abilities. The complaining man in the middle was nicknamed Owl, a former doctor with healing abilities. The other young man was called Wild Dog, a car mechanic with metal manipulation abilities. Sitting in the last row, a man in camouflage, a former firefighter, had no nickname. Everyone called him Captain. He distributed walkie-talkies to everyone, his voice deep. I repeat myself. Put on your helmets, gloves, and masks. Check your protective gear. The distance between people and vehicles should not exceed 500 meters, to facilitate immediate rescue and evacuation. Prioritize taking medicines and food, bring them back first and check the expiration dates later. Don't waste time in the building. 4 voices replied in unison, Understood, Captain. The van pulled into the narrow alley. Wild Dog, closest to the door, jumped out first, ran past a row of closed shops, and with a flick of his wrist, the metal locks clicked and automatically released. Patrick Star and Wild Dog went into the supermarket, while Al opened the door of the adjacent pharmacy and nimbly slipped inside. Their captain, a man whose real name was Yisheng, appeared last, wearing camouflage and carrying a hose. His long legs carried him to the fire hydrant on the street. The zombies quickly surrounded him, but as they approached Yisheng, they were struck by a sudden electric current, their limbs twitching as they collapsed. Yisheng straightened up, the hose in his hand gradually bulging, a powerful jet of water shooting out, sweeping across the row of zombies closest to him, knocking them back 2 steps. The man threw the hose at the zombies, taking a step back. Release. Monkey crouched down, placed his hand in the rapidly spreading water below the sidewalk steps, concentrated, and released his strongest electric current. The zombies standing in the water were electrocuted, convulsing and collapsing one by one. Only a few escaped and scurried into the store. He-Shung took 2 half-meter-long machetes from the car, tossed one to Monkey, and vanished from his spot, reappearing 5 meters away at the entrance of the pharmacy. A blackened, vacant-eyed corpse's head fell from his blade. Inside the supermarket, Wild Dog and Patrick Star weren't worried about zombies coming in later. Their repeated coordinated attacks told them that ordinary zombies were no match for their captain and Monkey. They walked past the empty shelves, seeing only various meat products left after the supermarket had been ransacked, and shook their heads regretfully. What a pity, it's poisonous. It's normal that the shelves outside are empty. When the virus first broke out, there were rumors of a citywide lockdown for treatment, so many people stockpiled supplies at home, buying up everything they could get their hands on. But the virus spread too quickly. Even large supermarkets couldn't keep up with selling or moving their stock. Their focus was on the warehouses themselves. The stray dog turned into the emergency exit, went up to the 2nd floor, and saw the warehouse door. The lock on it was just a decoration to him. He could easily twist it open and throw it away. He didn't open it immediately because there was movement behind the door. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously drew their long knives from their backs. The military basically monopolized firearms. For ordinary people, the best tool to deal with zombies was a knife. Sharpen it sharp, and you could sever the zombie's neck a split second before it could scratch you. Only the neck, cutting anywhere else wouldn't stop the painless zombies from continuing to attack humans. The zombies inside, smelling the aroma of flesh and blood outside, continued to thrash and scratch inside the warehouse. Patrick said warily, "There should be more than one." Wild Dog picked up the walkie-talkie. Captain, there are a lot of locals in the warehouse." Locals meant zombies that had stopped during the day due to photophobia and waited in the dark for the nighttime zombies. A deep, slightly hoarse voice rang out, bringing a great sense of security. "They're here." Patrick laughed. "Our captain's husky voice is really charming. He said he wanted to quit smoking, but I disagreed. Men who smoke are so attractive." Wild Dog leaned casually against the wall, took out a cigarette from his pocket, removed his helmet, pulled up his mask, lit one, and put it in his mouth. "Envious? Want me to teach you?" Patrick said. Lynn Sexes should have burned you along with him back then. Wild Dog scoffed, glancing casually at the figures rushing up below. Startled, he dropped his cigarette butt and yelled as he put on his helmet, "Patrick! Zombies! Zombies are coming!" Patrick immediately gripped his knife tightly. The zombies were incredibly fast, almost arriving before them along with the stench. The two had nowhere to hide in the narrow stairwell, frantically swinging their knives as they retreated to the 3rd floor. Damn, there are more and more. 7 or 8 zombies squeezed up the stairwell together, each with a ferocious face, growling with a thirst for flesh. Wild Dog chopped off one hand, and another grabbed at him, tearing his coat. Luckily, he was wearing sturdy, durable homemade Oxford cloth armor underneath, which protected him from the zombies' sharp nails. Otherwise, if his skin had been scratched, he would definitely have gotten infected, and in half an hour, he would have become one of the locals. Patrick, wielding a machete, stretched out his arm, which extended like rubber, grabbing the 3rd floor railing and pulling himself up. Hanging upside down, he brandished the long sword, the zombies below still charging upwards despite his severed arm. He held a walkie-talkie, shouting hoarsely, "Captain, come quick! We raided the locals' hideout. Help!" His shape-shifting ability was only effective for escaping, not for combat. He wasn't as powerful as the captain, who could teleport behind zombies and decapitate them with a single blow. Just then, a pile of yellow earth, nearly half a ton, rained down from the sky, like a truck unloading cargo. It drenched the zombies swarming the stairwell, quickly burying them up to their waists. Wild Dog seized the opportunity to cut off the hand gripping Patrick's helmet and scrambled upwards. Patrick quickly extended his arm, grabbing Patrick's belt and pulling him up. Had Wild Dog been a fraction of a second slower, he might have been buried alive with the zombies. The soft, fresh soil, which should have been scattered, didn't roll downstairs. Instead, it steadily piled up towards the central mass of zombies. Finally, all the yellow soil solidified into a massive mound, like a tomb, tightly sealing the upward rushing zombies inside. The two men, lying on the 3rd floor, watched the zombies' limbs struggling to escape the mound, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Holy crap! Where did this soil come from? Chapter 18. A gentle voice rang out above them. My dirt, did you lure the zombies here? The two looked up at the sound, simultaneously freezing in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. A woman slowly descended the stairs. Her long black hair was simply tied in a low ponytail, draped over her shoulders. Her features were striking, not strikingly beautiful at first glance, but she possessed a unique aura. Her lips curved upwards, her eyes holding an indulgent smile, a gentle, all-encompassing quality, as if any wrongdoing could be forgiven from her. They stared at her speechlessly, dumbfounded, when suddenly a cloud of yellow dust flew into their faces. Shulan chuckled and said, Why aren't you saying anything? I'm an Earth-type ability user, Chu-E, what about you guys? The bespectacled man took off his glasses, brushed the dirt off, and instead of being angry, grinned foolishly. My name is Patrick Star. No, My name is Jiang Jia. The other man didn't answer directly, but instead asked Shulan, Why are you here alone? Shulan gently pushed the expressionless Shu Mao Mao behind her in front of him. I'm not alone, I have my son with me. Patrick Star exclaimed, You brought a child with you. Which base are you from? Do you have any teammates nearby? Shulan's smile faded, her expression turning forlorn, and she said softly, No teammates, no base. My husband took the only car we had when he fled here. I couldn't go too far, so I hid in the house with the child. I only ventured out when our supplies were almost gone. Patrick Star immediately flew into a rage, yelling, Your husband is a monster. Shulan thought to herself, I'm sorry, my non-existent husband. She sighed as if to let go, Let's not talk about him. I'm sorry you're late. I live nearby. I almost used up all the food and supplies in this mall, except for this warehouse downstairs, which is locked because there are zombies inside. Just then, a tall man called out from downstairs in a deep voice, Patrick Star? Wild Dog. Yes, Captain, we're on the 3rd floor. We're safe. A girl with earth elemental abilities saved us. Shulan nodded. So your name is Wild Dog? That sounds cool. Is it a common code name? Wild Dog blushed at the compliment. It's all Patrick Star's doing. My real name is... His name is Li Jingshan. He's our captain downstairs. Your soil will block him, you should move it first. Shulan hesitated, but there are still zombies in the soil. Patrick said, It's okay, even if they're released, our captain will handle it. Thank you, Chu. Could you tell me your age? Shulan said, I'm 31 this year. Both were shocked. What? You're 30? Shulan smiled. Everyone says I look young, so I removed this soil. She secretly squeezed the soil on Shu Mao Mao's shoulder, and the soil trapping the zombies began to loosen, flying upstairs, as if time had reversed. The zombies, just freed, were still struggling instinctively when, in the next second, they were greeted by sharp blades. The stairs marked as an emergency exit became a cruel guillotine. Fortunately, the zombies' blood didn't spray out, it just flowed quietly. Otherwise, the splattered blood and severed limbs would have made the scene even more horrific. Shu Mao Mao had heard the group's voices even 2 kilometers away. Shulan drove her SUV, trying to avoid the zombies as she approached the group. Seeing a large shopping mall along the way, she guessed it might be their destination, so she abandoned the car and used her earth elemental abilities to create an underground tunnel, sneaking in first to lie in wait. If anyone went to the side entrance, they would have found many special plants called zombie plants growing in that area. The zombie that had just rushed into the building had also followed her in through the mall's side entrance, but Shu Mao Mao had shaken it off with her abilities. Having learned her lesson from the previous 4 men, Shulan knew that the weak had no say. Only by demonstrating strength first, gaining their fear and respect, could she achieve an equal negotiating position. So this time, she revealed her abilities first, and the other party's attitude was indeed different from the previous group. As each zombie emerged from the ground, it collapsed, allowing Shulan to assess the group's strength. Their movements were swift and efficient. They were a team of superhumans who wouldn't die easily. Alright, Sister Chu, you can come down now. Patrick Star said, bending down to smash a zombie's skull, rummaging through the murky brain matter. The other 2 were doing the same. Shulan didn't go downstairs, but remained upstairs, cautiously asking, What are you doing? A group of perverts? With a penchant for dismembering corpses? He Sheng looked up. He had a ruggedly handsome face, excellent bone structure, a high nose bridge, and sharp facial lines that gave him a cold and aloof air. Seeing the seemingly delicate woman and child, he also paused for a moment, but didn't react as drastically as the first 2. Just as she was about to explain, Patrick Star spoke up. Sister Chu, haven't you been listening to the radio these past few years? The Disaster Response Department emphasizes every day that when clearing out zombies, you should try to find a white stone called a crystal core in their heads. If other zombies eat enough crystal cores, they will evolve into more powerful, higher-level zombies. Shulan saw the wild dog pull a stone from a zombie's shattered head, and with a look of disgust, she took out a plastic bag, put it on her hand, and picked it up. She hadn't heard the radio broadcast, but she had seen this kind of stone in the space she had previously stolen. Sorry, my house doesn't have a radio, so I don't know a lot of things. Could you describe what a high-level zombie looks like? He opened his mouth again, but couldn't speak. Patrick's mouth rattled off like a machine gun. Let me give you an example. These are ordinary zombies. They basically move in a straight line, and their skills are biting and scratching. They come out at night, wandering aimlessly against the moonlight, and go indoors at dawn. They don't think or dodge attacks. They're classified by numbers. They're level 1 zombies. Level 2 zombies are like special forces soldiers, who can think, but don't have superpowers. Their physical strength and agility are greatly enhanced, and they can dodge attacks and use tools. Shulan gasped in surprise. Really? Then wouldn't the third-tier zombies be even more powerful? Yes, third-tier zombies awaken superpowers and regain their thinking abilities. Running across rooftops and escaping into the ground are child's play for them. One third-tier zombie is equivalent to the strength of a team of superhumans, and all of them have to be combat-type superhumans. Just think about it, they're not afraid of pain, not afraid of death, they have both strength and brains. How terrifying. Shulan's worldview was shattered. Zombies can actually evolve. There were 7 zombies on the ground, 3 of whom had crystal cores in their brains. The probability wasn't low. If the superhumans weren't taken back, this world would eventually be dominated by constantly evolving and stronger zombies. She thought that after she survived for a few years, the situation for humans would improve, but it sounded even worse. Wild Dog asked, "Captain, should I unlock the warehouse and let the locals out?" He nodded, intently staring at the warehouse door. Before Shulan could even figure out how they were going to open the door, the lock had already opened automatically. As soon as a crack appeared, 2 female zombies dressed in supermarket work clothes rushed out and pounced on Hisheng, who was closest to the door. Hisheng vanished from his spot. Before anyone could react, he was already behind the zombies, severing one's head with a single stroke, ending the fight. Shulan's eyes widened, and she explained involuntarily, "Such fast movements. Is your captain's ability teleportation?" Chapter 19. Hisheng hummed in agreement, though it was unclear if she heard him, as Patrick Starr's voice filled the air. Right, it's teleportation. Within a 10-meter radius, no one can touch our captain's clothes." Wild Dog nudged Patrick Starr in the chest. "You spilled all our secrets. Hurry up and get to work." The warehouse door opened, and the inventory inside made everyone's eyes light up. Besides a considerable amount of rice, flour, and cooking oil, the shelves were filled with boxes of drinks, snacks, and canned goods. There were also plenty of instant noodles and other fast food. A huge harvest. "It's a pity we don't have any space manipulation ability users. We have to come back a few more times." Shulan, holding Shu Mao's hand, carefully stepped over the messy steps and stood at the doorway. Seeing the food inside, her eyes gleamed slightly. She did possess a space manipulation ability, but that was a secret she couldn't reveal. There were small carts for moving goods at the entrance. Hisheng grabbed one and pushed it in front of Shulan. "You choose first." Shulan asked bluntly, "Does letting me choose supplies mean you don't plan to take me and the child away from here?" Hisheng said calmly, "No, we take you to the nearest survivor base in District 15. Patrick explained considerately, "The country is now divided into 95 districts, each roughly half a province in size. Each district has a survivor base that shelters all the survivors in the vicinity. If you hand over a certain amount of supplies when you go in, you receive preferential treatment." Shulan again sensitively grasped the key point. "Aren't you from the District 15 base?" Patrick said, "We're not." Wild Dog quickly covered the mouth of his leaky teammate. The captain was a man of few words. He blurted everything out, showing no tact whatsoever. Shulan, having considered her options, took the cart. "Okay, thank you very much then." Patrick angrily shoved Wild Dog's hand away, nearly vomiting. "You son of a bitch, you just picked up the crystal cores, and now you're touching my mouth again, it stinks." I put a plastic bag over my face. Wild Dog glared at him with his back to the mother and son, whispering in his ear, "Shut up, haven't you seen a woman in centuries? You only just met her, and you're already chattering away, wanting to tell her everything you know." Patrick struggled. "It's not a state secret. What's wrong with telling her?" Why are you so wary of Sister Chu? Don't forget, she just saved our lives. Patrick's last sentence shut Wild Dog up. He felt it wasn't right to tell all the information about his team to someone he just met, but he couldn't stop Patrick from wagging his tail at Shulan. Sister Chu, since you didn't listen to the broadcast before, you probably don't know what the survivor base is like. Let me tell you in advance. Right now, only those with superpowers and the military dare to face the zombies directly. The military is protecting people who are important to the country and society. Ordinary people can only be protected and managed by those with superpowers. The survivor base is set up by those with superpowers. In addition to fighting zombies, those with superpowers also need to form teams to go out and clear out zombies and loot supplies. All the resources that everyone finds must be handed over to the superpowers in charge of management for unified distribution. Shulan asked, does that mean that everything I find has to be handed over, passed through other people's hands, and then a portion is returned to me? Yes, it's like giving you stable food, clothing, and lodging, but you have to accept the orders of your superiors. I've been there before, in District 13, and later I deserted. Many teams there are hastily put together. Once something happens, everyone only cares about themselves and doesn't care about the lives of others. You can't even get a fifth of what you risk your life to bring back, and people often hoard it. It's chaotic. Shulan picked up a small bag of flour and tossed it into the cart, then walked towards the bottled water. Did you all escape from the base? The bottled water was a bit heavy, and Shulan couldn't lift it, so Patrick helped her lift it and put it in the cart. Logically, when a superhuman awakens their abilities, their physical abilities should also be enhanced, making them stronger than ordinary people. Shulan's inability to lift the bottled water was a loophole, but Patrick, who hadn't seen a woman in a long time, was engrossed in chatting with the pleasant-voiced, gentle, and intellectual older sister, and didn't notice this detail. No, at first we all followed the captain. Without the electric fence outside, we were vulnerable to attacks from roaming zombies at night. I couldn't handle the pressure, so I went to the base alone for a while. Once inside, I found it even more chaotic than outside. I inquired everywhere about the captain, and after many twists and turns, I finally rejoined the group. Patrick realized he described the survivor base a bit negatively and quickly added, I went to District 13, not District 15. The commander in District 15 was a college student, and the administrators were also students. There wasn't so much backstabbing among the young people, and they were quite united. I heard they already started growing vegetables and raising livestock at the base. In a few years, when the food processing plant opens, everyone will be self-sufficient and won't have to search for leftover food anymore. Shulan placed a box of hard candy, with a slightly shorter expiration date in Shumaomao's hand, then stopped. That's fine. Anyway, you have to hand it all in once you're inside. I take less so you can take more of the supplies you need. Patrick was deeply moved. What a gentle and considerate young lady. After speaking with the monkey and owl at the pharmacy and confirming they had looted all the medicine and loaded it into the car, Hisheng asked them to come to the supermarket to help unload the goods. The stray dog found a pack of high-end cigarettes, pulled out a pack, and tossed it to Hisheng. Captain, good stuff. I couldn't afford this before. Hisheng tossed it back. Quit it, keep it for yourself. He was observing the child, about 3 or 4 years old, with a bowl cut that looked like it was done by an amateur barber, resembling a fair-skinned little mushroom. Throughout, the little boy hadn't uttered a sound, nor shown any extra expression or reaction, quietly following his mother, easily overlooked. But in such a terrifying environment, for a child to witness adults and their own kind fighting each other without crying or making a fuss was itself very strange. The little boy, focused on opening a candy box, suddenly looked up, his dark eyes meeting Hisheng's in midair. The sight of that boy made Hisheng's heart leap. Even a zombie swooping into his face couldn't match the shock of that expressionless, sinister gaze from the little boy. Soon, the little boy lowered his head again, opened the candy box, took out a strip, tore it open, and poured the colorful candy into his mouth. Shulan glanced down and exclaimed, Ah! Baby, these are very sour candies. You have to eat them one at a time. You can't eat so many at once. The little boy took a bite, and the sourness contorted his face, making him scrunch up. Hisheng curled his lips into a smile, inwardly mocking himself for being so easily frightened by a little boy eating candy. Chapter 20. The monkey and owl rushed in, surprised to see a mother and child appear out of nowhere. This city has been occupied for almost 4 years. You survived here for 4 years, and even raised a child? Shulan replied calmly, Is there a problem? The monkey gave a thumbs up, saying sincerely, A heroine among women. Shulan smiled. Thank you for the compliment. The van wasn't spacious. They filled it up in 2 trips. Not only was the interior cramped, but the roof was also piled high with woven bags of rice and flour. Hisheng offered to take Shulan to the survivor base in District 15. Everyone else agreed, but the monkey, after calculating the distance and time on the paper map, said, "There are only 3 hours until dark. Even if we drive fast, we won't make it in time. Why don't we let her stay with us for the night, and take her there on the highway tomorrow?" Hisheng didn't answer directly, but looked at Shulan, gesturing for her to speak. Shulan said, "I have no objection, you can arrange it. It would be best if she didn't go. Even if she did, she'd find a way to escape halfway. But she couldn't directly tell them she wasn't going, it would seem suspicious." The monkey grinned, let out a strange ooh-hoo, stepped on the gas, and sped the van out of the alley, knocking away the onrushing zombies. The zombies, drawn by the sound and smell, formed a procession, baring their teeth and claws as they chased the van, a large group catching up with it every time it turned a corner. Shu Mao's hand moved unseen by others, and a tree by the roadside detached from the soil, crashing down into the middle of the road with a loud thud, smashing onto the zombies, and forming a roadblock behind the van, helping to increase the distance between the van and the zombie horde. Seeing this in the rearview mirror, the monkey praised her again. "What a great help, miss." Shulan smiled without saying a word. After shaking off the zombies, the monkey remained excited, flooring the accelerator, the van nimbly accelerating and veering off course on the empty road. He was having a blast, but the others in the van kept cursing. "Slow down. Damn! I almost flew out." "Sister Chu, don't be afraid. Although the monkey always seems a bit off, he's really not crazy. He won't use this car to send us to our deaths." Sitting in the last row, Shulan, who had hit the window several times, remained calm. "It's open." "Ah!" The car suddenly swerved, and Shulan was thrown from her seat by the inertia, falling to the other side and bumping into Hisheng. Her slender arm landed in his broad, strong hand. She looked up in alarm, meeting his gaze closely, even feeling his body heat. She had taken meticulous care of her personal hygiene. The delicate fragrance of her toiletries wafted from her, dispelling the lingering stench of the zombies, and completely captivating her senses and thoughts. Hisheng was petrified, his limbs frozen in place. Shulan whispered, "Thank you." Hisheng, as if waking from a dream, released her hand. Shulan quickly moved back to her original seat. Shu Maomao, standing firmly between the seats, even had the strength to pull her back. "Mommy, hold me tight." Wild Dog and Patrick Star exclaimed in surprise. "So your son isn't mute?" Mentioning Shu Maomao, the hidden thorns within Shulan instantly surfaced. A smile played on her lips, but it didn't reach her eyes. "My son is just quiet." "Your captain is quiet too, so why doesn't anyone say he's mute?" Hisheng, What does it have to do with him?" Patrick Star quickly apologized. "Sorry, Sister Chu, I was being presumptuous. Please don't be angry." "What's the little boy's name?" Shu Maomao hugged the back of the seat in front of him, tilting his head to look at the scenery rushing past the window, thinking, "So cars can go this fast, mommy drives like she's crawling." Shulan tilted her head to look at the indifferent Shu Maomao, and finding that he didn't seem to want to talk to her, she answered for her son, "Maomao, his nickname is Maomao." She was too light, and every time she turned, she would be thrown out and hit the window, rubbing her shoulder and frowning slightly as she spoke. "Monkey." Hisheng's deep voice carried an unyielding authority. "Drive carefully. There's still something on the roof. Don't let it fall off." He usually remained silent, only speaking up for these trivial matters when he couldn't bear it any longer. The excited monkey seemed to have been struck by a hammer, obediently slowing down. "Understood, Captain." Once the car was stable, Shu Maomao no longer needed to act as Shulan's support. He sat down between her and Hisheng, took a handful of candy from his pocket, and placed it in Shulan's palm. Shulan glanced at it. The candy he took out was clearly not the same kind of hard candy she had given him in the warehouse. She wondered when he had acquired this trophy. She assumed Shu Maomao wanted her to unwrap it, and felt it necessary to discipline the child. "You can't eat any more today," Shu Maomao said. "Here you go." Shulan's stern exterior instantly melted. "Okay, I try some." Patrick hesitated, then finally said, "Sister Chu, these candies are probably expired." "It's okay, you can eat them." The hard candy had a strong fruity flavor. As long as it provided a pleasant taste, it wasn't bad. With the factory shut down for so long, if she really cared about the shelf life of all food, she would have starved to death long ago. So whenever she had food, Shulan always took a bite first. If it tasted bad, she would spit it out. If it didn't, she would swallow it. Her stomach was quite resilient, and she hadn't developed any problems over the years. Patrick changed his tune. Really? Then give me one. Shulan tossed it over, then turned to find the man named Al looking at her. She asked, you want one too? Al seemed to be of mixed race, with high brow bones, deep-set eyes, blue irises, and shoulder-length brown curly hair styled into a messy ponytail, like a bard from the West. He shook his head, his Mandarin pronunciation surprisingly standard, a stark contrast to his usual self. I'm waiting for you guys to get food poisoning so I can train my ability. Shulan couldn't help but chuckle. You're quite amusing. I heard you have a healing ability, so can you heal any kind of injury? Can you heal a zombie bite? The owl replied, no, my ability currently only accelerates external wound healing, promotes the rapid local action of medication, and increases the secretion of various hormones to help the body expel ordinary viruses. Medical research has long shown that once the zombie virus enters a living organism, it rapidly alters the organism's genetic structure, and this alteration is irreversible and untreatable. Shulan had only asked casually, not understanding a word he was saying. After asking, she casually complimented him. That's still great. With you around, I don't have to worry about being tormented by minor illnesses, and you're so ambitious. What she really wanted to ask was whether the ability could be trained, but she was afraid that asking too much would expose the fact that she wasn't a true ability user, so it was best to end the conversation quickly. After the car entered the highway, the buildings on both sides of the road gradually decreased, replaced by more mountains, forests, and barren fields. Shulan gazed at the lifeless scenery outside the window. Inside, there isn't even a bird in the sky. Her baby had only encountered mutated giant rats and mutated squirrels. They had never seen a real small animal. The owl said, many bird species have gone extinct. All the animals infected with the virus attack each other, forgetting their reproductive instincts. If this continues, the ecosystem will collapse sooner or later, and that will be the real end of the world. Chapter 21. Shulan became interested in the topic, but the insects are still around. Carnivorous insects are also affected by the virus, but because their numbers are large and they are small, it's not as noticeable as with other organisms. I observed that after a swarm of flies feeds on a zombie corpse, they bump into each other. But they usually just fly around randomly, so it doesn't seem like anything's wrong. It's not just carnivorous insects, other insects are also being infected and facing extinction, like bees. Einstein said that if bees disappeared from the world, humanity would only have 4 years left, because without their pollination, a large number of plants would also become extinct. Survivors around the world are now paying attention to this crisis, and countries are already establishing infection-free ecosystems specifically to protect these endangered and ecologically important species. Shulan stared at him with bright eyes. You know so much, you must have read a lot of books. It's a little embarrassing to say, but I started working when I was in high school. I met my husband at the factory, and then we got married. I always admired people like you who are smart and well-educated. Al subconsciously avoided her admiring gaze. To be honest, she made him a little nervous, but he tried to sound nonchalant. It's just news I heard on the radio. A lot of people know it. It doesn't prove I'm smart. Patrick muttered resentfully, you're smart enough. I couldn't say that much. Wild Dog, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, took out a lighter to light it, but Patrick snatched it away. Old smoker, trying to make the whole car inhale your secondhand smoke again. Such a fussy old man. It won't kill you to smoke. Brother, have one too. No secondhand smoke, just firsthand smoke. Good cigarettes, a pack costs 3 figures. The stray dog nonchalantly pulled out another cigarette and started biting into it, only to be elbowed in the ribs by Patrick Starr, who whispered a reminder, look at Captain and Owl. The stray dog peeked out, saw the 2 men he couldn't afford to offend giving him warning looks, and pulled his neck back, putting the cigarette and lighter back in their places. Shulan observed everything, smiled slightly, and leaned back in her seat to admire the scenery. So far, this group seemed alright. Shu Mau seemed to have a knack for falling asleep as soon as she got in a car. After a while, the little mushroom-headed boy slumped onto her lap. For a while, no one spoke, and the car was quiet. Monkey, in the driver's seat, broke the silence. Why aren't you guys chatting anymore, miss? Is your husband dead yet? Perhaps because the word husband represented the biological father of a child. The first image that popped into Shulan's mind was that of a godlike figure watching people flee amidst the dazzling fireworks. Shulan found it amusing. What kind of husband was that? They didn't even know each other's names. However, That raider was ridiculously strong, he should still be alive, but she didn't know where he was. She stopped her wandering thoughts and replied to Monkey, I don't know. I haven't seen him since he left. I don't know which survivor base he went to. Monkey asked again, what's your husband's name? If we meet any survivors from other bases, we can ask them if they have any news about him. Xu Lan's gaze lingered for a second on a sign that flashed past the window. It read, Ji Ming, 8 kilometers. His name is Ji Ming. Xu Lan lowered her head, running her fingers through the soft hair on her knees, and whispered, what good would finding him do? Should I forgive him, or kill him? I can't do either of those. Ever since he heartlessly abandoned my child and me, I considered him a dead man. The monkey chuckled twice. So, are you interested in finding another husband? Like me, 23 years old, possessing the electric abilities zombies fear most, a bright future, strong and healthy, the best choice for a second marriage, and most importantly, I never been in a relationship before. If you're willing to date me, you be my first love. Patrick Star cursed, have you no shame? The monkey ignored him and continued talking to itself. Miss, when I get out of the car and take off my mask, you find that I'm quite handsome too. Sister Chu, don't mind him, the monkey's a bit of a show-off. Xu Lan covered Xu Mao Mao's ears, feigning shyness with a smile. About half an hour later, the van exited the highway, drove along a mountain road for a long time, and a 3-story white villa appeared before Xu Lan. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one road leading in, and at a high altitude, it was indeed a good place to hide from zombies. The monkey said smugly, Miss, we arrived at our happy old home. There are no large residential areas within 5 kilometers of here. It's nestled against the mountains, and by the water, sparsely populated, with a flat mountaintop and bright moonlight. Zombies never venture here, it's very safe. Xu Lan asked curiously, what about the original owner? Patrick Star raised his hand, I'm the owner. This land is my mountaintop camping site. If my parents hadn't been stranded abroad while traveling and lost contact, I planned to bring them here to retire. Sigh, this damn virus, it's ruined so many families. Let's not dwell on sad things, let's get down to business. Xu Lan stepped forward to help, but they pushed her away. She obediently stepped back and stood quietly to the side. That's fine, very gentlemanly. Anyway, she couldn't afford to carry it all. They moved the supplies they brought back into the house, but Xu Lan chose to leave them in the car as her pledge of allegiance to the survivor base tomorrow. The monkey's personality was exactly like his nickname. As soon as he arrived in the mountains, he started jumping around, letting his true nature show, insisting on demonstrating to Xu Lan how he used his electric abilities to cook rice. He stood by the table, grasped the rice cooker's plug, concentrated, and the indicator light on the rice cooker successfully lit up. Xu Lan clapped enthusiastically, wow, you're a human generator. A passing owl ruthlessly exposed him. The current he emits is very unstable. The rice cooker might short-circuit in a while. All the appliances in the house have been damaged to varying degrees while he's training his abilities. This rice cooker is something we found last week. The monkey yelled, stop undermining me. Just wait, I definitely cook a good meal today. Xu Lan encouraged him, practice makes perfect, I believe you can do it. He was just blindly praising him to get a free meal. Xu Mao Mao, standing nearby, yawned listlessly, hugged Xu Lan's leg, and leaned against it, his eyelids barely open. Xu Lan looked down at him, beginning to wonder if it wasn't because of the car ride. Xu Mao Mao always seemed very sleepy after using his abilities. She called out to the departing owl, Mr. Owl, is there anywhere my child can sleep? The nickname Mr. Owl made the man cringe with embarrassment. He began to regret following his teammate's lead and giving himself a code name. My real name is Lucas. You can just call me Luke. Please go upstairs. There are no empty rooms, but there are sofas. Xu Lan said gratefully, I can cook. Please leave this job to me, otherwise, I really don't know how to thank you for your help. Lucas looked at Yisheng, who usually managed the kitchen, and only answered after the other nodded, okay. Xu Lan took Xu Mao Mao upstairs, and after a while, whispered in Xu Mao Mao's ear, baby, did they whisper anything? Xu Mao Mao looked really sleepy, but forced herself to stay awake and repeated what she had heard to Xu Lan. Patrick said, Sister Chu has such a good personality, she'd definitely get bullied by bad guys if she goes to the base. Monkey said, exactly, why not persuade her to stay and develop a relationship with me? That way you have a virtuous and gentle sister-in-law. Patrick said, go to hell, you toad, wanting to eat swan meat. His head began to tilt back, his eyes were closed, but his mouth was still talking. Xu Lan smiled and gently kissed Xu Mao Mao's head, It's okay, sleep well, baby. Chapter 22. As they went downstairs, Monkey was still clutching the rice cooker plug, his expression determined to prove himself. Shulan pulled up a stool for him, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. Go for it, you can do it. Monkey perked up. Miss, if this rice cooker is successful, can I get some reward? Like a kiss, a hug, anything. Patrick Star, carrying a bag of flour, walked by, casually cursing his teammate. Love you my foot, you pervert. Sister Chu, come with me, I take you to the kitchen. Shulan smiled and nodded, waving to Monkey, and followed Patrick Star into the kitchen. It was piled high with various ingredients, plenty of seasonings, carbohydrates, fresh vegetables, and a basket of bamboo shoots. A tall plastic bucket next to them, its lid open, was filled with spring water. What a luxurious kitchen! Shulan's eyes widened instantly. I started a stargazing camping business here before, but I didn't make any money. However, it gave me a backup plan. These are vegetables we grew ourselves from seeds we found and researched. There are pea sprouts in that bucket, and chili sauce for mixing with rice. Sister Chu, you can decide what to cook. Do you need anyone to help? Shulan nodded. I'd be very slow cooking by myself. Could you help me pick the bean sprouts? Patrick Star was flattered. Oh, okay. He lifted the cloth covering the bucket of bean sprouts, glanced at them, and asked, how many? Shulan peeked over and looked, all of them. How long? Shulan felt like she had chosen the wrong helper. She reached in, pinched off a few, and showed them to him. This long. Okay, got it. Wait a minute, I looked for the scissors. Patrick Star circled the kitchen, then poked his head out and shouted, Captain! Where are our scissors? Shulan, She definitely chosen the wrong person. She's seen them all, the scissors were right next to the kitchen knife. Who usually cooks? Patrick Star said, Captain, he also makes the bean sprouts. Shulan was a little surprised. Hisheng was not only the team's main fighter, but also the cook, handling both external and internal affairs. No wonder he spoke with such authority. Hisheng walked in and uttered a single, concise word, get out. Patrick Star stood at attention, saluted, and replied firmly, yes, sir. Then, bowing, he quickly scurried out of this place that didn't belong to him. Hisheng, still holding a bunch of vibrant green chives, took out a pair of scissors and offered them to her. Shulan refused, tying her apron and rolling up her sleeves. Thank you. Could you help me trim the bean sprouts? I peel the bamboo shoots. Oh! The two didn't exchange many words, yet they tacitly began working together. The bamboo shoots were peeled, blanched in salted water to remove bitterness, then chopped into small pieces and stir-fried with chili peppers. The aroma wafted out, and Hisheng, who was preparing the vegetables, looked up at her serene and beautiful profile. The maternal glow emanating from her made Hisheng momentarily feel as if he had returned to the days when he would come home from school and help his mother in the kitchen. Just like then, he would sit on a small stool, while his mother busied herself at the stove, magically conjuring up one fragrant dish after another. He lowered his head, suddenly feeling an urge to chat. Realizing he should shut up, he heard his own voice. I used to be a firefighter. Shulan handed him the potatoes, picked up the chives he had washed, and casually asked, and then? When the whole city fell, the bureau assigned me to escort the mayor and his family to safety. My parents were waiting for me at home. Shulan chopped the chives, added flour, water, and salt, stirring it into a batter. You followed orders? She asked. Yes, firefighters must unconditionally obey orders and organizational arrangements. I thought I had enough time, but it was too late when I got home. Shulan thought he was truly selfless. If it were her, she wouldn't care about the mayor's life or death. After all, the mayor hadn't given her any benefits. Have you been living in regret because of this all these years? Her voice was as gentle as the setting sun, both comforting and pitying. Hisheng calmly said, No, I just started to resent obeying orders against my will, which is why I didn't go to the survivor base. Shulan placed the frying pan on the gas stove, marveling again at the fact that they still had gas. It was unbelievable. With long arms and legs, the tall and burly Hisheng squatted on the ground peeling potatoes, looking as docile as a large police dog. He looked up at her, remaining silent for a moment, waiting for Shulan to speak again. But Shulan was focused on making chive pancakes, while also thinking about how to use all the ingredients here to ensure her son got his money's worth before leaving. She had no time to deal with Hisheng. Hisheng looked away, lowered his head to peel potatoes, his tightly pursed lips revealing a hint of melancholy, and remained silent. Green pepper and potato shreds, stir-fried bean sprouts, chive pancakes, stir-fried bamboo shoots with chili peppers, cold black fungus salad, and a large bowl of seaweed soup. Drawn by the aroma, those already seated at the table eagerly awaited her serving each dish. The monkey opened the rice cooker, boasting, "My skills are beyond question." Shulan took off her apron and came out. "You guys eat first. I go upstairs and call my son." The monkey jumped up and down. "Hey? Hey! Hey! Miss, aren't you going to praise me?" Shulan turned around on the stairs, gave 2 thumbs up, and praised with exaggerated intonation, "You're amazing. There's probably no one else in the world who can use electric abilities so skillfully, both to fight zombies and in everyday life. You're the biggest contributor to this delicious meal today. Thank you so much." The monkey's face blossomed. "Hee, I'm just an ordinary superpowered genius, thanks to you dogs. Don't fight over it, leave some for me." Shu Mao Mao, woken up midway through the night, frowned, her little face filled with gloom and displeasure. She kissed his cheek and coaxed Shu Mao Mao, "Don't you want to grow taller? Sleeping without eating won't make you grow taller." Shu Mao Mao finally snapped out of his world-destroying reverie, and took her hand as they went downstairs. 2 empty seats were left at the table, along with 2 large bowls overflowing with rice. The 5 men, who had been frantically scrambling for food like tigers, slowed down, feigning politeness, when they saw Shulan bring the child down. Seeing the colorful dishes on the table, Shu Mao Mao's half-open eyelids snapped open. Could he eat all this? The stool was a bit high, so Shu Mao Mao refused to be carried by Shulan, and climbed up himself, huffing and puffing. Having eaten mostly noodles since childhood, Shu Mao Mao was very skilled with chopsticks, holding his own even against several adult men. Shulan ate half a bowl, and was full. She was weaker than before and ate less, becoming a low-power, low-energy human. She wondered if the constitutions of those with superpowers changed. All 5 of them were eating unusually much, including her son, Shu Mao Mao. Perhaps she should also pretend to have an increased appetite, but Shulan really couldn't. She gave the half bowl of rice to Shu Mao Mao, who ate every last grain, even drinking a bowl of soup. His little belly was round and full, and he let out a satisfied burp. Shulan asked worriedly, "Baby, are you feeling unwell after eating so much?" Shu Mao Mao shook his head, his eyes fixed on the last piece of chive pancake. After Lucas took it, he turned his gaze to Lucas. "Lucas, eh?" Such a threatening look. He turned his chopsticks and reluctantly placed the chive pancake in Shu Mao Mao's bowl. "I'm full, you eat." Shulan smiled gratefully at him. "Thank you, Luke. Kids this age are growing, they eat a lot. I make you some more vegetable pancakes tomorrow. How about potato pancakes?" "Oh right, I have to leave tomorrow." Chapter 23. These words inexplicably silenced the house. The unseen future left everyone bewildered, unsure how to change the world or return to their normal lives. They could only live one day at a time. Usually, during mealtimes, Captain Do would prepare the food and place it on the table. No one would fight or scramble, they would simply come and eat, then wash the dishes before going about their own business. This was the first time in many days that everyone had sat down at a table and eaten properly. The unexpected guests broke the cycle of their numb lives. They seemed to regain their energy and joke with each other. After this guest left tomorrow, life would continue its uneventful course. Shulan didn't delve into the topic, mentioning it briefly before bending down to clear the table. Lucas stopped her. "Let me do it. I always do the dishes." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Shulan put down her chopsticks, placing her hands and feet at her sides. Even when seated, she would frequently glance towards the kitchen, visibly uncomfortable. As darkness fell, Patrick suggested they head to their original campsite to stargaze, a nice pre-dinner activity to digest their food. They lit a fire on the open, flat mountaintop. Shulan and Shu Mao Mao sat with them, occasionally looking up at the stars and exchanging a few words. 3 cars were parked on the mountaintop. Shulan asked, "Are all these cars broken?" "No, they're working, all full of gas. They're just not big enough for all 5 of us, so they're just sitting here." After Patrick answered, he asked enthusiastically, "Sister Chu, I'm really curious how you survived in a place teeming with zombies?" Shulan, "Young man, don't be too curious." She thought for a moment, and came up with a more reasonable explanation. "Before the zombie outbreak, I ran a small supermarket. The city had no water or electricity. How did you cook?" Shulan said sadly, "A few years ago, I wasn't the only superhuman in the city. We could help each other through tough times. Later, some things happened that I don't want to remember." "What about you? Were you friends from the beginning?" "Stop asking. She's about to run out of fabrications." Patrick's star was indeed diverted. "No, we met on the run. Those who brought their families went to the survivor base, leaving the 5 of us old bachelors behind. Wild Dog mocked, "You're the old bachelor." "I'm divorced, the captain has a girlfriend, and the wedding date is set." He Sheng was taking a shower in the house, which is why they dared to discuss the captain so openly. Shu Lan's curiosity was piqued. "Then where's your captain's girlfriend?" They were separated when the accident happened, and neither of them could contact the other. The captain later inquired everywhere about her and found out that the woman was at the 10th District base, already with another man. Shu Lan said, "Oh, who could be blamed? Perhaps that woman also thought He Sheng had died in the disaster. It was impossible to expect her to remain chaste for a dead man." When He Sheng returned to his group after showering, he noticed that everyone was looking at him with a somewhat ambiguous sense of pity. He quickly guessed the truth, sat down, and threw a few pieces of dry firewood into the fire. The sparks flew into the air like fireflies, possessing a vibrant beauty. "Were you just talking about me?" Wild Dog and Patrick exchanged a glance, then smiled sheepishly. "Hee, just chatting. Sister Chu, do you have any other questions?" Shu Lan looked at He Sheng's damp hair. "Can I take a shower too?" Patrick said, "Sure, there's plenty of spring water on the mountain, but it's hard to get water after dark." "Tomorrow." The conversation suddenly stopped, because he remembered she was leaving tomorrow. Shu Lan said understandingly, "It's okay, I won't shower now. You two chat, I'm a little tired and want to go back to rest." Lucas picked up the flashlight beside him. "I'm also planning to go back to my room, I take you there." There was a nearly 100-meter long dark path from the house to the mountaintop, and the house didn't have any lights, so Lucas probably didn't really want to go back, he just wanted to keep her company. As the two figures disappeared down the mountain, their silhouettes gradually fading in size, the sound of their conversation seemingly carried on the breeze. "How old is your son?" "4. I lived through 4 springs since he was born." Such a poetic way of keeping track of time. Once their conversation was completely out of earshot, Monkey couldn't help but blurt out, "Seriously, I love this girl. She's practically the wife of my dreams. Beautiful, gentle, a great cook, and with a wonderful temper." Patrick Star poured cold water on him. "What good is liking her if she likes you? She always smiles at me, speaks so softly, and adores me so much. What else could that be but liking?" Patrick Star muttered, "I think she feels the same way about me." Wild Dog added, "The same way about Owl." He Sheng patted his pockets, belatedly realizing he was trying to quit smoking and didn't have any cigarettes on him. The monkey said firmly, "I can tell that her smiles to you are purely polite, only I am special. You have no idea how bright her eyes are when she looks at me. Thank God, I met the love of my life before being bitten to death by a high-level zombie. Anyway, I'm going to keep her, and none of you can stop me." He Sheng's face darkened, and he said unhappily, "We already agreed to send her to the base. If we go back on our word now, she'd think we're not good people." The monkey wouldn't listen at all. "What's the point of worrying about good or bad people now? I'm pursuing her openly and honestly, I'm not forcing her. Who wants to watch the stars with you men? It's boring. I'm going to sleep too." Shu Lan and her son were lying on the sofa on the 2nd floor. She could hear everyone returning. She seemed to be asleep, but she was actually on high alert. Hearing someone approach, Shu Lan gripped the knife hidden under the blanket, ready to draw it at any moment. But the person simply placed a thicker blanket over her, stood beside her for a while to observe her, and then went back into the room. In the darkness, a pair of bewildered eyes slowly opened. What kind of luck was this? She didn't want to steal the superpower, but was forced to kill 4 people, and now when she wanted to, everyone she encountered was a good person. After being on guard for half the night, Shu Lan finally fell asleep, knife in hand. Whether humans live or die, the sun will rise every day as usual. Shu Mao Mao was the first one to wake up in the whole house, because he had been sleeping since returning home yesterday, and opened his eyes before dawn, no longer feeling sleepy. He crawled out of bed, nudging Shu Lan awake. Mother and son looked at each other, and Shu Lan smiled, whispering to him, "Do you feel especially sleepy after using your superpower?" Shu Mao Mao nodded, mimicking her lowered voice, "Mommy, I could hear them talking when I was sleeping. That very thin man said he liked you, and you like him too." Shu Lan pinched his cheek, "He's dreaming. I only like Shu Mao Mao in the whole world. Let's get up." The two of them tiptoed downstairs. After washing up, Shu Lan went into the kitchen, put on an apron, and started making breakfast. She needed to try to stay here for a while, to extract more information about the current world, and about the superhumans and zombies. So until then, Shu Lan would maintain her gentle and virtuous facade to gain the favor and trust of these people. Shu Maomao ran into the kitchen after using the bathroom and asked her, "Mommy, I ate a lot. Have I grown taller?" Shu Lan chuckled. She only been eating well for 2 days. How could she have grown taller? But she still placed her hand on his head, compared his height to hers, and said with feigned surprise, "Wow, you really grown taller. You're almost up to my waist." Shu Maomao nodded in satisfaction, standing on tiptoe to watch her knead the dough. The dough, after being kneaded, became a soft, white lump. She placed it in a bowl, covered it with a damp towel, and waited for it to rise. Shu Lan sat on a small stool and began peeling potatoes. Putting everything else aside, she really envied them for having different vegetables to eat. Fresh ingredients at this time of year were rarer than gold. But potatoes still had to be peeled. They didn't taste good without peeling. Shu Maomao watched for a while and said, "Mommy, let me play with this for a bit." Shu Lan needed a helper, so she handed him the potato and peeler. "Be careful, don't cut your hand." Chapter 24. Shu Lan finished washing the vegetables and turned around to see her tiny son sitting on a bag of rice, meticulously peeling potatoes bigger than his fist. Each potato was perfectly clean, melting her heart. "Mommy will make you something delicious." She took a potato, cut it into a rectangle, made a horizontal cut without cutting all the way through, then flipped it over and made another diagonal cut. Finally, she sharpened a bamboo chopstick, threaded it through, and deep-fried it in hot oil. A potato tower was done. There was barbecue seasoning in the kitchen. Shu Lan opened it, smelled it, sprinkled a small amount on the potato tower, tasted it herself to make sure it wasn't too hot and hadn't gone bad, then gave it to Shu Maomao. Just then, a figure appeared in the doorway. Patrick Star, wearing pajamas and sporting a messy head of hair, looked at the mother and son in a daze. "Why are you up so early?" Shu Lan smiled. "We went to bed too early." Patrick Star nodded absently, heard a crunching sound, looked down, and saw his child happily munching on a potato tower. "You made this?" Shu Lan asked cautiously, clutching her apron. "Yeah, you won't be upset that I used your ingredients, will you?" Patrick quickly said, No, there are plenty of potatoes in the cellar. They're easy to grow, it's just." He licked his lips, saying enviously, "Can I have one too?" He hadn't eaten this kind of snack in ages, something he only ever seen at the night market. His captain only knew how to steam potatoes, roast potatoes, and stir-fry potato shreds. He was too lazy to make anything complicated. Shu Lan nodded, "Sure, just wait a moment." 5 minutes later, Patrick happily carried a potato tower upstairs to change, running into Lucas on the way. "Lucas, what are you eating?" Patrick, "Mom." "No, Sister Chu made this potato tower for me. It smells so good." Lucas casually gave an "oh," went downstairs, and headed straight to the kitchen. Seeing the little boy sitting and waiting, he realized he wasn't as shameless as Patrick Star. He was in his 20s. He couldn't very well demand the same snacks as a child. So Lucas asked, "Need any help?" Shu Lan said, "If you grow scallions, could you pick some for me, and some greens too?" "Okay." Although he didn't get the potato tower, he did get freshly made scallion pancakes and fried dough sticks. Shu Lan turned off the stove and started slicing potatoes and carrots while the oil cooled. Lucas couldn't help, but he couldn't bring himself to leave. He started a conversation, using the excuse of chatting to stay in the kitchen. "My mom never cooks, and she never makes me anything. She says it makes her hands ugly." Shu Lan's hands were beautiful, fair, and slender. Shu Lan said, "Then your mother is very happy. So you were very unhappy before?" Shu Lan sighed and blurted out, "Yes, my husband demanded that I cook a different meal every day. If the food wasn't to my liking, he would put down his chopsticks and start hitting me." Lucas hadn't expected that the woman who always wore a smile had such a tragic marriage. He said heavily, "I'm sorry, my words reminded you of a past you shouldn't have." Shu Lan said, "It's okay. Because it was all made up." The truth was that after her grandmother passed away, she, still in school, lost her source of income. Her parents ignored her, and her relatives treated her like she didn't exist. Shu Lan was so poor that she couldn't afford food, so she had to pick up discarded vegetables from the market every day to cook for herself. For a while, Shu Lan felt like a rat in a sewer. She didn't even dare to dream of happiness. Her only thoughts were about being fed and surviving. Life was no different from what it was now. She poured the cooled oil back into the jar, using the remaining oil in the pan to fry carrot and potato pancakes. While she was cooking, the others gradually woke up, following the aroma to the kitchen. Each had a fried dough stick in hand, watching her boil water and cook noodles. Shu Lan added vegetables, salt, and chopped green onions to the noodles, then turned off the heat, smiling with a sigh of relief. All right, everyone, have breakfast. I should go now. Monkey suddenly jumped up, clutching his foot. Ouch! My rheumatism's flared up. My leg hurts so much. Lucas was speechless. Rheumatism hurts the knees, not the calves. Monkey moved his hand up a bit. Anyway, I can't drive today. I take you to the base tomorrow, Mississippi. Hisheng said. No need, I drive. Monkey really wanted to punch the captain. He made it so clear yesterday, showing no intention of supporting his love. Breakfast smelled delicious, but the table was quiet, the only sound the swallowing. Shu Mao Mao, as usual, had the body of a 4-year-old but the appetite of an adult, her belly slowly swelling. After breakfast, it was time to leave. Hisheng walked to the car, Shu Lan followed with the child, and of the remaining people, only Wild Dog, smoking a cigarette, sauntered out. Captain, Patrick said he has a stomachache and went into the toilet and won't come out. Al said he doesn't have combat abilities and wouldn't be of any use with the two of us, so he might as well stay and study the monkey's rheumatism. Hisheng, what kind of rheumatism does a young man in his early 20s have? Wild Dog, arms crossed, didn't get in the car. It's a 3-hour drive from the 15th District base. Isn't it too risky for just the two of us to take someone? Hisheng looked at Shu Lan. Shu Lan had her hands on her son's shoulders, her head slightly bowed, and said sadly, yes, it's too dangerous. Rather than letting you encounter danger on the way to the survivor base, it's better to take me to the nearest city. I hide in the house like before, and hold out for as long as I can. Hisheng frowned. That's impossible. Wait here for a while. He went into the house to talk to the 3 people. Wild Dog stood by the car, smoking and waiting, secretly observing the mother and child beside him. The child was cute, but his demeanor was strange. His childish face was expressionless, silent, only his dark eyes moved, like a lifeless doll. He only spoke to his mother, who was beautiful and quiet. Her excellent cooking skills had quietly won over more than half the team, making them willing to disobey their captain's orders. Previously, Hisheng was known for his absolute authority. His words were like stones thrown to the ground, and no one dared to contradict him. Judging from her ability to undermine morale, this woman was no ordinary person. Shu Lan noticed his gaze, turned to look at him directly, her eyelashes drooping, pale and fragile. I'm sorry, I seem to have caused you all trouble. She seemed to have an overly understanding nature, a kind of self-deception that often led to her being taken advantage of. Perhaps it was intuition, but Wild Dog could never fully trust her, even though her every action perfectly catered to men's preferences. He exhaled a puff of smoke, a slightly mocking smile playing on his lips. Don't worry, you're not leaving today. Shu Lan tilted her head in confusion. Huh? Don't play dumb. I've seen more tricks than you cross bridges. You might fool those naive kids, but you can't fool an old hand like me. Shu Lan was silent for a moment, then said, It sounds like you have some issues with me, but I'm someone who accepts help. Whatever arrangements you make, I accept. Like punching cotton, the stray dog was speechless. Hisheng went inside and walked around for 20 minutes, then returned with a stern face. Let's go. We only take the highway. Keep an eye on the roadside. We be safe after we pass the residential area in the middle. Chapter 25. Wild Dog shrugged. No way, Captain, I'm scared to death, I'm not going. Let her stay and cook for us. She said she'd let us arrange things as we see fit. Hisheng, rarely angered by his team, retorted, Even you're joining their nonsense? Wild Dog said, Hey, Captain, haven't you noticed you're the only one being stubborn? The girl herself might not even want to go to the base. Ask her if you don't believe me. Hisheng froze, looking at Shu Lan, who avoided his gaze without answering. But she had already answered. His ex-fiancée often said Hisheng was a universally recognized straight man. His only reason for having a girlfriend was his good looks. Hisheng then realized that when it came to understanding women's thoughts, he truly was like a blockhead. An awkward silence hung in the air. Hisheng's face flushed, and he finally said stiffly, Chu-yi, if you'd like to stay, the 3rd floor is an attic. Move out the clutter, and use it as a sleeping place for you and the child. If that's still inconvenient, we find some materials, and build you a house when the weather gets better. Shu Lan, flattered, replied, No need for that. The 3rd floor is fine. Wild Dog scoffed inwardly. Some people say they send someone to the base, but they already planned where that person will sleep at night. He tossed his cigarette, but on the ground and crushed it, then walked into the house. Not going out, huh? Then I go back to sleep. As soon as Shu Lan returned, Monkey's rheumatism instantly healed itself. He eagerly filled a bucket with spring water, saying he used his superpower to conjure up hot water for her bath. Shulan said awkwardly, but I don't have any clean clothes. There are some in the city. Come on, we go down the mountain with you to find them, Wild Dog. Wild Dog. Wake up, we're leaving. Wild Dog had just lain down when his teammates pulled him up. He protested repeatedly that he didn't want to go, but they still dragged him into the car. Who said they couldn't drive because of rheumatism? Who said they couldn't straighten their legs because of diarrhea? When it's my turn to say I don't want to go out, why is no one listening to me? Captain, now that everyone's in the car, let's go to the 15th District Survivor Base. Patrick Star covered his mouth. This dog is talking in his sleep. Let's go into the city, collect some crystal cores along the way, and contribute to humanity's future. Shu Lan smiled and whispered to Shu Mao Mao, Baby, these uncles are all very nice. Unfortunately, she was a bad person who approached with ulterior motives. In the 15th District Base, Jing Hongyu placed the 4 corpses he had spent 2 days finding on the ground, his expression more serious than ever before. Knife wounds, being buried alive, beheading and suffocation, they didn't die at the hands of zombies. Jilan was also puzzled. If they were other ability users, why didn't they come to District 15 with us? Why did they kill people and steal the car? Jing Hongyu shook his head. Qian is located at the intersection of several districts. Everyone knows Qian is poor, there's no need to specifically go there to rob things. Or maybe our own people followed them to seek revenge. At this point, Jing Hongyu remembered something from the past, and looked up at Jilan in surprise, only to be met with a cold glare from her. What are you looking at? Do you think I did it? I admit I hate them, but it's not worth killing 4 ability users at this time over some trivial matter. Jing Hongyu awkwardly looked away. No, oh. I remember there was an ability user who could read other people's memories. Call him over, and see if he can read the memories of the dead. Jilan remembered there was indeed such a person. Because the ability to read memories was ineffective against zombies, he was assigned to work with survivors without such abilities. After learning of this person's ability, no one wanted to approach him. Memories are a person's private domain, and no one likes their privacy being violated. When the man was summoned by the commander, he looked bewildered, thinking someone had complained about him prying into their privacy again. But the young commander, with a bright and enthusiastic smile, personally greeted him, shaking his hand. You're here, friend. It's time for you to rack up some kills. The sudden appearance of 4 people, each with a different death, was a huge shock to both the senses and the mind. The man rushed out and vomited violently. Jilan shook her head. Luckily, it's a non-combat ability. With that kind of mental fortitude, he couldn't even kill a zombie. Jing Hongyu shook his head. I threw up at first too, but I got used to it after a while. Buddy, don't run away after you're done throwing up. We're waiting for you to solve the case. The man went in and out 3 times, finally having someone block his eyes, before he dared to place his hand on the corpse's forehead and concentrate on using his ability. I see it. It's not a continuous memory, it's fragmented. There was a very young woman, holding the hand of a little girl in a dress. This person seems to be chasing her. Jing Hongyu's eyes lit up. You're really something. A woman and a little girl, and then? Is there anyone else? No, only a mother and daughter. She was talking to this person, and a lot of dirt fell down. Jilan looked down at the person he was touching. Yes, it was Wang Dachuan, whom she had dug out of the ground. I have no memory of the rest. Okay, next one. The person was guided to the next victim's location, squatted down, and placed their hand on the victim's forehead. It's the same woman. She was getting into the car, in the passenger seat. Why did she suddenly change her expression? She was hiding a knife in her hand. She was going to kill someone. Gone. Jing Hongyu's brows furrowed. The same woman? Yes, the same woman. Look at the next one. Ji Lan gave a wink, and someone quietly moved the body to a 4th place instead of the 3rd, to prevent this ability user from making up a story based on the death scene. It's the same woman. She was hiding in the house, holding the little girl from before, and holding the knife she just used to kill someone. The door is closed. Does this victim have X-ray vision? Ji Lan dismissed her doubts. It was definitely Sun Yu, the X-ray vision ability user who had spied on her while she was showering. And then nothing. I don't know how this one died. Next. There's an open space in the sky, things are falling down. A little girl pops out of the ground, holding a knife. Then, there's the woman, standing next to the dead body, holding an axe, as if she's about to. Damn! I can't watch anymore. The person reading the memory withdrew their hand and covered their eyes. A first-person perspective confronting a serial killer is more terrifying than the most terrifying horror movie. Ji-lan saw him trembling with fear and said, "The body is covered. Open your eyes, we need to ask you some details." The man cautiously opened his eyes, saw 4 white sheets, and breathed a sigh of relief. Ji-lan, holding paper and pen, said, "Describe that woman first. Besides being young, what other characteristics does she have?" "Quite pretty." "Be more specific, like long or short hair, double or single eyelids, and roughly her age." The man recalled, long hair, double eyelids, nothing particularly special about her appearance, fair skin, probably around 20 years old, tall and thin, about the same build as you, Deputy Commander. Ji-lan nodded. "Can you deduce from your memories what caused their chase and fight?" "I told you everything I saw. Like a comic strip. Just a few fragments, not a complete sentence." "I can't deduce anything." Jing Hongyu asked. "She killed people with knives and axes. So where did the soil used to bury Wang Dachuan alive come from?" "I just saw an open space in the sky from one of the deceased's memories. The soil fell from that space, and there seemed to be a lot of supplies inside, falling down with the soil." Chapter 26. Jing Hongyu didn't understand. "You mean there was another person with spatial abilities at the scene who used their space to bury Wang Dachuan alive?" "The spatial ability users in Wang Dachuan's team couldn't possibly do that." "And you only saw one woman from beginning to end. Where did the second spatial ability user come from?" Ji-lan said, "The little girl. Previous research has shown that abilities have a very high probability of being inherited. Newborns born after the apocalypse all possess one of their mother's or father's abilities. The spatial ability might belong to that little girl." "How old does she look?" "About 3 or 4 years old." Jing Hongyu still found it outrageous. Such a young child already knows how to use abilities to help adults kill. Ji-lan was much calmer than him. "Don't underestimate children, they might be smarter than you." Jing Hongyu was speechless. "Senior Yu, okay, now we can confirm that the murderers are this mother and daughter. There's no one else but them." "Motive?" "The details of the crime and the method of attack couldn't be fully reconstructed. She got into the car, probably heading to our base, and then suddenly started attacking." The person reading the memories cautiously said, "Those mother and daughter are so strong. Could they be the kind of lone wolves who specialize in ambushing teams and stealing supplies?" The person next to them said, "Very likely. These days, each team on a mission in each district has at least 4 ability users. The fact that these 2 living people appeared alone in Xi'an is very strange. I think they survived by stealing supplies like this." The person next to them also said indignantly, "Zombies bite people, and then people kill people, it's too much." Looking at the 4 people's gruesome deaths, Ji-lan, thinking about the aftermath to be dealt with, rubbed her temples wearily. "Take the bodies away, let the families see them before cremating. I go apply to the radio administrator to join the public radio channel, notify nearby bases of the lone wolf pair's characteristics, and remind them to be careful when they encounter them on future missions." "Okay." Shu Lan was unaware that her status as a murderer had been discovered so quickly by the people of District 15. With the monkey's help, she took a perfect hot bath, feeling the long-lost comfort of her skin breathing. Electrical abilities are so useful. Not only can they kill zombies, but they can also activate a large number of electrical appliances. She really wanted them. Shu Lan stood at the cellar entrance, the floor covered with potatoes, cabbages, sweet potatoes, and old pumpkins. Turning around, she saw a vibrant vegetable garden behind her, and as far as the eye could see, the mountains were lush and green, teeming with wild game and babbling mountain springs. 5 healthy men, trusting each other and possessing powerful abilities, had found a secluded paradise. If nothing unexpected happened, this group could live here for a long time. Her new plan to wait until they died to take their abilities had failed. Patrick Starr walked over. "We have a vegetable garden down the mountain. The seeds were just sown, and in a month or 2 we'd be able to eat eggplants, cowpeas, and cucumbers. At first, everything we planted died, but then we found some agricultural books in a bookstore, and with experience and professional knowledge, things slowly started to get better." Shu Lan sighed inwardly. At first, she also wanted to turn the garbage dump into a vegetable garden, but after having Shu Mao Mao, her physical strength had greatly diminished, and she couldn't do heavy work. Besides, Xi'an couldn't find any new vegetable seeds. Patrick Starr said, "In a few years, when those highly protected scientific and medical personnel develop a drug to eliminate the virus, the world should return to normal." He sounded plausible, but Shu Lan didn't hold out much hope. When she went into the mountains to pick mushrooms, she saw many rotting furs and bird feathers, traces left behind by the cannibalism of the past few years. Shulan remembered a video her geography teacher showed in class. Some planets in the solar system had surfaces of endless soil, while others had water but no life. She thought that perhaps a long time ago, in the boundless expanse of time, these planets, like their blue planet, had air, vegetation, and a rich diversity of life. Then one day, due to some virus or some irresistible natural disaster, all life on those planets became extinct, and over a long period of time, they returned to the soil, becoming the deserts we see today, unbeknownst to humanity. Blue Planet might be heading towards the same end. Patrick said, from now on, whatever ingredients you need for cooking, just take them from the cellar. Shulan pulled herself out of her jumbled thoughts and gave a forced smile. Okay. Well, she wouldn't be polite then. That evening, after Shulan and He Sheng finished cooking dinner, they brought the food out of the kitchen. At the table, the people teasing Shu Maomao said, "Call me Dad. You shameless monkey. Come on, little one, just call me by my name. My surname is Dad, and my given name is Dad. Patrick Star, you're the most shameless one." 2 bowls of rice sat in front of Shu Maomao, one hand holding a pair of chopsticks, one pair for himself, and the other to give to Shulan later. He looked at them indifferently, clearly finding the adults boring. He knew that the word dad also represented a man. Shulan had told him that most children have both a father and a mother, so people they met would always ask where the child's father was. Shulan had also told him that the person called dad wasn't important at all. A child raised only by their mother could live, and a child raised only by their grandmother could also live. An insignificant title, she didn't understand what these people were arguing about. There weren't enough beds or rooms in the house, so they moved the sofa from the 2nd floor to the 3rd to use as Shulan's bed. The sofa was spacious enough for the mother and son to sleep on. But the 3rd floor was originally an attic for storing things. It had no doors or windows, meaning anyone could come up. When Shulan opened her eyes in the morning, there was a bunch of wildflowers still covered in dew in front of her. She wondered which love-struck young men had gone out early that morning to pick them. She picked them up without waking Shu Maomao, went downstairs alone, found a plastic bottle, cut it open to use as a vase, and placed the wildflowers in the center of the dining table. A while later, the monkey, dressed neatly and even with his hair styled, entered the kitchen. He leaned against the sink, deliberately lowering his voice to a mature, magnetic tone. "Miss, do you like the flowers I gave you?" Shulan gave a fake but polite smile. "Yes, they're quite pretty. You got up early today." The monkey nodded smugly, his affected, bubbly voice making her ears ring. "Yes, because I wanted to be the first person to see you." Shulan's smile froze. "That's quite an honor. I heard there's spinach in the vegetable garden down the mountain. Would you like some?" The monkey snapped his fingers. "Yes, I drive you. We go pick some together." He then winked at her suggestively. "Just you. And me. A world for the 2 of us." Shulan really wanted to shove his face into a frying pan and rub it around, so she wouldn't need to add oil to her pancakes in the morning. The monkey felt that driving a large van was a bit of a mood killer for the 2 of them, so he went upstairs to ask Patrick for the keys to the private car parked on the mountaintop. When he came down, he had a little tail with a blank expression behind him. Shulan smiled broadly and opened her arms to hug Shu Maomao. "Baby, you're awake. Do you want to go down the mountain to play with mommy?" Shu Maomao, of course, wouldn't refuse. He had woken up immediately and gone downstairs to find Shulan after hearing this in his sleep. With a child around, Monkey's plan for a romantic getaway with the beautiful young lady was ruined, much to his disappointment. Although the child wasn't very talkative, he felt embarrassed to say those cheesy pickup lines in front of him. Shulan asked him curiously, "Do you all give your car keys to Patrick Star for safekeeping?" Monkey said, "No, these 3 cars on the mountain are all luxury cars that Patrick Star used to collect. Only the minivan is something we stole from a dead man." Shulan didn't know much about car brands, but she could vaguely sense the chubby young man's former wealth. She said enviously, "I really want to try driving a luxury car and see how it's different from driving a regular car, but I haven't driven in ages." "Sure, you drive, I teach you." Shulan declined. "Wouldn't that be bad? What if I crash his car?" "Don't worry, even if you smash the car to pieces, he won't say a word." So Shulan got a free driving instructor, and Monkey happily enjoyed 2 hours of their time together. The only downside was that after their driving lesson, Monkey got a beating from his hungry brothers. After breakfast, Shulan knocked on the 2nd floor door. "Do you have any clothes or sheets to wash?" "I need to do laundry. I can help you wash them too." "No need, Sister Chu. I can do it myself. After being rejected by everyone, Shulan realized they didn't lock their doors. All the room doors could be opened with a twist of a wrist. Chapter 27. In their spare time, the 5 of them would team up to go down the mountain to clear out the nearby zombies. Shulan, disguised as an Earth-type ability user, would also go along to help. To be honest, the threat posed by Tier 1 zombies was slowly diminishing in people's minds. After all, they were just numerous but lacked intelligence, while humans not only had brains but also powerful abilities, cohesive groups, and flexible adaptability. Therefore, this team didn't consider the Tier 1 zombies they encountered during the day a threat at all. Going down the mountain was like returning home. They always managed to mobilize as a group and return safely. Not all places were as peaceful as their happy hometown. Lucas listened to mostly bad news on the radio every day. The 25th Tier 3 zombie has appeared in District 9. The rate of ability user attrition is too rapid. Military support is being dispatched. Districts 8, 11, and 10 are requested to expedite the recovery of crystal cores to prevent the birth of more Tier 3 zombies. When she heard this news, Shulan was making dumplings without meat, only shepherd's purse and mashed potatoes. Hisheng kneaded the dough, she rolled out the wrappers, and Lucas and Wild Dog, having nothing to do, came to help. Shulan asked curiously, "Where is District 9? Lucas retrieved a map from his room, which was marked with many red circles, each numbered. "We're in District 13, which is here." Shulan looked at it carefully several times, getting a general idea. District 13 and 15 were adjacent, Xi'an was between the 2 districts, and District 9 was further south. Lucas said, District 9 was originally a region where cheap labor was concentrated. Of the country's 1 billion people, nearly 100 million are in this area, half of whom are migrant workers from other places. Shulan understood. No wonder there are so many Tier 3 zombies. I haven't even seen a Tier 2 one yet. We haven't seen any Tier 3 zombies either, but we managed to kill a few Tier 2s together. Tier 2s are already quite difficult to kill. A Tier 3 zombie could probably wipe out all 5 of us. Shu Maomao rubbed his eyes again. Shulan noticed his bangs had grown long enough to cover his eyes, so she quickly finished rolling out the dumpling wrappers and handed the dumpling-making work over to the others. She found a towel and scissors and took the child outside for a haircut. The light outside was good, and she didn't need to clean up the cut hair. Shu Maomao sat on a high stool, closed his eyes, and let her work on his head with the sharp scissors. After a while, his ears twitched, and he suddenly called out, "Mommy?" The radio they were listening to just said that 5 days ago, a young mother and daughter killed 4 ability users from the 15th District Survivor Base in a fight over supplies. The woman was about 20 years old, and the girl was about 3. Shulan slowed her movements, gently brushed the stray hairs from his face, and asked, "What else did the radio say?" "One of the mother and daughter is an Earth-type ability user, and the other is a Space-type. All ability user teams that encounter this mother and daughter should be on guard." Then the guy called Wild Dog said, "Captain, something doesn't sound quite right about this." Shulan put away the scissors and placed them beside the stool, decisively saying, "Get down, Shu Maomao." Shu Maomao jumped off the high stool and followed Shulan all the way to the car at the top of the mountain. Shulan held out her hand, the keys. A spatial rift appeared above her palm, and Shu Maomao manipulated space to spit out the car keys she had stolen from Patrick Starr's room the night before. He stole 3 keys. Shulan only took the key to the car she had practiced with, leaving the other 2 on the ground. After unlocking the car, Shulan opened the driver's side door, and Shu Maomao quickly opened the passenger door and climbed in. Both doors closed almost simultaneously. The mother and son, who had lived together for 4 years, shared an unspoken understanding. Without hesitation, Shulan stepped on the gas and drove onto the road down the mountain. The people inside the house rushed out upon hearing the noise, only to catch a glimpse of a car speeding away and fallen trees lining both sides of the mountain road. Patrick Starr poked his head out of the second-floor window. "Who's driving? What happened?" Wild Dog was the first to react, snapping, "Idiot. Your car's been stolen. Can't you see?" Lucas stared blankly at the blocked mountain road, muttering words he heard on the radio. "Earth, space, our cellar." Since Shulan had taken over cooking, she'd been in charge of the cellar. The group rushed to the cellar, moved aside the stone slabs, and looked inside in the daylight. It was empty. Upstairs, Monkey, who'd been napping, heard the news and ran out in his underwear. "My wife and kids are gone." Wild Dog yelled at him. "Not only are your wife and kids gone, they stole our leftover food from last year." Monkey reacted the same way Patrick Star, disbelief mixed with shock. Who? Who did you say? Miss Chewie? Only He Shung remained silent throughout. When Wild Dog pulled out his cigarette case, an open hand appeared before him. Wild Dog was taken aback, then handed the cigarette and lighter to He Shung. He Shung took out a cigarette, lit it, and his gloomy eyes were hidden in the smoke he exhaled. After the initial anger and confusion, Wild Dog suddenly found the whole thing amusing. He had warned them not to trust Chewie too easily. How could a woman who had become the final survivor in a zombie-infested city be as kind as she appeared? Now, she had pulled a fast one when everyone had let their guard down, making their captain so angry he even given up smoking. Interesting. In the luxury car speeding along the highway, Shu Lan angrily pounded the steering wheel. Where did this information come from? If we left at dawn tomorrow, we could have packed the rice and flour from the warehouse into our spatial storage. And there was still a meal of shepherd's purse dumplings they hadn't finished eating. What a pity. Shu Maomao swung his legs. He didn't like to make expressions, but these small gestures showed he was happy at that moment. Finally, there were no more chattering men surrounding his mother. Mommy, why don't you let me kill them while they're sleeping? That way you can take everything, including their powers. Shu Lan's frustration instantly turned into a chuckle. No need. Why? Shu Lan said, if you take their food, they can go out and find more, plant new crops. There are still plenty of vegetables left in the garden, they won't starve. But if you take their powers, they won't survive. They pose no threat to us, and we won't see them again. There's no need to send them all to their deaths. Shu Maomao seemed to understand. Oh. It's okay if you don't understand. Poor Shu Maomao, she had to wander around with Mommy again. That night, none of the 5 men slept. They all sat on the mountaintop, some silently lost in thought, others exchanging sarcastic remarks. Wild Dog cursed. It's all Patrick's fault. He's like a lapdog the moment he sees a pretty woman. He didn't even ask her anything before spilling all his secrets. My fault? What did you do? What did you do besides watch the show? You got fooled too. Monkey wailed, my love is gone. Wild Dog then turned to another and cursed, you stupid monkey, still talking about love at a time like this? Love my ass. That woman killed 4 superhumans the day before she met us. If she puts some arsenic in our food these next few days, all 5 of us are doomed. No, I'm worried, Cathead. Eagle, use your superpower to check if I've been poisoned. We all ate together, how could she possibly poison me? Lucas slapped his hand away, utterly bewildered. But I can't understand why Chewie suddenly decided to run away. Wild Dog said irritably, the radio station warned everyone to be careful of a young woman with a child, specifying she's an Earth-type superpower user, regardless of whether the child is a boy or a girl. Based on her superpower, age, and where we met her, it's clear she's the murderer. How could she dare stay? But Chewie was outside, we were in the kitchen, and she couldn't hear the broadcast. Chapter 28. How can you be so sure she couldn't hear you? Old Lu, your focus is strange. There's a saying, a guilty conscience needs no accuser. She probably already knew her identity would be exposed on the public address system, so she deliberately used a haircut as an excuse to run away with the child. Monkey lowered his head in frustration. If she were willing to stay for me, I'd find her any supplies she wanted. Patrick shuddered. I can't, she kill people, I'm scared. What are you afraid of? Aren't the zombies you're killing people? Corpses and living people are different. Lucas recalled the image of her standing in the kitchen cooking for them, the setting sun shining through the window onto her. At that time, the woman was as gentle as an angel. Perhaps she had some difficulties. Perhaps someone else stole her supplies first. Then why couldn't she just tell us her difficulties? Why did she steal our things? Lucas's face was also filled with a gloom of loss and confusion. I don't know. Why? Of course, it was for himself, to protect his son's secret as a raider. Shu Lan never intended to live her whole life in the illusion of being a virtuous wife and loving mother, catering to the emotional needs of a group of men for a few meals. Lying all the time gets tiring. Her initial plan was to follow them, and if they were accidentally killed, she would secretly let Shu Maomao take the supernatural abilities for herself. But the 5 of them seemed capable of living for many years, and were all good people, so this path was blocked. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed, so she had to settle for second best, stealing food and running away. Shu Lan followed the group's habits, only traveling on highways, avoiding cities, and sleeping underground at night. She encountered virtually no zombies on the road. After sleeping in the fields for a night, Shu Lan continued driving along the highway the next morning. If she were wanted, the area around District 15 wouldn't tolerate her. She planned to take her son and the stolen supplies to a distant place to hide until the warrant for her arrest wore off. Shu Maomao woke from his slumber and mumbled, "Mommy, there's someone ahead." Shu Lan quickly snapped out of her daze and became alert, living or dead. Shu Maomao listened intently for a moment, moving, not breathing, dead. Ahead was a straight road, and at the end of it seemed there was a small red dot. Shu Lan pressed down on the accelerator, and the speedometer needle shot up several numbers, like a spring. The car sped along the road, and Shu Maomao's eyes slowly widened. So fast! The dead person Shu Maomao was referring to was a woman. She sat on the median barrier of the highway, turning her head to watch the car approach. Her red dress was like a fluttering, bright red flag. A woman stretched out a pale, slender hand, as if asking for a ride. Shu Lan kept her eyes straight ahead as her cold, metallic car swept past the woman in the red dress like the wind. Shu Maomao said, "Mommy, she's catching up." Shu Lan glanced at the rearview mirror. The woman in red was no longer visible. Did she shake her off? Shu Maomao calmly stated the terrifying truth. "No, she's on the roof of our car." Just then, a head suddenly fell from the road ahead, black hair like a waterfall, skin as pale as paper. Shu Lan's head throbbed, her face instantly turned deathly pale, and she nearly fainted from shock. The last vestige of her sanity made her slam on the brakes. The wheels screeched against the road, releasing the sudden terror she had felt. The female zombie on the car roof wasn't thrown off by the braking inertia. Her face was less than half a meter from Shu Lan's, so Shu Lan could clearly see her smiling mouth forming the words, "Ha, Lu." What the heck? A zombie was greeting her? The head disappeared through the windshield, and Shu Lan was still reeling from the shock when the back door automatically unlocked. She immediately tried to press the lock, but it was too late. How could this zombie control her car? The female zombie in the red dress not only greeted her, but also climbed into her car, sitting in the back seat as if it were her own living room. "Your eyeballs are about to pop out, little sister." "She can even talk," Shu Lan screamed, "Baby space." A space opened inside the car, and the female zombie reacted quickly, grabbing onto the back of Shu Lan's seat, her fingers on Shu Lan's neck, smiling threateningly. "Little girl, don't misuse your powers." Shu Lan remained expressionless, making no further move. The female zombie didn't immediately go on a killing spree, indicating there was room for negotiation. Shu Lan closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, and said, "Zombie sister, let's talk. You want to eat people, right? My son is too small for you. Just bite me." The female zombie said, "I don't eat people, I want to rob you. Do you have any crystal cores?" Yes, we have plenty of crystal cores." After the initial shock, Shu Lan guessed the other woman's identity. She was at least a level 3 zombie. Life is truly a roller coaster. She spent the whole morning searching for a suitable place to stay, but first she found a level 3 zombie. Although she had considered going to the 9th district to fish in troubled waters, she hadn't even gone there yet. "Baby, take out the white stone for your sister." Shu Maomao blinked, and a pile of crystal cores tumbled down from the spatial dimension, scattering onto the seats behind her. The female zombie picked up the crystal cores, popped them into her mouth, and chewed them like rock candy in a few bites. The real deal. Her long fingernails scratched across Shu Lan's face. Shu Lan closed her eyes, her heart pounding with anxiety. Please don't let it get in here." She still wants to be a human. The female zombie simply withdrew her hand, leaned back in her seat eating the crystal core, and lightly threatened Shu Maomao. "If you try to trap me with your spatial abilities, I might crawl out every time you open your space, rendering it useless." Shu Maomao wasn't afraid at all, replying calmly, "The moment your head goes in, I close it." The female zombie chuckled. "Kid, you're quite clever. Trying to snatch my head off? But with my speed, are you sure you can succeed?" Shu Maomao pursed her lips, her facial muscles tensing, and a murderous glint appeared in her eyes. Seeing the situation was turning bad, Shu Lan grabbed her son's hand and called out, "Wait, Shu Maomao, let mommy speak." "Sister, are you really only going to steal crystal cores and not bite people?" The female zombie in the red dress shrugged. Although you smell delicious, if I bite you to death, I have to wait a long time for the next car to pass by." As she spoke, she didn't stop chewing stones. "Speaking of which, why didn't you stop? Do I look like a living person? Or are people these days so cold and heartless?" What could Shu Lan say? She could only coax the woman gently. "You do look like one. I'm the one who's cold and heartless." She could only admit defeat. She couldn't tell the truth, that she knew beforehand that she was a zombie and therefore didn't want to stop. "Apologize to me and I forgive you." I'm sorry. The female zombie laughed again. You're quite perceptive, little sister. More interesting than those who came up to fight me right away. What's your name? Zhao Li. Shu Mao Mao turned to Shu Lan blankly. Who's Zhao Li? Oh, Lily, drive. Take your sister to District 9. I promise you be safe the whole way. Shu Lan tentatively asked. And what happens when we get there? The female zombie lay back in the seat, lazily saying, Depends on my mood. The car started again, but Shu Lan's mood wasn't as relaxed as before. A time bomb lurked in the back seat. Who knew when it would explode? Shu Mao Mao nudged Shu Lan's arm, then lowered his head. His foot was resting on an axe. The female zombie in the back seat lazily asked, Lily, why aren't you saying anything? If you don't talk, I get bored, and when I'm bored, I get irritable, and when I'm irritable, I want to bite something. Shu Lan shook her head at Shu Mao Mao, like a taxi driver, forcing a smile as she chatted with the zombie. Sister, what's your name? Answerin, how about it? Pretty cool name, right? Cool, cool. I'm curious, how did you become a conscious zombie? A moment later, the female zombie had finished eating all the crystal cores. I always been conscious. Chapter 29. Shu Mao Mao nudged Shu Lan again, then looked down. A fish-killing knife lay at his feet. Shu Lan, eh? She tried to signal to Shu Mao Mao with her eyes. Baby, we can't beat her. Shu Mao Mao disappointedly put the fish-killing knife back into his spatial storage. Shu Lan saw in the rearview mirror that Answerin hadn't noticed their little interaction, and breathed a sigh of relief. She continued talking to her. So you didn't bite people from the beginning, only ate crystal cores? Answerin said, of course not. After becoming a zombie, the behavior of biting people becomes uncontrollable. Even if you know you're biting your own kind, you still open your mouth while feeling nauseous. You have no idea, the warm, sweet-smelling blood rushing into your mouth, and the taste of human flesh. Okay, sister, stop here. I don't want to know such details. Answerin chuckled. Eating too many crystal cores can suppress this urge, but so what? I'm already stained with human blood, and I can never go back. Shu Lan inexplicably thought. Chi Xian had that dream the night it fell, and at this moment, she shared a similar feeling with Answerin in the back seat. It would have been better if I hadn't been conscious at all. Answerin said, Indeed, now I can only deceive myself. I'm a completely new, carnivorous species that bites. I'm the opposite of you humans. Either I assimilate you, or you kill me. Shu Lan asked, So you went to District 9 to find those high-level zombies? Because they're the same kind as you. New species should naturally stay with other new species. Answerin said wistfully from the back seat, But to eat crystal cores, I have to go and rip out zombie heads, hurt my own kind, and get my nails dirty. Ugh, so annoying. Shu Lan seized the opportunity. I go, sister, I can help you get it out. Although she was also afraid of feeling disgusted, pleasing the big boss was more important. If Answerin wasn't lying, Shu Lan thought it was best to avoid a fight. The other party had stated their purpose was to hitch a ride. Perhaps taking Answerin to District 9 without angering her, and providing enough crystal cores to keep her sane, could lead to a mutually satisfactory outcome. Answerin said with satisfaction, Okay, it's too stuffy in the car. I stay in the car. She opened the car door and, like a spider, nimbly and quickly climbed onto the roof, where she remained without making a sound. Shu Lan thought, Answerin's condition is probably close to a level 3 zombie. If every group of superhumans' vehicles passes through this area, a level 3 zombie will silently crawl onto the roof and follow them back to the survivor base. She shuddered. She couldn't think any further. This story was too terrifying. Half an hour later, another upside-down head appeared before Shu Lan's eyes, startling her so much that she slammed on the brakes. Answerin knocked on the window beside her. Shu Lan opened it and heard her ask, Lily, have you been to District 9? Shu Lan clutched her heart and honestly shook her head. No wonder, I was just lying down for a while, and you got lost. Answerin squinted. Her eyes were different from normal people's. Her pupils were unfocused and grayish, like those of a dead person, yet her behavior and speech were as lively as a living person's. Lily, you wouldn't be deliberately sending me to some other place, like a survivor base, so they can ambush me, would you? Shu Lan raised her hands, sincerely saying, Absolutely not. I only know that District 9 is in the south, and this road is further south, which is why I'm heading this way. I swear, I don't want to go to the survivor base even more than you do. Answerin pulled her head back and got back into the car. I know, you can hear it on the radio. District 15 is looking for you. Keep going, I give you directions. Shu Lan said hesitantly, Sister, the car's out of gas. go into the city to find gas. Shulan hesitated, but after dark, there will be many zombies in the city. I need to hurry and find a remote place, like a mountaintop or village to stay, or dig a hole and sleep until tomorrow morning before we can set off again. Answerin said arrogantly, "What are you afraid of with me here? Go into the city." This zombie sister in the car had the highest status and strength, so Shulan had no choice but to obey. As evening approached, the zombies resting in the city became restless. Their time to go out and hunt for food was almost here. Humans whose power systems fail lose their sight at night, making encounters with zombies practically certain death. Shulan didn't really want to go into the city, and she especially didn't want to offend Answerin. As soon as the car entered the city, the surrounding zombies swarmed in. Seeing the swaying, ghostly figures approaching, Shulan regretted listening to Answerin. Her car was blocked by zombies, unable to move forward. She stopped and asked tremblingly, "Sister, can I trust you?" Answerin said, "Unlock the door." In that instant, Shulan's world collapsed. Her face ashen, she said, "You didn't deliberately trick me into coming to the city, so you could feed us to your kind, so that when we turn into zombies, we can grow 2 crystal cores for you to eat?" Answerin scoffed, "Is it really worth all this trouble for 2 crystal cores? I'd rather go straight to the survivor base. There are plenty of people there. Listen to me, unlock the door, I'm going to yell." While Shulan hesitated, the window was covered in blackened hands and terrifying faces, baring their teeth and hissing at her, pounding on the window. Answerin threatened, "Lily, if you don't behave, I bite you." Shulan quickly shouted, "Yes, I will." Since she was going to die anyway, and had already reached a dead end, she might as well try trusting Answerin one more time. Shulan reached out and pressed the unlock button, turned around and pulled Shu Mau Mau into her arms, hugging her tightly, her eyes tightly closed. That way, the first thing the zombies would bite would be her, not her son. The expected zombies rushing into the car and devouring her didn't happen. Instead, a loud, piercing scream rang out from the back seat. Answerin's scream was clear, long, and varied in tone, like a warning between wild beasts. The pounding on the car window stopped after she finished screaming. Shulan opened one eye and cautiously raised her head, seeing the zombies retreating, their faces no longer showing the hunger for flesh, but rather confusion and fear. She was shocked. "They're afraid of you?" Answerin lay back leisurely. "Of course, I'm a high-level zombie." Shulan couldn't suppress her astonishment. "You all evolved language? Cats have cat language, dogs have dog language, and zombies have their own way of communicating. What I just screamed meant get lost. This is my food?" Shulan said, "Oh, I'm food." Answerin smiled and said, "You're my reserve. Go ahead and choose. This whole city is mine tonight. You can stay wherever you want." She spoke as if she were some domineering female CEO showering her with exclusive affection. Shulan said without hesitation, "Then I want to stay in a 5-star hotel." 20 minutes later, Shulan stood in the penthouse suite of a 5-star hotel, flashlight in hand, exclaiming, "Wow, what a huge room." Answerin said, "I heard that high-end hotels have backup generators. Wait here a moment, I go find one." Shulan's eyes lit up. Okay. After she left, Shulan first used a towel to roughly sweep away the dust that had accumulated over the years, feeling inexplicably good. "Baby, this is the first time Mommy has lived in such a big house. There will be electricity soon, so the microwave and kitchen should work too, and I can cook for you again." Shu Mau Mau said, "Mommy, listen." He imitated Answerin shout in the car, shouting in a melodious and rhythmic voice. Although Shulan couldn't remember it, she vaguely felt that Shu Mau Mau's tone and emphasis were the same as Answerin's. Shulan exclaimed in surprise, "You learned it after she only shouted it once?" Shu Mau Mau nodded, and then imitated a common zombie shout. Shulan had heard this one more often, and was certain that it was no different from a common zombie shout. Shulan squatted down, hugged him, and showered him with kisses and cuddles, praising him incessantly. "So amazing. How can I have such an amazing baby? Are you a genius? Or were you sent down from heaven to save me?" Shu Mau Mau calmly let her kiss him, a slight smile of pride playing on his lips. Chapter 30. After praising him, Shulan told her son, "We must keep this secret. We can't let that zombie sister know." Shu Mau Mau was at that curious age, like a walking encyclopedia of questions. "Why do I have to hide everything I know?" Shulan sat on the edge of the bed, holding him, and shone a flashlight on the ceiling so she could see more. Her voice was as gentle as the moonlight outside the window. She gave a simple example. "Look at this fruit knife. If I take the sheath off and hold it like this facing someone, they think, am I planning to hurt them? Once they think that, they might attack us first. But if I sheath it, and put the blade out of sight, they won't be afraid. Shu Mao Mao hadn't changed his clothes last night, and there were still some stray hairs in his collar. She reached out and carefully picked them out. Mommy knew someone incredibly powerful before. He saved so many people, but all they thought was, "Ah, he's so strong, maybe one day he steal my powers or my wealth and ride roughshod over me. We should kill him while we can still beat him." Shu Lan sometimes thought back to that day, wondering if the person who saved her from the zombies was that predator. Besides him, all the other superhumans were either running for their lives or protecting Dr. Zhao. No one cared about the life or death of a complete stranger like her. She heard he once saved half the province, a hero's honor, yet his fate was worse than an ordinary person's. Are we supposed to give our divinely bestowed self-defense abilities to one person and watch him become the savior? Impossible. Why? That's unfair. So the final result was that the raiders became the common enemy, and everyone guarded their own little plot of land, living together in fear of the approaching zombies. Shu Mao Mao said, "I know, I need to put the knife where no one can see it." Shu Lan was both amused and exasperated. Of all she had said, Shu Mao Mao only understood this one sentence. "That's good, baby, a very accurate summary." A bright light flashed, and Shu Lan subconsciously closed her eyes, only opening them after a moment. Shu Mao Mao covered his eyes with both hands and asked, "Mommy, is the sun out?" This was the first time he had experienced such a bright night. Shu Lan pulled his hands away, laughing, "There's electricity." A thumping sound came from the direction of the French windows, attracting the attention of the mother and son. Shu Lan went over, pulled back the curtains, and suddenly a distorted face was pressed against the dark glass. Shu Lan, expressionless, boring. She calmly drew the curtains again, turned to leave, and the knocking on the glass sounded behind her again. Sigh. Shu Lan sighed. She had no choice but to coax the zombie sister. She went back, drew the curtains, unlocked the window, and was about to speak when Answerin suddenly climbed in through the small, square window, less than half a meter wide and long. Black hair, red dress, long arms and legs, she looked like Sadako crawling out of a television. "Sister, you become unconventional since becoming a new species, haven't you?" Answerin stood up, brushed the long hair falling across her face, and said with a smile, "No, I just wanted to see you scared." Shu Lan, "Nobody gets scared 3 times by the same trick." Answerin said, "Then I develop some new tricks next time." Shu Lan immediately forced a fawning smile. "No, sister, you're the kindest zombie in the world, and you're beautiful too. There's no other girl as obedient as me in the whole world, and I can drive and find crystal cores. How could you bear to scare me to death?" Shu Lan moved closer to her solicitously. "Your hair must be so messy. Let me comb it for you, sister. I'm the best at combing hair." Answerin said, "Don't touch me, you smell too good. If I can't resist and bite such an obedient little girl to death, that would be such a pity." Okay, I stay away from you. I'm going to cook." Shu Lan took 3 steps back and quickly went into the kitchen with her son. The kitchen only had a microwave and a coffee machine, the sink was empty, and the refrigerator was bare except for bottled water. Just as Shu Lan took out the ingredients, she heard Answerin roar again outside. It must be other zombies stirring downstairs. Her actions left Shu Lan with a strange feeling. It was hard to imagine that the first high-level zombie she encountered was protecting the living, her goal being to hitch a ride to find her own kind. She wrapped the potatoes in a damp paper towel, poked a few small holes in them, and put them in the microwave to bake. Then she took out 2 empty bowls from her spatial storage, added dried vegetables, seasonings, and water, and heated them together for 10 minutes, resulting in fragrant baked potatoes and a simple vegetable soup. While she and Shu Mao Mao were enjoying the potatoes and soup, Answerin pulled up a chair and sat down, her posture quite bold and unrestrained, a stark contrast to her glamorous image. "You're eating so little, is there not enough food?" "Enough. We need to go to bed early tonight. Eating too much will keep us awake." Shu Lan handed her a potato. "Want some?" Answerin didn't answer. "I can't eat this, just like a person can't eat stones." Shu Lan withdrew her good intentions. Actually, she was just making a token gesture to Answerin. It was best if she didn't eat. She couldn't afford to feed a third mouth. "Where's the child's father?" It was that inescapable topic again. Shu Lan calmly said, "He died a long time ago." "Dead?" Answerin drawled, her tone ambiguous. "You saw the body?" "Of course, after he turned into a zombie, he chased people around the streets biting them, and he was shot in the head. In the beginning, the army was the main force suppressing zombies. Shu Lan had witnessed them mowing down zombies. The scene was horrific. Besides zombies, Everything that flew in the sky ran on the ground, and all kinds of animals were carriers of the virus. They were all treated equally and killed. That's why the world had become so silent. Looking at the little boy beside her, silently drinking soup from a bowl bigger than his own face, Ansarin smiled and didn't continue the conversation. After dinner, Shulan lay on the soft bed inside. This is the presidential suite. Besides being bigger, more beautifully decorated, and having a softer bed, there's nothing special about it. Ansarin walked to the bar, where bottles with foreign writing on them were displayed. She shook one, red wine. It has a long shelf life. Want to try some? Shulan jumped up. Yes. There were wine glasses in the cabinet. Ansarin rinsed them with bottled water from the refrigerator, poured 2 glasses, and walked to the bathtub by the floor-to-ceiling window. She beckoned to Shulan. You can lie here, soak in a hot bath, enjoy a professional massage, hold a glass of red wine, and admire the dazzling cityscape outside. Shulan suddenly understood. She went over, took the glass, and stepped into the dry bathtub, looking out the dark window, imagining it as a sea of bright lights. It does seem a bit extravagant and elegant, huh? She downed half a glass of red wine in one gulp, smacked her lips twice, and uttered a pauper's assessment. It tastes like grape juice, not good. Ansarin burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Shulan belatedly realized. Did I drink too fast? Yes, the usual way to drink it is to sip it, but it's okay, drink it however you like, nobody can stop you. Chapter 31. Shu Maomao had somehow climbed into the bathtub and patted Shulan's leg. Mommy, I want to try some too. Shulan squatted down. Her alcohol tolerance was very low, and she was already starting to feel dizzy. She said, children shouldn't drink alcohol. Anselin, standing beside her, egged her on. Let him try a little, it'd be fine. Shulan turned and glared at her fiercely. What do you mean fine? You just want to stir things up. It's not your son, don't you care? What if you ruin him by drinking too much? As soon as she finished speaking, Shulan suddenly woke up, her eyes wide open. With her hands clasped together, she repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have yelled at you. I apologize, please don't bite me. Ansarin smiled even more broadly, her eyes seemingly brimming with tenderness as she looked at Shulan. Don't worry, I won't bite you. That's good. Shulan suddenly felt a surge of sorrow, hugging her child and wailing, life is so hard, what? Ansarin placed the wine glass on the edge of the bathtub. Shu Maomao looked up at her. She raised an eyebrow, then glanced at Shulan again. Shu Maomao understood her meaning. Your mother didn't notice, hurry and try it. He stared suspiciously at the woman's face, then glanced down at Shulan, who had cried herself to sleep in a comfortable position by the bathtub. His gaze slowly turned cold as he said, You made her cry. Ansarin shrugged. She likes to cry in people's arms after drinking, then she falls asleep. It has nothing to do with me. It was you. You gave her that weird stuff. Shu Maomao clasped his hands together, and a knife appeared out of thin air between them. The knife was longer than his leg, he needed both hands to lift it. He faced the woman, who was half a head taller than him, his eyes showing no fear, only a murderous intent far beyond his years. He raised his hand, and threw the knife. Anselin dodged to the side, the knife grazing her and falling into a rift torn open in the air, which then disappeared. The next moment, the rift representing the spatial exit reopened behind Anselin's head, and a long knife flew out. At the command of the space's master, this knife would pierce straight through Anselin's skull, landing in Shu Maomao's hand. But Anselin, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, raised her hand, and precisely caught the blade flying towards her from behind. With a snap of her fingers, the connection between Shu Maomao and the space vanished as if a control line had been severed. Shu Maomao realized at that moment that he couldn't move anything below his neck. He glared at him fiercely, his brows furrowed, clearly displeased. Ansarin crouched down, hooked his chin, and smacked her lips provocatively. Oh dear, you can't beat me now. Shu Maomao, who hadn't been particularly angry before, was now truly enraged. His body was filled with the urge to smash something, but he couldn't vent it. He could only glare fiercely at the woman in front of him, clenching his teeth, trying to regain control of his body, straining until the veins on his neck bulged. Ansarin said, all right, I play with you. Listen to your mother, you're not grown up yet, there are plenty of people you can't beat. Shu Maomao squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. Again. Ansarin nodded indifferently, taking a few steps back. Okay, again. She snapped her fingers again, and the moment Shu Maomao could move, spatial rifts appeared in every corner of the room, randomly dropping out one cold weapon after another, knives, axes, shovels, iron bars. Finally, the space pressed against Anserin's back, taking in all the weapons that had fallen out, along with her. The cold weapons that had been converging towards the center, hacking the woman in the red dress to pieces, suddenly betrayed Shu Mao's will and turned to fly towards him and Shu Lan. Shu Mao had never been so panicked. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he spread his arms to shield the unconscious Shu Lan, shouting anxiously, "Go back!" The spatial entrance that should have swallowed Anserin closed, instead opening wide in Shu Mao's hands, like a gaping maw, swallowing all the incoming weapons. Shu Mao's forehead was covered in sweat, his heart pounding. If he hadn't been able to move again, these incoming weapons would have killed his mother. His mother was right. He couldn't defeat this female zombie. The tall woman, barefoot the entire time, walked over lightly and sat on the edge of the bathtub. Still not going to listen to your mother and hide the knife? She was annoying. Shu Mao didn't want to talk to her at all, nor did he intend to fight her. He turned and grabbed Shu Lan's arm, forcefully pulling her out. "Mommy, get up." The drunk man became sluggish and didn't move an inch. Anserin chuckled, bent down, and picked Shu Lan up horizontally, a small hand resting on her arm. Shu Mao squeezed it tightly, snarling, "You're not allowed to touch her." Anserin swayed, shoving the child aside with her shoulder, picked up Shu Lan, and ran out of the bathtub. "Hey! I'm going to touch her anyway." To chase her, Shu Mao had to swoop over the bathtub, which was as high as his chest. He stomped his foot hard, his eyebrows furrowed, his cheeks flushed, needing to gasp for breath to keep from getting too angry. Once he grows a little taller, he definitely killed this most hated zombie in the world the moment he sees him. Anserin didn't really do anything. She just put Shu Lan on the bed, and then disappeared. Shu Mao crawled into the covers, and pulled Shu Lan's arm to his still puffy little belly. Humph, even if she helped, he still beat her up later. But why is his body suddenly unable to move? Why are those weapons flying around uncontrollably? Thinking about things he doesn't understand won't help. The soft bed and a deep drowsiness enveloped Shu Mao, forcibly cutting off his thoughts and dragging him into sleep. In a daze, Shu Lan felt a slight itch on her face. She reached out to scratch, but grabbed a handful of soft, fine hair. "What the heck? Ah!" She screamed and sat up abruptly. Before her was a bright and beautiful smiling face. Anserin sat on the edge of the bed, a strand of hair still clutched in her hand, and said smugly, "How was that, Lily?" Shu Lan really wanted to slap her, but she didn't dare, admitting with tears in her eyes, it was terrifying. She had thought a zombie had stormed into the room to eat her head. Wait, no, a zombie had indeed entered the room, sitting right next to her bed. Shu Lan realized that subconsciously, she was no longer afraid of Anserin biting her. Perhaps it was because the other woman always played these pranks. She'd gotten used to it, and figured Anserin was nothing more than that, incapable of anything more outrageous. Besides, Anserin didn't smell of decay at all. Apart from always walking barefoot on the floor, her soles were quite clean. "Get up. The sun's high in the sky, and you're still sleeping. Don't you have any professionalism? I've been waiting for you for ages." Shu Lan turned her head, and looked at the heavy blackout curtains in surprise. "It's noon?" she exclaimed. Anserin walked over, pulled back the curtains, and a burst of bright light shone in. She quickly pulled them back shut. "Would I lie to you?" Shu Lan gave a guilty laugh. Hee. "It must be because I had a drink last night." She wasn't quite sure about her drinking behavior and asked cautiously, "Sister, after I drank, I didn't say anything incoherent, did I?" Chapter 32. "I did." Shu Lan covered her mouth and backed away. "Oh no, oh no, oh no," she hadn't cursed this sister, had she? Anserin mimicked with great emotion. "You cried and shouted, 'Husband, I miss you so much, don't abandon me and our son.'" Shu Lan, Her sister was talking nonsense. She didn't even have a husband. Speechless, Shu Lan's expression became numb. She simply ignored her and turned to pat Shu Mao. "Get up, baby." Shu Mao's eyelids twitched, her fists clenched, her whole face straining, as if she wanted to open her eyes but couldn't. "After you fell asleep last night, he used his power." Anserin went around to the other side of the bed, bent down, and reached out to the child. Shu Lan rushed over, shielding her son with her body, like a mother cat protecting her kittens, tilting her head back and forcing a smile. What did he use his power for? Anserin gave a sinister smile. "To fight me, to try and kill me." Since early morning, Shu Lan's mood had been like a roller coaster, soaring to the heavens one moment and plummeting the next. She knelt on the bed, clasped her hands together above her head, and counted out several times. I'm sorry, sister. Please forgive him. Don't hold it against him. Answerin looked at Shu Lan's humble posture, the smile fading. If a third person were present, they would have seen the pity in the eyes of a high-level zombie looking at a human. But the zombie's tone remained as light-hearted and mocking as ever. This isn't something an apology can solve. As my mother, you should do something to make up for the fright I suffered. Do what? Lily's voice is so beautiful. Sing me a song. Shu Lan rolled her eyes at the bedsheets. Every day was a hassle, harder to appease than those 5 men. She straightened up, forcing a smile. Sister, I don't know many songs. Sing that one, starting today. Shu Lan subconsciously continued, I want to go to the toilet by myself? Answering crossed her arms contentedly, looking on with anticipation. Sing it. Shu Lan thought her request was strange, but she did know the song, and even sang it often. She cleared her throat, enunciating clearly. Starting today I want to go to the toilet by myself. Mom and Dad, don't underestimate me. Baby Buzz taught me the secret to using the toilet. I can't wait to go. No eating while using the toilet. Saving paper while using the toilet. No playing with toys while using the toilet. Flush after using the toilet. Answerin tried to hold back her laughter but couldn't. Shu Lan thought to herself. Didn't I hear that song playing in the rocking cars when I went to the supermarket before? I don't know what's so funny about it. However, she had been tricked into working as a hostess at a karaoke bar. When customers asked her to sing, Shu Lan would sing this children's song, deliberately ruining the mood and forcing them to kick her out. She remembered, what happened back then? The sudden thought flashed through her mind like a shooting star. It vanished before she could catch it. Only a vague, dreamlike feeling remained. A blank, misty void in her mind, a desire to recall something. Come on, I hold the baby for you. Even in her sleep, Shu Mau could still hear what was happening outside. She grimaced and whimpered, but her eyes remained closed, as if weighed down by a mountain. Answerin smacked his little bottom. Objection overruled. Carrying a big kid like you down 20 flights of stairs? You exhaust your mother. Shu Mau stopped wriggling and let Answerin pick him up, though he still looked unhappy. Shu Lan, with her messy hair, followed behind cautiously, reminding her, Sister, nails, don't scratch him, thank you. As they went downstairs, zombie figures would occasionally appear in the stairwell, turning and shrinking back like mice before a cat when they saw Answerin. Shu Lan didn't know how to refuel her car, but Answerin did. She used empty bottles and hoses to collect fuel from abandoned vehicles on the street and poured it into her car's tank. Zombies, drawn by the smell of meat, peeked around the street corner. Shu Lan didn't dare stray too far from Answerin, afraid of being snatched away by a lurking hand if she got separated from them. What did you do for a living, sister? Answerin looked up and thought for a moment. Yes, Shu Lan was certain she was thinking that such small gestures usually indicated the person was lying. The English teacher. It was quite a convincing lie. Shu Lan's image of an English teacher was someone like Answerin, tall and slender, wearing all sorts of beautiful long dresses, always impeccably dressed and stylish. If Answerin's movements while prying open the gas tank lock with a shovel weren't so practiced and decisive, it would be even more believable. They borrowed the remaining gas from 3 cars before filling up Shu Lan's car. Shu Mau slept motionless in the passenger seat. Although she looked no different from usual, Shu Lan drove with apprehension, occasionally reaching out to touch her body. Zombies don't need to breathe and have no body temperature, but the child's body was still warm, and her breathing was steady. Do you have superpowers? Shu Lan's heart skipped a beat, but she forced herself to remain calm. Yes, I have Earth-type superpowers. Answerin said slowly, using superpowers quickly depletes your body's energy. 5 minutes is equivalent to an hour of exercise. After your energy is depleted, your body needs time to recover automatically. The longer the rest, the longer you can use it again. So, the best way to enhance your superpowers is to use them with all your might every time. You know about people with superpowers? Answerin said, I just asked around. Turn on the car radio, you can hear a lot of what they researched. Shu Lan, who had just learned to drive, said helplessly, I don't know how to use the car radio. Answerin got up from the back seat, walked through the middle, and helped her tune the car radio to a public channel. In this world, there wasn't so much interference from other signals, and the announcer's voice rang out clearly. A young, long-haired woman and a girl of 3 or 4 years old killed 4 superhumans in Xi'an while fighting for supplies. Answerin turned her head and met Shu Lan's gaze. She slightly curled her lips. I'm talking about you. Shu Lan laughed awkwardly. What a coincidence. Although Answerin said she wanted to bite Shu Lan, Even when they were only a fist's distance apart, Answerin showed no sign of madness and calmly sat back down. Moreover, Shulan noticed that Answerin's skin was incredibly smooth, as if it had been skin peeled, with almost no visible pores. She suddenly thought, does becoming a zombie mean you don't age? Answerin said, without metabolism, you certainly don't age. Eating stones will keep you young forever. Interested? Welcome to join our new species. You can bring your children along too. I steal stones to support you and your child. Chapter 33. Touched, but not moved. About an hour later, Shu Maoao called out softly, Mommy. Shu Lan's worries finally disappeared. Her voice was naturally sweet, and when she spoke to her son, it was as soft as a cloud. You're awake. Is anything bothering you? No. Shu Maoao sat up straight, his cheeks slightly puffy from sleep. His eyes didn't focus for a long time. After a while, he said with a sour face, Mommy, I want to find a superpower that can make me grow taller. Answerin poured cold water on him from the back seat. Even if you grow taller, you still can't beat me. Shu Maoao's face became even more sour. Nobody talks to you. I insist on talking to you. Shu Lan had the illusion that there were two children in the car, but her 4-year-old son was obviously more mature. She snorted and ignored Answerin. Unfortunately, the 49th District base has been overrun by a third-tier zombie disguised as a survivor. Less than 40% of the population has survived. All bases are ordered to be on high alert. If anyone seeks refuge is suspected of being infected or a high-tier zombie, do not hesitate to execute them immediately. Do not hesitate to execute them immediately. The sudden somber tone brought a death knell to the nation, as if the twilight itself had been shrouded in gray, foreshadowing a world about to descend into darkness. The radio on the bus was broadcasting the horrific deeds of the third-tier zombies. Outside, Shu Lan was trying to open the door of a villa with one of the third-tier zombies. There was no other way. They couldn't reach the 9th district before dark, and would have to stop to find accommodation again. Lily, get out of the way. Shu Lan pulled Shu Maoao behind the stone lions, watching as Answerin broke the lock, kicked open the door, and a horde of zombies swarmed out, heading straight for Shu Lan. Answerin stood between them, letting out low, growling growls. The zombies, like soldiers obeying a command, shrank back, turned, and staggered out of the villa, disappearing into the sunset. Shu Maoao listened intently to Answerin's voice, a faint light flickering in her eyes. Shu Lan noticed the group of zombies that had left, including both old and young. They looked like a family. Answerin shrugged. Probably one of them was infected, and his family couldn't bear to hand him over for execution. They thought that as long as they moved him to a secluded place, secretly locked him up, and fed him raw meat, they'd be fine. They underestimated the zombie's strength, and the whole family ended up being bitten to death. There were many cases like this in the early stages. Shu Lan followed her into the villa. It was filthy, with bloodstains everywhere, and occasionally, rotting limbs could be seen in the corners. The air was filled with various unpleasant stenches. The traces left behind indicated a fierce battle had taken place here. This house is no good, Answerin said. It's uninhabitable. Before getting into the car and leaving, Shu Lan glanced at the magnificent house bathed in the setting sun, white walls, a vermilion roof, a garden and pond downstairs, and a golden swing hidden under a wisteria trellis. It was beautiful, but unfortunately, the interior was in terrible disrepair. Fortunately, they found a safe and clean place to stay before dark, but Shu Lan's enthusiasm had waned. She cooked noodles, placed them in front of Shu Maoao, and stared blankly at the fire. You haven't eaten all day, Answerin asked. What are you thinking about instead of eating noodles? Shu Lan sighed. I'm thinking about the meaning of life. My dream used to be to become rich before I died, to own a castle-like house like the one we just saw. But now, with the house in front of me, I can't stand it for even a second. Answerin smiled. That kind of decor isn't uncommon. I see similar things again in the future. But they don't belong to me anymore. They all belong to those dead zombies. I'm just a passerby staying here. There's an old saying, what's destined to be yours will be yours, and what's not, you can't force. Maybe it's just not meant to be for me. Answerin asked, do you believe in fate? Shu Lan shook her head. I don't. I fight for what I want. Answerin nodded. Good that you don't believe. I don't believe either. Shu Lan turned her head and said pitifully, so, considering how hard I've driven you these past 2 days, tomorrow, if you go to District 9, you let me and my son go, right, sister? Answerin looked up at her. Shu Lan, chin in hand, looked completely obedient. Sister, are you in a good mood now? If not, I tell you a few more corny jokes. Sure, go ahead. Shu Lan perked up and cleared her throat. Tell me about a guy who got into a fight and got slashed more than 20 times, but he didn't utter a sound the whole time. Guess why? Why? Because the first slash hit his vocal cords. Ha ha ha. Shu Lan knew Answerin had a low threshold for laughter, but she didn't know it was this low. With a little trickery, she spotted Answerin's back molars. Telling her most treasured jokes to someone with a low threshold for laughter is very satisfying, and Shu Lan instantly perked up. There was a patient who went to see a doctor. He said, "Doctor, I've broken 4 fingers." The doctor asked, "How are you feeling now?" "How am I feeling?" Shu Lan clenched her fist in front of her chest, except for one thumb, and said seriously, "Doctor, what do you think?" Ha ha ha. Shu Mao lifted his head from the pot. "Mommy, what's so funny?" Shu Lan reached out and pressed his little head down. "If it's not funny, don't listen. Eat your noodles." "Sister, I have another one." As night deepened, after telling a few jokes, Shu Lan had cheered herself up. After finishing her meal, she hummed a song, wiped her son's hands and face clean with freshly boiled water, and made the bed. "Good night, baby." Shu Mao wasn't sleepy at all. He curled up in Shu Lan's arms, quietly waiting for her to fall asleep. He tiptoed out, put on his shoes, and pushed open the door. In the open space where they had cooked, Answerin was still sitting there, idly poking at the fire with a stick. The firelight illuminated her pale face. Shu Mao called out to her, "Hey, let's fight again." He planned to use both of his superpowers this time. He refused to believe he couldn't beat this annoying woman. Answerin looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. "Listen." Silence returned after she finished speaking. Shu Mao heard faint yet noisy howls carried on the wind from afar. Answerin stood up. "I'm leaving. We fight again next time." She stepped barefoot across the fire and onto the road, her red dress swaying in the wind. In the moonlight, she turned back to the child at the door. "Growing taller is useless. You need more superpowers." Shu Mao frowned, flicked her fingers, and soil rose from the ground, forming an earthen prison that sealed Answerin. Answerin smiled and said, "Shu Mao, you will meet someone named Jiang He in District 9. Kill her." The earthen prison didn't break, but the woman in the red dress vanished like a burst bubble. Shu Mao used her superpower to dismantle the earthen prison. It was empty. Apart from the swaying shadows of trees, nothing else moved. Where did that woman go? Shu Mao suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened, and he turned around, running upstairs. He pulled back the covers, and saw Shu Lan still inside. He rushed over and hugged her. Thank goodness, Mommy didn't disappear with her. Shu Lan's frail body was jolted awake by her son's sudden, energetic movement. Cough cough. Chapter 34. Shu Lan gently patted his bottom, muttering, "Stinky baby, you bumped into me." "Sorry, Mommy." Shu Mao burrowed into a familiar spot before stopping, muttering, "That woman named Answerin is gone." Shu Lan hugged him, preparing to go back to sleep. "Don't worry about her. Zombies like to wander around at night." Shu Mao, for the first time, explained nervously, "No, I was talking to her, and she suddenly disappeared." Shu Lan regained some consciousness. "Disappeared right before your eyes?" Shu Mao said, "Yes. She even knew my name was Shu Mao, and she made me kill someone named Jiang He." This was a bit chilling. She had never called her son by his full name in front of Answerin. Shu Lan's eyes widened in fright, and she fumbled for the flashlight, turning it on. Where did she disappear to? "Take me to see." The loose pile of earth outside was still on the ground, a chilling wind blowing, but there was indeed no one in sight. Shu Lan used her flashlight to circle the room, closed the door tightly, and found some things to prop it up. Although she knew it wouldn't do any good to the zombie, she still wanted some psychological comfort. She pulled her son back to bed, pulled the blanket over their heads, and whispered, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." She probably has some kind of teleportation or invisibility ability. At least Answerin kept her word. She didn't bite us before she left. Not only did she not bite her, but she had acted as both bodyguard and laborer for the past 2 days, making Shu Lan feel flattered. She wondered if she had known such an older sister before, or if Answerin was a kind person in life, and even as a zombie, she was a good zombie. Shu Mao said dejectedly, "Mommy, I hate the feeling of not being able to beat her." "It's normal, baby. You're still so young, and she's already a level 3 zombie. Everyone likes to win, and Mommy likes to win too, but nobody becomes strong all at once. We take it slow, and you'd definitely be able to beat everyone eventually." Shu Mao knew he didn't want to win against Answerin. He didn't want to see Shu Lan trembling with fear every day, forcing a smile as she navigated between the dead and the living, only to cry after drinking that strange beverage, saying life was so hard. He wanted her to live an easy, happy life, preferably one where she could swagger around. But growing up and becoming stronger was such a slow process, it made him impatient. Shu Maomao felt like a heavy weight was pressing on his heart, making him very uncomfortable. He rested his forehead on Shu Lan's shoulder, closed his eyes, and said nothing more. As dawn broke, the whole house brightened with the sunlight. Shu Maomao heard a car pull up and stop outside their house, followed by a man and a woman talking. He opened his eyes, sat up, and nudged Shu Lan. The moment Shu Lan woke up, she heard noises outside the door. She quickly put on her shoes and clothes, and by then, the people outside were already trying to open it. The lock is off, but the door won't open. There's someone inside. Shu Lan and Shu Maomao exchanged a glance and mouthed to each other, "Don't use your powers yet." Those active during the day are usually alive. If they didn't make a sound, it looked like they were about to break down the door. Shu Lan shouted, "There's someone inside, alive." There was a moment of silence outside, then a man said, "It's a woman." "How many people are inside?" Shu Lan didn't answer the question, but still shouted, "Just tell me what you want. We need this car outside. Throw the keys out." Shu Lan frowned. She spent days posing as a devoted wife and mother to steal the car, and these people were already demanding it. They were unreasonable, and yet so arrogant. "This is my only car. If you don't give it to me, go find another one. Don't mess with me, I'm an ability user too." Then green thread seeped in from under the door, quickly growing into wrist-thick vines, pushing aside the clutter piled up by the doorway. Shu Lan pulled Shu Maomao back. Just then, someone kicked the door open. In the swirling dust, both sides could see each other's numbers. Outside stood 4 men and 2 women, next to a mangled SUV covered in blackened blood, missing a door, and severely damaged in battle. The group, finding only a wary young woman and a small boy inside, simultaneously showed expressions of relief. The short man closest to the door, a clump of green plants shrinking back into the soil at his feet, sneered, "You talk so confidently, but you're all alone with a child. We're a team of superhumans. Throw the key over yourself, or we kill you and take it." Shu Lan's eyes swept over the group, her fingers tightening on Shu Maomao's shoulder, before she finally relented. "Fine, the key's yours." In chaotic times, bandits emerge. Without rules, the world reverts to its brutal reality of survival of the fittest. There were 6 of them. If they only wanted a car and nothing else, she could give it to them. She tossed the key to the short man. The bearded man beside him sized Shu Lan up and down, his gaze slick and dark. Suddenly he spoke, "Wait a minute, I'm tired after running all night. You guys wait outside, I play with this mother." In that instant, everything changed. A deep, spatial eye appeared behind the bearded man, and a sharp blade flew out, piercing his chest. Blood-red flowers bloomed in the morning light. The crimson blade was sucked into the re-emerging spatial rift. The short man closest to the bearded man reacted first, his face paling, and he shouted angrily, "They ambushed us. Kill them!" As the blood-stained blade reappeared, the others reacted swiftly. Behind the fallen bearded man stood a middle-aged man in a gray sweater. The air around the gray sweater man visibly distorted, and the long blade, just as it approached, was forcibly deflected by an unknown force. An air wall. Shu Maomao narrowed her round, kitten-like eyes. The ground beneath the gray sweater man's feet suddenly collapsed, forming a large crater. The gray sweater man fell into the crater, and the surrounding soil shifted inward, burying him completely. Just then, vines reaching in through the doorway entangled Shu Lan and Shu Maomao's ankles, pulling both mother and son to the ground. Shu Lan landed on the back of her head, the impact making her head ring and causing her to cry out in pain. Her first thought was, thankfully, Shu Maomao landed on her stomach and wasn't seriously injured. Shu Maomao got up, her eyes flashing with an even sharper, colder killing intent. The space opened up again, and a spinning axe flew out, severing the head of the shortest man closest to the door, before landing precisely in Shu Maomao's hand. He turned to look at the last surviving man, his right arm gaining strength as he forcefully threw the axe, only to tear the man's clothes. The man's face, neck, and hands, all exposed skin, had turned gray, like hard rock, except for his eyes, which remained clear and bright. The rock-like man picked up the axe from the ground and rushed towards the mother and child. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose from the ground, hitting his face and relentlessly splattering into his eyes. His vision was obstructed, and his eyes stung. The rock-like man had to stop halfway, closing his eyes, and letting tears stream down his face. A jet of water shot over, hitting his face and washing away all the dust, turning it into mud that flowed down. It was the woman who had been standing by the car earlier. She had now climbed into the trunk, sticking her head out and anxiously shouting, "Hurry up and do it." A terrifying spatial eye suddenly appeared behind her. The scattered weapons on the ground, as if drawn by a magnet, flew towards the woman. She screamed, laid down in the trunk, and closed the hood. The car's metal shell was sturdy enough to prevent her from being riddled with thorns. Shu Maomao frowned. The man was standing on the steps. Burying him was too late. Swallowing him into the spatial dimension and suffocating him would ruin the pumpkins he and his mother wanted to eat. While the rock man was held back by Shu Maomao, Shu Lan, enduring the pain in the back of her head, tore off the withered vines from her feet and crawled out on her knees. She wiped the blood from the threshold, then quickly crawled back, grabbing Shu Maomao's small hand and wiping it on. Meanwhile, aided by his water-based abilities, the rock man opened his bloodshot eyes, strode into the house, stood behind Shu Lan, and raised his axe high against her slender back. Shu Maomao looked up, her dark eyes reflecting the man's mud-covered, grotesque face. A green vine silently wrapped around the man's neck, then suddenly pulled him out of the house. A second large crater appeared in the ground. The vine dragged the struggling rock man into it, the earth returned to its original position, the raised mound trembled slightly, and quickly returned to calm. Chapter 35. Shu Maomao walked to Shu Lan, who was slumped on the ground, and helped her up. Shu Lan, still shaken, turned to look at the two corpses outside, then at the freshly turned soil, her mouth agape and her eyes glazed. She finally realized that her 4-year-old son, Shu Maomao, was a genius who used his supernatural abilities to kill. Shu Maomao placed his clean hand on the back of Shu Lan's head. Shu Lan cried out, "Ouch, that hurts, baby." Shu Maomao said unhappily, "It's swollen." He should have dealt with the closest person first. Shu Lan stood up. "It's all right, a little rub will do." She counted the heads, 2 in the field, 2 on the ground, and 1 in the car. 5 people, and what about the woman? Shu Maomao pointed to the woods. The first person ran that way when he died. Okay. Shu Lan took a deep breath, feeling she should say something, but squatting in front of her son, looking into his clear eyes, she found herself unable to speak. What did she say? That we can't be so cruel, yet we taken 4 more lives? Was this the kind of ruthless thing she wanted to do? We already blocked the door, told them to leave, but they insisted on breaking in. If she hadn't stolen 2 superpowers earlier, she and Shu Maomao, a frail woman and a child, would always have been the ones being plundered. The moral codes of this world only bind those who are willing to abide by them. Shu Lan's gaze slowly calmed, and she changed what she was about to say. "Baby, kill the one in the car too." Shu Maomao nodded without objection. Okay. He walked to the bearded man who had been killed first, getting a little of the man's blood on his hands. About 2 seconds later, Shu Maomao looked at his hand. A layer of black slime had appeared on it, increasing until it formed a dark brown slime ball. Shu Lan asked curiously, "What is this?" Shu Maomao said, "I don't know, it feels like something useless, just like this man." Shu Lan couldn't help but laugh out loud. She was always charmed by her son's cuteness when she was feeling down. She took a knife Shu Maomao had given her, and walked with him to the trunk of the SUV. She knocked on the hood, pressed the switch, and tried to pull it up, but found it wouldn't budge. The person inside wouldn't let go. Shu Lan tried lifting it with both hands, but the hood still wouldn't budge. So, giving up on herself, she stepped back, making room for her son. "Mommy can't do it, you do it." Shu Maomao focused his attention, and suddenly 2 thick vines shot out from under the SUV, flipping the car over. One of the vines pressed a switch, the trunk lid opened, and the woman inside fell out unexpectedly. The moment she fell backward to the ground, a blood-red longsword appeared in the center of the woman's pupils, her eyes widening in shock. The tip of the blade pierced her skull, her gaze gradually unfocusing. Before losing consciousness, she heard a clear child's voice. "We have water-based abilities now, Mommy." That was her ability. The ground in front of the house had been tidied up, and the car started moving again. Shu Maomao pointed her little finger into the woods. "The woman who escaped is over there." Shu Lan looked over, thought for a moment, and asked, "Baby, did she only see you kill the first person?" "Yes." Shu Lan chose to let the other person go, rather than chase after her. The other party hadn't witnessed Shu Maomao stealing someone else's abilities, and driving was impossible in the woods. Chasing someone who had already created distance on foot would be extremely exhausting. Even if the escaped woman encountered other people on the road, she could at most warn them not to try and steal from any lone mother and child or mother and daughter. This matter was already common knowledge due to the 15th District's wanted list, her saying it would only add to Xu Lan and Xu Maomao's existing record, causing no further trouble. Xu Lan was somewhat undecided about whether to follow Answerin into the 9th District, so she immediately turned on the radio after getting in the car to listen to the situation in the 9th District. The radio broadcasts for the past few days had almost exclusively focused on information from the 9th District. All ability users in District 9, please do not panic and flee. Defend the base. The unconventional army will arrive by helicopter around 4 p.m. to provide you with strong support, including 200 trained combat-type ability users and a large quantity of physical enhancement drugs. Please believe that we will surely achieve victory. Commander Jing Hongyu of District 15 has led an elite team to provide support. The gathering of high-level zombies is not only a matter of life and death for this region, but a challenge to all humanity. We hope that ability users with spare capacity will go to lend a helping hand. Xu Lan was stunned. After all the news had been broadcast once, and then switched back, she listened to the name of the commander of District 15 again. Jing Hongyu? Was it just a coincidence of names, or was the world really that small? The person who issued the wanted notice for her was someone she used to know. Xu Maomao suddenly spat twice, picked up a water bottle to rinse her mouth. Mommy, this candy tastes weird. Xu Lan was also helpless. Most of the food they had stolen from the supermarket was expired, so it was normal for it to spoil. Don't eat any weird-tasting candies, or you get a stomachache. While driving, she saw a sign for a farm by the roadside and followed the entrance. There were quite a few houses near the farm, spaced far apart, so it was relatively safe. As Xu Lan got out of the car, 3 planes flew overhead. She didn't have a watch and couldn't tell the time, so she didn't know what time it was. Judging from the sun's position, it didn't look like afternoon. These 3 planes probably arrived first with some mission. She led Xu Maomao around the farm. There was an abandoned strawberry greenhouse, but it was full of weeds and no strawberries. The chicken coop had a lot of dead mutant chickens, and the smell was pungent. She opened the door, glanced at it, and immediately closed it again. There were 2 longan trees in the backyard, still in bloom. Xu Lan remembered Luke saying that without bee pollination, these trees would have a hard time bearing fruit. She thought with some disappointment that even if they defeated the zombies, their world would never return to its former tranquility. After wandering around and gathering a pile of firewood, Xu Lan began to cook. Xu Maomao demonstrated how to conjure water out of thin air, and Xu Lan clapped her hands with shining eyes. This was the water-based ability she had always longed for. She wouldn't have to worry about drinking or using water anymore. Since she had plenty of time, Xu Lan decided to use the pressure cooker she found at the farm to cook a pot of sweet potato rice, and while she was at it, she would look for some edible wild vegetables nearby. Sitting by the fire, Xu Maomao suddenly covered her ears and said, "It's so noisy." "What's so noisy?" Xu Maomao pointed in a direction. "Over there, the zombies have been roaring since last night. They roared during the day too. Lots of sounds, from the living and the dead, and cars coming out and cars going in." Xu Lan asked doubtfully, "You used to be able to hear things from this far away, and you couldn't hear such a jumble of sounds." Xu Maomao yawned, her eyelids drooping. "Yeah." It seemed Answerin was right. In the process of constantly emptying and replenishing her energy, Xu Maomao's abilities would become stronger. She wondered where Answerin was now, and whether she had reunited with her kind. Xu Lan suddenly realized something and scolded herself for worrying about zombies when she was still alive. Xu Maomao was so sleepy she could barely sit still. Xu Lan gave up looking for wild vegetables, and after eating, she let Xu Maomao lie down and sleep in the back seat of the car, while Xu Lan sat in the front and rested with her eyes closed. If there was danger, and Xu Maomao didn't wake up in time, she could drive him away. After an unknown amount of time, Xu Lan, who had fallen asleep, was suddenly awakened by a roaring sound overhead. She got out of the car and saw rows of fighter jets streaking across the blue sky, whistling into the distance. "They're going to fight." Xu Lan whispered, "I hope they win." Chapter 36. Xu Lan thought of Answerin again. Strangely, she always easily remembered this female zombie, who made threats sound like jokes, but actually took care of her all the way. If humanity wins, she wondered if Answerin and her newly found companion would die in District 9 tonight. Xu Maomao didn't sleep well. Many noisy voices filled her mind. From a passing vehicle, a loudspeaker was incessantly broadcasting. Commander Jiang He of District 9 promises all the ability users who come to help that anyone bitten by a zombie, if brought to her within 30 minutes, she will unconditionally help the wound return to an uninfected state. Xu Maomao woke up after accurately catching the key words. Jianghe. He opened the car door. Outside was a sky with a beautiful sunset. A fire had just started in the iron stove on the ground, and Xu Lan was putting the flammable material she had found inside. Hearing the sound, she looked up and asked with a smile, "You woke up so quickly this time?" Amidst all the cacophony, only her voice was as soothing and gentle as the wind, calming Xu Maomao's agitated mood. Xu Maomao covered his ears, sitting sullenly beside her, leaning against her. "It's too noisy." Xu Lan tenderly rubbed his ears. "Why are you still using your super hearing ability when you're sleeping?" Xu Maomao lay on her knees, letting her rub them, saying, "I want to listen." He pointed to a rooftop 100 meters away. "There are 3 zombies in there, and 2 over there. They come out after dark." Xu Lan would be in mortal danger then, so Xu Maomao didn't want to sleep too soundly. "Really? That's scary. It seems Mommy didn't find a good place to stay overnight." "It's okay, I can bury them." "Mommy, what does rewind mean?" Xu Lan asked. "Which rewind and which rewind?" Xu Maomao said, "I don't know, I can't read." Most of the time, Xu Maomao was smarter than a child who hadn't even gone to kindergarten, but he really didn't know many words. Being able to count was the limit of his knowledge. Xu Lan forgot that her son couldn't read and changed her question. "Then where did you hear this word?" Xu Maomao repeated the passage that started from the appearance of Jianghe's name, and Xu Lan finally understood. Rewind probably means time reversal. For example, this piece of wood will burn to ashes in 30 minutes, but that person named Jiang, he can probably make it return to its current state. She suddenly realized. When Answerin left, "Did she ask you to kill the 9th District Commander?" "Yes." Xu Lan pouted. "Ignore her. If she wants to kill, let her do it herself." Xu Maomao nodded. He only listened to his mother, Xu Lan. On the empty airport in District 9, nearly 100 fully armed people disembarked from a newly landed plane. Men, women, and children of all ages, they were all rigorously selected and trained superhumans, collectively known as the Irregular Army. Besides them, there were over 200 ordinary soldiers armed with firearms and other weaponry. Leading them was a bearded man named Gao Yun, the leader of the Irregular Army. He gazed up at the sky ablaze with a magnificent sunset, his eyes dark and unfathomable. Most of them were unaware that they only had 2 days left to stay in this place. The fall of District 49 resulted in a surge in high-level zombies within the area, significantly increasing pressure on surrounding regions. They couldn't allow District 9 to suffer the same fate, as it contained the largest number of both zombies and survivors. Its fall would severely impact the surrounding population. If, before sunrise the day after tomorrow, the heavily protected survivor base in District 9 couldn't escape the same fate, their mission as reinforcements would become to evacuate all remaining superhumans and allow District 9 to be reduced to ruins by missiles raining down from the sky. This decision had faced strong opposition. After all, missile strikes would kill not only the zombies active in the area, but also a large number of ordinary people unable to evacuate in time. Finally, it was a sigh from Jianghe, the commander of District 9, that made the decision. "There are too many people in District 9. Our survival supplies are running low. People not only need to survive, but they need to live." With production halted for years, and the surrounding areas struggling, maintaining the daily needs of a large number of survivors was a heavy burden. They could only hope that the zombie situation wasn't as bad as they imagined, and that the worst possible outcome would occur. The vehicles from the 9th District base, en route to the airport to pick up their passengers, were suddenly interrupted by a frantic alarm on the loudspeaker. "Attention! Attention! A large number of zombies have appeared ahead of schedule and are moving towards the airport." A massive horde of figures appeared on both sides of the road, flowing rapidly like a tidal wave under the intense, spectacular sunset. Beast-like roars and continuous gunfire heralded the start of this tragic battle. The Irregular Army is trapped at the airport. Wait, it's not even dark yet. Do the zombies from the 9th District have no sense of time? Jing Hongyu's team had just found a safe place to spend the night when they heard this devastating news over the loudspeaker. A superhuman from District 15 asked, "Boss, are we still going?" Jing Hongyu turned around and said irritably, "Sure, we're already halfway there. We set off again tomorrow morning." He looked up at the still-lit sky, then at the quiet city in the distance, completely bewildered. It was strange. Usually zombies wouldn't emerge from the shadows until it was completely dark. If the zombies from District 9 were behaving this unpredictably, then his group of 30 superhumans might be a bit too few. But Ji Lan said that if he took too many people, District 15's defenses wouldn't be enough, essentially robbing Peter to pay Paul. His senior's words were like a royal decree, completely subduing the hero-obsessed Jing Hongyu. A while later, a van appeared on the highway, almost swallowed by darkness, attracted by several parked cars and flames burning beside the road. The van door opened, and a chubby man wearing glasses jumped out. He stood by the fence, glanced down, and exclaimed with delight, "Captain, it's a living person." A tall man stepped out, vaulted over the fence, vanished into thin air, and reappeared a second later, standing firmly in front of Jing Hongyu. He extended his hand. "Hello, my name is He Sheng. I have teleportation ability." Jing Hongyu stepped forward and shook his hand. "Jing Hongyu, fire-type ability. Which district are you from?" He Sheng said, "I heard of you, the commander of District 15. We didn't enter the survivor base. We're surviving alone." In other words, a lone wolf team. Generally, only very powerful ability users would forego entering the base. Teleportation is indeed a strong combat ability. Jing Hongyu smiled and said, "The survivor base in District 15 welcomes you anytime. You're probably going this way to support District 9, right?" "Yes, just doing our bit, and seeing some Tier 3 zombies." At this moment, Monkey jumped out. "District 15? Remember that mother and daughter you wanted before? We ran into them a couple of days ago. Wasn't she a very beautiful woman and a child this tall? What a coincidence." Jing Hongyu was slightly surprised. "Did she also steal your supplies?" Monkey shook his head. "It's more like a lie. Seeing her all alone with her child, we kindly took her in. But as soon as we heard the news, she stole one of our cars and ran off with the food from the cellar." Jing Hongyu exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, murder and theft. She's ruthless and cunning. Luckily, we have an ability user in our base who can read the memories of the dead, and she exposed her crimes in time. Otherwise, there would probably have been many more victims." The conversation sparked by the same person quickly brought the two sides together, and soon Monkey and Jing Hongyu were calling each other brothers. "You guys raise chickens? Do you still have any healthy ones?" Luckily, someone left behind a batch of unhatched eggs. Less than 500 have survived so far. The eggs they lay can't be eaten. They have to be saved for the next batch. "Dude, what's it like being the main commander in charge of tens of thousands of people?" Jing Hongyu smiled wryly. "It feels like a mountain of responsibility is pressing down on my head. I'm just thankful if there's no internal strife. Fortunately, they said that once the training process for the irregular troops stabilizes, they arrange for someone to come down and manage them. Otherwise, I really want to quit all the time." Chapter 37. That irregular army is really powerful? Jing Hongyu said, "Probably. Every year, District 1 selects a group of ability users from various bases for training. They say these people will be the main force in clearing zombies, definitely more powerful than us scattered soldiers." Monkey said, "Then they're really unlucky, missing out on me, a top-tier electric ability user." Jing Hongyu teased, "How about I sign you up when we get back this time?" No, my code name is Monkey. Hunting is my destiny." Lucas walked over and patted Monkey. "The captain said Patrick, and I will be guarding the stars tonight. You've been driving all day, go to sleep." "Okay, sure." Monkey got up and crawled into the newly set up tent. Lucas changed the battery in the radio, extended the antenna, and placed it in the center. Since the irregular army was blocked at the airport by the zombie horde that had acted ahead of schedule that evening, there had been no follow-up news about the war on the radio. The talkative Monkey was gone, and the fire-watching crew, lacking their usual chatterbox, fell silent. Jing Hongyu, having slept well in the car during the day, wasn't sleepy and didn't go into the tent, taking over the watch. He idly began playing with his supernatural ability, drawing a wisp of flame from the fire, and forming a small fire dragon in midair. It danced vividly with his fingers for a few circles, before shooting straight up and exploding like fireworks. Under the same night sky, outside the 9th District Airport, a massive explosion illuminated everyone's vision. The two vehicles leading the way were blown to pieces. Everyone fighting the zombies outside had to crouch for cover. Only the zombies, enduring the flying shrapnel, advanced relentlessly. As long as the bullets didn't cause fatal wounds, they could use their muscles to get close to the living, tear off their armor, and open their sharp jaws. A zombie clinging to a soldier was blasted away by an air cannon, the ability of Gao Yun, the leader of the irregular army. He glanced down at the soldier's neck, noticing the teeth marks, and without hesitation, raised his hand, aiming at the soldier's terrified face. Compressed air, increased thrust, fired. The soldier's head exploded, like a tomato falling from the sky. Looking at the endless horde of zombies ahead, Gao Yun gathered his strength and shouted, "Get out of the way!" The trained soldiers quickly retreated to both sides, but in the chaos, some soldiers, who hadn't heard him, continued firing. Gao Yun thrust his palms forward, a powerful blast of air from his hands carrying an overwhelming force that blasted away living people, cars, and zombies alike for nearly 20 meters, creating a wide road through the horde of zombies. Cold sweat dripped down Gao Yun's brow, showing how much effort had been required to unleash this attack. He lifted his armor, pulled a syringe from his waist, injected it into his arm artery, and shouted, "Get in!" All the superhumans used their best skills to clear away the approaching zombies before scrambling into the vehicles and slamming the doors shut. The zombies quickly swarmed back in, the car windows cluttered with clapping hands and horrifying faces. Some vehicles even reeked of urine. Gao Yun and several other superhumans climbed to the highest vehicles, their compressed air blasting away hordes of zombies. Besides them, the other superhumans were also showing off their skills. Although the low-level zombies were numerous, they were no match for the superhumans. They either became mangled limbs or were left behind by the departing vehicles, chasing in vain. Gao Yun knelt on the roof of a vehicle, looking back at the surmountable zombie horde, finally relaxing his shoulders and pressing the communication button on his helmet. The irregular army has broken out from the airport and is heading to the 9th District base. Not long after, a joyful female voice rang out on radios across the country. The irregular army has lived up to expectations, breaking through the zombie horde at the airport, and will soon arrive at the 9th District base to fight alongside the people of 9th District. Unbeknownst to them, after the broadcast ended, nearly 20 dark figures emerged from buildings along the road, catching up to the car at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. They climbed aboard, their claws piercing the chests of the superhumans who had just relaxed, thinking they were safe. Blood trickled down the car windows. Before the driver could react, the sturdy bulletproof window was shattered with a punch, and a hand reached in from the roof, grabbing their neck. With a crack, the driver died instantly. The out-of-control vehicle swerved and crashed into trees and buildings. A dark figure crawled into the car from the driver's seat. The occupants screamed, panicked, and were completely bewildered. The cramped interior of the car completely restricted both escape and counterattack. 30 minutes later, the vehicle quietly pulled up to the side of the road. The 200 people who had rushed out of the airport were now corpses scattered on the ground, with only about 20 figures still standing. A slender figure dragged Gao Yun's body off the roof of the vehicle. Gao Yun's eyes were wide open, refusing to close, and he hadn't even seen who killed him before he died. The killer was a Tier 3 zombie with similarly unfocused eyes. He removed Gao Yun's helmet and, mimicking Gao Yun's previous tone, said in a low voice, "He's heading to the 9th District base." The Tier 3 female zombie beside him licked the blood from her fingers and smirked. "Doesn't look like him at all. Change him." The tall, thin man curled his lip and tossed the helmet to a Tier 3 zombie who looked like a middle-aged man next to him. All the figures standing there were Tier 3 zombies. The middle-aged man took the helmet, pressed his nose, and mumbled, "Here we are on our way to the 9th District base." There was a slight difference, but it was negligible. The others nodded. The zombie resembling the middle-aged man put on the helmet, pressed the communication button, and said, "Attacked en route, resolved." The other Tier 3 zombies gave him a thumbs up, then scrambled into the vehicles. The convoy resumed its journey, heading towards the survivor base in the center of the 9th District. The 9th District sentry, seeing the approaching headlights in the darkness, perked up, pressed the switch on the base's outer electric gate, and excitedly shouted, "They're here! The superhuman army is here!" He didn't see that everyone in the driver's seat had blood still on their hands. Commander Jiang He, who had been waiting for a long time, led a group of administrators to the gate to greet them. Suddenly, the deputy commander pulled him back. "Close the gate! Close the gate now!" I saw the life countdown timers above everyone's heads turn red. "Don't let this convoy in." The deputy commander of District 9's ability was to predict remaining lifespan. Green meant safe, blue meant danger but relatively stable, yellow meant imminent danger, and red meant imminent death. Jiang He's expression darkened instantly. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Close the gate." The sentry pressed the close button, and one of the speeding vehicles drove in, while the rest were stopped outside. The tall, thin man who rushed in was quickly surrounded by the ability users who appeared. The walkie-talkie's voice rang out everywhere, reporting his abnormality. "The people in the car aren't wearing military uniforms. They're all zombies, high-level zombies." This news threw the people in District 9's base into chaos. Fortunately, only one vehicle had rushed in. After the ability users from District 9 arrived, more than 20 combat-type ability users worked together to kill the invading Level 3 zombie. Vehicles outside continued to ram the gates, and from where the central lighthouse of the base was firing, swarms of zombies, like locusts, appeared in dense formation. A second wave of zombies had arrived, this time targeting the base in District 9. Seeing the hordes of zombies below, Jiang felt a wave of fear wash over her, wiping out all her confidence. Her limbs went weak as she walked to the radio and sent a communication request to her superiors, her voice filled with despair and frustration. Report. Support forces, completely annihilated. Jiang He, Commander-in-Chief of District 9, requests activation of the final plan. Chapter 38. Xu Lan had a dream. She dreamt it was Chinese New Year, and outside the window, there were festive firecrackers. She was watching the Spring Festival Gala at home when her grandmother asked her if she wanted dumplings or glutinous rice balls first. She said glutinous rice balls, because Xu Maomao liked sweets. Xu Lan was stunned for a moment after saying that, wondering who is Xu Maomao. Just then, an incredibly cute little boy with a bowl cut crawled out from under the table, pouting me. Me. Mommy, you forgot me. How annoying. Xu Lan's heart melted, and she reached out to pull him away, saying, No, how could I forget my baby? At that moment, a firework shot into her window and exploded right in front of her. Xu Lan shuddered and woke up. They had slept underground again last night, and now there were continuous boom 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 sounds coming from the ground. Xu Maomao had already sat up, his hands covering his ears, his head tilted back, intently staring at the ceiling where dirt was falling from the trimmer. He controlled the loose dirt, scattering it to both sides so none of it landed. Xu Lan turned on her flashlight, illuminating the space. What's happening outside? Xu Maomao was also troubled. Too many sounds, Mommy. I don't know who to listen to. Xu Lan sat up and snuggled up to him. It's okay. Tell me one by one, what kind of sounds are they? There are zombies and people. People say the electric grid can't hold up, and then there's a rumbling sound in the sky and a booming sound on the ground. Xu Maomao realized he couldn't describe it clearly at all inside. This place is so noisy. Xu Lan didn't understand what was happening outside. Seeing her son's annoyed look, she rubbed his ears. Then listen to Mommy first. Don't listen to them. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, she hugged Xu Maomao and began telling him about the past. Baby, the world used to be noisier than it is now. All the zombies were people back then. People talked to each other, watched TV, played on their phones, ate, cleaned, worked, and many things made noise, like birds in the sky, insects on the roadside, frogs in the water, the school bell, and music in the mall. But back then, everyone was like Mommy, without any special abilities. If you closed the door or covered yourself with a blanket, you wouldn't hear anything. Xu Maomao asked, without zombies, what did you do every day? Xu Lan said, going to school and working. Children your age go to kindergarten. If there were no zombies, you would go to kindergarten too, where there are many children like you. There are children the same age, both boys and girls. Teachers will teach you to read, sing, and dance. Will you go to kindergarten with me? Xu Lan shook her head. No, I want to earn money, lots of money, to buy a big house, a car, and delicious food. Xu Maomao snuggled close to her and asked softly, What is earning money? Money is like those colorful pieces of paper I showed you before. Mommy has to find a way to get it, and use it to buy things with other people. Xu Maomao said, Then I won't go to kindergarten. I go with you to earn money to buy a house. No, children who work all the time won't grow tall. Everyone grows taller before they start earning money. Anyway, I'm not going to kindergarten unless you go too. Xu Lan realized that the question of whether or not to go to kindergarten was becoming a bit complicated. Fine, don't go then, you little mama's boy. Mommy's uneducated, and neither are you. We're truly family. I teach you to read when I have time. The mother and son chatted on, and after what seemed like an eternity, the bombing outside stopped. Xu Lan asked Xu Maomao, Listen again, is it still noisy outside? She then remained silent, letting Xu Maomao listen attentively. Mommy, I heard Answerin's voice. She said, It's dawn, this is the end. Another person said, Why leave when we haven't wiped them all out? They devised an infected elimination plan. We should have a human elimination plan too. Xu Lan gave him a thumbs up, indicating that he should listen to this and continue listening. Answerin said, It's a lose-lose plan. You find out sooner or later that it's pointless. Another person said, What do you mean? You're going to help humanity? Answerin said, Stop killing, you live, keep going, you die, choose one. Xu Maomao paused for a moment. Answerin said it's the same whether you're alive or a zombie. Stop, you live, keep fighting, you die. I haven't chosen to side with either side, but I don't mind killing both sides. Shu Lan was astonished. That was quite audacious. Answerin was truly arrogant. Mommy, they seem to be fighting. Are they close to us? No, very, very far away. Shu Lan was relieved. That's good. Let's hide and eavesdrop until they're done fighting. The fight didn't actually last long. Shu Maomao said, answering one. She said, Jianghe, tell the whole country that from today onwards, the surface belongs to the evolved zombies. If humans want to survive, they must gather in District 9 and establish a new survivor base underground. Otherwise, every place will suffer the same fate as District 49. Shu Lan asked in confusion, huh? Why did Answerin sound like she was still siding with the zombies? Jianghe asked, we haven't completely failed yet. Why should we listen to the zombies' orders? Answerin said, Sai, you don't even appreciate reducing casualties. Fine, I have them clear out all the humans here right now, and then move on to the next district until the humans listen to me. Do you know how many new Tier 3 zombies will be added every day after the discovery of the Crystal Core's effect, and how many fewer of you surviving humans will be? Ha! Shu Lan felt like she, as a weak human, had been utterly humiliated. Wow! It seemed she had accidentally spent 2 days, and 1 night, with the most arrogant zombie in the world. In the end, Jianghe compromised and sent out the message. While negotiations were underway to decide whether humans and zombies would coexist or fight to the death, the mother and child emerged from underground, cautiously observing their surroundings. They were on the edge of District 9, also the edge of the battlefield. Shu Lan turned on the public address system, but the signal was weak. It took her a while to learn what had happened the previous night, and she couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. It turned out that the reinforcements had only been there a short time before they were wiped out by ambush by Tier 3 zombies. In the latter half of the night, at least 10 fighter jets conducted a large-scale bombing raid on the area. Despite this, by morning, tens of thousands of zombies were still active around the 9th District base, having torn the base's defensive perimeter to shreds. Until a female zombie in a red dress appeared, stopping the other high-tier zombies from slaughtering humans and proposing negotiations. After listening, Shu Lan had to admit that Answerin's timing was impeccable. Proposing negotiations at this moment was both like throwing out a lifeline and like taking advantage of a crisis. Humans, who most need sunlight, air, soil, and water, were to live underground, while the lightphobic zombies wanted to occupy the surface. What an overbearing proposition, but Answerin's threat was so confident and cruel. If this tyrannical demand wasn't met, the zombies would replicate the carnage of the 49th District in every other district, in other words, wipe out humanity. Shu Lan began to suspect that Shu Maomao had mistaken someone for someone else, and that the person negotiating with the humans might just be a female zombie whose voice sounded very much like Answerin's. How could someone with such a low threshold for laughter, who would help her steal oil and hold her child, be so much like an unreasonable zombie villain? Chapter 39. Shu Lan had just driven her car out of the farm, trying to escape the chaos of District 9, when Shu Maomao pointed to the sky and said, Mommy, more planes are coming. Besides planes, there were also missiles. With no other choice, the mother and son abandoned the vehicle and quickly hid underground, waiting for the second round of bombing to end. Clearly, the military was not willing to compromise with the zombies. The shells, carrying heavy fury, slammed into the ground, as if trying to pulverize everything that moved in the area. After 3 days of continuous bombing, District 9 fell completely silent. The mother and son crawled out of the ground and stood in front of their car, now reduced to scrap metal. Shu Maomao asked, Mommy, is this our car? Shu Lan said, No, our car isn't this flattened. Having lost her means of transportation, Shu Lan was back to square one, even worse off than before. At first, she had a bicycle, now she only had 2 legs. Shu Lan didn't know what District 9 was like before, but the city she saw now could only be described as utterly devastated. Broken glass, collapsed buildings, missile debris were everywhere, and in some places, smoke was still rising, the smell of gunpowder in the air overpowering the stench of rotting corpses. Even so, Shu Lan continued forward because Shu Maomao had said that Answerin had led the zombies elsewhere with a roar. The war here was over, but the great battle outside had just begun. Shu Lan found a working watch and a still rideable electric scooter along the way. Riding the scooter, clearing obstacles in her path, she made her way to her final destination, the survivor base in the center of District 9. This used to be an industrial park. The electric fences were patchwork, the main gate was only half intact, and the ground was littered with bloodstains and human remains. A missile casing was embedded in the office building directly opposite the gate. Shulan walked through the park and stopped at the entrance of a hidden underground air raid shelter. A green vine slipped through a crack in the door and unlocked the lock. Shulan led Shumao inside. Their footsteps seemed to echo through the passage. A large group of people sat in a suddenly open space, holding various weapons, staring at the suddenly appearing Shulan with terrified and desperate eyes. Shulan immediately spoke, "I'm human, alive." The light below was too dim, so she shone a flashlight on her face to show them her pupils. The survivors in the passage breathed a sigh of relief, hope igniting on their dejected and ashen faces, and they bombarded her with questions. "Did you come from somewhere else to provide support? Is it safe outside now? Are all the zombies dead? Has the plane meant to transfer us arrived? Why are you the only one who got off, and with a child?" Hundreds of mouths spoke at once, making Shulan's head buzz. She gestured for them to stop and waited for them to quiet down before speaking. "I have good news and bad news. The good news is there are no zombies outside, and not all of them were killed in the explosion. They escaped. I don't know if they went to District 10 or District 8. The bad news is there's no plane coming to pick you up. There's only a small electric scooter, which I picked up from the street, and it's almost out of power." The people's eyes dimmed again, and their faces turned ashen. "What do we do then?" "I don't know." "Which district are you from?" "I never seen you before." Shulan replied, "District 8. I have a special ability Earth-based. I was hiding underground to avoid zombies. No wonder you survived. If there aren't any zombies outside, can we go out?" "Sure." The people in the bomb shelter pushed and shoved their way out. Shulan led Shumao further in. Under the dim emergency lights of the passageway, various makeshift beds, dirty cardboard boxes, blankets, coats, and so on, were laid out. Compressed biscuit wrappers were everywhere, and the air was thick with the smell of human habitation. At the end, a young woman sat beside a folding bed. Someone else was lying on the bed, receiving much more special treatment than the others, making them quite conspicuous. Shulan walked to the young woman's side, lowered her head, and asked, "Aren't you going out with them?" The young woman's eyelids barely lifted, her expression numb, and her voice weary. "No, I have to keep an eye on our commander." Shulan looked at the middle-aged woman lying on the folding bed, who appeared to be around 40 years old, her face pale, her lips cracked, and she looked like she was on the verge of death. She asked curiously, "Is this your commander, Jiang-he? I heard on the radio that your commander had been killed by zombies." The young woman sighed, "All the combat-type ability users in our base died, but our commander can't die." Shulan asked in surprise, "Why can't she die?" The young woman said, "You should have heard that our commander's ability is time reversal. She's the only person in the world who can be bitten by a zombie without getting infected and can even help others eliminate the infection." Shulan sat down next to the young woman. And then?" The young woman sighed deeply. "I just discovered that our commander's ability automatically reverts her body to its state half an hour ago when she's near death." Shulan's eyes lit up, and she turned to look at Shumao. If she could take away Jiang-he's ability, wouldn't that be equivalent to giving Shumao a permanent get-out-of-jail-free card? At the same time, Shulan felt strange and asked, "Then your commander shouldn't be in this state right now, right?" The young woman was silent for a moment, then looked up at Shulan. "My name is Zhong Mei. I have healing abilities." "What's yours?" Shulan said amicably, "My name is Qin Xushuang. I have Earth-type abilities. This is my son. His nickname is Mao Mao." Shumao silently looked up at her, without saying a word. "Who is Qin Xushuang?" After asking for her name, Zhong Mei, as if making a decision, told Shulan, "On the day our base was breached, the negotiations between humans and high-level zombies failed. They killed the combat-type ability users. We, the logistics personnel, heard the air raid sirens and hid in the air raid shelters before the missiles hit. But the commander-in-chief didn't escape. They seemed to know her abilities well. They hung her on steel bars and let her bleed for several hours. That way, whenever she died from blood loss, her ability would pull her back to the state she was in half an hour earlier." The second bloodletting. Shulan's eyes widened, and she gasped, "Hiss, how cruel." Yes, the commander herself painstakingly crawled down the steel bars, relying on her will to survive, to reach the entrance of the air raid shelter and plead for help. During this process, she continued to suffer the torment of near death from blood loss, and the rewinding of time, probably exhausting all her energy. She hasn't woken up since entering the air raid shelter. I used my special ability to heal her, and each time she recovered a little, The commander would wake up and subconsciously use her rewinding ability to return her body to its original state. Zhong Mei sighed deeply. These past few days, she had been struggling with despair and exhaustion. Everyone else disregarded the commander, advising her to abandon Jiang He and not waste her energy. But Jiang He wasn't dead. Were the people who had helped them rebuild their homes just going to leave her struggling in pain, ignoring her completely? She couldn't do it. But she was truly exhausted by Jiang He's automatic regression, and a torrent of pent-up emotions needed an outlet. No one else wanted to listen. Only the stranger from District 8 in front of her seemed curious. He was the only one she could confide in. So I have to keep an eye on our commander, and tell her not to use her time rewinding ability anymore after she wakes up, otherwise, I never be able to cure her. But she seems to have been driven mad by her own ability. Every time she wakes up, she talks nonsense I can't understand, and completely ignores my advice. Xu Lan listened and said sympathetically, Zhong Mei, you're a really kind person. If it were me, I would have given up on her long ago. Zhong Mei turned her head to look at the unconscious Jiang He. She's still alive, after all. A healer won't abandon any living patient. Xu Lan patted her shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. Zhong Mei had talked too much and felt thirsty, asking, Qin Xushuang, do you have any water? Xu Lan showed her bag, which only contained 2 empty water bottles. Sorry, I also ran out of water and came here to get some. I happened to hear a noise here, so I came down to check. When traveling, one shouldn't flaunt their wealth. Zhong Mei stood up. Then I go get you some water. Could you please keep an eye on our commander? If she wakes up, could you loudly remind her not to use her time travel ability again? Xu Lan nodded. Okay, go ahead. Zhong Mei left, leaving only Xu Lan and Xu Maomao in the air raid shelter. Xu Maomao asked, Mommy, why is your name different every time? I'm always called Maomao. Xu Lan chuckled, patting his head. Good boy, because Mommy's too lazy to think of 2 names at once. She squatted beside the folding bed, gently lifting Jiang He's blanket, glancing at Jiang He's wound. Apparently, there was no replacement. The old, dirty bandage was soaked with blood. Blood, time travel ability, very tempting. She wanted to snatch it for Xu Maomao. But Xu Lan knew she couldn't take it now, because only she and Xu Maomao were there. If Jiang He, who was supposed to be immortal, suddenly lost her powers and died instantly, the prime suspect would be her. Xu Lan put the blanket down, and the person who had been unconscious suddenly opened her eyes. Startled, she gave a friendly smile. Hello, Commander Jiang He. Zhong Mei asked me to watch over you. She said you shouldn't. Xu Lan. Jiang He suddenly widened her eyes, looking at her with extreme disbelief and anger. You're Xu Lan. You're not dead. Chapter 40. Xu Lan's smile slowly faded, her voice remaining gentle and calm. You know me? She hadn't used her real name for a long time, and now, besides Xu Maomao, very few people could still call her Xu Lan. Moreover, she had never seen Jiang He before, nor had she ever been to District 9. Jiang He seemed to have truly gone mad, not answering Xu Lan's questions, repeatedly uttering incoherent sentences. It's not like that. I can live to the Eternal Night stage. I can. I deviated too early. Xu Lan heard a new term. What is the Eternal Night stage? Jiang He suddenly widened her eyes, glaring fiercely at Xu Lan, her gaze filled with venomous hatred, as if the person before her was her greatest enemy in this life. If she weren't too badly injured to sit up, she probably would have already attacked Xu Lan. It must be because you're still alive. You and the raiders, you both die a horrible death. Xu Lan's eyes instantly turned cold. Baby, don't take her abilities yet, kill her. Xu Maomao placed her hand on Jiang He's head. Dark brown viscous fluid bubbled up in the air, landing on Jiang He's face and forming an impenetrable liquid mask. Jiang He struggled and convulsed on the bed for nearly 3 minutes. Her limbs slowly went limp, and her undulating body calmed down. Xu Lan placed her hand on Jiang He's slowly weakening pulse. After confirming it had stopped, she said, It's okay. Xu Maomao withdrew the viscous fluid, and Jiang He's pulse began to beat rapidly again. She fell into a coma again, not opening her eyes or uttering any more nonsense. Just as Zhong Mei had said, Jiang He was someone who couldn't die. She must have automatically used time reversal again just now. From the moment Jiang He uttered the word plunderer, Xu Lan saw her as someone destined for death. She didn't even have the patience to ask Jiang He where she got her information, or what the Eternal Night stage was. About half an hour later, Zhong Mei returned, carrying a large bottle full of water. She took 3 compressed biscuits from her coat pocket. There's a frenzy of looting outside. This is my last bit of food hidden in the cupboard. It's all for you. Shu Lan frowned slightly, watching Zhong Mei generously share her food. She took the biscuits and asked, "What about you?" Zhong Mei sat down beside her on the floor, hugging her knees, her chin resting on them. She said wearily, "I don't want to eat anymore. My brother was one of the combat-type ability users who died that night. I used to rely on him to get food. I just went outside for a walk, but I didn't see his body. He must have turned into a zombie and gone somewhere else. I go find my brother when the commander wakes up. If he's turned into a zombie, then we be family again." Zhong Mei exuded a faint air of death wish. Her voice was flat, as if the disaster had smoothed out her edges, giving her an indifferent feeling. Shu Lan thought of answering, patted Zhong Mei's arm, and said, "I have a suggestion. There are a lot of dead zombies outside. Go and find the crystal cores in their heads. If you have any, collect them. Find your brother, and have him eat those crystal cores. After he advances, he will regain consciousness, and you will be able to recognize each other. He might even continue to protect you." Zhong Mei raised her head again, looking at Shu Lan in surprise. "You dare to suggest raising high-level zombies? You're too bold." Shu Lan curled her lips slightly. "Whether you listen or not is up to you." She tore open the packaging of the compressed biscuits and held it to Shu Mao's mouth, letting him take a bite. Shu Mao chewed twice expressionlessly, then turned and spat it out. "Mommy, this is a stone. You can't eat it." Shu Lan laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha." Zhong Mei couldn't help but smile faintly. "Your son is so cute. Where's his dad?" Okay, that question again. Luckily, she had prepared a fresh scenario this time. Shu Lan's face changed, and she slapped her thigh, cursing, "That scumbag. Just thinking about him makes me angry." After we entered District 8, he hooked up with a woman with spatial abilities. At first, he said he felt sorry for her, but then it escalated to them sleeping together. That day, I came home, and my son was sitting at the door while they were having a date inside. I didn't say anything, pretending not to care, but I secretly got up that night and cut his hair. Zhong Mei was stunned. "Cut? Hid?" Shu Lan nodded. "Yes, I cut it. Everyone called me a wicked woman and kicked me out of District 8. He even tried to take my son away from me. How could I let him? I beat him up and took my son, Mao, and we've been wandering the world ever since." Shu Mao sat down, silently resting his chin on his hand as he listened to her fabrication. Zhong Mei said sympathetically, "If you hadn't been kicked out, you probably wouldn't have come here." "Oh well," Shu Lan said, "it's nothing. Take it easy, everyone's in the same boat. There will be more and more high-level zombies, but the number of ability users won't increase. Do you think District 8 won't fall? It's only a matter of time." Zhong Mei thought for a moment and felt she made sense. I try again to see if I can save the commander. If not, I collect some crystal cores to find my brother. Qin Xiaoshuang, our base's warehouse is 200 meters to the left of the air raid shelter, a house with a red roof. There's some rice and flour inside. Further to the right, there's a large shed. Go get it quickly, or there won't be anything left." Shu Lan asked, "Does anyone at your base have spatial abilities?" Zhong Mei said, "Yes, there is. There's a spatial ability user. His space is a sub-zero environment, a vacuum. A lot of food suitable for freezing and storage is in his space. For example, the clean meat we raise, and vegetables diced and ready to cook anytime. These things are usually used as rewards for ability users. Is he still alive? I don't know, he didn't hide in our bomb shelter." Shu Lan was a little disappointed and stood up. "I go out first, to check the warehouse. If you want to find me, go that way." "Okay." Shu Lan walked to the entrance of the bomb shelter, and found that her electric scooter had been ridden away by someone. But it's okay, it didn't have much battery left anyway. In the warehouse Zhong Mei mentioned, the people who had just escaped were crowding around, grabbing rice and flour. Shu Lan sat on the steps opposite, taking small bites of compressed biscuits, watching everyone argue heatedly about how to allocate the available resources, eventually turning into a fight. It was as if time had turned back to when the virus had just broken out, and everyone was rushing into supermarkets to grab food. After finishing the biscuit, she took a blood-soaked tissue from her backpack and handed it to Shu Mao. Shu Mao gently squeezed it, then opened his palm. Shu Lan placed an empty compressed biscuit wrapper in his hand. After about 10 minutes, Shu Mao took out a whole, intact biscuit. He said, "The amount of time we need to rewind depends on how long our ability lasts." Shu Lan said, "All right, now we have an endless supply of biscuits." Shu Mao ruthlessly tossed the biscuit into his spatial storage. He didn't really want to eat rock-hard biscuits forever. A short while later, Zhong Mei appeared on the road, dragging her heavy steps. She walked over dejectedly and sat down next to Shulan again. The two adults and the child resumed their usual sitting and chatting. She still had that lifeless tone. Our commander just died. Shulan sighed. My condolences. Everyone dies eventually. Chapter 41. The bloodstained tissue was tossed into the green belt behind the base by Shulan, unnoticed by anyone. Shulan said, You used to be close to your commander? Not really. She probably doesn't even know my name. I'm a logistics-focused ability user. I usually communicate more with the deputy commander. Zhongmei looked at the warehouse, which contained thousands of bags of rice and flour. There were less than 300 survivors left in the base, yet everyone was scrambling for supplies like it was a famine. Xiao Shuang, I still want to live. I don't want to become a zombie, but I don't know what the point of living like this is. Many thoughts flashed through Zhongmei's mind, but each thought was like scattered pieces of paper, weightless and elusive. Home, family, love, and hope. She had lost everything she could. What would sustain her? Shulan said, There's no point in thinking about that. Just survive. If you don't know what to do, why don't you follow me? I be your commander. Zhongmei turned to look at Shulan, and a piece of paper floating in the air gained weight and fell. Okay. Shulan snapped her fingers in the air. I knew you were a straightforward person. This ruin is now my survivor base, with Qin Xiaoshuan as the boss. You're my first subordinate. Oh, I misspoke, you're the second. The first was my son. Very good. Shulan clapped her hands to herself. Next, let's collect the corpses together, get some crystal cores. If any high-level zombies come back, the three of us will kneel before them with those crystal cores and beg for mercy, saying, Big brother, big sister, don't kill us, these are tributes. Zhongmei smiled softly, pursing her lips. Sounds like a way out. Shulan confidently raised her head. Of course, this commander knows how to find a way out. Zhongmei looked at Shulan with envy. Shulan possessed a vibrant life force that Zhongmei could only dream of in her entire life, as if this chaotic, decaying, and terrible world was merely a giant playground for her. Then let's just hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of District 9, a group of people who arrived late were observing. Wild Dog gazed at the devastated city in the distance. It's like this. Is there any point in us going in to help? Jing Hongyu walked over. The higher-up said this area has been designated a hopeless gray zone. No need to go any further, just head back. Monkey said, Fine, another wasted trip. He Sheng frowned. There should still be survivors inside. Someone nearby said, We can't help them. The road is full of gravel. It'd take a lot of time to clear it before we can drive in. We don't have that much time. Jing Hongyu patted He Sheng's shoulder. Brother He, are you really not going to my place? The high-level zombies are more powerful than everyone thinks. If they ever reach the 15th district's doorstep, I need your support. He Sheng felt the urge to smoke again. Does a base with tens of thousands of people need the support of just 5 people? No. Jing Hongyu was saying that the 15th district needed him, but he was actually implying that he should go to the survivor base for protection as soon as possible, otherwise it would be too late to back out when the high-level zombies were at their doorstep. The shock and helplessness from the news of the complete annihilation of the irregular army still lingered in He Sheng's heart. Looking towards the center of District 9, his tone heavy, he said, Okay, I consider it. Before nightfall, Shulan and Zhongmei used a cart to transport Jiang He's body, along with the remains they had collected along the way, to the nearby crematorium. Otherwise, the longer it remained, the stronger the stench would become. Shulan regretfully discovered that the blood of those who had been dead for too long turned black, and this black blood prevented Shu Maomao from acquiring their former abilities. Her plan to stockpile a large number of abilities from corpses had fallen through, but fortunately, obtaining Jiang He's ability made the trip worthwhile. Time reversal combined with death immunity, along with Zhongmei's healing ability, essentially gave Shu Maomao 3 layers of immunity from death. This was why Shulan, who usually didn't travel with others, invited Zhongmei to join her, not out of pity, but simply to exploit her. The others repaired the radio and sent out a distress signal from the highest rooftop, but the reply they received was to hide and wait. 90% of these people were ordinary people. Of the remaining superpowers, only Zhongmei's was somewhat useful. The others were limited to things like glowing bodies, jumping 3 feet high, and being able to disassemble and reassemble their teeth one by one. These kinds of abilities were mostly useless except for entertaining audiences on talent shows. Sending a plane to pick them up would probably be a waste of fuel. In this atmosphere of being abandoned by the world, some chose to give up, hiding in bomb shelters, eating and sleeping, oblivious to the outside world, living a life of aimless drifting. Others dragged their food and left to find a base to take them in, even inviting Zhong Mei and Shulan to join them. Shulan said, "No, I'm staying here as commander. You better not go out. It's even more unsafe outside District 9. Zhong Mei said, "I'm going with the commander." Some people rolled their eyes and left, while others not only rolled their eyes, but also made sarcastic remarks before leaving. "Commander, playing house, all talk and no action. Let's go, don't waste your breath on these two idiots. Find a car as soon as possible, get to another base. Staying here will only lead to certain death." Ignored, Shu Maomao sat on a high place, swinging his legs indifferently as he watched them leave. He heard the zombies had returned to the edge of District 9, and would inevitably run into this group on the road. "They're the idiots." Shu Lan called Zhong Mei to help dig a ditch near the abandoned building where they were hiding. Zhong Mei didn't know what use this would be for repelling zombies, but since Shu Lan said to dig, she grabbed a hoe and started digging. She had only just pried open the cement tiles when Shu Lan finished. A ditch 5 meters deep and 3 meters wide had appeared on the right side of the building. She walked over and said earnestly, "Mimi, at this rate, we'd be working until next year." Naive Zhong Mei felt ashamed of her incompetence. "I'm sorry." Shu Lan, offering a gentle reassurance after a light tap, comforted her. "It's not your fault. It's just that this commander is bad at managing things. Go outside and find some tools to make a fence. And while you're at it, tell those people lying in the cave that the zombies will probably be coming here the day after tomorrow. If you don't want to die, you better get moving and do something." "Okay." Zhong Mei finished the work Shu Lan assigned and returned an hour later, seeing a dark brown ditch encircling the entire house, like an ancient moat. "Zhong Mei, Commander, I have many questions for you, but I don't know where to begin." Shu Lan made a shushing gesture. Don't ask. "Have you seen TV dramas? People who know too many secrets are usually silenced." Behind her, Shu Maomao yawned expressionlessly. Zhong Mei couldn't tell if Shu Lan was joking or using a joke to express her true feelings. Fortunately, she wasn't the type to pry, so she kept her questions to herself and chose to turn a blind eye. There was no need to understand everything. A little ignorance was bliss. A low fence made of wire and wooden sticks surrounded the ditch. Ordinary zombies that tried to approach would trip and fall into the swamp-like, dark brown slime, sinking deeper the more they struggled. Chapter 42. On the night the zombies arrived, Shu Lan was teaching Shu Maomao to write under the lamp with a dictionary in hand. After teaching the pinyin, she wrote Yongya on a piece of white paper and asked Zhong Mei, "What do you think this word means?" Zhong Mei said, "Yongya? The Yong and eternal, and the Yi and night." Shu Lan nodded, "I think so too." "Mimi, do you think it's possible for someone to predict future events?" "Probably. For example, our deputy commander can deduce the remaining time of each person's life based on the color above their head. If they don't have much time left, it means going on a mission will be dangerous, and they have to stay at the base. She's saved many people this way. That's just fortune-telling." Shu Lan leaned on the table, looking at the two characters Yongya written on the paper, tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, "Mimi, if someone told you 10 years ago that one day, half the world's population would become zombies, like in the movies, would you believe it?" No. Shu Lan didn't believe it either, but the fact that Jiang He called out her real name and Shu Maomao's identity as a raider when she was delirious made it hard for her not to care. Did someone warn Jiang He beforehand that a woman named Shu Lan would bring raiders to her side, steal her powers, and kill her? But if so, why didn't Jiang He take any precautions? Like the 15th district did, issuing a warrant for the arrest of a woman with a child, or announcing to the world that the raiders had reappeared. By the way, how did the 15th district know she was the killer? Shu Maomao suddenly said, 3. Zhong Mei asked blankly, "What? 3? The underground was well soundproofed." Shu Lan glanced at the ventilation vent and said, "It's okay, he's just counting on his fingers." Shu Maomao thought to herself that he wasn't that bored. He was counting zombies that had fallen into the ditch. "Baby, have you learned it yet? If you have, Mommy will have a test. How do you spell the character Ren?" Zhong Mei said helplessly, "Commander, you're testing me after only teaching me once? Isn't that too hasty?" Shu Lan didn't care. Pinyin is such a simple thing, my baby only needs to learn it once. Shu Maomao wrote Ren on a piece of paper and pushed it under the lamp to show them. Shu Lan ticked it off and proudly showed off. "Look." Zhong Mei, "Excuse me." Shu Lan pushed aside the dictionary. Learning should be balanced with rest. "Today we found a deck of cards. Let's play cards. Baby, Mommy will teach you how to play Dodiju." Shu Maomao, who hadn't spent more than 5 minutes learning from beginning to end, played doujiju with the 2 adults for an hour. The rule was that the loser had a little turtle drawn on their face. In the last round, Shu Maomao was the landlord, with 4 kings, a 7, and a 2 left in his hand. Shu Lan had 6 cards left. It was her turn to play. She pretended to drink water, secretly pulled a card from the deck, placed it down, and then threw it all down, shouting with great enthusiasm, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, straight. I'm done. Hee hee. Shu Maomao clearly remembered that Zhong Mei had just played 3 7s, and he still had a 7 in his hand. There were only 4 7s in a deck of cards. He looked at Shu Lan with a wry smile. Mom. Shu Lan, her face covered in grime, smiled and replied, Hey, baby, do you want your left cheek or your right cheek painted? Shu Maomao threw down his cards, thinking, never mind, I won't expose her. He closed his eyes and said, right side. Then Mimi, draw the left side. Symmetry is cuter. Another woman with a face full of little turtles lowered her head in shame. I won't draw it. Cheating while playing cards with a 4-year-old is too embarrassing. Shu Lan urged, hurry up, hurry up. Games should be fair. We finally won a round. Zhong Mei couldn't understand how the commander could so confidently say fair. The 3 women with faces full of little turtles finally wiped their faces clean, their skin turning red, and vowed never to scribble again next time they played cards. During the day, the zombies, seeking refuge from the sunlight, entered the building. Shu Lan used an extended scythe to harvest the heads of the zombies floating in the black slime one by one. Zhong Mei initially couldn't continue, because the zombies in the slime moved, and because they were human-shaped, they reached out to her, making her feel like she was killing living people begging for help. But seeing Shu Lan clean up for a while, then run to the toilet to vomit, return pale-faced, and continue killing, Zhong Mei's trembling hand still raised the scythe. The commander can do it. There's nothing she can't do. When all the zombies in the ditch were headless and motionless, the dark brown, highly viscous liquid automatically rose, and the corpses and white crystal cores inside floated to the surface, easily scooped out with a hook. Zhong Mei looked at the dark brown liquid and said, This is natural asphalt. Someone here used to be able to conjure asphalt, but not this much. Shu Lan calmly said, Oh. He escaped from the base with a team before the reinforcements arrived, without saying goodbye. Zhong Mei picked up the crystal core and tossed it into the basket beside her, as if casually mentioning an unimportant person in a conversation, her tone perfectly natural. They should have already reached another base. Shu Lan chuckled softly. Who knows? They might have died on the way. They piled the corpses onto a cart and took them to the crematorium, dumping them batch by batch into the incinerator. When there were enough, they would start burning coal, turning all the bodies into ashes. Passing by the air raid shelter, more than a dozen pairs of eyes were watching them from the entrance. Shu Maomao tugged at Shu Lan's clothes, pointing to the few people who had secretly followed them. A muscular man with a full beard and a disheveled appearance quickened his pace and caught up with them, asking, Are you killing zombies? Shu Lan replied, No, these zombies suddenly died with a snap. I picked them up on the road. Impossible. There aren't that many new corpses around. Shu Lan rolled her eyes at him. Then why are you pretending? The man who asked the question blushed, but didn't dare to argue, and followed them for a while longer. If you have a powerful combat ability, could you help us too? Last night, zombies rammed against the door all night. We all split up and blocked them all night. We don't have any special abilities. We give up sooner or later. Shu Lan said, No. I'm neither your mother nor your father, nor am I some kind of bodhisattva in a temple. Helping you would only waste my energy. The man said, We're all human, shouldn't we unite and help each other? Hearing this, Shu Lan laughed. Help each other? Zhong Mei, and I clean up the corpses so many times every day. Has any of you ever offered a hand? Besides lying in the caves sighing and complaining that nobody cares about your lives, what have you ever done to contribute to the world? We're just ordinary people after all. Shu Lan said, We were all ordinary people before. Skyscrapers, airplanes, and rockets were all built by ordinary people. Just because we're ordinary people doesn't mean we're right to lie down. That's ridiculous. I'm busy. We can chat another day when I have time. She turned around and pushed the cart with Zhong Mei. The incinerator entrance was upstairs. The elevator wasn't working, so they had to push the body up the ramp next to it. Shu Lan wasn't very strong, so Shu Maomao had to help to make things easier for Zhong Mei. Just then, they heard footsteps approaching from behind. 3 more hands appeared on the cart. The man who had just spoken to Shu Lan had a dark, flushed face. Let us do it. Xu Lan let go of Bong Mei's hands and patted her, signaling her to let go too. They were on the first floor, watching the three men finish pushing the body down, then sheepishly walked back down. Xu Lan crossed her arms with a half-smile. Well, I still have a batch to transport. I go. I go with you. Xu Lan pointed to the man who had spoken to her first. You look the strongest, you come with me. The man's eyes lit up instantly. Okay. You two go back and tell them that I, Qin Xiaoshuang, will be the new commander here. If they trust me and want my protection, they must hand over all the food for me to distribute, and from now on, they must unconditionally obey my commands and work for me. You only have 1 day to consider. After dark, the fate of those left in the cave is no longer my concern. Yes, Commander Qin. Chapter 43. Xu Lan waited at the entrance of the original dormitory building. In the afternoon, more than 30 people emerged from the air raid shelter, carrying all their remaining belongings, and walked up to her. She crossed her arms, looking at the disheveled and dejected people before her. Oh dear, why do you all look so unwilling? Anyone who didn't know better would think I begged you to come. If we're going to rebuild a base, we should do it properly, not just talk the talk. I hope everyone can show their utmost enthusiasm and fight with all their might to live and see tomorrow. Zhong Mei came out carrying a yellowed notebook. The first half of the notebook was filled with a child's clumsy handwriting practicing writing. In front of her was an old table and chair set, which now served as her desk. Xu Lan said, everyone come over and register your information, and explain what you did before, or what your strengths are. If you don't have any, just say so. One by one, no lying. The middle-aged man standing at the front looked at the two young, thin girls in front of him, and couldn't help but feel that his decision to seek refuge with the superhumans had been somewhat hasty. He also had to hand over all the food he was saving for the future. If they ate it all, and didn't give it to him, he'd lose everything. He picked up his 2 bags of rice, preparing to return to the air raid shelter. At least there were more people there. Even if the zombies got in, someone would block his way. Besides him, many others also showed signs of wanting to leave. Seeing someone take the lead in leaving, many turned to follow. Xu Lan noticed their hesitation and whispered to Xu Mao Mao, release. A vine quickly retreated into the ground, and the zombie, imprisoned in the dormitory building, was freed, roaring as it smashed open the door and appeared before them. Outside was a large throng of living people, radiating an intense allure, a veritable feast for the senses. The zombies, like tigers entering a rabbit's den, unleashed their full speed, charging into the crowd in a few strides. Their enhanced fingers, like steel, reeking of decay, reached for Xu Lan, who was closest. An invisible wall of air blocked the zombies' attack. Xu Maonao frowned, letting out a strange roar. The zombie's movements noticeably slowed and hesitated for a moment before shifting its target to chase after the fleeing people. Help! Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. I don't want to die. Ah! Just as one person raised their iron bar, the zombie grabbed it, slamming man and bar to the ground. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and bit down on the man's face. Vines appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around the zombie's jaws and dragging him several meters backward until he lay on his back. The next second, an axe fell from the sky, striking him precisely on the forehead. Gravity helped it pierce the skull, but it didn't kill the zombie immediately. Looking at the zombie struggling with its limbs still twitching, an axe still above its head, Xu Maonao frowned, dissatisfied with the result. Relying on the spatial openings and inherent suction to control these melee weapons wasn't powerful enough to kill. The concrete road shattered, and the emerging soil, like a giant, living maw, swallowed the struggling zombie. Then, the soil continued to writhe and compress, forcing the axe deeper into the skull, finally splitting the zombie's head open completely. Looking at the zombie reappearing before them, motionless, the screams and cries for help all turned into a deathly silence and utter shock. Why didn't the zombie bite you? Why does your ability have so many variations? Xu Lan's face was indifferent. Not every why will be answered. Those who want to follow me will continue registering. Those who don't want to, please leave. Zhong Mei, who had been startled by the sudden appearance of the zombies, calmed her racing heart and sat upright at the table. Who wants to go first? Me. Commander, my name is GXIN. I used to be a programmer at a big company. My name is Fong Buotao. I used to work on construction sites. Any heavy labor can be assigned to me. Some people went back into the cave to get things and brought out more than 30 new recruits. In the end, Zhong Mei's notebook recorded 74 names. Xu Lan glanced quickly at the notebook and said, "Where is your equipment that can send messages to the outside world?" The words of an ability user who could kill zombies were like divine pronouncements to these people. Soon, several people carried a radio to Shulan. The man who had helped Shulan push the cart earlier was named Fong Guotao. He asked excitedly, "Commander, are we trying to tell the people outside that there's still hope for District 9? Shulan glanced at him speechlessly. This man in his 20s was more naive than her 4-year-old. "You're overthinking it. Nobody outside cares about our lives." She gripped her old friend, the axe that had been used to kill several people, and raised it high, hacking it down on the radio in front of everyone. "Is she crazy? What is she doing? How are we going to call for help if this thing breaks?" Shulan handed the axe to the dazed Fong Guotao. "Keep going, chop it into pieces that can't be put back together." After speaking, she tilted her head slightly, looking in the direction from which the voice had come from. Her soft voice carried a chilling pressure. "Was someone questioning my actions just now? Did you ever question Jianghe like this before?" Vines appeared, lashing out like ropes at the 4 or 5 people who had spoken, making them scream and cry out in terror. The screams brought Fong Guotao back to his senses, and he immediately began hacking the radio station to pieces. Shulan ruffled the hair of Shu Maomao, who was nestled beside her leg, and said, "That's enough." Only then did the merciless vine stop and retreat into the ground. Explaining is a huge waste of time. I hope that from now on, any decision I make will elicit the response, "Yes, Commander, not why did you do this? What's the point of doing this?" Drop the overthinking and self-righteousness. Our team only needs one brain, and that's me, understand? People looked at each other, hesitantly replying, "Understood." Shulan tossed out a questioning nasal tone. Zhong Mei took the lead, demonstrating correctly, "Yes, Commander." The people in front of her reacted, echoing her in unison, "Yes, Commander." "Good." Shulan nodded in satisfaction. "Tonight, everyone will stay in my building for the night. Starting tomorrow, we leave here and move to the nearest subway station. The underground will be our primary place of survival from now on." This time, the reply was even more resounding than before, "Yes, Commander." That night, due to the high concentration of people and the strong smell of fresh blood, a large number of zombies gathered in Shulan's building. That night, the black moat widened and deepened. Shulan led a team of people armed with tools, constantly patrolling outside the building, having them dredge up the zombies accumulated in the asphalt slime to prevent them from using the corpses of their companions to cross the defense line. Therefore, Shu Maomao had to stay up all night, constantly controlling his asphalt ability to adjust according to the needs of the zombie retrieval team. In the latter half of the night, the number of zombies suddenly decreased. Shu Maomao, sleepy, began to droop his eyelids. "Mommy, everyone in the cave is going to die." It seemed that the people in the air raid shelter couldn't hold on any longer, and had attracted the zombies away. Shulan glanced at her watch in the light of her flashlight. 5:12. Around 6:30, when dawn broke, the zombies would seek shelter in nearby buildings, and the crisis would be mostly over. She handed over the task of watching the defense line to someone else, found a chair to sit down, let Shu Maomao sit on her lap, wrapped him in her arms, and stroked his face. "Go to sleep if you're sleepy, Mommy will watch over you. It's okay." Shu Maomao forced his eyelids to close, his tense features softened, and he fell asleep peacefully to the sound of Shulan's heartbeat. Chapter 44. Shulan didn't plan to sleep. As the brain of the team, she needed to stay alert and prevent this newly assembled motley crew from doing anything foolish. After a while, several stumbling figures appeared in the night. Perhaps the zombies were busy enjoying their feast in the cave, as these people had actually run out from the other side, and found their way to Shulan's shelter. They stood on the other side of the dark brown ditch, shouting, "Help! Help us! Let us cross!" Someone actually lifted a wooden bridge, intending to let them across. Shulan, sitting at the door, coldly retorted, "Did I say I wanted to save them?" The authority she had established yesterday had worked. The group froze, bewildered, looking hesitantly at the people waving and shouting for help in the night. "Commander, there are fewer zombies around now. If we move quickly, they should be able to cross safely." Shulan let out a deep, impatient breath. She said, "I told you not to think. If you think, I have to explain to you that if any of them get scratched and only turn into zombies after crossing the bridge, I definitely wait until they bite you who were setting up the bridge before killing them." The men were terrified and simultaneously released their grip, the wooden bridge falling to the ground. No one dared to touch it again. But Fong Guotao couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart, looking at the desperate people outside who were kneeling and kowtowing in despair. Are we really just going to watch them get bitten to death by the zombies outside? Shulan said, "You can close your eyes." Fong Guotao silently thought, What a heartless commander. After a while, the zombies caught up, grabbing those who had escaped from the cave. Heart-wrenching screams pierced the night sky. The scene of cannibalism, no matter how many times it happened, was a form of hellish psychological torture. Shulan lowered her head, closed her eyes, and drowsiness washed over her, almost making it impossible to keep them open. She had given everyone in the bomb shelter a chance, but they hadn't accepted. Shulan wanted subordinates, who were absolutely trustworthy and obedient. Taking in hesitant people like this would only create more trouble. If she hadn't heard Jiang He's ramblings and been overly concerned about the eternal night phase, Shulan wouldn't have offered to protect these people without special abilities, putting so much pressure on Shu Maomao. Many things cannot be accomplished by two people alone. She needed to gather her strength before humanity completely surrendered and went underground. Yes, Shulan believed that humanity would surrender sooner or later. To make these survivors obedient, she revealed Shu Maomao's different abilities. It didn't matter if they guessed she was a raider, because they were ordinary people. They relied on her and Shu Maomao for survival. They only needed the sense of security that raiders provided, not the fear of having their unwanted or unimportant things taken away. As dawn broke, the morning light shone like divine radiance, driving the terrifying demons into the shadows. The undefended air raid shelter was definitely not to be approached again, and the surrounding area had to be temporarily abandoned. Shulan wearily pressed her temples and gave them orders. Go and rest now that it's safe. Recover your energy before moving again this afternoon. Yes, Commander. By the afternoon, when they discovered there were no survivors left in the air raid shelter, they were all thankful for their wise choice. During the day, they pushed the killed zombies into the incinerator to be burned to ashes, and at night, they continued to fight off the swarming, deadly demons. After 2 months of this arduous and protracted war, Shu Maomao no longer slept through the entire day. Countless zombies had become towering piles of ashes in the incinerator. Every time she saw the sky slowly brighten, Shulan would let out a long sigh of relief. It's no wonder humans refused to succumb to the zombies. The sense of redemption brought by sunlight was irreplaceable. During the day, when they had free time, Shulan began leading them to renovate the nearest subway station. The subway station was an existing underground facility, but they had to spend time blocking all the entrances, leaving only one passageway for people to enter and exit, and then furnishing it as a place suitable for long-term human habitation. At the same time, they also had to demolish and reduce as many buildings near the subway station as possible that might harbor zombies. This would create a much wider safe zone during daytime operations, eliminating the need to constantly huddle around Shulan, wary of zombies that might appear at any intersection. Not everyone was a social elite, but everyone happened to have a specialty. Some happened to know how to operate an excavator, some happened to know how to grow vegetables, some happened to have some knowledge of construction, some lacked brains, but had plenty of strength, and some lacked strength but knew a little cooking. By piecing things together and supporting each other, they managed to do a decent job. 3 months later, the first subway station was completed, and Commander Shulan's 75 subordinates all survived unharmed, excluding Shu Maomao. She had no grand plan to save all of humanity. Everything she did was to ensure her and her son's survival, to live more safely, more comfortably, and for as long as possible. In the first winter after the fall of District 9, the radio broadcast the bad news that Districts 8 and 10 had been successively overrun by zombie armies. During the attack on District 8, the number of zombies of level 3 and above surged to over 500, and those of level 2 and above numbered over 10,000. A leader named Ansarin has emerged among the zombies. Every time she conquers a district, she threatens us to retreat to the underground of District 9, ceding the surface to the zombies. Military representatives are demanding that she release hostages and initiate ceasefire negotiations to secure more hope for the various bases. Then one day, the radios seemed to break down, the public channels only emitted static, and listeners had no idea what the outcome of the negotiations was. Of course, the people at Shulan Base had no time to care about such national affairs. Winter came, and the underground was bitterly cold. They were busy searching for supplies to keep warm, enduring a difficult and arduous journey. However, the underground was indeed a good place to hide from zombies. Closing the entrance door and piling up some strongly scented debris near the ventilation shafts made the zombies lose their target, only hovering above their heads. After winter, Shu Maomao's height increased dramatically, reaching Shulan's waist, growing from a small, pale-faced dumpling into a large, pale-faced dumpling. Just as they were preparing to sow a new batch of seeds in the newly cultivated vegetable garden, a group of uninvited guests arrived on the territory of the 9th District. Shu Maomao told Shulan, "Someone's clearing the road, a lot of people, they want to drive in. Shulan had known this day would come. The subway station was already taking shape. They partitioned it into small spaces, and the 70-odd people, like ants in an anthill, huddled together, sharing the same space. This was currently the most habitable place in District 9, but it couldn't be used to entertain guests. Shulan told her subordinates, "You guys hide for now, I go greet the guests." Anyone could guess that the richest place in District 9 was the original survivor base, including the superhumans driven out of District 8 by zombies. They drove straight to the center, but as they approached their destination, they found only an empty open space in the very center. Where roads and houses had once been, there were now piles of rubble. On the pile of rubble closest to the intersection sat a blank-faced boy. At first, they thought it was a zombie, and were about to fire when a pleasant female voice rang out, "Don't shoot, survivors." A woman wearing a pale yellow top and jeans emerged from behind the rubble, her hands raised, both nervous and delighted. "Where did you come from? Did humanity win?" Her skin was fair, her clothes were clean, and she spoke clearly. Judging from the color of her eyes, she wasn't a high-level zombie. The people in the convoy lowered their guns, surprised. Sector 9 has been occupied for a year, and there are still survivors? Chapter 45. Shulan's smile gradually turned into apprehension. She asked, "You didn't know there were people alive here? Then why did you come?" The crowd getting off the car passed her, filing in one after another, completely ignoring Shulan's presence. One woman even glared at Shulan. "If it weren't for the crystal cores contributed by your people, the zombies wouldn't have advanced so quickly, forcing us in District 8 to abandon the base and flee." Shulan lowered her head and backed away, timidly whispering, "It's not our fault. Nobody wanted this to happen." A sleazy-looking man walked over, tapped Shulan's face with his gun, and chuckled evilly, "Hey, little beauty, where's your granary? Take us there." Shulan took a step back, carefully dodging his gun, and turned to wave at Shu Mau Mau, whose eyes held a dangerous glint. "Baby, come down, don't sit so high, it's dangerous." "Is this your son? You're so young and already married and have a child." Shulan lowered her head and answered meekly, "Yes, the others are in the air raid shelter." "Should I lead the way?" The woman in front of her, who didn't even dare to meet her gaze, was clearly timid. Her voice was soft and gentle, like a delicate little flower, making it hard to be wary. "Come on, I go see how many of you are left." The man called to his two companions, greeted their commander, and the three of them broke away from the main group to follow Shulan. Shulan glanced at the commander of District 8, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, with a square face and an imposing aura, like a secretary or village head, an official who had been surrounded by people throughout, issuing orders from a superior position. On the way, Shulan whispered to the trio, "Didn't they say zombies are really tough? How did you manage to escape from District 8? The man's face instantly darkened, as if he'd been hit where it hurt. He said gruffly, "Is it any of your business?" Shulan shrank back, gripping Shu Mau Mau's hand tightly. She led them to the air raid shelter. The door had been damaged once, and replaced with 2 wooden planks, barely covering the entrance. The man didn't understand. "Will this work? Won't the zombies wandering around at night go in?" Shulan quickly explained, "It will. Zombies rarely come here after the bombing. Plus, it stinks inside, so even if a zombie wanders by, it won't go in." The air raid shelter did indeed have a strong, pungent stench, making people instinctively cover their noses and back away. Shulan cautiously observed the expressions on the 3 people's faces. "Then I go in and call for help. You go call them all out. We're not going into this awful place." Shulan, leading Shu Mau Mau, squeezed through the gap in the wooden planks. After a few steps, she straightened her back and whispered, "Take it." At the same time, thin green stems with sharp barbs sprouted from the soles of the people at the cave entrance. They burrowed into their trouser legs, wrapped around their calves, and with a sharp slash, drew a stream of blood before curling into a ball and quickly disappearing back into the soil. "Ouch. How did my ankle suddenly get cut and bleed?" "Me too. There's a plant-type ability user here. It must be that woman with the child from earlier. Should we chase after her and catch her? Maybe it's a poisonous plant? Let's find a doctor first." Even though they were suspicious of Shulan, the 3 didn't dare to rashly chase her into the dimly lit cave. Out of caution, they chose to go back and find a healing-type ability user first. After they demonstrated the wounds to the healing ability user in the team, the other party said speechlessly, "And then what? You expect me to waste my ability healing these minor injuries? No poison? No, and nothing else wrong. If you come any later, they would have scabbed over." Just then, as Shu Mau Mau emerged from the air raid shelter, A vine rapidly sprang from the ground, 3 drops of blood clinging to its leaves, rolling like dewdrops into his palm. Ice, wind, absolute precision? Shu Lan asked curiously. What does absolute precision mean? Shu Maomao said, in the area before my eyes, I can hit whatever I want with whatever I have. Shu Lan suddenly understood. No wonder that guy always had a gun. Shu Maomao said coldly, he even slapped your face. If it weren't for Mommy's advice to know your enemy and yourself to win every battle, and to try to get as much information as possible beforehand, Shu Maomao would have already chopped off the guy's hand. Shu Lan crouched down, her expression turning serious. It looks like they gathered their elite forces to escape. Most of them must be ability users. Shu Maomao said, I can beat them. Shu Lan touched his forehead, smiling, of course I know you're the strongest, but even a hero can't withstand a crowd. Let's wait until they spread out a bit, then we take them down one by one. Shu Maomao's eyes suddenly changed. A well-like opening appeared in the ground. Shu Lan immediately understood what it meant and jumped in without hesitation, sliding down the slope to the bottom. The opening was immediately sealed by earth. After about half a minute, chaotic footsteps sounded above Shu Lan's head. There is indeed an exit to an air raid shelter here, but the mother and child aren't here. Look at the soil under your feet, the color is wrong. Shu Maomao narrowed her eyes, striking first. Vines sprouted, wrapped around the waists of the newcomers, and flung them heavily into the air before tossing them away. The man on the ground felt his internal organs shift, and quickly pulled out his walkie-talkie, shouting, Come here quickly, she's too strong. His eyes widened as he watched 2 figures, one large and one small, crawl out of the ground. Shu Maomao drew her knife, and walked to the nearest man. The man's panicked expression suddenly froze, even his breathing stopped. Shu Maomao sensed something was wrong. Her ears twitched, and she whirled around. The frozen man appeared unharmed behind Shu Lan, his elbow clamped tightly around her neck. He seemed to have 2 bodies, one real and one fake. The fake one quickly vanished from the ground. Shu Maomao took a step forward to save Shu Lan, but the man stopped him, shouting, Don't move. If you move again, I kill her right now. Like a lurking beast, Shu Maomao slowly retreated, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The man cursed in Shu Lan's ear, a sneak attack? You think you can rob us with just a child? A clear child's voice rang out, Mommy, head down. Shu Lan lowered her head, and Shu Maomao, with his enhanced right arm, forcefully hurled a short knife he had retrieved from his spatial storage. Simultaneously, he activated absolute precision, the blade grazing the man's eyes before flying aside. He instantly released his grip, clutching his bleeding eyes, screaming in agony. Shu Lan scrambled to her son's side, coughing uncontrollably. Shu Maomao glanced back at Shu Lan's flushed face. His lips pursed, and the short knife on the ground was sucked into a crack, then reappeared in his hand. He wiped the blood from the blade and said coldly, Clone. Vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping around the man's neck and tightening. Shu Maomao didn't have time to see the moment he was strangled. Hearing the whooshing sound, she grabbed Shu Lan's hand and ran towards the nearby air raid shelter. Bang! 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 A series of bullets flew past, hitting an invisible wall of air before falling to the ground. After the large and small figures disappeared from the air raid shelter entrance, a large number of people rushed into the dimly lit cave. They used walkie-talkies to notify their teammates. They entered the cave. Block the exit. One of the mother and child has plant-based abilities. Be careful of plants that might appear at any time. Is that water dripping from above? Damn, it's sticky and smelly. Wait, this isn't water. Chapter 46. The dripping liquid increased, sticking to the soles of the ability user's shoes, making it impossible for them to move. This water is abnormal. Get out. You think I don't want to get out? I can't even walk. Damn it, it's still dripping. The little boy's figure appeared in everyone's sight, holding a short knife in his hand. The highly viscous liquid slid over his body, without leaving a single black spot. A flame that appeared out of thin air in the ability user's hand suddenly illuminated the entire air raid shelter, and also illuminated Shu Maomao's unfathomable black eyes. He slightly raised his eyebrows. Fire? Good stuff, he wanted it. The flame burned onto the boy's clothes, but the boy stood motionless like a wooden figure. Shu Maomao, using his clone ability, appeared beside the fire-type ability user like a shadow, the knife in his hand plunging into his lower back. Ah! Half an hour later, Shizhen Bong, the commander of District 8, who was waiting on the flat ground, frowned and looked in the direction of the air raid shelter. Why did they take so long? The secretary next to her picked up the walkie-talkie. What's going on? Haven't they caught them yet? There was no reply from the walkie-talkie. Instead, a slender figure emerged again from the end of the road. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Shulan smiled gently. I apologize for the poor hospitality. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Qin Xiaoshuang, the newly appointed commander of District 9. A gust of wind suddenly arose, stirring up sand and dust. The woman's figure was swallowed by the swirling yellow sand, but her voice remained exceptionally clear. Welcome to District 9. There can only be one commander here, and only one powerful. A superhuman. Like firecrackers being lit to welcome guests, after her words fell, the cars parked in the open space suddenly exploded one after another. People standing nearby were blown away by the flames, and the supplies they had painstakingly brought out were reduced to fragments flying into the sky. The crowd, their attention diverted, suddenly came to their senses, but it was too late to salvage the situation. The sandstorm intensified, obscuring everything except the flames. A sharp object seemed to graze his cheek. Reaching out to grab it, he discovered it was an extremely fine ice needle. Shizhenbong finally reacted and shouted, "Attack! Kill her!" All gun barrels simultaneously aimed at the blurry figure in the sandstorm. At the same time, a childish voice rang out from the wind. A new rule. Hands up, kneel, no resistance. Thump, thump. Those who heard this simultaneously felt their knees buckle, uncontrollably collapsing to their knees. Shizhenbong's knees also buckled, and he knelt down as well, unable to stand no matter how hard he tried. A look of astonishment crossed his face, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. He quickly lost control, shouting, "No, this isn't right. This is my ability. New rule, stand up, fire." Shizhenbong's ability was called rulemaking. He could create one new rule each workday, which others must unconditionally obey for 20 minutes. Even after using his power, he remained kneeling. His new rule hadn't taken effect, others were already making the rules. The sandstorm stopped, and the sky darkened as if rain was imminent. Against this somber backdrop, even after Shizhenbong established his new rule, the boy remained seated on the pile of rubble, watching them indifferently, like a god looking down upon mortals prostrate at his feet. What brought the god down to earth was a gentle yet helpless female voice. "My dear," said Shulan, who was also kneeling, "next time you use this power, remember to exclude mommy." It started raining outside. The relatively warmer underground dwelling now housed over 100 more people, making the once spacious area feel crowded. Fong Buitao, who had been called out to move people, put down the last prisoner, and saw this group of strangers, who were inexplicably bound hand and foot with vines at their 9th district base. Just as he was about to ask the commander what was going on, Zhong Mei, who was passing by, nudged him in the ribs with her elbow, reminding him, "Do your job, don't ask questions." Fong Buitao quickly swallowed his question. Yes, the commander didn't like explaining. Shulan walked past them, followed by a little boy. Her observant subordinate brought her a chair, which she sat down gracefully. She said, "These are friends from District 8 who have come to join us. Of course, it's fine if they don't join. I respect everyone's wishes." Shizhenbong looked up, staring directly at Shulan, and firmly pressed, "Your child is a predator. He can steal other people's abilities, isn't he?" Shulan slightly curled her lips. "Not every question will be answered." Shizhenbong roared, "Even if you don't answer, I know. He must be Li Yanli's son." Li Yanli was beaten half to death, and turned into a biological sample for research. He suffered the same fate sooner or later. Shulan rested her elbows on the armrests of the chair, propping her chin up. When she wasn't smiling, it was clear that the child beside her had features almost identical to hers. Ignoring the hysteria of the person in front of her, Shulan absent-mindedly thought, "So that person's name is Li Yanli. I wonder what the characters are." When the prisoners, influenced by Shizhenbong, began hurling insults, the people from the 9th district couldn't stand it anymore. Sister Wang, who was in charge of cooking, came out with a rolling pin. "Let's see who dares to curse our commander again. I smash your heads open." The prisoners roared angrily. "Her son is stealing everyone's abilities. Are you going to associate with a robber?" Shulan, pulling herself together from her reverie, smiled and said, "Why not? Drag out those who just cursed me, and give them to the zombies that pass by tonight." "No! People can't be that evil. You die a horrible death." After dragging out a group, the area became much quieter. Shulan took a sip of warm water to moisten her throat and calmly said, "Stay or go, choose one. Make your choice before dark so Sister Wang can decide how many cups of rice to add to the meal tonight." "What does that mean?" Zhong Mei pulled out her notebook and said methodically, "Those who choose to stay and join District 9, Come here to register your names, previous jobs, and any skills you have. Those who are injured can come over. I have healing abilities. Fong Butao stood beside her. Tell me if you want to leave, and I take you out. The prisoners were handed over to the two of them. Xu Lan took a large umbrella, led Xu Maomao to the ground, and squatted down in front of Shi Zhenbong, the former commander of the 8th district. She asked him, You must have many questions for me. How about this, I ask you one, and you ask me one. The man lying on the ground had been soaked for a while. The spring rain still carried a chill. His lips were white with cold, his glasses were covered in water droplets, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Give me back my abilities first. Xu Lan said, You only know how to plunder, not how to give back. Shi Zhenbong's head slumped to the ground, letting the mud and water soak his face, looking extremely angry and utterly despondent. Did you abandon the ordinary people in the base when you escaped? Shi Zhenbong retorted stubbornly, I at least saved some people. Your act of stealing my abilities was far worse. You have no right to condemn me. Xu Lan said, I didn't mean to condemn you either. I just wanted to understand just how powerful the zombies have become. Do you know the outcome of the negotiations between humans and the zombie king? Shi Zhenbong remained silent, his chest heaving for a moment, as if he had been mentally preparing himself for a long time before finally speaking. We lost. District 1 arranged for all the irregular troops to ambush the zombie king at the negotiation site, but the zombie king saw through their plan and killed them all. He had, after all, been a former leader of a region. His information network was far more extensive than that of ordinary people. Xu Lan nodded thoughtfully. The zombie king refers to that female zombie named Answerin? Who else could it be? Her legs were a little sore from squatting, so Xu Lan stood up and stomped her feet. If someone told you that our blue star will only have night and no day from now on, would you believe it? Shi Zhenbong opened his eyes again. Prophecy ability? No. I don't believe it. Xu Lan thought to herself, it seems the so-called eternal night phase isn't a secret known to every district commander. Could it really be the ramblings of Jianghe before her death? This time, it was Shi Zhenbong's turn to speak first. Are you Li Yanli's wife? Xu Lan understood he had agreed to the information exchange and replied, I don't know him at all. I only know he's from Donghu province, and his ability is the same as my son's. Shi Zhenbong, unsuspecting, asked, So, your son becoming a raider was also a coincidence? Xu Lan calmly lied, Yes, my husband died before my son was born, and I myself have no special abilities. She hadn't said she had to tell the truth. Chapter 47. She also took the opportunity to probe for information. Tell me about that Li Yanli. Because of the heavy rain, rainwater streamed into Shi Zhenbong's mouth as he spoke. His hands and feet were bound by vines, and it took him a while to straighten up from his kneeling position. He lowered his head and said, When I worked in Donghu province, I never heard of Li Yanli having a spouse or children. He was very strong. All supernatural abilities were amplified several times in his hands. He could single-handedly become an army, saving many people. He was famous at the time, and everyone regarded him as a savior. Xu Lan took a step forward, allowing the edge of her umbrella to shield Shi Zhenbong's head. Then why not continue to let him be the savior? When there are zombies, he's a hero, but when there aren't, he's not only a powerful threat, but also an object of everyone's envy. A medical giant claiming to have developed a drug to awaken superpowers, along with the government, wanted him to cooperate, but he refused and even planned to leave Donghu. They bribed people around Li Yanli to capture him. Xu Lan said, So you should understand that I can't spare both your lives and your superpowers. Shi Zhenbong was silent for a moment, then said, Yes, you are prescient. Once we discover your son's identity as a raider, we will eliminate him at all costs. A raider is like a wealthy merchant appearing in the slums, not only rolling in money, but also stealing the only coins they have. So the poor unite to overthrow the wealthy merchant. But now, all their meager capital has been taken away. If they don't beg the wealthy merchant for protection, they will die miserably without a roof over their heads. Out of pride, Shi Zhenbong couldn't bring himself to beg for mercy, even though he was kneeling before her in a humiliating position. Xu Lan was adept at reading people's expressions. She could tell that Shi Zhenbong's softened attitude and the amount of talk he'd given her were expressions of surrender. She deliberately said, I have nothing else to ask for now. I'm going back. Goodbye. As she turned to leave, many wanted to call out to her, but they couldn't swallow the hatred in their hearts. Until she folded her umbrella, walked down the steps, and was almost out of sight. Sheen. Shi Zhenbong closed his eyes, resigned, and said with difficulty, Please take us in. When a person has nothing left, dignity seems to lose its importance. The vines binding him suddenly withered, as if automatically releasing him, silently answering his request. Xu Lan gained another group of subordinates, who called her commander. As summer approached, 7 consecutive days of torrential rain caused the water level to rise continuously. Faced with the malice of heaven, even the strongest superhumans had to avoid its sharp edge. As early as the 3rd day of rain, Xu Lan suspected the subway station might be flooded. She was the type to act immediately once she had an idea, so she woke everyone up, gathered their essentials, and hiked to the nearest mountain. Maybe it stopped raining tomorrow. Someone complained, quickly silenced by the others. How many times have I told you? Don't question the commander's decisions. Xu Lan said. He never learns. Tape his mouth shut for a day. Yes, Commander. The downside of being stationed in the wilderness was the lack of walls or doors to keep out zombies. Fortunately, this was a piece of cake for Xu Maomao, who was skilled in many areas. He basically treated ordinary zombies that followed their scent up the mountain like toys. The original inhabitants of District 9 didn't care about plundering, they only knew the commander's son was strong, which gave them peace of mind. Those whose abilities had been stolen gradually accepted reality. After all, if they didn't accept it, they wouldn't get their abilities back and would be thrown out to feed the zombies. That's how ruthless bandits are. The water rose to become a vast ocean, destroying everything from their painstakingly cultivated farmland to their carefully constructed underground homes. During the days of incessant rain, the atmosphere was heavy. No one smiled, everyone wore a dejected expression, as if the heavens were against them. Only Xu Lan remained cheerful. On the night the rain stopped, she gathered all her subordinates in a makeshift tent, resembling a roadside stall. She had the ability user with glowing skin stand in the center, covered him with a ring of transparent colored paper, and made him spin around continuously. Tada! Look, a disco ball. The glowing ability user. Commander, I'm dizzy. Xu Lan patted his shoulder. You worked hard. If you get dizzy, take a break before spinning again. I have Sister Wang add 2 dishes for you tomorrow. She rolled up her notebook into a tube, stood next to the disco ball, and enthusiastically encouraged everyone. Cheer up. That's life, more bad things than good things. But as long as everyone's okay, that's the best thing. I hereby declare the first annual gala of the 9th District Base officially open. Everyone will take turns performing a program in the center. I, the commander, will give you an example. I tell you a joke. What happens when a white radish is stabbed? A carrot. Huh? Who's so clever? Zhong Mei silently covered her face. It was so awkward. She had no idea how the commander came up with such an awkward activity and a lame joke. No one laughed, and Xu Lan was a little disappointed. Wait, isn't the joke clever enough that a white radish bleeds when stabbed, turning into a carrot? These people have such high standards for humor. Mimi, it's your turn. Caught off guard, Zhong Mei. Huh? Wait, you said one joke, really just one joke? Fang Buitao, standing beside her, led the chant. Zhong Mei, Zhong Mei. Zhong Mei nudged Fang Buitao's ribs with her elbow, then reluctantly walked to the disco ball. I don't have any talent. I recite a poem for everyone. Xu Lan clicked her tongue. That won't do, too perfunctory. Zhong Mei, can a joke be more perfunctory than your one-line one? After mentally complaining, Zhong Mei dug her toes into the ground, dryly sang a song before being granted permission to leave the stage by the commander, then fled back into the crowd. Fang Buitao sighed. Your singing is no different from reciting a poem. Then he received an even heavier elbow strike. Xu Lan sat leisurely in her chair, casually calling out names with the notebook she just used as a microphone. Fang Buitao, you're next. Fang Buitao confidently stepped onto the stage with a tree branch in hand. All right, I learned martial arts when I was little. I perform a monkey stick trick for everyone. This performance required space, and the crowd quickly backed away. As Fang Buitao twirled the stick, he accidentally bumped into the glowing disc in the center, causing the person to cry out in pain, which triggered a burst of laughter. Sorry, brother. Commander. Xu Lan laughed so hard she was doubled over, waving her hand. It's all right. Let Mimi take a look and it'd be fine. Extra dishes. Extra dishes for you the day after tomorrow, too. Xu Maomao sat next to her, his face remaining expressionless and unmoving, completely out of place with the increasingly lively atmosphere, regardless of the laughter or applause around him. Xu Lan leaned down and whispered in his ear, tired? Or is it too noisy? Xu Maomao shook his head. Mommy, why do they have to do all this? He didn't understand. In his eyes, every performance was boring and useless. Sitting here watching was less interesting than playing with zombies. Xu Lan smiled warmly and said, It's fun, baby. Eating and sleeping are just needs. The most important thing about coming into this world is to have fun. She rubbed her son's soft, bouncy cheeks. Strange, is your lack of smiles hereditary? From childhood to adulthood, Shu Maomao could count the number of times he smiled on 2 hands. At first, she thought his lack of smiles was normal for precocious children, and given her own difficult past, Shu Lan herself couldn't laugh. She didn't pay much attention to it. But when everyone around them was laughing, Shu Maomao's indifference became particularly noticeable. Chapter 48. Shu Maomao said, I don't want to laugh. Shu Lan asked, Are you happy when you're not laughing? Yes. That's good. Shu Lan was relieved. If he didn't want to laugh, so be it. Having a super cool son was great too. Towards the end of the party, the disco ball players ran out of energy. Shu Lan saw that there were still more than 30 people who hadn't performed, and waved her hand, We talk about it tomorrow night. Go back to the tents and sleep. The party ended, and the water gradually receded. They returned to the ground. Many rice seedlings were rotten, and a lot of furniture had been washed away by the flood. Shizhenbong said, Decades ago, there were heavy rainstorms here, but never such a huge flood. It's probably a problem with the riverbank somewhere. When the river level rises, it floods the city. We need to check the riverbank, otherwise the same thing will happen again. Shu Lan thought he made a lot of sense, so a group of people, driving some nice cars they had found while demolishing buildings, headed towards the river. They drove along the riverbank and discovered a breach. Shu Lan didn't know how to repair the dike, but Shizhenbong did. He taught Shu Maomao how to build the foundation, laying soil and stones. After that, concrete needed to be made for seepage prevention. Fortunately, cement wasn't hard to find. After finding it at the construction site, they used their spatial abilities to transport it, added water, mixed it with sand and gravel to make concrete, and applied it to the new riverbank. A layer of grass was then laid on the back slope to prevent rainwater erosion. With the help of his supernatural abilities, the riverbank repair was completed quickly. Looking at the calm river surface under the sunlight, Shizhenbong remarked to Shu Lan, I never thought I'd be doing things other than killing zombies one day. Shu Lan, the only one not working, picked a bunch of wildflowers from the grass by the river while everyone else was busy. She gave them to Shizhenbong, who walked up beside her, saying, On behalf of the people, thank you, Secretary Shi. Ever since she learned that Shizhenbong had been a county party secretary, Shu Lan had always called him Secretary Shi. Shizhenbong didn't accept the flowers. I don't deserve the people's trust. He had once made a despicable decision, leading the superhumans away from the base, abandoning a large number of ordinary people. This was a hurdle he couldn't overcome. Shu Lan didn't reply, but suddenly narrowed her eyes and pointed under the bridge. Isn't that a person? Shizhenbong looked in that direction and saw a figure staggering towards them from under the bridge, running very fast, then suddenly disappearing into the sunlight, only to reappear less than 20 meters away from them a second later. Shu Lan screamed in terror, Baby! A massive fireball, carrying a wave of heat, grazed past her from behind and struck the man who had suddenly appeared. He collapsed to the ground, rolling around to extinguish the flames, his voice piercing, A person! I'm a person! A jet of water descended from the sky, extinguishing the flames. Amidst the rising steam, the charred man angrily rebuked, At least figure out who's friend or foe before you fight. Shu Lan said, Sorry, I thought they were zombies, I was terrified. Where did you escape from, buddy? The victim replied irritably, Sector 10, we surrendered to the high-level zombies. The main force is behind us. My ability is long-distance spatial jump. The commander sent me to scout ahead, and I just happened to see you on the bridge. Shizhenbong asked incredulously, Surrender works? Of course. The most powerful high-level zombie said that as long as we surrender, hand over the stones, and move everyone this way, they won't fight us. They need to hurry to their next base. Shizhenbong's face turned even ashen, darker than the newly repaired riverbank. If surrender worked, then the ordinary people he abandoned would have died because of his flawed decision. He looked at the river again, his gaze unfocused. Shu Lan even suspected he wanted to jump in. She smiled warmly, Hey bro, how many superhumans are there at your base? The charred-faced young man flashed a bright white smile, proudly replying, Lots. Over 200, including myself. You should have heard of our commander, Lin Yi. His spatial ability is the most powerful known spatial ability. He can farm, raise livestock, and even have chickens, ducks, and fish. He's practically a creator god. It's an honor for you to be in District 9. Shizhenbong opened his mouth in bewilderment. No, there are, *plunderer. Don't come any closer, *, but before he could utter a sound, Xu Lan threw the wildflower she was holding to the ground, interrupting him with a high five, exclaiming with delight, "Wow, that's amazing! If we join District 10, will I get a share of those chickens, ducks, and fish?" The charred-faced young man glanced at her up and down, smiling enigmatically. "I don't know about others, but if a pretty girl like you goes and flirts with our commander, it's not impossible. In the apocalypse, beauty is a resource that can be exchanged." Xu Lan said, "It's just being cute, easy. We just went through a flood, the losses were terrible, I was really afraid we wouldn't have anything to eat. Thank goodness you came." Xu Mao's current space wasn't large. It was already filled with rice and flour left over from District 9. Once a bag was emptied, she had to quickly rewind time. The time rewinding ability had limitations. A half-hour cooldown followed by a half-hour rewind, and it consumed more energy than other abilities. Xu Lan didn't want to exhaust herself trying to feed over 100 people, so unless the time rewinding ability was absolutely necessary, she had her subordinates focus on researching ways to improve the survival rate of the vegetable garden. Farming was difficult. On one hand, everyone lacked experience, on the other hand, the weather was uncooperative. A single rain or drought could wipe out the entire crop. Their seed reserves were severely depleted, and they were only managing to grow something by constantly replenishing the seeds with Xu Mao's time rewinding ability. She introduced herself. "My name is Qin Xiaoshuang, and I'm the leader of these survivors." "What's yours, sir?" Her friendly demeanor lowered the charred young man's guard. "My name is Jiao Hong." "How many of you are still alive?" Xu Lan sighed. "Not many. We've been living underground for a year, and only about 200 of us have barely survived." Jiao Hong said, "How many of them are superhumans? I need to find out before I go back to report to our commander." Xu Lan stood up, her eyes lowered, coldly sweeping over Shizhenbong, who stood beside her, hesitant and with a strange expression. When she looked up again, her face was now beaming with a warm, ingratiating smile. "Brother Zhao, let's exchange information. You can tell me about your base so our people can be prepared. Look at you, your clothes are burned like this." "I'm so sorry, GXIN. Here. Take off your coat and pants and give them to this young man." After putting on his new clothes and exchanging information, Xiao Hong returned satisfied to report to the commander of District 10. As soon as he left, Xu Lan's face darkened, and she snapped at Shizhenbong. "What were you trying to tell him?" Shizhenbong, nearing 50, hadn't expected a young woman's words to make his legs go weak. He frantically tried to explain, I didn't say it." He immediately regretted it, realizing he subconsciously assumed the victim's role, treating the nearby raiders as enemies. Xu Lan shook her head in disappointment. "But you did intend to tell them. I took your abilities, but I also raised you as one of my own for a year, and in the end, you're still an ingrate. Commander, I was too talkative just now. I promise you it will never happen again." Xu Lan took a few steps to the side, dodging Shizhenbong's attempt to grab her hand, and called out, "Mao Mao." Those present already sensed what was about to happen. Some closed their eyes, others turned away. A pistol fell from the spatial dimension into Xu Mao's hand. Sitting at the top, she casually pulled the trigger, aiming at Shizhenbong's back. After the shot, the riverbank fell into a deathly silence. Shizhenbong lay in a pool of blood, his still pupils reflecting the vibrant wildflowers scattered on the ground. Xu Lan lifted her foot and led the way away, her voice gentle yet her tone cold. "Let's go now that the riverbank is repaired. Go back and prepare to welcome our guests." Chapter 49. Shizhenbong's death left the return journey in silence. They realized that the commander, who always seemed smiling and easygoing, was actually a cold-hearted person at heart. She had never trusted anyone except her son, maintaining constant vigilance against the outside world. Even if she was laughing and joking with Shizhenbong 1 second, if he showed the slightest sign of betrayal, she would eliminate him without hesitation. Xu Lan didn't care about what others thought. She was thinking about how to welcome the incoming defectors. Putting aside other superpowers, the 10th District Commander's superpower truly captivated Xu Lan. From Jiao Hong, she learned that they not only had over 200 superpowered individuals, but also nearly 2,000 ordinary people, most of whom were healthy young people with considerable combat strength. Given such a large numerical disparity, they certainly couldn't openly engage in battle like last time, nor could they reveal the information about the raiders. Otherwise, with a single order from the enemy, over 2,000 people would charge in and trample Xu Lan and her son to death. She had to use Shizhenbong as a scapegoat, to make it clear to everyone around her that if they dared to divulge even a hint of the predators, their fate would be the same as Shizhenbong's. Then she would carefully devise a plan to bring these 2,000 people and their supernatural abilities under her control. Judging from Zhao Hong's tone, that king seemed to be a fool who treated women as trophies. Back home, Xu Lan began looking for clothes. Their current clothes were mostly salvaged from clothing stores on the street, wardrobes in residential buildings, and warehouses in garment factories. They were stored in a fixed space and distributed according to size when needed. Other supplies collected during the city's demolition were similarly gathered and organized, stacked in open areas according to type and purpose, awaiting potential use. Sometimes, Xu Lan felt that after being forced to stop work, the world resembled the junkyard she used to live in, with all the survivors sifting through it, searching for recyclable scraps. Xu Lan picked out several decent-looking women's outfits, groomed her eyebrows, and prepared some girlish accessories to make herself appear innocent and pitiful. However, her subordinates knew these were symbols she planned to use to her advantage in hunting. They also felt a little sorry for the guests who were about to arrive, completely unaware of the commander's deception and the raiders' strength. 5 days later, over 2,000 people arrived at the center of District 9, and the desolate world suddenly seemed to become lively. Xu Lan, holding Xu Maomao's hand, stood at the very front, watching a convoy of vehicles drive straight towards them. The people getting out were all spirited, like outsiders conquering a colony. In reality, they were all deserters from the zombies' clutches. This place has been bombed flat. There's not even a house to live in. Look at them, they're probably scavenging for food to survive. All of them are emaciated and pale, like beggars, so pitiful. What's with their expressions? Why do they all look so lifeless? What, aren't they welcoming us? Fang Buotao couldn't help but retort, making a bunch of local refugees welcome another group of fleeing people. Isn't that ridiculous? It was certainly unpleasant, but it was the truth. The faces of those he mocked turned ugly. What kind of attitude is that? Fang Buotao said, whatever your attitude, that's my attitude. Who knows where you get your sense of superiority from calling us pitiful? Zhong Mei grabbed his arm and whispered, don't say any more. Xu Lan said softly, forget it, forget it. It's not easy to survive until now. It's more important to settle people down than to argue. After that massive bombing, most houses are destroyed. We have to build new shelter ourselves. Where did you live before? We lived underground. At this moment, a very impressive large vehicle slowly drove up from behind and stopped in front of Xu Lan. Xian blurted out in surprise, wow, a Cullinan. The window rolled down, and the man in the driver's seat, who looked to be around 30 years old, gripped the steering wheel with one hand and rubbed his chin with what he thought was a cool gesture, scrutinizing Xu Lan with an uncomfortable gaze. I heard you're the current leader of District 9. The contemptuous tone of the superior immediately revealed his identity. Xu Lan smiled, approached, and nodded, yes, my name is Qin Xiaoshuang. I'm not exactly a leader, but because I'm a combat-type ability user, everyone is used to listening to me. What's your name, brother? The man extended his hand, about to speak, when the back door suddenly opened, and a tall, aloof woman stepped out, saying irritably, Lin Yi, thousands of people at the base don't even have a place to sleep tonight, and you still have the nerve to talk to me. The man named Lin Yi, after being reprimanded, looked slightly displeased. Why are you inexplicably getting angry at me again? Another woman got out of the car from the other side, equally beautiful, wearing a white dress, her brows slightly furrowed, giving her a delicate, sickly appearance. Lin Yi, I'm a little carsick and want to rest. There was nowhere to rest. Ahead lay either stacks of clutter or small mountains of rubble. Behind them lay a city riddled with craters from the bombing, and as far as the eye could see, there wasn't even a place to sit. But the sight of the beautiful woman clutching her heart evoked pity, and Lin Yi's voice softened. I take you to my space in a bit. Another sweet-looking young girl got out of the back seat, pouting, Brother Lin Yi, I want to go too. In the end, Lin Yi left the arrangement of accommodations to others, intending to take his woman into his space to rest. The tall, beautiful woman who had gotten out first refused to come along and stayed outside, watching the others set up their tents. Xu Lan was completely ignored and stood there. She frowned, a small expression that caught the attention of the tall, beautiful woman, who sneered, You dressed up carefully, didn't you? Your plan failed, aren't you upset? Xu Lan smiled, It seems you're the one who's upset more. When the two women had just left, one on each side of Lin Yi, the tall, beautiful woman's disgust was practically written all over her face. The tall, beautiful woman gave a cold snort, took out her cigarette case, and leaned against the car, smoking one cigarette after another with an unpleasant expression. Xu Lan shrugged, her plan had indeed failed. Although she was decent-looking, compared to the three top beauties beside Lin Yi, she was quite ordinary. Men, once they have power, wealth, or status, they want multiple wives and concubines. It's not surprising that the commander of the 10th district is surrounded by beautiful women. Hey, show us what your place looks like. A group of men, guns in hand, shoved and jostled Shu Lan and her companions. Seeing Shu Lan's lack of reaction, they dared not speak out, and led the way to the subway station. The subway station was clearly a meticulously designed communal living space, catching the eyes of the ability users in District 10. Not bad, this place, Shu Lan said with a smile. Yeah, you could renovate it like this. If you have the resources, we can expand and connect the underground. The men exchanged glances, a knowing, wicked smile flashing across their faces. This needs to be left to experienced people. Give us this subway station, and you can go somewhere else and renovate another one. Chapter 50. Upon hearing this, the people around Shu Lan flew into a rage. Our residence. Why should we give it up? Just building a wall to block the entrance will take a long time. You think you can just seize the fruits of someone else's labor with a single sentence? Have you no sense of reason? The people from District 10 fired shots into the air, using various superpowers to quell the protests. Because we're stronger than you. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and pack your things. It's still early before dark. You still have time to get to the next subway station. Commander. Someone shouted indignantly. Shu Lan turned around and gave him a warning look. She had told him several times not to call for the commander yet. It wasn't time to draw his sword. The person shrank back and covered his mouth. Shu Lan sighed softly. Go inside and pack your things. Everyone had poured their heart and soul into modifying this underground space. The partitions inside were carried in piece by piece and pieced together by them. The beds, tables, chairs, even the bowls and chopsticks used for meals were all salvaged from the ruins and brought back. Every piece of furniture bore witness to their shared life. Asking them to abandon this place was tantamount to leaving their homes. But the commander's orders could not be questioned. Each person, with heavy hearts and resentment, went into their assigned cubicle and took as much as they could. Shu Lan went to her private office, rolled up her bedding, and handed it to Shu Maomao. Shu Maomao sat on his small bed, looking unhappy, and said, Mommy, when can I take it? He was a little annoyed at having to move so nicely. Shu Lan squatted down and whispered, Don't worry, it'll be soon. Lin Yi was always surrounded by a large group of people, and even the slightest movement could be observed, making it not a good time to make a move. Shu Maomao nodded, and put the bedding in her hands into her spatial storage. Shu Lan suddenly thought of something and said, Get some food out, baby. Shu Maomao took out 12 bags of rice, 4 bags of flour, some dried radishes, chili peppers, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Shu Lan called a few people in to carry them. As they walked out of the subway station, the ability users from District 10 stopped Shu Lan at the entrance. Where are your spatial ability users? Do you have any food stored? Shu Lan's face darkened. We're eating leftovers from the old base. Your commander has stockpiled so many supplies, you wouldn't even want to take our scraps, would you? If you're planning to force us to our deaths, you might as well just fight. Fong Buitao, carrying 2 bags of rice, stepped out from behind her, placed them on his old tricycle, and glared fiercely at the person who had spoken to her. The people of District 10 only wanted to take advantage of the situation. They weren't going to drive their fellow citizens to their deaths. Seeing that they hadn't brought much food, and considering they would be living in the same area in the future, they softened their tone, just asking. Since you've been so cooperative, of course we help you when it's time. We're all survivors, who would watch their own people starve to death. You agree, right? Shu Lan, looking utterly defeated by fate, said expressionlessly, Then thank you in advance. She didn't lead the group to the new subway station, but instead joined the ordinary people of District 10, setting up tents and sleeping on the ground in an open area. The class divisions in District 10 were very clear. Lin Yi and his 3 wives lived in a spatial dimension, those with superpowers, and their families lived in RVs or tents. Ordinary people slept in tents if they had them, and those without tents used a cardboard box and a bedding as a shelter. At mealtimes, food would be distributed. For ordinary people, it was a bowl of porridge and a spoonful of bland vegetable soup. Those with superpowers had their own cooking utensils and ingredients, either cooking for themselves or eating together as a team. Lin Yi, however, was unaware of this. Shu Lan's subordinates watched, eating their roasted potatoes and pumpkin rice, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Xian muttered softly, 8th District, see? You don't know until you compare. Once you compare, you realize how good our commander, Sister Shuang, is. 8th District, Secretary sure is good to us too. That's when you still have some use. If you had been ordinary people like us from the beginning, you would have died in 8th District long ago. 8th District. Sigh. Some of the truth is truly heartbreaking. If they weren't superpowered, they wouldn't even have had the chance to escape 8th District alive. Sister Shuang is a bit domineering, but she eats and lives with us. If she's full, we won't go hungry. Don't you dare try to be like Secretary Shi and ruin Sister Shuang's big plans. Okay. After finishing her meal, Xu Lan strolled over and found Zhao Hong, beckoning him. Brother Zhao, come here, I have something to tell you. Zhao Hong also had a team. He was on patrol with his teammates when he saw the beautiful woman waving at him. He gave his teammates a smug look and walked over teasingly. What's up, little boss? Xu Lan reached out and slapped him, complaining, why didn't you tell me beforehand that your commander has so many beautiful women around him? I lost face so much. Her touch was as light as a caress, the breeze she created smelled sweet, and her voice was sweet and soft. Zhao Hong thoroughly enjoyed it, beaming, how can you blame me? You just didn't think of it. At times like this, Brother Lin is practically the richest man in the country. How could the richest man only have one wife? Xu Lan looked utterly dejected. What am I going to do? I can't even latch onto him. When is he going to come out of his space? Forget it. If he didn't like you at first sight, you basically had no chance. You know, that tall woman was Lin Ji's goddess in college. She used to be a flight attendant. That woman in the white dress was Lin Ji's first love, and another woman is his childhood sweetheart. You're just a random passerby, and a widow at that. Having grown up eating fine food, how could you possibly appreciate simple porridge and vegetables? Xu Lan sneered inwardly. You, Lin Ge, you really know how to enjoy life. With your space, you can build a harem, and there's even a threshold to get in. She stomped her foot unhappily. You're just all bland porridge and side dishes. Oh, you're angry now. Fine, I let you in a bit. Brother Lin usually comes out depending on his mood. You can go wait by sister-in-law's place, that tent by the car. He'd definitely go to her when he comes out. Xu Lan's eyes lit up, and she smiled broadly. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Here's a small potted plant for you. A potted plant? What would I do with that? Xu Lan said, it bloomed, it looked nice, and it purified the air. Oh! Zhao Hong took the potted plant. The unknown plant inside was growing quite lushly, its winding stems and leaves radiating outwards from the center, like a green flower. However, it had small thorns. He wasn't paying attention and got pricked. Blood immediately welled up in his finger. Ouch! There are still thorns. Xu Lan said with annoyance. I forgot to remind you. I'm so sorry, I go get you an expired band-aid, we have plenty. Never mind. Xu Lan was about to say goodbye and leave, when he caught a glimpse of his teammates leading a crawling shadow behind him. Curious, he asked, you guys have a healthy dog? Zhao Hong glanced back and replied nonchalantly, that's not a dog, it's a person, our brother Lin's toy. Chapter 51. Xu Lan looked closely and realized it was indeed a man crawling on his knees, which instantly increased her dislike for Lin Yi. She hated people who took pleasure in torturing others or animals. How did this guy offend your brother Lin? Zhao Hong loved gossiping. After all, without cell phones or televisions, there was no entertainment after dark. Besides defending against zombies, he could only sleep until the next day. Chatting was one of his few pleasures. Moreover, Qin Xiushuang was beautiful and had a pleasant voice. He was happy to chat with her a little longer. He didn't dare think about anything other than chatting. After all, she possessed combat-type superpowers. Not only could she set fires, but she also commanded hundreds of people. Only Brother Lin deserved such good fortune. That guy was the son of the company's CEO when Brother Lin used to work. The Cullinan belongs to him. Brother Lin said that rich people like that are all arrogant. Brother Lin was fired for something as trivial as going into the CEO's private elevator. It caused Brother Lin to be unable to find work for 6 months, unable to pay rent, his landlord kicked him out, and his ex-girlfriend broke up with him. Xu Lan. Oh, so he became the person Brother Lin hates the most. Yes, and this guy's special ability is self-healing. No matter how much we beat him, he won't die. When we beat him until he can't stand the pain anymore, he do whatever we tell him to do. He's lost all his dignity. Isn't it interesting to see a rich person who's always so arrogant become like this? Xu Lan grabbed him, forcing a smile. Forget it, it's not a real dog. I'm leaving. Even though she said she wouldn't look, Zhao Hong still kicked the man twice after returning to the group, seemingly treating this as a daily pleasure. Xu Lan walked back the way she came. Xu Maomao was squatting in a secluded corner, waiting for her. A cute little bundle of joy, with a bowl cut and big dark eyes that could melt Shu Lan's heart. She squatted down and gave him a big hug, her voice sweet and cloying. Whose baby is so cute? Mine. Mine. Shu Maomao calmly accepted her kisses and hugs. He was used to it. He didn't understand exactly when the word cute described him, but his mommy did this every few days. She led him to look at the tent of that so-called sister-in-law in the distance, noticing that there were quite a few superhumans guarding it, making it difficult for both humans and zombies to get close. Shu Lan glanced at the time on the watch. It had stopped briefly and her men had fixed it, so the time was probably no longer as accurate as before. It was almost 7 o'clock. Around 10 o'clock at night, zombies would start wandering in from elsewhere. Before, sleeping underground and blocking the only entrance meant they didn't have to worry about zombies getting in, and could sleep soundly until dawn. But now it was different. She couldn't completely trust the people from District 10. If they proved unreliable and couldn't hold off the zombies, her son would still have to step in. So Shu Lan decided to go back and rest for a bit, then wake up later in the night to observe the situation. The tent she left behind when they went to the mountains to avoid the flood came in handy again. Her men quickly got her settled, making a bed for her at the innermost part of the tent and creating a private space with a curtain. This was a small perk she received as commander, nothing more. Shu Lan removed her jewelry and hair clips, placing them in a small box. She let her braided hair down and lay down, not particularly disappointed by her wasted effort. If one path is blocked, another will do. She lay there for a while, but still wasn't sleepy. Shu Maomao was reading a book using his night vision ability. Shu Lan whispered to him, "Baby, open the invisible barrier. I have a secret to tell you." Opened. Shu Lan propped her head up and asked, "If you only had self-healing abilities, how would you kill someone?" Shu Maomao tilted his head, "No weapons." "No, and someone would tie a rope around his neck, so he couldn't go anywhere and could only crawl on the ground." Shu Maomao said, "Mommy, you're talking about that toy?" He had super hearing. He could hear everything Shu Lan and Zhao Hong were saying. You can't be like them. If you need to kill someone to protect yourself, just kill them directly. Don't find pleasure in others' suffering." Shu Maomao said, "I won't, Mommy. I don't find that fun. He can't kill anyone in his condition. Even if he bites, his teeth will be knocked out, unless he hides a weapon." Shu Lan became curious. "How do you hide it?" Shu Maomao said, "Hide it inside your body. Hide something sharp here, or here." He sat up and pointed to his stomach and mouth. Shu Lan seemed to feel pain, and her features scrunched up. "Leave a little bit outside. If someone who wants to kill me gets close, I find a chance to pull out the weapon and kill them." Shu Lan's face scrunched up even more, and she even let out a huh? "That sounds painful. He probably can't do it." Shu Maomao said, "I can do it, Mommy." Shu Lan said with heartache, "Mommy would never let you be forced to this point. Anyone who dares to bully you like this, I kill them all even if I become a zombie." Shu Maomao mimicked her, "Kill them all." Shu Lan pinched his arm, "Little chatterbox. What book are you reading today?" "Don Quixote." "I haven't read it. Tell me about it." "There's a guy named Don Quixote." Listening, Shu Lan fell asleep. Shu Maomao heard her breathing become steady, closed the book, snuggled into the blanket, pulled Shu Lan's hand inside, placed it on his back, and closed his eyes to sleep. In the middle of the night, it became noisy outside, with constant gunfire. The patrolling superhumans discovered the zombies, and were defending themselves. Shu Maomao opened his eyes, placed his palm on Shu Lan's ear, creating a small soundproof barrier. Compared to the hordes of zombies roaming other areas, District 9 was a tranquil haven. Within a 1-kilometer radius of the base, there were fewer than 500 low-level zombies. These zombies had guns and superpowers. If he couldn't even defend against this, then he would have to directly attack this group of useless, ineffective creatures despite their numbers. As it turned out, District 10, having surrendered and escaped with its main force, still possessed considerable strength. There were no casualties that night. Shu Lan had planned to get up later in the night, to keep an eye on the outside situation, and wake everyone up if anything unexpected happened. However, she slept until she naturally woke up, completely dazed. "How come I didn't hear anything?" Shu Maomao rolled over, her eyes still closed, and mumbled, "It's good that I heard." Chapter 52. If you don't concentrate while sleeping, you won't grow tall. Shu Lan lay down again. "I stay in bed with you a little longer." Not long after, a loud argument outside brought this beautiful morning to a close. Shu Lan heard Fang Buotao and Ji Xian's loud voices, and inwardly sighed at these idiots. If arguing could solve problems, why did humans have hands, feet, and brains? She pulled back the curtain, slowly put on her shoes, and Xu Mao also got up and walked out of the tent together. When Xu Lan appeared, it was as if a silencing button had been pressed. Everyone on her side simultaneously shut their mouths. Even those who were red-faced with anger dared not utter another sound. "What's wrong, Mimi?" In such a crowded setting, Zhong Mei was always the quietest one. She had a calm personality, and rarely experienced major emotional fluctuations. Zhong Mei said, "They said that as payment for the same protection at night, we have to expand the underground space to accommodate everyone within a month, and this work is ours alone." The people from District 10 said arrogantly, "Since you're benefiting from our services, you have to obey our orders. If you don't, get out of here." Xu Lan said, "There are many underground spaces in this area that can be developed. Shopping malls, parking lots, subway stations, even subway tunnels. Just go find them." The leader was an ordinary-looking man. Xu Lan had seen him before. He was obsequious to Lin Yi, but in front of Xu Lan, he held his head high, like a grand eunuch beside an emperor. "That's too scattered. We need a centralized underground space, preferably." Xu Lan interrupted him. "Stop, stop, stop. Anyone who didn't know better would think I'm some senior engineer, or a deity from a temple letting you make a wish here. We're definitely going to build it. Give me some time, I plan how to do it." The head eunuch said with satisfaction, "You're quite sensible, no wonder you're the leader." Xu Lan smiled kindly, and watched them leave. Fang Buotao leaned in and said aggrievedly, "Commander, why haven't you made a move yet?" "Yeah, those people at their base think too highly of themselves, it's annoying." Xu Lan said in a low voice, "If you don't want to be ganged up on, stay calm. Can't you see how many of them there are?" The person who had just peeked out retreated again. They saw it a lot. Xu Lan turned and walked away. "So stupid. What's wrong with agreeing first? You could have just refused. I haven't even washed my face before I have to come out and teach you what it means to be adaptable. Sister Wang, is there any breakfast left?" "Yes, Commander." Taking 2 steamed sweet potatoes, Xu Lan ate as she strolled to Lin Yi's car. Her approach attracted attention, but no one stopped her. Instead, they gave her knowing, ambiguous looks. Probably some gossipy man surnamed Zhao had already spread the word about her purpose. The Empress, the tall, beautiful woman from Lin Yi's harem, emerged from the tent. Seeing Xu Lan, she immediately frowned and said in an unfriendly tone, "You haven't given up yet?" Xu Lan thought to herself, "With such a large space, there's no way I ever give up." She sized up the Empress and said sarcastically, "Sister, are you out of favor, so you can't sleep in his space?" The Empress's face darkened, whether from being hit where it hurt or something else. "None of your business." Xu Lan continued sarcastically, "Sister, I'm here to join your family, not to break you and Brother Lin up. Don't be so hostile towards me." The Empress, her face still grumpy, entered the tent and emerged carrying a basket of fruit. "Here you go." Xu Lan glanced at the apples, plums, and apricots inside, fruits that seemed to have appeared only in ancient times. When she looked up again, her gaze became strange, and her sarcastic tone vanished. "Why are you giving them to me?" she asked. "Isn't this what drove you to climb into Lin Yi's bed? Did you even consider your child's feelings when you made that decision? Don't think he's too young to understand anything." The Empress shoved the fruit into Xu Lan's hands. "What else do you want? Rice? Meat? If you need a bite to eat, I can share with you. I can't eat much anyway. You really just want to be Lin Yi's woman? Well, you better watch yourself." Xu Lan took the basket of fruit. It was quite heavy because of the amount. She asked, "Have you washed it?" The Empress immediately bristled, glaring at her. "Don't push your luck. You're already being generous with what you have to eat. Why are you being so picky?" Xu Lan chuckled. Raising a child always requires some caution. No need to wash it, no pesticides. Xu Lan put the basket, which she could barely lift, on the ground, squatted down, and handed an apple to Xu Maomao. "Baby, you can eat it directly." Xu Maomao took it. He had seen this kind of thing in picture books, called an apple. Using his special ability to clean off the dust, Xu Maomao opened his mouth and took a bite of the apple. The sweet juice overflowed into his mouth, and his dark pupils instantly brightened. "Sweet." Xu Lan turned her head and asked the Empress, who was also squatting on the ground smoking, "What's your name, sister?" The Empress glanced at Xu Lan and saw that her face no longer had that pretentious expression, but only a friendly smile. She replied, "Suzhen. My name is Qin Xushuang. Why didn't you go in with them? Is there a limit to the number of people?" Suzhen was a little annoyed. "If I didn't want to go in, I didn't. Why so many questions? Don't you have anything better to do than nag?" Xu Lan nodded. "Yeah, when I have nothing to do, I like to chat with pretty girls. Let's chat. You have nothing to do too, right? Sujin sneered. You're trying to find out Lin Yi's preferences from me, so you can curry favor with him, aren't you? Xu Lan exclaimed softly. At first, I thought you were jealous of me, but now I realize I was wrong. I apologize, but please don't think of me as so shallow, okay? Her voice was sweet as she said okay, like she was coaxing a child. Sujin glanced at her, her tone softening unconsciously. Okay, let's talk. I hear what you want to talk about, that's not so shallow. Why are you always smoking? I'm in a bad mood. At this moment, Xu Maomao patted Xu Lan's shoulder and handed her a half-eaten apple. Mommy, here you go. He ate it very carefully, the half-apple covered in fine teeth marks, with half the core bitten off. Xu Lan, baby, you didn't eat the core too, did you? Xu Maomao, no, it wasn't good, I threw it up. Xu Lan was relieved and pushed his hand back. It's okay, you finish it. Mommy will eat the bigger one later. Oh! Xu Lan turned and asked again, what's the reason for your bad mood? Sujin's mood improved a bit now, because the interaction between the mother and son was quite cute. She exhaled a puff of smoke, as if trying to release all the pent-up frustration in her heart. I'm just too proud, that's why I get angry so easily. Even Huiyu is kneeling at his feet barking like a dog, and I'm still agonizing over this all day. I love him, and the other two love him too. They both accepted polygamy, so why can't I be more magnanimous? Xu Lan said, is this your own opinion, or is it Lin Yi's brainwashing rhetoric? Sujin paused, her mouth slightly open, as if she didn't understand, or perhaps she understood but didn't know how to answer. I think you don't love him. You're forced to stay by his side to survive. He doesn't love you either, he's just after your beauty. It's a transaction between you. Xu Lan took a bigger bite of an apple. If you can't keep lying to yourself, then stop. It's okay. Chapter 53. Sujin hurriedly tried to explain, no, I'm not lying to myself. If it weren't for him. She suddenly stopped, her throat feeling like it was sealed with cement, unable to utter another word. Those words were indeed spoken by Lin Yi. He said, a beautiful woman like you without any superpowers, if I don't protect you, what good will come of it? If you really love me, you wouldn't force me to choose between you two. Why are you always acting like this? Can't you be a little more sensible? I'm the commander of a base. With so many people under me, I'm very busy, I don't have time to coax you every day. Hearing these words so many times, Sujin began to doubt if it was really her problem. Why didn't the other two women react as strongly as she did? Was she ungrateful? Even with countless layers of filters called love, the stark reality could no longer be concealed. This was a transaction. Sujin dug her nails deep into her palms, trying to keep herself from breaking down in front of a stranger she had only met twice. Stop trying to sow discord. Xu Lan crunched on an apple. Yeah, I am trying to sow discord. Sujin sighed helplessly. I don't want to talk to you about these pointless things. What else do you want? Just give me a list, and I ask Lin Yi for it. Xu Lan looked up, glanced behind her, and suddenly shouted, Brother Lin. You're here. That woman. Sujin's anger surged. She had been spouting plausible advice about not judging people so superficially, but Xu Lan ignored her warnings and rushed towards the man. Gentle words couldn't stop this suicidal behavior. Sujin stood up, snatched the basket of fruit she had given away, and muttered angrily, Give it back. I shouldn't have bothered with you. After saying this, she stormed into the tent, leaving Xu Lan alone to face the approaching man and two women. Xu Lan gently patted Xu Maomao's shoulder, then quickly walked in front of Lin Yi, her lips trembling with a tearful grievance, saying, You finally showed up. I've been waiting for you for so long. Because of her blocking his way, Lin Yi stopped. A small green sprout emerged from a crack in the brick beside his feet, its stem bristling with tiny thorns, burrowing into his trouser leg, aiming for a vein near his ankle, and stabbing hard. Being pricked by a thorn would definitely hurt. Lin Yi suddenly frowned, instinctively wanting to look down, but his attention was drawn away by Xu Lan's raised voice. Brother Lin. Your people made me expand the underground space to accommodate everyone within a month. Isn't this bullying? What did I do to you that you're doing this to me? Lin Yi was completely bewildered, ignoring the strange sensation in his ankle. The small green sprout quietly retreated back into the soil, leaving no trace. When did I say you build a base in a month? Xu Lan's expression froze, and she asked in surprise, Aren't you the commander? If I'm not, who is? Xu Lan's lips curled into a sneer. That older brother who's always by your side said it was the commander's arrangement. Brother Lin, I accept you giving me this task, but shouldn't you also give me the authority to mobilize manpower? I can only command my 100-odd men right now. Just digging the ground alone would take forever. How could we possibly build such a large underground space? Lin Yi's face showed displeasure. He cursed, that idiot Bai Wenrui is using my name to give orders all day long. Damn it! He pointed at Shulan, unable to remember her name for a long time, and asked, What's your name again? Shulan said, Qin Xiushuang. Qin Xiushuang, from now on, you will manage the ordinary people of District 10. Lead them to build the base. But everyone seems to only listen to that big brother. Lin Yi clicked his tongue and said, Bullshit, they want to listen to me. Shulan smiled brightly. I knew that with the magnanimity of the District 1 commander, he would definitely accept us, a group of people who also have nowhere to go, instead of forcing us to our deaths like he did. The sweet woman beside him looked at Shulan with disdain and said, Brother Lin Yi, are you going to raise another bunch of bloodsuckers? Lin Yi said in a tolerant tone, There's no other way. With great power comes great responsibility. Who else but me can save humanity? Shulan thought to herself, What a big face, probably a whole circle bigger than Earth. She sensibly retreated. Then, Brother Lin, I go back and get ready to start work now. Lin Yi looked at her eager departure, his expression somewhat strange. You only wanted to see me for this one thing? Yes. How could I trouble you with anything else and disturb your and your wife's peace and quiet? She turned and took the little boy's hand, a smile playing on her lips. The woman, radiating maternal love, was like a graceful gardenia, serene and beautiful. Lin Yi had heard from Zhao Hong that this beautiful woman from District 9 greatly admired him. When they first met yesterday, the atmosphere was indeed quite ambiguous. Her gaze towards him was sweet as honey. Now, however, she had become so decisive, leaving after he finished complaining for a while. Watching the mother and son's departing figures, a deeper meaning appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. A hint of feigned reluctance. This woman was quite cunning. Back in her own territory, Shulan looked around, squatted down, and whispered, Baby, did you get it? Shu Maomao raised an eyebrow. A thin vine sprouted from the ground, quickly growing to the height before them, with a drop of blood, the size of a coral bean, in the center of its unfurled leaves at the top. Shulan finally smiled genuinely. Great. We just went to see him. We can't act immediately, otherwise he suspect us first. Let's keep it for later. Okay. The leaf curled up, enveloping the drop of blood, and returned to the soil to await its fate. Shulan stood up, composing herself naturally, not letting anyone know how rich her spoils had been, or how beautiful her mood was. Back at the tent, his subordinate rushed up to him, looking dejected, to complain, Boss. They wanted to take all our leftover rice, saying it was for the company. Sister Wang was even beaten up when she tried to stop them. We listened to you and held back. Shulan patted his shoulder. You did the right thing. I go see Sister Wang. Sister Wang's full name was Wang Yilian. She used to own a fast food restaurant next to the construction site. Her cooking wasn't particularly delicious, but it was universally appealing. She was also quick and strong, cooking fast, and was always responsible for feeding everyone. Whenever her subordinates argued over trivial matters, and Shulan was too lazy to intervene, it was always Sister Wang who stepped in, rolling up her sleeves and slamming her loud, booming voice to quell the argument. Stop arguing. What's all the fuss about? If you keep arguing, you all be out of a job. I can't be bothered with you bunch of idiots. Holding the rice scoop meant holding everyone's fate in her hands, and over time, she became the second most untouchable woman in the 9th District base, after Shulan. Shulan's good mood was dampened when such a formidable person was bullied. She walked to where the crowd had gathered. Zhong Mei had just finished treating Sister Wang, and everyone was huddled together, their faces grim. Sister Wang, I'm back. I heard you got into a fight? Shulan's sweet voice was like a breath of fresh air, bringing life to the tense atmosphere. Sister Wang looked up, as if she had finally found her pillar of support. Her eyes immediately reddened, and she gritted her teeth, saying, Those damn bastards. Not content with just taking over our place, they keep coming to cause trouble. They're treating us like puppets. Don't be angry. Shulan went over and gently comforted her. A few bags of rice. So what if they stole them? I still have some. Sister Wang said bitterly, They don't need our food at all. They take advantage of your absence to rob us. I can't swallow this. Chapter 54. Shulan said, If you can't swallow it, spit it out. Come on, exhale with me, huff. Sister Wang laughed through her tears, but quickly put on a stern face again. Humph, the more chaotic the world, the worse people become. Shulan slowly shook her head. Have you all forgotten who the worst was so quickly? I really feel sorry for our friends in District 8. The original friends from District 8, They all remembered, those special forces that had vanished and could never return. However, they later discovered that life under the commander's protection wasn't so bad, and accepted the reality, lying comfortably in the perpetrator's camp. Von Butow eagerly asked, "Boss, did you make a move?" Shu Lan put a finger to her lips. "Don't ask, just wait and see." That night, the people carrying the seaweed soup buckets deliberately avoided the area where Shu Lan was located. She rushed forward and stopped the man. "What do you mean? Didn't your commander say that all the ordinary people would be under my command from now on? Why aren't we getting food?" The man stammered. "He did say that, but Brother Bai later told us not to take it seriously." The Brother Bai he mentioned was the powerful eunuch by Lin Yi's side, whose full name was Bai Wenrui. This man was just a servant. Getting angry at him was useless. Shu Lan let him go, retreated to her companions, and shrugged at the hungry group. "No porridge or side dishes. Let's go back to the tents." Like the sun setting, a row of sunflowers bowed their heads in unison. The commander's orders were not to be questioned. No one complained, and they obediently crawled back into their tents. Shu Lan drew the curtain and said to Shu Maomao, "Let's move out." She couldn't wait any longer. A small green plant sprouted from under the mat, dripping tiny red drops of blood onto Shu Maomao's palm before crushing them. "Is it there? Is it there? Is it there?" Shu Lan excitedly repeated, her heart racing. This was her most anticipated and favorite superpower. "It's there." Shu Maomao opened his palm. The drop of blood had vanished. He gave a slight smile and grabbed Shu Lan's hand. "Mommy, let's go." Before Shu Lan could react, her vision suddenly brightened, and she found herself in a completely new world. Blue sky, white clouds, endless golden fields, rows upon rows of densely packed warehouses, and orchards covering the distant hillsides. Directly ahead stood a huge house, 5 stories high, with floor-to-ceiling windows, a garden, a swimming pool, and a shimmering white roof. Shu Maomao pointed to the house, his childish voice earnestly saying, "Mommy, the big house you wanted, the one that belonged only to you, is here." Shu Lan's eyes widened in surprise. The beautiful house, which had only ever existed in her dreams, was reflected in her vision. Her heart surged like a tsunami, unable to calm down for a long time. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Most of the time, her son, Shu Maomao, sat quietly to her side, like a little robot that wouldn't make a sound unless a button was pressed. But he was diligently receiving all the information she transmitted to him, including her fears, her joys, what she wanted, and what she disliked. He remembered it all. He truly loved her, just as she loved him. She couldn't remember the last time she cried. Shu Lan always told herself not to panic, to stay calm, to be strong. If she gave in first, how pitiful would Shu Maomao be, forced into this imperfect world because of her selfishness? Now, her tears flowed uncontrollably, like a floodgate being opened. She knelt down and hugged her son's soft body, sobbing, "Thank you, Shu Maomao, thank you for being my son." Shu Maomao wrapped his arms around her neck and wiped away her tears. "Why are you crying? Mommy, are you sad?" "No. I'm just so happy Shu Lan sniffled, choking back tears. "It's just, Mommy, when I was little, I lived with my mom and dad, but they divorced. Divorce means 2 people who were together separated. Dad lived in one house with his new wife, and Mom lived in another with her new husband. I wasn't welcome anywhere, and I'd be kicked out of any house I went into." She didn't like telling others how hard her past was, but it didn't matter to Shu Maomao. She wanted to explain to him how important this house was to her, and what a noble thing he had just said. "Then my grandma took me away. After she passed away, my uncle sold her house, and we couldn't afford the school fees. Mommy had to drop out of school and work odd jobs everywhere. We couldn't afford to rent a place, so even sleeping under a bridge, we were chased away by homeless people. Sleeping in the park, we were bullied by drunkards." Shu Lan wiped away her tears. She couldn't cry. She had to be a strong and calm mother. "So Mommy wanted to earn money to buy a house that belonged to me, a really, really big house, a really, really beautiful house, where no one could take me away. But before she had earned enough, the zombies came, boo-hoo. She couldn't be strong at all." Just thinking about her life of homelessness and displacement made Shu Lan burst into tears. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang out beside her. Intruders without master's permission, Shu Lan and Shu Maomao detected. "Please leave this space immediately. Please leave this space immediately." Shu Lan was startled by the sudden voice. Her emotions finally calmed, and she wiped away her tears, looking warily. On the ground was a white, oval egg with simple facial features drawn in bold black ink. Its eyebrows were raised, giving it an angry look, and it kept emitting piercing sounds. This system warns you to leave host Lin Yi's space immediately. System? Host? What a load of rubbish. Shulan wiped away her tears, her eyes red as she glared at this mood-ruining thing, saying, "Baby, smash it." In this space, everything was controlled by Shu Maomao. With a thought, the white egg, which called itself the system, flew into Shulan's hand. Shulan placed it on the ground. Shu Maomao produced the old axe that had accompanied them all the way and claimed several lives. It chopped down on the white egg, shattering the shell into pieces, only to quickly reform and roll on the ground. The mechanical voice grew even louder. "Someone is attacking the system. Someone is attacking the system. Host, help!" Shulan stomped on it. "Your host is here. His name is Shu Maomao. Will you change your address? My host is Lin Yi. Baby, give me a hammer." Shulan hammered down. The egg shattered, quickly reforming, screaming, "Intruder is attacking the system. Host, help! Answer me, who is your host?" "My host is Lin Yi." One swing of the axe, and the egg shattered again. This time, the reforming was slower, the fragments dragging back to their original positions, piecing together a complete egg. Shulan asked again, "Who is your host?" Like a battery depleted, the mechanical voice stammered, still insisting, "It's Lin Yi." Shulan slammed the hammer down. This time, the white egg recovered even more slowly, but it still did. "Who is it?" "It's..." Shu Maomao slammed down his axe without hesitation. This time it was his turn to ask, "Speak quickly, who?" The two thick black lines representing eyebrows and eyes on the white egg drooped down, weakly answering, "My host is Shu Maomao." Chapter 55. Shulan tossed down the hammer with satisfaction. "You're smart enough. Tell me, what are you?" The white egg, its brows furrowed, replied, "I'm the manager here. You can call me System." "Oh, butler." "It's System. I issue tasks to those bound to this space. Once the task requirements are met, the space will automatically upgrade, increasing its area and the types of crops." "What tasks?" At this, the self-proclaimed System, the round egg, perked up. "Main quest, saving all living beings." During the mutation phase, each completed tier of quest rewards a 10,000 square meter increase in space area. Each survivor recruited rewards a 1 square meter increase in space area. The previous owner, Lin Yi, has unlocked the 5th tier of quests. The highest number of survivors in the base is 48,632. Adding the initial 50,000 square meters, the current area of this space, 138,632 square meters. But you forcibly occupied this space, and all of Lin Yi's completed task progress and rewards need to be reset to 0. Shulan raised her hammer. "Reset? I smash you into eggshell powder, believe it or not." "Believe it." So the system has decided that Lin Yi's previous progress can be temporarily retained. If the new master, Shu Maomao, completes the 5th tier task during the mutation phase, the original progress will be permanently retained, and the 5th tier reward will be issued. Shulan said, "Since you get to decide everything, why don't you just ignore whether the task is completed or not, and give me all the rewards?" "No, even if I smash you into eggshell powder, it's not okay." This system has already made the biggest concession within its permitted authority. Shulan saw that its originally straight eyes had turned into 2 horizontal checkmarks in resistance, and she knew that she really couldn't force it any further. "What did you mean by the mutation stage you mentioned earlier?" As the name suggests, it refers to the stage of humans becoming zombified and developing superpowers. Shulan pressed, "Are there other stages, like the Eternal Night stage?" This question involves restricted access. The system cannot disclose that information. Shulan truly hated people who spoke incompletely, like eating grapes, but she didn't have time to actually crack this eggshell to dust. If anyone outside noticed she and Shu Maomao weren't there, it would definitely arouse suspicion. "Baby, let's go out first." Shu Maomao took Shulan's hand, returning to the outside world. 2 people silently appeared behind the curtain. It was already dark, and the outside world was also pitch black. The people in the tent weren't asleep. Their voices could be heard as they chatted. Shulan turned on her flashlight, and the light shone out. The tent immediately fell silent, as if afraid of disturbing her and upsetting her. Shulan whispered to Shu Maomao, "Are my eyes still red?" Shu Maomao nodded. "They're red and swollen." Shulan said, "That won't do. If someone sees them, it damaged my image as commander. Quickly give me a wet towel to put on them." Meanwhile, Lin Yi, inside Sujin's tent, hadn't yet noticed what was happening. Having superpowers is like growing an extra hair. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't itch, it's silent and unnoticed, Losing them is the same. Lenny put his arm around Suzhan and coaxed her. I only said a few words to a woman I just met. How long are you going to be angry with me? Suzhan turned her face away. I told you, I'm not angry with you. I don't want to go in with you because I want to stay outside. Don't be stubborn, Jinjin. There's no water or electricity outside, and there are zombies. Look at you, you haven't showered for 2 days, you're so slovenly. Come in with me tonight. They're downstairs, and we have a room alone, okay? Lenny sat closer, his arm pulling her towards him. Suzhan closed her eyes, her fists clenched at her sides, struggling to suppress the nausea rising within her. The veins on her fair neck were prominent, but Lenny didn't notice. He said, thinking himself considerate, I know you're jealous, but you can't be the selfish. You insist I abandon Shanshan and Xin'er before you're satisfied. Isn't that like pushing them into hell? Suzhan had spent a lot of time trying to convince herself to share a spouse with 2 other people, but she couldn't understand why they could accept it so readily. She didn't know where she got the courage, but suddenly wanted to end this disgusting transaction. Stiffly she said, then let me go. Suzhan opened her eyes, a resolute glint in them. Let me go. I don't want to be your woman anymore. I go to hell. Lin Yi's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He pushed her away, furiously shouting, countless beautiful women are lining up to be near me. I have to be subservient to you every day, and you're still not satisfied. Suzhan, is your heart a bottomless pit that can never be filled? Suzhan didn't have the strength to argue with him. She had been thinking all day after talking to that woman named Qin Xiushuang that morning. Lin Yi had his own set of rhetoric, which he forced into her mind, driving out her self-awareness and disciplining her into becoming an obedient pet. But Suzhan's indomitable spirit constantly resisted this. Even as the pressures of survival and external criticism relentlessly tried to shatter that spirit, it would repeatedly grow back from her flesh and blood. Suzhan understood. She didn't love Lin Yi. She deeply loathed this scoundrel before her, loathing him so much that she didn't want to touch anything he offered. She was nearing her limit. I want to break up with you. We're done. She was met with a merciless punch, followed by a torrent of pain. Suzhan bit her lower lip, uttering only muffled groans. Though the pain in her body intensified, her heart felt increasingly lighter. She had only submitted to Lin Yi to survive. Since living was more agonizing than dying, what was there for her to hesitate about? Lin Yi punched and cursed. Who do you think you are? Even in the apocalypse, you dare dump me? I'm the savior. It's your honor to even consider you. Lin Yi stormed out, shouting at the hazy figures in the night, go and fetch that Qin Xiushuang from District 9. From now on, she's your new sister-in-law. Suzhan staggered to her feet, trying to leave the tent, but Lin Yi grabbed her and threw her heavily to the ground. Did I say you could leave? Suzhan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said coldly, I don't want your favors. Leaving is my freedom. Lin Yi threw her to the ground. Freedom my ass. As long as I haven't said anything, you're not going anywhere. Every time I take my anger out on Huiyu, you stop me. I tell everyone later that you're my second dog, and then you can beg for mercy on your knees. It won't do you any good. Suzhan sat on the ground, clutching her aching abdomen, her disheveled hair covering half her face, her eyes filled with sorrow and despair, as if she had lost all hope. She was so stupid, she had actually considered this person as her hope for the rest of her life. When she was summoned, Xu Lan was drinking water and almost spat it out. She did her bad deeds so discreetly, yet she was arrested so quickly. Xu Maomao, with her exceptional hearing, calmly spoiled the surprise. Don't be afraid, mommy, he didn't discover the superpower, he just wants you to be his sister-in-law. Xu Lan relaxed, thinking that tonight was going to be a chaotic battle. Let's avoid fighting if we can. She's short-handed enough to help dig the base. It's a waste to kill them all. Ugly as she is, but she dreams big. Come on, baby, let's go see what's going on closer. Xu Lan picked up a flashlight and followed the summoned person to Lin Yi's tent. His tent was quite bright. She wondered where they found the light. There were 2 more tents nearby, probably set up for his other 2 wives, truly sharing the spoils. Xu Lan went inside. Lin Yi, his face grim, sat under the light. Suzhan, in the corner, hugged her knees, her face hidden in her messy hair, her expression obscured, but her body was covered in footprints and bruises, clearly badly beaten. Xu Lan, vaguely guessing what had just happened, frowned slightly, but quickly regained her composure and asked curiously, why are you looking for me so late? Is something urgent, Brother Lin? Chapter 56. Lin Yi was already in a bad mood, and seeing Xu Maomao, he was extremely impatient. Why do you take your child everywhere? Xu Lan explained, My husband died early, and the child has basically never been separated from me since birth. He cries and fusses if he can't see me. Xu Maolao glanced up at Shulan. Her eyes had regained their clarity, the swelling had gone down, and she had lied about him crying with a confident air. He thought to himself, Mommy is the crybaby. Lenny leaned back, legs spread wide, looking superior. You should have heard about my enormous space. I take you inside to see it later. This child doesn't need to come along. Shulan asked, Brother Lin, I don't understand. Your men took all the food I had left, and Bai Wenrui even ordered them not to give me a bowl of soup. Now you called me here to see your space. Are you planning to break ties with me, or are you trying to get closer? Lenny was again confused. Is that so? Yes, 100. Many people, including my son and me, have only had water since noon. I'm starving and furious. I don't care about the space, I just want to know clearly, is there any place left for us people from District 9 here? Having just greeted her in the morning, hearing the same thing happen again in the evening, Lin Yi's anger immediately flared. He walked past her and roared, Where the hell is Bai Wenrui? Come here! Xu Lan saw that Su Jin's top had a tear, half her shoulder exposed. Taking advantage of Lin Yi's absence, she quickly pulled the blanket from the bed and threw it over Su Jin's head. The sudden warmth and darkness made Su Jin shiver. She wanted to push it away, but couldn't bring herself to do it. At least this blanket could cover her remaining dignity, preventing anyone who came in later from seeing how disheveled she was. I don't need your fake kindness, she said softly. Shulan said, I'm not being kind. Your skin is too pale, it's a bit dazzling. Su Jin was silent for a moment, her nose stinging. You saw it. He's arrogant, violent, a womanizer. He's not a good person. Go find another way out. Don't sell yourself to him like I did. Shulan said, You're already in such a miserable state, don't worry about me. Lin Yi walked in with Bai Wenrui. Shulan immediately separated from Su Jin, pretending nothing had happened. Lin Yi, oblivious to her subtle movements, immediately launched into a tirade against his head eunuch upon entering. What do you want? I'm asking you what you want. You think you're so great? You don't listen to a word I say. Did I tell you to target Qin Xiaoshuang? You're two-faced, a bully using someone else's authority. I might as well give you the command. Xu Lan, standing behind Lin Yi, rolled her eyes, and made a face at the head eunuch, who dared not speak out. After Lin Yi turned around, she reverted to her considerate demeanor. Brother Lin, calm down, it's not that bad. I'm not asking for much. Just treat us like family from now on, and share a meal with me. Lin Yi pressed Bai Wenrui's head down. Listen to this. You're a grown man, and you're not even half as magnanimous as her. Apologize to Qin Xiaoshuang. Bai Wenrui was unconvinced, his eyes blazing with anger. Brother Lin, her people are getting special treatment. I confiscated her things. What did I do wrong? Shulan said shamefully, It was my fault. I thought Brother Lin didn't care about my few bags of grain. Lin Yi slapped Bai Wenrui on the back of the head. That's right. Do I need your food or your drink? You're eyeing her little bit of food and trying to steal it. Apologize to her right now. Bai Wenrui, also angered by his outburst, retorted, Lin Yi, we've been childhood friends for so many years. When you had no money for food, who lent you money? When you had nowhere to stay, who took you in? Now you want me to apologize to a woman I only known for 2 days for such a small thing? Shulan, adding fuel to the fire, said, Brother Lin, this can be resolved if we clear things up. You two brothers are such good friends, don't fight over me. Bai Wenrui. Unable to contain himself any longer, Rui turned and yelled at Shulan, Shut up. Stop adding fuel to the fire. Brother, you don't know how smug that woman was behind your back. All that understanding she showed you was an act. Don't believe her. Lin Yi took a deep breath. Bring Hui Yu here, Bai Wenrui. I'm telling you this one last time. I'm not the Lin Yi I used to be. If you mention that insignificant favor you did for me again, I'd probably beat you to death on the spot. His gaze was icy, his teeth clenched. It wasn't just empty talk, but a genuine threat to Bai Wenrui. Bai Wenrui froze, fear gripping his heart. He shut his mouth, daring not to utter another word. Shulan inwardly scoffed, Fool! Trying to take advantage of someone who is successful is like slapping them in the face. Lin Yi's ability to vent his anger on Hui Yu is already quite righteous. It's just a pity that Hui Yu is about to suffer another undeserved misfortune. Lin Yi glared at Bai Wenrui, calmed down, and asked, Fine, Qin Xiaoshuang, how much was stolen from you? I give you back double. Shulan exclaimed with delight, Thank you, Brother Lin. Just give me 100 jin of rice. Okay. Lin Yi mentally called out, System, throw me 200 gene of rice. He waited for a mechanical voice to reply, okay. But nothing came. After about 20 seconds, his mind remained silent. Lin Yi's heart sank. He imagined what the space would look like, a thought flashing through his mind. He imagined himself going to another place. But before him was still the dark green tint, the timid Bai Wenrui, the expectant Qin Xiaoshuang, and the expressionless little boy. Nothing had changed. It was as if someone had struck Lin Yi on the head. His mind went blank, confused and panicked. What went wrong? Why couldn't he enter the space? The system wasn't responding either? Lin Yi's heart pounded wildly in fear. He tried again more than 10 times in disbelief, even closing his eyes to concentrate. But when he opened his eyes again, the same scene unfolded before him. He hadn't been transported to that beautiful, dreamlike world that belonged solely to him. Panic made Lin Yi break out in a cold sweat. He said nervously, Qin Xiaoshuang, go back first. I have someone bring it to you later. Xu Lan smiled slightly, and obediently agreed, okay. Bai Wenrui, you get out too. After the two left, Lin Yi slapped himself twice without hesitation. The burning pain clearly exposed his self-deception. Maybe it was a nightmare. No, it must be a nightmare. Otherwise, why would the perfectly good space disappear without warning? Lin Yi staggered to the bedside, his whole body weak with panic. He kept silently repeating, it's okay, I come back. Calm down, calm down. It must be because he was too angry tonight, his emotions were too volatile, that he couldn't sense the presence of his supernatural abilities for a moment. He just needs to calm down, and he'd be fine. Xu Lan and Bai Wenrui walked out one after the other. Bai Wenrui sarcastically remarked to her, it's so easy for you women to get what you want. Xu Lan forced a smile and replied, envious? Then you can get a sex change. Chapter 57. Don't think I wouldn't dare hit you. Xu Lan's lips curled into a slight scoff. Sometimes I can't tell if you're genuinely stupid or just pretending. I can keep over 100 people alive here for a year. Do you think I'm someone to be trifled with? Xu Lan's icy sarcasm was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Bai Wenrui shuddered, regaining his composure from his rage. After careful consideration, he felt a sense of dread. These people didn't even dare close their eyes at night, yet their defenses were repeatedly breached by zombie hordes. Their numbers dwindled until only a little over 2,000 reached District 9. But she, single-handedly, had protected the survivors until now, living a respectable life. She was definitely not some kind of seemingly kind person. Cold sweat broke out on Bai Wenrui's body. He had actually provoked such an unfathomable woman. Xu Lan glanced at the silent Bai Wenrui, then turned and walked back with Xu Maomao in her hand, bumping into Zhao Hong's team, who were leading Huiyu. Because of his slow-crawling speed, Huiyu was basically dragged forward, kicked a few times along the way, and unable to make a complete sound as the rope strangled his neck. His suit was filthy, and judging from the proportions of his arms and legs, he was a very tall man with a straight nose and a well-defined jawline. Even with his bruised and swollen face, his superior bone structure was still evident. He was a standard tall, rich, and handsome man, the kind that men would envy. Yes, sometimes men are much more jealous than women. Any man more handsome or stronger than them becomes a potential rival for a spouse. And it's not just men, women who are richer than them are also jealous, often resorting to spreading rumors to slander women, claiming their money is ill-gotten. A thought flashed through Xu Lan's mind. She crouched down and quickly whispered a few words in Xu Maomao's ear, then greeted Zhao Hong warmly, Brother Zhao. Zhao Hong's eyes lit up. Little sister Xiaoshuang, you've been chosen by Brother Lin. Impressive. Should I call you sister-in-law from now on? Xu Lan retorted, no way, it's only a matter of time. I call you that in a few days. I want to discuss something with you. Let my son play with this guy. He's grown up and doesn't even know what a dog is. It's so pitiful. It was originally a small matter, but with Xu Lan now having the added status of future sister-in-law, Zhao Hong naturally wouldn't refuse. He had his teammates hand the leash to Xu Maomao. Xu Maomao led him away, and Xu Lan naturally changed the subject. Hey, you all know about Bai Wenrui targeting me lately, right? A little, Xiaoshuang. This has nothing to do with us. Bai Wenrui and the commander are like brothers, practically inseparable. He's even more like the commander than Brother Lin. Nobody dares offend him. Xu Lan covered her mouth and laughed. I dare. I just complained to Brother Lin that he bullied me, and Brother Lin stood up for me and gave Bai Wenrui a good scolding. Ha ha ha, that's Bai Wenrui's got no guts. He's offended his future sister-in-law right off the bat. Why didn't you stay with Brother Lin tonight? Oh, Brother Lin had a fight with his brother's aunts in a bad mood. That's why he had you bring the dog over to vent his anger. Besides, he just had a fight with your ex-sister-in-law too. Don't say anything too much in front of him, lest you get dragged into it, and get scolded too. Okay, thank you for reminding me, sister-in-law. Xu Mao returned after circling in the night, handing the leash back to Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong asked, "Was it fun, little one?" Xu Mao ignored him. Xu Lan asked, "Are you done?" Xu Mao nodded. Xu Lan waved goodbye. "Thanks, brother Xiao." "You're welcome, sister-in-law." After a few steps, Xu Lan turned back. While he was still so weak, he was almost collapsing to the ground. The faint beam of her flashlight swept across the ground, revealing dark liquid stains. The person leaving hadn't looked back, so they hadn't noticed. Xu Lan asked Xu Mao, "Did he hide inside?" Xu Mao said, "Yeah, I gave him a long nail." Xu Lan muttered, "He's quite patient, he didn't even utter a sound." She didn't find the idea of a group of people abusing one person satisfying, but the prospect of someone who had been oppressed gaining a weapon and fighting back was certainly something to look forward to. Back in the tent, Xu Lan woke Zhong Mei, gave her a box of compressed biscuits and a basket of apples, and told her to distribute them to all the women. Zhong Mei's eyes widened, her shock evident. "Apple? Yes, eat them all in the dark. Return the cores and packaging to me, don't leave a trace." "Yes, Commander." Xu Lan went over to the men's tent, patting the tarpaulin to make a sound. "Who's there?" Xu Lan said, "It's me." "Wait a minute, boss, right now, let's get dressed." After a flurry of activity inside, a man with messy hair pulled back the tarpaulin. Xu Lan went in, the beam of her flashlight illuminating their bewildered faces. Seeing they all looked like they'd just woken up, she found it amusing. "You can sleep without eating all day? When you're asleep, you're not hungry." Xu Lan went in. "Close the tent, I give you food." The crowd erupted in excitement. "Really? Boss, you didn't sell yourself to the 10th District Commander in exchange for this, did you?" Xu Lan's face hardened. "Who said that? Grab him and slap him. I sold myself for you. Do you even deserve it?" They were overthinking it. After the resounding slaps, Xu Lan said, "Okay, no making a sound. Don't give me any fuss. Baby, get the stuff out for them, cookies and fruit. Water." The person who made the sound was quickly covered and dragged away. A box of cookies and apples appeared on the ground. More excited voices rose from the tent, but thankfully Xu Lan's warning quickly suppressed them. After distributing the food, Xu Lan left the cardboard box and told Fang Buotao, "You keep an eye on them. Put the pits and packaging in there, I collect them later. After you finish eating, go to sleep. Don't talk about this. If anyone lets their mouth down and someone finds out, their next meal will be a shot, understand?" Fang Buotao's eyes gleamed like a hungry wolf, nodding vigorously as he chewed on an apple. As expected of a commander, quietly accomplishing great things. "This is fruit. Fruit I haven't seen in years. So sweet." Xu Lan didn't eat any herself, but took a biscuit and sat in the night, slowly munching on it. Xu Mao ate blueberries next to her, finding them even sweeter than apples, and couldn't stop eating them. "Mommy, that egg said Lin Yi is a reborn chosen one, and asked if I also been reborn." Xu Lan's ears twitched. She completely lost her appetite for the already bland biscuit, blinked, and didn't immediately understand, asking blankly, "Reborn?" "That's right. Lin Yi is a reborn individual, experiencing the apocalypse a second time. In his previous life, he was just a city laborer huddled in a rented room, constantly sending out resumes, going to interviews, and being rejected after losing his job. He was so poor, he couldn't even afford rent. He finally found a job as a supermarket salesman. While energetically hawking his nearly expired milk at the entrance, just like in any cheesy movie, his ex-girlfriend rode by in the passenger seat of a fat, burly man's luxury car. At that moment, Lin Yi's face flushed red. He slammed the milk he was holding onto the car, dragged the woman out, and beat her mercilessly, yelling, "You think I'm poor? Fine. You said we weren't compatible. All my years of feelings have been wasted." In the end, he was taken to the police station and detained for 7 days. He lost the job he had finally found, and had to pay a large sum in medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress. Lin Yi hated hypocritical gold-digging women, and even more so, he hated all the rich people in the world. Why were they born into wealth, company CEOs, able to fire whomever they wanted, while he was just a poor loser destined to work for others his whole life? He truly wished this messed up world would end immediately. Then, zombies appeared in the streets and alleys, biting Lin Yi to death, just as he was being released from detention. Chapter 58. When Lin Yi opened his eyes again, he was back at the supermarket entrance, holding a bottle of milk on sale because it was about to expire. A luxury car slowly pulled up and stopped less than 10 meters in front of him. Through the roll-down window, he saw the profile of his heavily made-up ex-girlfriend. The pain of being bitten through the blood vessels by a zombie was still vivid in his memory, and the scene before him felt strangely familiar. It was as if he had experienced this scene not long ago. While he was stunned, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind, binding complete. Hello, host Lin Yi. I am the Apocalypse System 013. Detection indicates you have undergone one rebirth, qualifying you as a savior. Do you agree to accept the mission assigned by this system to help humanity overcome the apocalypse? His ex-girlfriend had already seen Lin Yi, her face showing disgust, as if she were seeing a piece of human trash she had once discarded. Lin Yi, however, was completely oblivious to his ex-girlfriend, basking in the joy of winning the lottery. He impatiently shouted, "Accept. I accept. Anyone who doesn't is a fool." He had acquired a massive 50,000 square meter space. Before the zombie outbreak, he used this space to quietly collect all the stockpiled goods from nearby shopping malls. He even enlisted his childhood friend Bai Wenrui, rented a car, and went to other locations to continue collecting, storing the goods into his space day and night. Before people could investigate the source of the missing goods, the zombie crisis suddenly erupted. Lin Yi had already arrived at the military base, becoming one of the first survivors to be protected. He had been lying low, waiting for the elimination plan to be announced. Then, he quickly deployed his resources to demonstrate his strength, bribing those with supernatural abilities to support him as the commander of the 10th district, completing the first tier of the main quest, and obtaining the crop cultivation and harvest reward. As the population of District 10 increased, he gradually activated more functions of his space: aquaculture, space expansion, and bringing in humans other than the space's host. From then on, his space was no longer limited to hoarding goods, but became a perpetual motion machine that automatically produced food. While others experienced the end of the world, Lin Yi reached the pinnacle of his life. Those who once looked down on him worshipped him like a god. Goddesses, who were unattainable, fought over him, and he commanded absolute power and influence. The feeling of being an emperor was no better than this. However, Lin Yi couldn't understand how an invisible foot had suddenly appeared and kicked him off his throne. Where did his space go? Lin Yi panicked, repeatedly recalling the details of his last use of the space, trying to figure out where things went wrong. His two women didn't like staying outside, saying they felt a foul smell everywhere, so they went inside for a nap at noon. There was no chef inside, and dinner wasn't automatically produced, so they came out for dinner in the evening. Everything was normal before the space disappeared. He had spent the same day yesterday. Or were all the previous tasks just internships, and he didn't meet the evaluation standards for becoming a full-fledged employee, so the system abandoned him to find the next savior? But the system didn't give him any hints. A sweet, delicate voice rang in his ears, pulling Lin Yi's scattered thoughts back to reality. "Brother Lin, are you done here?" Lin Yi said impatiently. No. Don't bother me. What's the rush? Would it kill you to stay outside a little longer?" He stood up, forcefully shoved away Qing Mei Shiryushan, and walked out of the tent with a gloomy face. He went to an open space and wandered around like a headless fly. Suddenly scolded, Shiryushan glared angrily at Suzhen in the corner. "I told you to stop acting up. You're making everyone unhappy." Hearing Lin Yi leave, Suzhen, wrapped in a blanket, slowly stood up, revealing a face covered in bruises. Her cheekbones were bruised, and there was congealed blood under her nose and at the corner of her mouth. A bright red cut marred her forehead. Shiryushan was startled. Her initial hostility turned to pity and fear. She asked softly, "Did Lin Yi hit you?" Suzhen didn't answer, lowered her eyelashes, clutched the blanket tightly, and walked past her. Shiryushan felt she seemed a little off and pressed. "Hey, where are you going?" Suzhen ignored her. "I am free," Suzhen thought. Wherever she went, whether she lived or died, loved or hated, it should be her own decision, not Lin Yi's. Shiryushan watched Lin Yi, who was absent-mindedly muttering to himself and anxiously slapping his head in the distance, and then watched Suzhen walk into the darkness. What's wrong with them tonight? They're acting like they suddenly gone mad, completely inexplicable. "Brother Lin, leave the dog here, we're going back to patrol." Lin Yi saw Hui Yu lying on the ground, and remembering that everything was because of him, his anger flared even more. He kicked Hui Yu, knocking him to the ground. His blows became increasingly heavy, venting his anxiety and fear from the loss of space onto Hui Yu. Yu lay on his back, his nose almost broken by Lin Yi's blow. His deep eyes, which always carried endless pain, were now filled with hatred. He touched his abdomen, the wound there hadn't fully healed, and it was bleeding again after the kick. In the sticky mess on his hands, he felt a protrusion. He dug his fingers into the wound, tore it open, and pulled out the 10-centimeter-long iron nail. Ugh! Die! Lin Yi. He wanted to kill Lin Yi. Kill the man who had repeatedly dragged him into hell to humiliate him. Kill him! Yu was completely overwhelmed by boundless hatred. He let out a hoarse, beast-like roar, raising his bloodied right hand, the cold glint of metal flashing between his fingers. Then, a scream shattered the silence of the night, reaching the ears of everyone nearby. Ah! Xiao Hong's team, who hadn't gone far, stopped, because they realized the scream didn't come from the dog. The dog couldn't bark that loudly. That was their commander Lin Yi's voice. The scream also reached Xu Mao's ears. He was listening intently to Xu Lan's explanation of his rebirth, turning his little head and listening for a moment before saying, "Mommy, that guy named Yu was too hasty. He only had time to slash Lin Yi's neck. He didn't kill him." Xu Lan said, "Is that so? He was so badly injured. He probably doesn't have much strength left. Then why did you still make me give Yu weapons?" Xu Lan said, "Because after Lin Yi beat up the girl who gave us apples, he wanted to beat up another innocent person. I didn't like him, and wanted to teach him a lesson beforehand." Using his rebirth to gain information advantage, and hoarding large amounts of supplies in his spatial dimension only shows that good fortune favored Lin Yi. It doesn't mean he can save the world like a superhero. What superhero is a domestic abuser? If he likes beating women so much, why doesn't he go beat up the zombie queen Ansarin? Let's see if Ansarin doesn't beat him into a pretzel. Xu Mao pointed in a direction. "Mommy, that woman is coming out. She's walking that way." Xu Lan placed a compressed biscuit in his palm. "Don't eat it, go take a look." Chapter 59. To detect the zombies creeping in from the darkness, the superhumans placed a ring of searchlights around the area and installed a fence. Any suspicious figure approaching would be immediately open fire. Perhaps due to the large number of people and the strong odor, the zombies arrived earlier tonight than before. Gunfire woke people from their sleep, and they began their anxious night. A figure draped in a brown diamond-patterned blanket stumbled into the darkness, her eyes vacant, muttering to herself. "I want to go home, Dad, Mom, I want to go home." She used to dislike going home. Every day at home was the same monotonous nagging. If she went out, she'd be bombarded with phone calls before 10 o'clock. Her parents always urged her to find a stable job closer to home. She felt this was her parents' controlling nature, so she chose a job that involved traveling all over the world, wanting to escape as far as possible. Later, she realized how immature she had been. It wasn't a desire for control. It was clearly her parents' subtle way of expressing their worry and longing for her. Since landing at the airport in District 10 and the outbreak of the zombie virus, she had never had the chance to return to her home in the north. At this moment, as if pulled by a thread, Sujin ignored the shouts and pleas of those around her and walked step by step northward. She missed her father's soup. She missed her mother's nagging. She had to find them. Hurried footsteps sounded behind her, and someone grabbed Sujin's arm. A soft voice, filled with curiosity, asked, "Where are you going?" Sujin's eyes cleared slightly. It was the girl named Qin Xiaoshuang. Her lips trembled, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. She sobbed, "I'm going to find my parents. I should have gone to find them sooner. Even if I become a zombie, I should be with my family." Xu Lan's tone was unusually stern. "You understand when you become a parent. If they were really dead or turned into zombies, they definitely wouldn't want you going to see them now. Otherwise, even the king of hell would be so angry he'd come back to scold you." Sujin looked down at the small Xu Mao, who was clinging tightly to her mother's thigh, and her tears flowed even more freely. This time, Xu Lan directly took Sujin's hand. "Come on, it's just that you developed a not-so-good relationship with a not-so-good man. What's the big deal? Everyone encounters a few scumbags when they're young. I had my share too, haven't I? Otherwise, why would I have such a big son at such a young age?" Xu Mao, here we go again. His mother, Xu Lan, could concoct 800 little stories about his past every day for unsuspecting people. Sujin finally broke down, saying, "But Lenny said he turned me into the next Yu. I'm so scared. I don't want to live like that," begging for mercy. Xu Lan scoffed, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Come with me. My tent is big enough, one more won't make a difference." Sujin pushed her hand away. "No need, Qin Xiaoshuang. We're not related. You don't need to care whether I live or die. Why did you give me a basket of fruit this morning, when we're complete strangers? As they were struggling, the already dim light suddenly dimmed, and the howls of zombies rapidly approached, seemingly right next to their ears. The anxious superhuman shouted, "The light here is broken. Quickly go to the commander, and get a new one." Shulan whispered, "Baby, help me." Although most superhumans in District 10, like Lin Yi, were self-righteous and possessed an annoyingly arrogant sense of superiority, they couldn't hold grudges in times of shared survival. Flames rained down, like falling meteors, striking the approaching zombies with pinpoint accuracy and illuminating the area. The burning figures were like moving targets in the night, quickly felled one by one. Meanwhile, Shu Maonao collected the broken lamp, replacing it with a new one in the darkness. After connecting it with vines, the area was lit again. Nearby people broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Thank goodness the lamp is working again, otherwise we wouldn't even know the zombies were right next to us." "Damn, brother one, when did your fire-based abilities become so powerful? It's like a divine spell." "It wasn't me." Shulan tugged at the stunned Sujin. "Come on, let's not stand here talking." Sujin was dumbfounded. That rain of fire just now, covering an area of at least 30 meters, like fireworks exploding from above, it was both breathtaking and beautiful. Sujin had only ever seen small fireballs before. She had never seen such a large-scale fire-based ability. Moreover, she was close enough to clearly hear what Shulan had just said. It was that always silent little boy who had helped. This incident overturned Sujin's understanding. Shock drove away her sadness, and she was led back to the tent in District 9 by Shulan, feeling lost and bewildered. There were many people in the tent, all women. After Sujin followed her in, they simply looked at her with curious eyes, and no one asked questions such as, "Who is she? Why is she here?" Shulan called out, "Mimi?" Zhongmei raised her hand and answered, "I'm here." "Her name is Sujin. Check her injuries. I go collect the trash from the men's side." "Okay." After Shulan left, the tent erupted in a flurry of questions. "You got beaten up? Aren't you the 10th District Commander's woman? Who dared to beat you up like this? I heard your name is Sujin. Which Shin? Is it the Jin in your name?" Sujin didn't know how to face the sudden enthusiasm of these strangers, standing stiffly and awkwardly in place. Zhongmei opened her palm to her. "I have healing abilities. Please put your hand here." No one dared disobey the doctor's orders. Sujin placed her hand in Zhongmei's palm, feeling as if warm water was flowing from her palm, spreading throughout her body, gradually washing away the various aches and discomforts. All done. Zhongmei withdrew her hand, and Shulan returned from the next tent. The people in the tent fell silent again, as if someone had pressed a mute button. Sujin found it strange. Everyone's expressions didn't seem to indicate fear of Qin Shuang, yet they all managed to remain quiet in her presence with perfect understanding. "There's an empty spot. You can sleep there. I get you a new mattress and clothes." Sujin's eyes flickered. She bit her lower lip and hesitated. "Qin Shuang, are you taking pity on me and planning to take me in?" Shulan said, "Yes. Isn't it obvious?" Sujin shook her head. "You're a good person, but I can't stay. Tomorrow, if Lindy finds out I'm here, he'd take his anger out on you all too." Shulan frowned. "You're quite interesting. If someone throws you a rope to pull you up, you catch it. Why worry about the person throwing the rope being dragged down? Do I look like such a foolish person? Of course, if you insist on leaving, I won't stop you. What's that saying again? Kind words can't persuade a suicidal ghost." Sujin paused, her eyes suddenly softening, and she chuckled. Shulan was a little confused. "What are you laughing at? Did I mispronounce a word?" Sujin said, "No, I'm laughing because I felt the same way about you this morning, a hopeless case." Shulan couldn't help but laugh along. "I was just pretending. Nobody likes him. Now you know." Sujin took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and walked to the spot Shulan pointed to, clearing her mind. "Then thank you, Qin Xiaoshuang." Shulan said dismissively, "You're welcome. It's just one more person." One wasn't enough. That damned system needed 50,000 people. She didn't know where to find so many people. That was the most troublesome thing for her. Chapter 60. Dawn broke. Lenny gripped his hair tightly, his eyes bloodshot. No, still nothing. He had finally forced himself to sleep, hoping to end this nightmare, hoping that when he opened his eyes again, his system and his spatial ability would return. But what he had lost hadn't returned. The nightmare continued. "Brother Lin Yi, we couldn't sleep a wink last night because of all the noise. Why do we have to sleep outside? Brother Lin, there were even more zombies yesterday. The brothers are exhausted. We're waiting to catch up on sleep after breakfast." You see? Commander, today's rations. Lin Yi was as volatile as a powder keg ready to explode. Get out. All of you get out. Don't bother me today. What to do? What should he do? So many people were watching him. If they knew he no longer had his powers, they would skin him alive. Lin Yi really wanted to crack open his own head and find where that system and his spatial ability were hidden. Meanwhile, Shulan handed out a biscuit to each person, instructing them to eat quickly and leave no trace. She couldn't cook now, otherwise it would attract attention. There were over 500 boxes of compressed biscuits in the space, more than enough. Suzhen didn't know where Shulan got the biscuits, but Zhong Mei, who had healed her injuries last night, had told her to accept whatever Qin Xiaoshuang did without thinking or asking questions, because Qin Xiaoshuang disliked endless explanations. After everyone finished eating, Shulan left the tent. No one asked where she was going. Suzhen was about to ask, but realizing it was quiet, she silently closed her mouth. Don't ask, yes? Shulan went to find Lin Yi. The rice Lin Yi promised to give her last night hadn't been delivered yet, and to maintain her public image, she had to go and collect it. Along the way, people kept coming out of Lin Yi's place in the opposite direction, their faces full of resentment, looking angry but unable to speak out. In front of the tent, a group of people were beating Hui Yu, who was huddled up in a ball, cursing and swearing, thinking that he had stabbed Lin Yi last night, which was why Lin Yi was so irritable this morning. Shulan truly felt that Hui Yu was too pitiful. Whether being beaten to death was a good thing or a bad thing for him was unknown. However, she was also involved in the assassination attempt last night, so Shulan still went over. Guys, what happened? Why are you all so angry? Because of her voice, everyone finally stopped their violent outburst and answered her question. This kid somehow hit a nail in his stomach, and he almost killed Brother Lin last night. Shulan covered her mouth in surprise. A nail hidden in your body all the time? That must have hurt so much. Whenever this happened, Shu Maomao would glance at Shulan's face, wondering if she had some kind of amnesia ability. Didn't she tell you to release them? Exactly, to do something so ruthless. It seems we haven't been hitting them hard enough. Before she could strike again, Shulan said, have you guys eaten? I'm starving. Brother Lin promised me rice, but he hasn't given me any. This resonated with many. No, we haven't eaten. We come to Brother Lin every morning to collect supplies, but today he was really angry, and we didn't get anything. Ah, even you guys didn't get anything? Then I made a wasted trip too. We might all go hungry today. Let's save our energy, and go back to rest and recharge. There might be even more zombies tonight. The superhumans hesitated and stopped. You're right. Luckily, my team still has some supplies. You still have some? Share some with your brothers. Lin will pay you back tomorrow when he gets his. Not much, not enough for the few of us to eat. The crowd dispersed in twos and threes, some still reluctantly finishing off the remaining supplies before leaving. As Zhao Hong was about to drag Hui Yu away, Shulan reminded him, just tie him to a tree. What if Lin gets angry and wants to beat him up again? You have to make another trip. Zhao Hong slapped his forehead. Oh yeah, but he's the one responsible for watching him. What if he unties the rope and runs away? Does he heal quickly? Not really. If you beat him half to death and don't feed him, it'd take at least 10 days to recover. Shulan pointed at Hui Yu. Does he look like he can even get up today? Hui Yu's leg and hand bones were twisted at bizarre angles on the ground, blood flowing from his head and covering his face, making him look more like a zombie than a zombie himself. She was always very persuasive, so Zhao Hong had nothing to say. He tied the rope to a high tree branch and went back to sleep. Hui Yu's eyes were closed. It was unclear whether he had fainted from the pain. Shulan squatted down in front of him and said softly, I gave you the nails to use you to achieve my goals, but it seems I made your situation even worse. I'm sorry. Hui Yu's Adam's apple bobbed. He no longer had the strength to speak. Shulan stood up, glanced in Lin Yi's direction, and turned to leave. After the first day of hunger, even the most honest person would start to wonder why the commander, who had been providing food, had suddenly stopped caring about them. On the second day, people gradually went to ask the commander when he would calm down, only to be scolded by Lin Yi. On the third day, the superhumans' food supplies were running low. Starving, they dug up everything edible nearby. Those on the verge of collapse began to stir, their confusion turning to rage, demanding to know if Lin Yi intended to starve them to death. What do I care if you starve? Do I owe you anything? If I hadn't been feeding you useless bloodsuckers all these years, you all be dead. I give when I want, and I don't when I don't. Get lost, don't bother me. His usual domineering and autocratic attitude failed to intimidate these people driven mad by hunger. The superhumans, who were supposed to protect him, were now tearing at him in fury. Give me back what I handed over. You hoard all the supplies in your own space, living the best life and still not satisfied, not even given basic sustenance. Do you deserve to be a commander? You don't deserve to be human. Lin Yi, usually the one inflicting violence, experienced the taste of being beaten under the crowd's rage. He couldn't even last 3 minutes before begging for mercy. It's not that I don't want to give it, I have nothing. My space just mysteriously disappeared. Stop hitting me, Bai Wenrui. Come and save me. Space disappeared? That's an excuse. I saw his 2 wives drinking milk yesterday. Hui Yu, who was in excruciating pain and barely conscious, was awakened by the commotion. Opening her swollen eyelids, she saw through her narrow, slit-like vision that it was Lin Yi being dragged and beaten, constantly begging for mercy. A hallucination before death? Could he finally end his life? Someone shouted. The people in District 9 say they provide food and lodging if you follow their commander to dig a new base. Everyone who signs up gets a compressed biscuit. Hurry up and get it. Wasn't District 9's commander already dead? It's that woman named Qin Xiaoshuang. She's going to be the new commander. Whether it's true or not, I'm signing up now. Along with the name Qin Xiaoshuang came a soft, gentle voice, like a spring breeze. Well, you seemed to hear her say to him, I'm sorry. She had never touched him, yet she was the only one who apologized to him. Yu used his only intact left leg to shuffle to his feet, watching the crowd surge away. Qin Xiaoshuang, he murmured the name in his heart, like someone who had been in darkness for years seeing a faint glimmer of dawn on the horizon. Chapter 61. Dozens of neatly arranged boxes of compressed biscuits in the center of the square were priceless treasures in the eyes of those starving to the point of near death. Even so, no one dared to step forward and snatch them, because a row of cold-faced guards with guns stood beside the person who possessed the wealth. Xu Lan stood on the table, holding a megaphone, and tapped it. Don't push, form a long line. Anyone who dares to disrupt the order will be given a peanut first. Bai Wenrui, who had arrived a step behind Lin Yi, was furious at the scene. Qin Xiaoshuang. You've been lying to us from the beginning. You hidden so many guns and biscuits. Wei Jiqiang, he hang, you two lead a team in and take all her stuff. I like to see if anyone from District 10 dares to sign up. If they do, get out of the protection zone tonight. The ordinary people who had been waiting anxiously saw that. The food they were about to get their hands on vanished, and the group collectively turned against them. They're going to steal it again. All the good stuff is always snatched up by you ability users first. Fine, they won't protect us. Lin Yi and his gang never care about the lives of ordinary people like us. He took all the resources of District 10 into his own space, and then accused us of eating and drinking for free. Now they won't even give us a single thing to eat. He doesn't deserve to be a commander. Xu Lan calmly placed a megaphone near Xu Maomao's mouth, the emotionless child's voice carrying a cold, mechanical quality. New rule, everyone in District 10 carrying weapons, hands above your head, kneel down. The gunmen, as if in worship, quickly raised their hands and knelt down in a flurry. The imposing presence of the word silenced the impending chaos, leaving everyone speechless. Those who had tried to cut in line to steal cookies dared not move again. This little boy, his abilities are incredible. Xu Maomao produced a glass bottle containing the blood of ability users he and Xu Lan had collected discreetly over the past few days using various methods, 1 drop from each, no one missing. He unscrewed the cap and poured the red liquid into his palm. Like raindrops merging into a lake, it all dissolved and disappeared. This bizarre, ritualistic act drew everyone's attention and curiosity. What is he doing? A former ability user from District 8 grinned smugly. What is he doing? Stealing your abilities, you idiot. At this moment, Lin Yi finally recognized the brand of the compressed biscuits from the familiar color scheme of the packaging. His features instantly contorted, his eyes blazing with boundless hatred. Completely forgetting all his pain, he frantically pushed forward. Qin Xiaoshuang, you son of a bitch. These are the compressed biscuits I took from the factory. You stole my space, you thief. Thief. Give them back. Bai Wenrui recognized them too and shouted, didn't you hear? These are our things. She stole them from Brother Lin. This kid's ability is just for bluffing. What are you standing there for? Let's go help Brother Lin get them back. Xu Lan turned to Fang Guotao, you too. What are you standing there for? Didn't I say I treat those who cause trouble to peanuts? Kill the one shouting. Me? Fang Guotao thought Xu Lan was just bluffing by handing him a gun to scare ordinary people, but he didn't expect it to be used so soon. Zhong Mei, who was in charge of registration in front of him, took a step back, her heel landing on his toes. Fong Buetao winced in pain, remembering the ironclad rule of not questioning the commander. He quickly stood on the table, raised his gun, aimed at Bai Wenrui at the back of the crowd, closed his eyes, pulled the trigger, and fired the first shot of the day. The sound was like a thunderclap, startling the onlookers so much that they dropped their melons, frozen in shock. Could it be? Was a fight really going to break out? Killing zombies was understandable, arguing or fighting over supplies was understandable, but their ammunition was dwindling. The superhumans were their last line of defense against the zombies. Every kill meant one less. Were the two sides really going to kill each other like this? Bai Wenrui stopped in his tracks. Not from the gun. Fong Buetao's shot hadn't hit him at all, but rather the empty ground at his feet. He stopped because he realized that his shape-shifting ability, which he was supposed to use, hadn't worked. Not only Bai Wenrui, but many other superhumans, who had initially been eager for a fight, also paled in shock. Xu Lan reached for Fong Buetao's gun and handed it to Xu Maomao. Xu Maomao, using her enhanced arm, reloaded the gun and casually pulled the trigger at Lin Yi, who was charging at her like a madman. Bang! He didn't warn her, didn't even give her time to aim. Those around Lin Yi screamed and ducked for cover, clutching their heads. When they looked back, no one had been accidentally hit, only Lin Yi had fallen, struck in the heart by a bullet. This commander of District 10, who once controlled the lifeline of a region, whose status was as revered as a god, who called himself a savior, and who was always arrogant, was nothing more than a mortal body that could be killed by a single bullet. Brother Lin. Seeing his childhood friend, who had always protected him, die before his eyes, Bai Wenrui's eyes widened in horror. He let out a mournful cry, quickly snatched the gun from the kneeling person beside him, and aimed it at the woman standing on the high place. Bang! Xu Maomao's dark eyes were fixed on the distant gun barrel. The bullet, flying at high speed from the barrel, was forcibly deflected by her metal-type ability, piercing Bai Wenrui's forehead. Commander. Fong Buetao, who had hurriedly blocked Xu Lan's path, turned around in confusion upon hearing the gunshot, and saw Bai Wenrui lying on the ground with his eyes open. How could this person commit suicide so suddenly? Xu Lan glanced at Fong Buetao in surprise, pushed him aside, smiled slightly at the people kneeling with weapons below, the distraught ability users, and the bewildered ordinary people, and raised the megaphone. Welcome everyone to District 9. We can only have one commander here, and we only need one sufficiently powerful ability user. No one should cause trouble now, so please continue registering. Standing next to Zhong Mei, holding paper and pen, Su Jin, responsible for registering ordinary people, stared blankly at Lin Yi's corpse lying in a pool of blood not far away, unable to believe that the person who had almost made her die had died so easily before her eyes. So Qin Xishuang, who appeared in front of her tent that morning, wasn't just superficially trying to latch onto Lin Yi, she was looking for an opportunity to kill him. The only one who was superficial from beginning to end was herself. The line was reassembled, quiet and orderly. Zhong Mei gently nudged Su Jin, pointing to the person in front of her. Stop looking, it's time to hand out cookies. Su Jin, somewhat dazed, took a cookie from the box and handed it to the older woman in front of her, asking according to the previously instructed procedure, name, age. Xu Lan took the gun from Xu Maomao's hand and returned it to Fong Buetao beside him, complaining, your marksmanship is terrible, worse than a 5-year-old. Fong Buetao, how dare I compare to Master Maomao? Only those unaware of the situation would mistake their commander's son for a 5-year-old. The people of District 9 treated this child like a god, and were afraid to even look him in the eye. Go and take away all their weapons. Tie up all the ability users who tried to attack me, starve them for 3 days, and then give them food when they're obedient. Yes, Commander. Xu Lan let out a light whimper. It's over. Standing is so tiring. Bring 2 chairs over, I sit here, and see who dares to disobey. Yes, Commander. All the women on Xu Lan's side were handing out cookies, and the 2,000 people lined up were quickly given them all. Zhao Hong, the first one to be deceived and who hadn't doubted Xu Lan from beginning to end, couldn't help but shout, Qin Xishuang, if you're so amazing, why didn't you just fight us from the start? Xu Lan rarely explained things to people, but everything had gone smoothly today, and she was in a good mood. Seeing Zhao Hong's completely bewildered expression, she found him amusing and spoke up. Haven't you ever played Do Diju? Who throws out a royal flush right away, you idiot? Chapter 62. Seeing her reply, the others also asked unwillingly, why is Brother Lin stuff with you? Can you steal other people's abilities? This is too much. You return it before dark, right? If you don't, we all die. Hey, hey! Don't go! Shulan handed over the other matters to her subordinates, walked through the crowd, and went to the convoy brought by the people from District 10. She said to Shu Maomao, blow it up. Once they had the vehicles, this group would have the possibility of escaping and taking information about the raiders out. From now on, anyone coming to District 9 must be completely unaware of the raiders' situation, just like now, so that she and Shu Maomao can make their move. These vehicles are temporarily useless. Since they're not needed, it's better to emulate Qin Shi Huang's burning of books and burying of scholars alive, completely cutting off their hope of escape in front of everyone, and making this group quickly put away their restless thoughts. Whether it was a car worth tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions, the sound of them exploding was equally loud, startling everyone registering their information. Why did she blow up our cars? How are we supposed to escape to somewhere else without a car? I feel like I've fallen into a huge pit. With so many people, the noise was immense. Zhong Mei saw the loudspeaker Shulan had placed on the table, picked it up, and turned it on. We have a few unwritten rules here. Until the commander returns, I hope everyone will keep what I say in mind. First, stop thinking. You don't need to think. The commander has her reasons for everything she does. She doesn't like to explain herself. Don't ask her why. Don't question her right or wrong. All you have to do is obey, unconditionally obey. Second, maintain harmony. Resolve conflicts privately. Everyone is equal before her. Don't try to please her, and don't expect her to favor any of you. Third, anyone who bullies the weak, verbally abuses, or coerces women will be executed on the spot. Someone protested, "Who are you? Why should we listen to you?" Fang Buotao stepped forward, gun in hand, glaring fiercely. "So what if she's our deputy commander?" Zhong Mei calmly said, "I'm not the deputy commander. I'm just an obedient person. I'm saying this only to remind you how to survive longer here." Because Shulan hadn't specified how to dispose of them, the bodies of Lin Yi and Bai Wenrui remained piled up nearby, like some kind of warning. Su Jin was staring blankly in that direction, when suddenly a figure rushed towards her like a whirlwind and slapped her hard across the face. "Traitor! You must have helped Qin Shi Huang steal Brother Lin's space, which is why he died. Brother Lin was so good to you. Do you have any humanity left?" When Shi Yushan arrived, she witnessed Lin Yi being shot dead by a child. She didn't dare make a sound, covering her mouth and hiding in the crowd until Shulan left before daring to approach Su Jin. Since Lin Yi's death, Su Jin had been in a daze, feeling that what was happening before her eyes was unreal. Shi Yushan's stinging slap completely woke Su Jin, telling her that this was reality, not a dream or a vague fantasy. Lin Yi was dead. Su Jin wasn't one to be bullied. Once her mind returned to normal, she raised her hand and slapped Shi Yushan back. "What right do you have to hit me?" Shi Yushan covered her face, overwhelmed with grief at the thought that after Lin Yi's death, her life would fall from heaven to earth, and she would be treated like an ordinary person. Grabbing Su Jin's long hair, she shouted angrily, "Ji Xian, what are you doing watching this? Come help me." Ji Xian stood not far away, quietly watching the two women wrestling, seemingly detached. Zhong Mei, exasperated, tried to break up the fight. "Stop! You can't fight." Sister Wang Fan Buotao helped separate them. "Don't let the commander see." A group of people pulled and tugged, barely managing to separate Su Jin and Shi Yushan. The two beautiful women, like fighting cocks, glared at each other, neither willing to give in. Zhong Mei stepped forward and grasped Su Jin's hand. "Your face is scratched. Let me heal it for you." Su Jin pushed her away. "No need, it'd be fine in a few days. Don't waste your energy." Shi Yushan sarcastically remarked, "You're quite perceptive. Knowing Qin Shi Huang's thighs are thicker, you already hooked up with her." At this moment, a questioning voice sounded behind Shi Yushan. "Who said my thighs are thick? Those two glass beads on my face are useless. Maybe I should donate them? You call my legs thick?" Shi Yushan, eh? Her return couldn't be more timely. The crowd of onlookers automatically parted to make way, and Shulan, who had just finished blowing up the car, and was leading a man covered in blood, appeared in everyone's sight. It wasn't that Shulan had any strange fetishes, it's just that Huiyu was constantly being beaten, and it seemed like he developed some kind of mental illness from it. After she untied the rope from the tree, she told Huiyu to stand up and follow her. Huiyu started trembling like a sieve as soon as he straightened up. He couldn't hold on for more than a few seconds before curling up on the ground, clutching his head. It was as if standing up would bring a violent beating, and only kneeling on the ground could give him safety. After several attempts, he did the same thing. Shulan said, "Fine, come crawl back with me." So she used a rope to pull Huiyu back, just in time to overhear Shi Yushan's words. Xu Lan walked into the center of the crowd and saw Su Jin, her hair disheveled, arrogantly raising her chin, 3 long scratches on her left cheek from her fingernails. Across from her was Lin Yi's childhood sweetheart, who had been so haughty just moments before, now meekly avoiding Xu Lan's gaze. On the other side was a woman in a white cardigan and light pink long skirt, with an elegant demeanor, trying to hide behind the others to minimize her presence. Beautiful people always leave a lasting impression, and Xu Lan hadn't forgotten their identities. "Oh, it's you too. Lin Yi died at my hands. Why don't you come to me if you want revenge for your deceased husband? I can make you two a couple. Oh no, 3 star-crossed lovers." Ji Xian, her previous composure gone, anxiously explained, "I didn't. I was forced by Lin Yi too. I'm not seeking revenge, really." Shi Yushan's eyes widened, unable to believe what she heard. She pointed at Ji Xian. "You're the one who said Su Jin sided with the 9th district, betrayed brother Lin Yi, and ruined our lives. We were supposed to expose her. How come you're trying to absolve yourself now?" Xu Lan looked at Ji Xian, whose fair face was now flushed. "I didn't say anything like that. I didn't lay a hand on her. Don't slander me. Everyone's watching." Xu Lan then turned to Shi Yushan. Unable to argue with her and afraid Xu Lan would also shoot her, Shi Yushan frantically shook her head. "I. What? You were forced to?" Ji Xian quickly said, "No, she said she's liked Lin Yi since she was little, and even dumped her boyfriend to become Lin Yi's woman." Shi Yushan was also anxious, wishing she could fight Ji Xian too. "You're no better, always pretending to be a pure white lotus." Xu Lan nodded and said, "Although our Mimi always looks listless, she's a very kind and good person, and also my favorite assistant." Zhong Mei blinked blankly. Weren't they gossiping about Lin Yi and his 3 wives? Why was she suddenly being brought up? So she must have warned you that I don't like people fighting in front of me. I don't have the mood to deal with these trivial matters like a neighborhood committee ante. In my opinion, getting rid of the person who argues is the simplest solution. Shi Yushan's face turned pale instantly. "Don't deal with me. I never argue with Su Jin again." Chapter 63. Xu Lan didn't respond. Xu Maomao raised an eyebrow, knowing this meant he was to take action. A 6-sided die appeared out of thin air before them. After spinning several times automatically, the top face was a black shadow resembling an octopus, with a round top and 8 tentacles spreading out from the bottom. Xu Lan had never seen this ability before. Just as she was about to ask, the people next to her screamed in panic. "Tentacles! Huge tentacles!" A huge crack opened behind Shi Yushan, and a thick, brownish red tentacle, like a giant python, but with oval suckers at its base, emerged from it. It grabbed Shi Yushan's shoulder, wrapped around her entire body, and dragged her into a door leading to an unknown place, disappearing from sight. Xu Lan took a deep breath, placed her hand on Xu Maomao's shoulder, and said in a heavy tone, "Baby, use this ability when I can't see you in the future." Mommy's legs are trembling with fear. The onlookers covered their mouths and nodded frantically. Xu Maomao actually wanted to see the monster summoned by the other sides of the dice, but hearing Xu Lan's fear, he put the dice away. Ji Xian was already crying in terror, kneeling down on the spot. Please let me go. I'd be obedient from now on, and will never bother Su Jin again." Xu Lan remained silent, a hint of regret in her eyes. If they didn't cause trouble, Xu Lan wouldn't mind having these 2 more people. To establish her authority in front of the new members, she had to be the bad guy, to make sure the people of District 10 saw that disobedience meant death, and that begging or resistance was useless. Only in this way could she suppress certain restless thoughts. Xu Maomao looked at Ji Xian. A sparking arc of electricity, about 30 centimeters long, appeared in front of him. He flicked the arc lightly through the air, using absolute precision. A thin arc of electricity, as thin as a harp string, carrying nearly 10,000 volts, struck the person begging for mercy. The whimpering abruptly ceased, and the smell of burning filled the air. Those nearby closed their eyes in unbearable pain. This child's methods of killing varied, but were all simple and brutal, executed without blinking an eye, like a devil's child from hell. Who this devil was needs no further explanation. Xu Lan reached out to Zhong Mei, who, understanding perfectly, handed her the megaphone. "You can all hear me, right? If not, relay the message to each other later. I accepted you into District 9 not because I possess a benevolent heart to save all living beings, but because I want to use your strength to establish a new human base. If the trouble you bring me outweighs your value, I don't mind a smaller population. In short, live if you can, die if you can't. Don't cause trouble, understand?" Understood. Shulan nodded, then said to Zhong Mei, you continue. I take Mao Mao to set up the defenses for tonight. Sister Wang, set up District 10. Call the cook, I give you the ingredients to make dinner. Yes, Commander. Fong Buitao, as the captain of the guard, stepped forward and asked, Commander, should we throw the body of the 10th District Commander into the incinerator? Shu Lan's gaze swept over the man kneeling on the ground, and she said, wait. She led Huiyu to Lin Yi's body, and tugged at the rope around his neck. Look up, see who's lying on the ground. Huiyu, whose head had been bowed all along, obediently raised it. When he saw Lin Yi's face, his lips parted slightly, and his gaze froze. Huiyu, once a prodigy, had never imagined that simply firing an employee who violated regulations would bring him nearly 7 years of cruel torture. When he mentioned it to HR, Huiyu hadn't even paid attention to the man's name. Later, he learned that the man's name was Lin Yi. Each stroke of that name, like the wounds that repeatedly appeared and healed, was deeply etched into Huiyu's flesh and blood. When he couldn't bear the beatings anymore, Huiyu thought more than once that if only he hadn't been so arrogant, if only he didn't have his self-healing ability, or if only he had a combat-type ability. But what he awakened was self-healing, a self-healing that made him wish he were dead, yet couldn't die. His feelings at that moment were indescribable. Ecstasy, pain, and anger swirled within him. He was happy that Lin Yi was dead. He was sad that Lin Yi hadn't died at his hands. He was angry that Lin Yi's death was so simple, seemingly a single shot, without even much pain. Shulan said, I don't approve of mutilating corpses, but if you feel he died too easily, if it's not satisfying enough, and you want to hit him a couple of times before he's burned to ashes, that's fine too. After all, he hit you so many times. Huiyu looked up at her, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing against glass. You can read minds? Shulan smiled. No, I'm just thinking from your perspective. Lin Yi seems to have died too easily. Unfortunately, that's the style of killing with my son and me. We finish it in one go and never waste time. Her smile was gentle, but Huiyu seemed to be blinded by a bright light, quickly lowering his head, unable to look directly at her. Should he hit him? Huiyu asked himself. The enemy was dead, but death felt more like a relief than torture. Lin Yi had caused him so much torment, yet he felt relieved. What was the point of beating a corpse? Corpses don't feel pain. I won't hit it anymore. Shulan nodded. Okay, Fong Buitao, take it away and burn it. Commander's here. Shulan knelt down to untie the leather collar around Huiyu's neck. The collar was very tight, so when she untied it, Shulan's hand would touch Huiyu's neck. Every time her fingers accidentally touched Huiyu, he would shudder as if he were being electrocuted. Shulan stopped moving and said inexplicably, Why are you so scared? I'm not going to hit you. Huiyu explained in a low, pitiful voice, I'm sorry, it's a conditioned reflex. He had strongly resisted wearing the collar before, but had eventually been tamed by the pain. Shulan said, Bear with it, you can't wear this forever. Later, Shu Mao helped, and the collar was finally untied. The skin underneath was exceptionally white. It was unclear how long it had been worn. Shulan threw down what she was holding and said, You saw it too, Lin Yi is dead. No one can hit you anymore. She waved to a subordinate, whose name she remembered not far away. Do shall we come here? I'm giving you a task. Go to the subway station, and get a set of daily necessities for this brother named Huiyu. Then take him to the water pipe to take a shower, and change into clean clothes. Help him collect his food and water for the next few days. Once his injuries heal, you don't need to worry about him anymore. Yes, Commander. Shulan got up and left with Shu Maomao. Only then did Huiyu dare to raise his head, secretly following the two figures with his eyes until they disappeared. Only then did he hear the voice of the person who had been speaking in his ear. Hey bro. Bro. Look at me. Don't look at our commander. Huiyu glanced at Du Xiaohui before lowering his head. He dared not look directly into anyone's eyes, because doing so would get him a beating. Du Xiaohui hadn't heard of Huiyu's situation, but he could tell the man before him was badly injured, covered in blood and mud, his bones broken, a pitiful sight. You wait here, I get you your things, then have someone carry you to a bathhouse on a stretcher. Okay. A bath. Since Lin Yi found him, Huiyu hadn't engaged in this human activity. Du Xiaohui got his things, called his men, and they carried Huiyu on a stretcher to the underground water pipes, saying, Brother, conditions are tough. When it's hot, we all take cold showers, don't mind. Okay. Although he was mentally prepared, Huiyu still shivered when the icy water was poured over his head. After rinsing for a while, Du Xiaohui realized the man was too dirty. Cold water, and expired shampoo alone didn't seem to be enough. Wait a minute, I go ask the commander what to do. Don't go! Huiyu shouted instinctively, but his voice was too hoarse, and Du Xiaohui was running too fast to hear him. He shut his mouth helplessly, sadness and self-loathing overwhelming him simultaneously. A while later, Du Xiaohui ran back with a bunch of tools. The commander gave me hot water, and she even mixed shampoo, laundry detergent, dish soap, and kitchen cleaner together, telling me to scrub you with a brush, saying at least one of them will work. Chapter 64. Huiyu pressed. What else did she say? Did she think he was dirty? Did she say he was troublesome? Du Xiaohui diligently washed him. She didn't say anything. I saw the commander give Sister Wang a whole floor full of vegetables and rice. Today, everyone doesn't have to eat those lousy biscuits. I'm so happy. After finally cleaning him up, Huiyu found himself lacking even the courage to straighten his back and put on his clothes, and he once again sank into a deep self-doubt. Every time he straightened his back, the fear of pain would press him down on all fours. His servility was ingrained in his bones, impossible to shake off. No one could save him. Du Xiaohui failed several times, and was very annoyed. Wait a minute, I go ask the commander. No! He still couldn't stop him. The young man, barely an adult, leaped up and ran away like a rabbit. Huiyu was desperate. He really didn't want her to hear these embarrassing things about him again and again. After a while, Du Xiaohui returned with 3 men, sleeves rolled up and eager to get to work. The commander said to drag you up and force you to wear it. Brothers, get in. Bro, putting on clothes isn't like we're going to skin you alive. Why are you trembling so much with your eyes closed? Wow, you're pretty handsome. Damn, don't say that when someone's naked, it's easy for people to get the wrong idea. I was just saying it offhand, I swear. Shulan stood at the edge of an open space away from the crowd, covering her nose as she watched one after another. Green plants reeking of corpses sprout up in front of Shu Maomao, quickly growing to over 2 meters tall. After planting about 500 meters, Shulan called out, Baby, Mommy can't take it anymore, let's rest for a bit. The mother and son ran to the other end, finally able to breathe freely. Is this smelly plant a new superpower? Shu Maomao pulled a soft leather sofa out of his spatial storage, and helped her sit down. Half is new, half is old. I use them together, like mixing concrete. Shulan exclaimed, Wow, my son is so smart, he can even apply what he's learned to other situations. Shu Maomao raised his eyebrows happily. Standard procedure? Shulan laughed. Who did you learn that from, you brat? GXIN. Shu Maomao yawned, his eyes becoming hazy like a little lion's open mouth, a sign that his superpower was running out of energy after using it too much. Shulan checked her watch. It was only 3 in the afternoon. The early summer temperature was pleasant, the sun was blocked by clouds, and a gentle breeze caressed her face. Perfect weather for a nap. Take a nap, I wake you up later. Shu Maomao nodded, curled up, and rested his head on her lap. Shulan teased him deliberately. Can't you get another pillow? No, I want to be next to you. Ugh, you naughty Shu Maomao. Shulan ran her fingers through his soft hair, gently humming a melodious tune whose lyrics she couldn't recall. The slight background noise became part of the quiet moment. Shu Maomao's eyelids grew heavy, and his body's movements gradually evened out. The singing stopped, and Shulan's eyes reflected the boundless blue sky and slowly moving clouds as she pondered quietly. Humans simply cannot explain the principles of everything in the world with their limited understanding. For example, where is the end of the universe? Why does dust exist? And where life is headed? Shulan couldn't fathom the reason for Lin Yi's rebirth, so she didn't even consider it. Instead, she accepted the existence of rebirth and ingrained it as common sense. Perhaps after Lin Yi died, he went to another timeline, gained another system, and experienced another viral outbreak. Since time could be reversed and space could be created, if these superpowers were combined and used without limit, not only rebirth, but perhaps everything beyond comprehension could happen. Shulan pulled her wandering thoughts back, looked down at Shu Maomao, who was sleeping in a surrender position on her lap with his hands raised, and silently smiled. She heard too much praise. She really thought her 5-year-old son was a god. He didn't have that kind of immense power. After 5 o'clock, the sky gradually changed color. Someone found Shulan. Commander, dinner is ready. Okay, I'll be right there. Shulan pinched her son's chubby cheeks. You can sleep next time to eat. Shu Maomao opened his eyes, rolled over, and knelt on the sofa, his eyes gloomy, his frustration lingering as he looked at the dilapidated city in the distance. So annoying, I want to blow something up. Baby, pull me up, Mommy's legs are numb from being pressed down. Shu Mao's eyelids fluttered, pulling him out of his world-destroying mood, and he took Shu Lan's outstretched hand, using his healing ability to heal her numb legs. Alright, let's eat. The meal for over 2,000 people had been prepared since the afternoon. A row of fragrant pots had long been filled with people eagerly waiting, drooling, watching Shu Lan appear. The commander's reputation was deeply ingrained. No one dared to touch their chopsticks before she gave the order. Shu Lan walked through the long queue to Sister Wang, glanced at the dishes, and nodded in satisfaction. Commander, your table is over there. The table was really just a simple folding wooden table and 2 small stools. Shu Mao conjured a large iron basin, held it up, and had Sister Wang fill it with cabbage stew with vermicelli. She placed it on the wooden table, then ran back, carrying a second iron basin that appeared out of thin air, filled with a dish of eggplant, green beans, and potatoes, plus a basin of rice. The 3 basins crammed the small table full. Shu Lan took the chopsticks from Shu Mao. Let's eat. Sister Wang nodded. Come on, everyone, move forward one by one. 1 spoonful of rice, half a spoonful of vegetables, hurry up. The long queue moved forward in an orderly fashion, and soon the square was filled with the sounds of people wolfing down their food. It was a very simple home-style meal, but some people started crying while eating. What's wrong? Did you choke? Why, I miss home so much. Suja looked at the mother and son sitting warmly across from each other at the dining table, and at the food in her hands, her expression complicated. Does Qin Shixuang always eat the same things as everyone else? Lin Yi had the chef cook separately for him every day. Not only him, but she, Shi Yushan, Ji Xian, Bai Wenrui, any of the superhuman captains could have their own table. Zhong Mei's face was practically buried in her rice bowl, never lifting it up. Yes, we eat whatever she eats. When the commander is killing, she seems intolerant of even the slightest imperfection. When she's in a good mood, she's genuinely good, quickly and firmly embedding the 8 words: those who obey her prosper, those who defy her perish, into people's hearts. After the meal, Shu Lan called Zhong Mei over and gave her a few instructions, then left the crowd with Shu Mao to continue the follow-up work on defending against the zombies. Zhong Mei picked up the megaphone and shouted, Everyone, now that you've eaten, don't just sit around waiting to sleep. Let's discuss how to build our underground base, where to start, what resources we need, and what it should look like. Anyone who needs paper and pen, come ask me. There's a reward for the person who writes down the best plan, and even if it's not the best plan, anyone who offers useful suggestions will also be rewarded. Her vague rewards were clearly not enticing enough. Most people just glanced at her, and then remained silent. They weren't professional architects. They didn't know how to build an underground base. Let those who could think of ideas figure it out. Chapter 65. A middle-aged man beckoned to Zhong Mei, gesturing for her to hand him the megaphone. He took it, cleared his throat, and spoke in a passionate, inflectional voice. Family members, let's all get moving. Are you truly satisfied with this life of constant anxiety and complacency? Why not work together to build a better tomorrow? Don't think your strength is insignificant. A blade of grass purifies the air, a flower beautifies the world, so too do people. Everyone has an irreplaceable purpose. Boldly contribute your value, and believe that every contribution you make to the group now will be rewarded in the future. Come on, young man, answer me. What did you do for a living before? The man called on said shyly, I worked in a shoe factory. Then you know more about shoe construction than any of us. We can ask you to mend our shoes when they break. Young lady, what contribution do you think you can make to everyone's future? I don't know. Believe me, you can. You just haven't thought of it yet. I ask the next person first, and when I come back, I ask you this question again. I hope you can give me a firm answer then. Fang Buotao leaned closer to Zhong Mei, arms crossed, watching the spectacle with a smile. This guy is quite interesting. Zhong Mei remembered that this man was registered under his name. She had even checked his occupation that afternoon. She picked up the file and flipped through it. Zhou Dahu, 48 years old, used to sell motivational books and health products for the elderly. Ha! He really hit the nail on the head. Everyone has their own use. This time, Shu Lan covered both her and Shu Mao's noses with wet towels, walking along the edge of the square under the evening glow, urging the stench of decaying plants to rise. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. She used to be a woman who came from a garbage dump. How could she not even stand this little bit of stench now? Ugh, it really stinks. Shu Mao suddenly stopped and turned around. Shu Lan waved her hand. It's okay, you can continue, I can bear it for a while. Shu Maomao pointed behind her. Mommy, he's been following us. Shu Lan turned around in confusion, and saw a figure half a head shorter in the distance, curled up like a snail, slowly crawling towards her. She beckoned to Shu Maomao, and they walked together to Huiyu. Why did you come along when your leg was broken instead of resting properly? Do you have something to say? Huiyu's voice was clearer than before, and he stammered, I eaten, and someone used their ability to help me, and I'm fine now. Shu Lan tilted her head, and saw that he had changed into a clean pair of pants, and his injured leg, which had previously only allowed him to drag himself, could now kneel upright. Mei Mei was as kind as ever. You recovered pretty quickly. Do you want it? What? Huiyu mustered all his courage, and slightly raised his chin, so he could secretly see her face. She seemed to like wearing her hair in a low ponytail, looking gentle and approachable, without any sense of aggression. My ability, I'm giving it to you. Huiyu had heard that her son was a predator, able to take other people's abilities for his own use. Shu Lan became interested, squatted down to look him in the eye, a faint smile in her eyes. Because I avenged you, you have to give me your self-healing ability. You're quite grateful. Her sudden approach startled Huiyu, who quickly averted her gaze. Shu Lan turned to Shu Maomao and asked, Baby, do you want some? Shu Maomao replied uninterestedly, no. Self-healing wasn't as fast as regression. We don't want any, you should go back. Shu Lan stood up and returned to her post with Shu Maomao to plant herbs. After walking a short distance, Shu Maomao turned back, and Shu Lan followed suit, seeing Huiyu still following behind, at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Her presence felt but not overt. Shu Maomao said, Mommy, he doesn't listen to you. Shu Lan said sympathetically, forget it. Let's not argue with him. He's mentally ill, with a condition that even superpowers can't cure. A strange illness. Yeah, a strange illness. After planting a circle of grass, it was almost 8 o'clock, and the sky was completely dark. Shu Lan walked back with a flashlight, feeling disgusted with herself. I have to take a shower tonight. Mommy feels like I'm being permeated with this smell. As she passed Huiyu, Huiyu was kneeling with his head down, like a devout pilgrim. Seeing his back and the back of his head, it was both pitiful and strange that a tall man was always kneeling on all fours like this. Shu Lan squatted down again. I said, what are you trying to achieve by following me like this? I wanted to ask you if you want to get a dog. Hearing this, Shu Lan instantly got goosebumps and frowned. You're really sick in the head. Wake up. You're a human being from head to toe. Humans and dogs are two different species. You actually believe what someone said just to bully you. Huiyu closed his eyes, his throat dry and bitter. I don't know what value I have to you anymore. Shu Lan was speechless for a moment. Countless people who should have taken her words that afternoon to heart had, but Huiyu, who shouldn't have, took them very seriously. This person was so pitiful that Shu Lan couldn't bring herself to speak harshly to her. She patiently explained, anyone with a modicum of intelligence should understand. With my son's current strength, even if I didn't lead you to build the underground base, my son and I could hide in Linyi's space, or in some remote place, after we seize the superpowers, and live a comfortable life until we die. What value do you think you have? Huiyu remained silent. What she said made no problem. Mainly, I think it's pointless for my 5-year-old son to have to live a life of eating, sleeping, fighting zombies, and waiting to die, every day the same. That's why, when I have the resources, I try to help more people survive. That makes life more interesting. I'm not lying to you, that's your true value to me. If it weren't for Zhong Mei, Shu Lan and Shu Maomao wouldn't have enough people to play cards. If it weren't for Secretary Shi, although Secretary Shi is indeed no longer around. With Shu Lan's limited knowledge, Shu Maomao might never know what concrete is, or what the purpose of a river embankment is. Without Sister Wang, she wouldn't have been able to enjoy a wider variety of dishes. Without Fan Butao, the zombies she killed would have piled up like mountains. Without Ji Xian, no one would have told Shu Maomao the story of Spider-Man vs. Godzilla. Saving her was fine, not saving her was also fine. Becoming a commander, having things to do, was just a way for her and Shu Maomao to enrich their lives. Otherwise, what's the point of accumulating so many superpowers? Playing with themselves? That's so boring. The one who made you kneel was Lin Yi, not me. I have no obligation to cure your mental illness, nor do I have time to care about you. Only you can help yourself stand up again. Shu Lan felt she had made herself clear enough. She got up, took Shu Maomao's hand, and continued walking back. Huiyu was like a sorrowful ghost, ignored and abandoned in the night. He recalled her words, took a deep breath, and tried to straighten his back. The pain, deeply buried in his subconscious, immediately erupted, striking his fragile soul. He was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his recently changed clothes soaked through, and his shoulders trembled uncontrollably. His dignity, shattered along with his bones countless times, could no longer support him as he stood. Suddenly, a beam of bright light shone from ahead, illuminating the ground before him. Someone, stubborn yet soft-hearted, was waiting for him. Yu froze, the pain in his eyes collapsing into a soft, wet patch. He raised his hand and pressed it against the beam of light. Chapter 66. The tents were already pitched, their indistinct outlines visible in the darkness. The original ability users of District 10 were gagged and tied together. Shulan went to check on them first. The beam of her flashlight swept across their sorrowful or resentful faces. Those who had only been starving for a day didn't seem completely subdued. She wasn't in a hurry, because she had also worn down the people of District 8 before. She planned to go into the tent to say goodbye to Zhong Mei, then go to her spatial dimension with Shu Maomao to rest, and return the next morning. But just as she reached the vicinity of the tent, her eyes were suddenly drawn to something. The searchlights, originally used to deal with zombies, had been arranged in a circle, illuminating the dark mass of people in the center. A middle-aged man with a bald head waved his hand at the front of the crowd, holding a megaphone, and shouted, "Ready, sing." "I come from Chance." A clear and resounding song rang out. "I came from Chance, like a speck of dust, who could see my fragility." Amidst the song, a passionate male voice rang out, "Dear Commander Qin Xiaoshuang, we have all heard how, over the past year, under the double blow of zombies and natural disasters, you, with your frail body, led everyone to this day with such difficulty." The song then deepened in tone. "Though the world is vast, this road is difficult to walk. I have seen all the hardships and struggles of this world." The man cried out, "Commander, you took away superpowers, but brought hope to all ordinary people. You are so selfless, so great. We admire you, love you, and hold you in our hearts." Shulan opened her mouth slightly, a blank expression appearing for the first time, as if a bold question mark had appeared above her head. "Who?" "Me. You showed us through your actions that people can be knocked down, but never defeated. From this day forward, we too will use our small and insignificant strength to burn ourselves out, forge ahead, and illuminate humanity's tomorrow together with you." A grateful heart. The song suddenly soared, almost a shout. "Thank you for being with me throughout my life, for giving me the courage to be myself." At this moment, Xian led several young boys forward, knelt on one knee, and shouted loudly with tears in his eyes, "Commander, you worked hard this past year." Then he kowtowed 3 times with a resounding thud. "Shu Lan, eh? Shu Maomao, eh?" He regretted it a little. He had heard these people's arrangements, but hadn't taken them seriously. Shu Lan turned his head blankly, and saw Zhong Mei in the corner, covering her face, and pretending not to exist, Fan Buitao trying his best to suppress a laugh, and Su Jin, equally speechless. The song of Grateful Heart finally ended, and thunderous applause erupted in the audience. Under countless gazes, Shu Lan beckoned to the man leading the group, who was holding a megaphone. The man approached, his face beaming with a bright, ingratiating smile. "Commander, my name is Zhou Dahu. Tonight's Thanksgiving rally will definitely get everyone's morale up. I definitely work hard for you from now on." Shu Lan said calmly, "Give me the megaphone." Zhou Dahu handed her the megaphone. Shu Lan turned it on, took a deep breath, and with a forced smile scolded, "Did you eat too much tonight? I asked you to come up with ideas, and you're here flattering me, singing a grateful heart. What a load of rubbish. Go back to sleep." The crowded people immediately scattered like birds, disappearing into their tents and whispering amongst themselves. "I told you this wouldn't work. Your commander is so heartless." I was almost crying, and she didn't even flinch. Shu Lan tapped Xian on the head with her megaphone. "Get up, stop meddling." Xian stood up, sheepishly saying, "Commander, are you angry?" Shu Lan forced a serious expression. "Are you all crazy? You scared me half to death." "And you?" She pointed at the anxious Zhou Dahu, finally unable to hold back, her eyes crinkling into a smile. "Well done, you're a talent." In the end, Shu Lan gave Zhou Dahu 10 pairs as a reward. Regardless of whether the gratitude ceremony was effective, it was good that the previously lifeless person had warmed up after being given some pep talk. After entering the space, thinking about what happened that night, Shu Lan still couldn't help but laugh out loud. It wasn't exactly touching, it was just too ridiculous. The last time she saw such a scene was when she was in elementary school, when students knelt before their parents, shouting, "Mom and Dad, you work so hard." Shu Maomao burned everything Lin Yi had used, and was now directing it to arrange the new furniture. Shu Lan came out after taking a shower, humming, "A Grateful Heart, thank you for being there." Shu Mao Mao, Mommy, stop singing, this song keeps playing in my head. Shu Lan couldn't help but chuckle. Sorry, baby, it's playing in Mommy's head too. The system appeared from the air, timidly asking, Host, do you need me to connect you to speakers so you can listen to other songs? Sure. Since Lin Yi's death, this egg had become much more obedient, and would even proactively demonstrate its functions. Shu Lan leaned back on the sofa she had seen that afternoon, squinting as she asked, System, will Lin Yi be reborn again? System, on this timeline, Lin Yi has been confirmed to be unable to be resurrected. This timeline? Yes, there are many timelines, like parallel musical staves, and we all belong to this one. Shu Lan suddenly understood. So his rebirth isn't time reversal? But rather, he travels from one timeline to another with his memories. Yes, time on the same timeline only moves forward, not backward. Then how do you explain the time reversal ability? It's about swapping the same things on another timeline, but be careful, frequent and excessive use of the time reversal ability can cause time. A serious paradox has appeared on the timeline, causing memory confusion for the person experiencing the time travel. A paradox? It refers to bizarre events without causal connection, such as an object suddenly disappearing, a living person suddenly dying, or having a memory of something that everyone around you says never happened. Shu Lan muttered to herself. So that's why Jiang He knows me. It turns out her memories from another timeline are confused. In that case, Shu Mao Mao, you should use your time travel ability less. The system said, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. If the host's time travel time does not exceed 1 day-month cycle each time, then it's 24 hours, so it won't cause a qualitative change. Shu Lan asked doubtfully, Huh? That's not right. Jiang He's limit is half an hour. She can't go back a whole day. Is it because it's too frequent that her memory is confused? The system can only explain existing vocabulary for you, and cannot analyze specific cases. To be honest, I only learned about the ability of a plunderer to steal the system's ownership after meeting the host, Shu Mao Mao. Before that, the explanations of plundering abilities I knew were not this detailed. It's okay, just tell me what you know. At least I can confirm Jiang He's talk of the eternal night wasn't nonsense. It was something that would happen on another timeline in her chaotic memories. Shu Mao Mao listened for a while, then said dejectedly, Mommy, I don't quite understand what you're talking about. Shu Lan smiled and patted his head. You're such a smart kid. I explain it to you in a bit, and you understand. She now had a bold guess. Answerin was also reborn with her memories intact. Instead of killing the surrendered survivors, she herded them to a place, forcing them to build an underground base. She was preparing for the impending eternal night. The most powerful zombie king was an ally. Who would believe such an absurd thing? Shu Lan was starting to feel sorry for Answerin. The next time she saw Answerin, she would represent all of humanity in saying to the zombie king, Thank you for being there. More than 200 kilometers away, the female zombie in the red dress stood in front of the trembling survivors of District 13, the searchlight still working, occasionally sweeping across her indifferent face. Either hand over the crystal core and surrender to District 9, or we all become zombies. Choose. Chapter 67. It was called a choice, but in reality, there was only one. The one holding the power of life and death, and the one whose fate was controlled, were once the same species, but because of the virus, they were in a predator-prey relationship. The white crystal cores quickly piled up into a small mountain. The woman leading the way and handing over the cores tentatively asked, Excuse me, can we leave at dawn? Answerin raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over the large group of ordinary people behind her. This was yet another base where a commander had led the combat-type ability users to flee ahead of time, leaving only the old, weak, and disabled behind. Yes. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. She had mentally prepared herself for a long time before daring to ask this question, but she hadn't expected the other party to be so agreeable. Answerin bent down, casually picked up a broken chair leg, weighed it in her hand, and suddenly threw it towards the crowd in the distance. People screamed in terror at her actions, covering their heads. The woman, thinking the zombie king was suddenly enraged by her question, turned pale and frantically pleaded, We leave right now. It's okay if it's dark. Please spare our lives. Answerin calmly walked past her, saying, I said yes, and that's it. Then what are you? The woman looked back with suspicion, only to realize that the person impaled by the chair leg wasn't a survivor, but a zombie that had somehow approached the group. Answerin walked to the zombie's gaping corpse, bent down, kicked his body aside, picked up a crystal core covered in brain matter, and went back to throw it on the small hill. She produced a clean piece of paper from somewhere, wiped her fingers, and said impatiently, I told you from the beginning that you weren't allowed to bite after you gained intelligence, and yet, you're all so greedy. No one dared to utter a sound. Some of the zombies, who had been intently watching the crowd, withdrew their restless gazes, shut their mouths, and concealed their sharp teeth. If anyone remains here after sunrise, their fate is self-evident. Thank you, thank you. The woman turned and jogged towards the humans, urging them, quick, get the rest of the vehicles out. Take nothing but food, water, and energy. Those who had thought they were going to die that night suddenly sprang to life, running after her like a spring of fresh air. How terrifying. Did the zombies really let us go like that? What if they changed their minds later tonight? Ask, ask, ask. What's the point of asking? What can we do if she changes her mind? Answerin watched the humans busily working, raised her forearm, and waved it forward. The zombies behind her immediately, and orderly stepped forward to divide the crystal cores. Roughly 4 crystal cores are enough to restore an ordinary zombie's thinking and language abilities. About 10 will restore its memories, turning it into a second-tier zombie, as humans call it. Nearly 100 will reach third tier. After third tier, the effects of the crystal cores become less noticeable, almost negligible. Prioritizing the awakening of intelligence in ordinary zombies is the Zombie King's order. A young zombie with mechanical modification abilities, wearing blue headphones, next to Answerin, raised an eyebrow. The human internal channels haven't even reached a conclusion on whether to abandon ordinary people and unite to fight the zombies, and these bases have already started moving. Another zombie scoffed, Great, we don't have to run through every district in the country. I wonder when they realize their inevitable defeat to the zombies, and that surrendering sooner will leave more survivors. Boss, those tier 3 zombies who escaped a few days ago slaughtered District 16. They seem to be trying to emulate your army and implement their so-called human extermination plan. Answerin's lips curled into a cold smile, then let humanity catch its breath. Go and slaughter these idiots first. The higher-tier zombies rubbed their hands together, revealing satisfied smiles. Phew, finally we can unleash our full power. Time marched relentlessly forward, day replacing night. There was no day-night cycle in this space. The system automatically lit up the sky the moment its master opened his eyes. However, their long-established biological clock made it impossible for the mother and child to resist the irresistible drowsiness. Upon waking, they stared blankly at the ceiling for half an hour with their clear, bright eyes. Shulan said, Baby, although the bed is very comfortable, just staring blankly like this without sleeping seems quite boring. Shumauma said, A little. The system rushed in to offer its services. Would you like me to play a comedy sketch or an audiobook for the host? Shulan sat up and rubbed her hair. No need, let's go for a walk. After unlocking animal husbandry, common market poultry such as chickens, ducks, beef, lamb, and pork all had their own sheds, and the eggs and meat produced were piled up densely in the warehouse. In addition, in the large lake in the aquatic product area, every fish swimming around was plump and fat. Shulan thought of the food she ate in District 10 before, and said to Shumaumau, Mommy heard people say that the richer people are, the stingier they are, and that's definitely true. The system said that whether it's planted or raised, it will automatically save seeds after the harvest, so there won't be a situation where there's no next batch after everything is eaten up. To some extent, Lin Yi was already incredibly wealthy, yet he wouldn't share his surplus rations. Shulan, understanding Lin Yi's perspective, could comprehend his actions. Because he lacked combat strength, he used strict rationing to secure the protection of the ability users, ensuring his Supreme Commander status remained unchallenged. She didn't need to worry about that, and decided to have everyone eat meat today. Her son had never eaten meat before. Children need a richer diet to grow properly. It was time to go outside. A group of people from the base were waiting for her to distribute the rations. Back in the real world, Shulan was immediately surrounded by a cacophony of noise. The word alive suddenly felt real and tangible. The commander's out. Commander, go see what that Huiyu did while we were sleeping last night. Huiyu? What could he possibly do? Shulan, filled with questions, followed him out of the tent to the place where the ability users from District 10 had been housed. The vines used to bind the superhumans were tough, resilient vines that grew from the ground. They would regrow if broken. Unless Shumaumau withdrew her powers, no one could save them. The families of these superhumans would secretly give them water, and Shulan turned a blind eye. But Huiyu's actions clearly could no longer be ignored. Most of the superhumans had their faces, necks, backs, arms, thighs. The unbound skin had been slashed with sharp objects, their clothes torn open, leaving trails of bloody, bright red words. The gruesome shapes made it difficult to discern that the words were insults. Serves them right. The person who carved them seemed to hate them intensely. Every stroke, every line, seemed designed to etch into their very bones. Hundreds of people had their flesh torn open, covered in blood. These people looked wretched, yet still clung to life, like bleeding lambs, trembling on the ground, barely breathing. Zhong Mei stood nearby, awaiting Xu Lan's instructions for treatment. Do shall we, his face contorted with grief, ran to Xu Lan. Commander, I clearly saw him asleep last night. I don't know when he ran away. I know I was wrong, Commander. I didn't do the task you assigned me properly. It's none of your business. Xu Lan looked around and asked, Where is Hui Yu? Did he flee to avoid punishment? Do shall we pointed to a group of people near a tent not far away. Over there. This morning, the families of these ability users found him, and wanted to drag him away and kill him. Brother Fong and his men stopped them, saying they'd deal with it after you woke up. They had all been with Xu Lan for a year, and knew the commander didn't like her subordinates acting on their own. Xu Lan strode over, and the crowd automatically made way for her. Hui Yu, who had just changed into clean clothes yesterday, was curled up on the ground, his head in his hands, covered in shoe prints and dust. Chapter 68. Fong Buitel was holding a gun, blocking a group of angry people. Seeing Xu Lan, an older woman spoke up. Commander of District 9, you took my son's superpower. I tried to persuade him to let it go yesterday, and he would soon forgive and follow you. Then we all be on your side. How could you do such a vicious thing to your own people? You agree, right? My son was fine yesterday, but this beast slashed him all over in one night. We parents are heartbroken. You're the commander. If you don't handle this fairly, our family can't stay in District 9. That's right. We must kill this man to avenge my brother. Xu Lan raised an eyebrow, a half smile on her face. Oh dear, looks like you slept quite soundly last night. You all become much bolder, threatening me now, Mao Mao. Xu Mao Mao took out the dice and said crisply, Close your eyes, mommy. Xu Lan patted him. Wait a moment. Anyone who can't stand it, raise your hand. I count how many breakfasts Sister Wang will make less today. The others, unaware of her style, felt a chill run down their spines, the tense atmosphere instantly cooling. Do shall we handed over a rusty, 4-inch long, blood-stained nail. Commander, this is his weapon. Xu Lan glanced at Hui Yu. This rather large man always habitually shrank back, not even as tall as Xu Mao Mao. How could this not be considered learning from his mistakes? Knowing that there were many eyes and ears during the day, he hid the nail quietly, waiting until nightfall to do his big thing. Xu Lan asked, Did Hui Yu carve words on all the superhumans in District 10? Zhong Mei replied, No, only some of them. Xu Lan squatted down and asked, What's wrong? Hui Yu, isn't one night enough time for you to carve everyone's names? Hui Yu understood. She was calm, neither angry nor blaming. He straightened his back slightly and answered in a low voice, Who didn't hit me? Although, under Lin Yi's shadow, very few people spoke up or intervened to help him. At least some chose not to join him. Hatred was like sulfuric acid corroding his heart, burning Hui Yu with sleepless nights. But he also knew that his revenge should be against those who had hurt him, not the entire world. Clearly recalling their past bullying of Hui Yu, a guilty conscience permeated the crowd. An older woman, still unwilling to accept defeat, stubbornly insisted, If anyone's to blame, it's Lin Yi. It was Lin Yi who instigated my son to attack him. And Commander Qin, didn't you say you despise those who start trouble? If it's fair, Hui Yu should suffer the same fate as those two women from yesterday. Yes. A vengeful person like him can't be allowed to live. Hui Yu replied lifelessly, Yes, unless they take away my powers and kill me. Otherwise, I retaliate again. Xu Lan said, Did someone just say I wanted to be fair? The old woman saw hope and eagerly replied, Yes. I said it. A commander definitely has to be fair, otherwise how can he gain the respect of the troops? Xu Lan nodded, seemingly genuinely agreeing, That makes sense. If we want fairness, we should start from the beginning. So Mimi, you work a little harder today, and heal those people. Just consider it as if they also have self-healing abilities. Hui Yu, how many years have they been beating you? 7 years. Xu Lan said, It take too long, it exhausts Mimi. You have to take a loss. 7 times, Mimi will treat them 7 times, you treat them 7 times, then everything will be back to normal. How about that? 7 times. How can that be? Isn't that torture? He is self-healing, but my son doesn't. I don't agree. Xu Lan looked at her coldly. Try interrupting me again. The annoying noise subsided again. Shu Lan continued, or is it that you can't accept this plan? Then I can't keep you here. I don't want to wake up every day and be running around judging cases before I even had breakfast. Huiyu was silent for a moment, then finally agreed, okay. Shu Lan nodded and said, good, you're very understanding. Of course, you were the one who started this last night, so you have to be punished somehow, otherwise it seemed like I have no principles. Shu Lan stroked her chin and thought for a moment, how about this? I want to eat noodles later, so as punishment, you won't have any soup or sauce with your noodles from now on. Everyone was stunned, this was too much. Shu Lan asked, isn't that fair? Du Xiaohui was the first to object. Fair. Fair. So what if he got a few broken bones? How can you hold a grudge, Brother Huiyu? You're just causing trouble for our commander. Oh, that's awful. I can't even imagine how awful tasteless noodles must be. Shu Lan glanced at the group of angry but silent family members of the ability users and smiled. You all seem dissatisfied. The crowd murmured, where's the fairness? It's clearly biased. Then I'd be even fairer. I'd let you beat up Huiyu, and then you can play dice with my son. No one wanted to play, and Shu Maomao regretfully put the dice away. The six-sided monster only responds to a summons when it is food. He actually hoped these people would argue a bit more, so Shu Lan would finally lose patience and tell him to take action, instead of just making a perfunctory threat. Shu Lan tossed the nail to Huiyu's feet, and went to find Sister Wang to distribute the food. Zhongmei squatted down and said, let's go, do as the commander says. I heal one, you carve one. Huiyu reached out and picked up the nail, gripping it tightly in his palm, his voice low, sorry for causing you trouble too. He remembered that Zhongmei had healed his leg yesterday. Zhongmei said, it's alright. The commander said that special abilities should be used frequently, and it's best to replenish them only after they're depleted to become stronger. I practice this. Huiyu slowly straightened his thigh and slowly crawled forward. Zhongmei asked suspiciously, does your calf hurt? Why are you crawling? She took care of her people near the tent every day and didn't fully understand this man's situation. But the others were well informed. Fang Buotao leaned over and whispered something in her ear, leaving Zhongmei stunned. So terrible? She thought it was just a simple physical beating, but she hadn't expected to suffer such severe personal humiliation. Yeah, compared to 7 times in 7 years, what's the big deal about favoritism? But the commander can't just kill all these people out of sympathy for Huiyu. The hatred of one person versus the resentment of a group is indeed a difficult choice, and the only solution is to use the illusion of favoritism. Looking at the man on the ground crawling on his knees and hands, Zhongmei suddenly felt that being given noodles without soup was a cruel punishment. Halfway through the engraving work, Shu Lan brought Shu Maomao over, replacing Zhongmei and letting Shu Maomao, who also possessed healing abilities, continue. She sat on a small stool nearby, eating melon seeds. Literally, eating melon seeds, freshly picked cucumbers. Huiyu's movements gradually slowed down. He found that inflicting pain on his enemy again didn't feel as satisfying as last night. Instead, her attention would unconsciously drift elsewhere, such as to her crunching on melon seeds, or to the little boy beside her, who looked very much like her. Hey Huiyu, how's your schoolwork? Do you still remember what you learned in 9 years of compulsory education? Huiyu's gaze paused, she blinked, recalling some vague certificates and memories of being the center of attention. I should remember. Shu Lan's eyes lit up. Yesterday, you asked me what value you could offer me, and I got it. I have some textbooks saved up, but I haven't found a suitable teacher. If you remember, could you tutor my son for me? Chapter 69. Huiyu's thoughts were a beat slow. His first reaction was no way. He was always kneeling. What kind of teacher was this herbal? Shu Maomao suddenly stood up and ran to Shu Lan's side, mouth agape. Ah. Shu Lan asked in confusion, didn't you dislike it? He spat out the cucumber after biting into it, saying it tasted strange. I spat it out too quickly, mommy. Let me have another bite. Shu Lan gave him a bite, and Shu Maomao chewed it twice, frowned, and spat it out again. Still awful. The cucumber smelled delicious, but the taste was strange, neither sweet nor sour, just a plant-like flavor. The people on the ground were groaning incessantly. Shu Lan asked, what are they saying? The vines binding the former superhuman's teeth quickly retracted, and wails, pleas for mercy, and curses filled the area. You wicked woman. I should have scolded you the moment I saw you. Huiyu. You dare to curse me. Shu Lan laughed angrily. Come on, baby, mommy will close her eyes. Shu Maomao immediately perked up, leaning against Shu Lan's body to stand up straight. Before him appeared the mysterious 6-sided die, about the size of a soccer ball, each side bearing a different pattern. He flicked his wrist, and the die hovered and spun in the air for a while before finally stopping. The side facing up had tentacles and outstretched wings, short and plump in the middle, somewhat resembling a butterfly. What did I roll? An octopus again? Shu Maomao thought it must be the butterfly he had seen in books, so he answered, "A butterfly, mommy." Shu Lan was relieved and cautiously opened her eyes to look outside. It must be very beautiful. What the hell? Whose butterfly is covered in gray hairs, with antennae alone 3 meters long, like a helicopter? It had 2 large, protruding, jet-black eyes, and its long mouthparts, like steel pipes, pierced the abdomen of the person who had cursed Shu Lan the most, sucking the person down to a dried-up corpse of skin and bones. The entire place fell silent. The cursing stopped abruptly the moment the monster arrived. Everyone held their breath, afraid of attracting its attention. After sucking the person, the monster flapped its heavy gray wings, stirring up a storm of dust on the ground, before disappearing back into the crack in the air. Shu Maomao removed the air barrier used to block the dust and calmly continued the previous topic. Not pretty, ugly. Shu Lan's voice trembled, because it's a moth. She vowed never to open her eyes halfway through again. A person bound to the ground trembled and said, "No, the moths I shook out were only the size of a wash basin." Hearing this, Shu Lan regained her energy, perked up, and proudly declared, "Of course. Useful things are only useful when they're used by useful people." The man was confused. "What do you mean?" "Shu Maomao, my mommy said you're useless." The man, a bit emo. After watching the giant moth eat people, Shu Lan couldn't eat her cucumber anymore, but not wanting to waste food, she held it in her hand, planning to add a cucumber salad for lunch. She continued the topic she hadn't finished. "How about it, teacher Hua? Can you teach me?" Hui Yu's mind kept replaying the giant moth he had just seen. He was close enough to clearly see how the people he hated had their internal organs and blood sucked out by the moth's mouthparts, turning them into dried corpses. Words failed to describe the shock and fear of that moment. A person's life, from vibrant life to death, is but a few breaths. And what was he doing? Slowly torturing someone, while simultaneously reminding himself of the torment he had endured, both he and his tormentor suffering in tandem. Hui Yu lowered his head, looking at his blood-soaked hands, and suddenly didn't want to continue. It was meaningless, didn't bring any pleasure, and was a waste of time. They weren't afraid of him, nor would they regret what they had done. What these people feared was pain, power, and the threat of death. But the root of the problem didn't come from Hui Yu. It came from Qin Xiaoshuang and her son. "Yes." Hui Yu's voice grew louder as he slowly raised his head. Hard clubs, the overwhelming trampling, the scalding water poured over his head, the insults, the beatings. These memories flashed rapidly through his mind, and Hui Yu felt pain welling up from his bones, spreading to every corner of his body. He trembled, cold sweat poured down his face, but Hui Yu gritted his teeth and raised his head, his weak voice resolute. "I can. When can I start teaching?" He remembered how proud and spirited he once was, but the pain and humiliation had temporarily made him forget himself, just as one forgets knowledge temporarily if one doesn't review it for a long time. Before him was Lin Yi, not the villain who had attacked him. Only a beautiful, gentle woman, one arm around a little boy who resembled her, serenely watching him, against a backdrop of an endless, open sky. The sky was so bright. Shu Lan quickly decided, "It's not like it's real school, we don't need to pick a good day. You can start teaching as soon as you finish what you're doing." Hui Yu dropped the nail in his hand. "I'm not doing it anymore." The order was wrong. What truly frightened this group was Qin Xiaoshuang. They still hadn't taken his counterattack seriously. Everything they were doing now was superficial and meaningless. He should stand up first and personally address their fear. Only twice? Yeah, I give up. Shu Lan looked at Hui Yu's gloomy expression, and felt that things wouldn't end so easily. He was definitely plotting something again. She asked suspiciously, "If you give up now, there's a next time I won't favor you." Hui Yu lowered his eyelids to hide his thoughts, and pursed his lips. "Yeah, and next time you can just kill me." Shu Lan wasn't the type to pry. From her observation of Hui Yu, although he hated her, he was still relatively calm and measured. So Shu Lan went along with it. "Alright, let's go, Teacher Hua, let's find a table and chairs for class." The person who had finally managed to escape being gagged shouted, "Don't go, Qin Xiaoshuang." "Commander, can I be your subordinate?" Me too, me too. "Let me go, I start anew." Their teammates cursed, "Where's your backbone? She took all your powers, and you still surrendered to her. What's the use of backbone? I want to live." "Commander, weren't you going to lead a group to dig up the base?" I have the strength, I dig. Shu Lan patted Shu Mao's head affectionately and said, okay, baby, want to play dice again? So-called backbone and resentment at being stripped of their powers were utterly insignificant in the face of the terrifying giant moth. I beg for mercy. I'm willing to dig. Qin Xiushuang, it's your brother Zhao. Do you remember the wonderful times we chatted together? Don't kill me, please. Commander, sister, grandma, ancestor, whatever you want to hear, I call you that from now on. No one would muster the courage to die when surrendering means survival, especially after being starved for so long and enduring torture, when their will is at its weakest. Shu Lan said slowly, I'm afraid you still bully people. There's a saying, it's easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature. It can be changed. Be an honest person, don't bully women, don't bully the weak, understand? Understood. Shu Lan nodded. Okay, those who answer the question are released, those who fish in troubled waters and remain silent are killed. The person who had secretly challenged her changed drastically, but it was too late to salvage the situation. The terrifying dice appeared again. Some of the vines withdrew into the soil, and the survivors scrambled away, terrified and secretly relieved. Luckily, they surrendered quickly. This woman was too terrifying, and they couldn't afford to offend her in the slightest. Chapter 70. After spinning the dice, Shu Mao asked, I never seen this in a book, what is it? Shu Lan kept her eyes tightly shut. Don't ask me, mommy doesn't know, and doesn't want to know. At this moment, Hui Yu's calm voice answered for her, centipede, vulture, crocodile, black bear. Shu Lan hated her rich imagination. She even wanted to cover both ears. With Teacher Hui's help, Shu Mao unlocked all the patterns on the dice. The remaining animals were simply dragged into the ground, becoming nourishment for the earth. Shu Mao grabbed Shu Lan's hand again, saying contentedly, okay, mommy. Every animal was ugly, but it was the first time he had ever seen them, filling him with a sense of novelty. After this whole ordeal, most people were already stunned, their expressions blank. Shu Lan did whatever she said. The quota of 50,000 was there, of course. She wanted to keep those who could stay, but she didn't want to endlessly argue with this group about backbone, superpowers, and such. Does becoming an ordinary person mean you can't survive with a different commander? Then you might as well not live. Pulling out a radish brings out the mud, of course. After dealing with the superhumans, you have to deal with their families too. Commander Qin Xiaoshuang of District 9 suddenly went on a killing spree, dragging people away one after another, never to return. Su Jin saw the panic on those people's faces. It was hard to imagine that the people who were grateful yesterday had become fear-inducing killing machines today. She walked heavily to Zhong Mei's side. Zhong Mei was organizing the proposals submitted that morning at a small table. Zhong Mei, I'm a little afraid of Qin Xiaoshuang. Zhong Mei said indifferently, that's fine, I'm afraid too. Do we really have to kill the families of those superhumans? Zhong Mei frowned as she looked at a map of the underground base that consisted of only a few strokes and no text explanation. A waste of paper. It's worse to not draw anything at all. What did you say? Su Jin pointed to the name on the paper in her hand. This person has already been taken away and shot. She had a deeper impression of the superhumans in District 10. She could basically match their faces to their names. Zhong Mei said crumpled the paper into a ball, and threw it in the trash can. Zhong Mei's overly calm reaction wasn't what Su Jin wanted. Finally, she couldn't help but speak up. Don't you think Qin Xiaoshuang's actions were too cruel? Everyone barely survived to get here. Zhong Mei put down her work, her expression more serious than ever, and interrupted her. Su Jin, shut up. Su Jin was startled. Zhong Mei continued, those of us who stayed in District 9 never think like this, and I advise you not to either. Everyone's ability to sleep peacefully and eat well depends not on you, not on me, but on the commander. None of us have the right to criticize her. Su Jin opened her mouth, weakly defending herself. I didn't. Zhong Mei said, you do? I know your thoughts. From childhood, everyone's education has taught them to be kind, to have great love, to have a sense of justice. In your mind, only the most heinous villains keep killing, right? Su Jin helplessly gave up, struggling. Yes. You probably heard the story of the farmer and the snake. Excessive kindness is foolish these days. People's hearts are complex. Not everyone who accepts the commander's help will willingly obey out of gratitude for her dedication. Only absolute fear and obedience will ensure that both we and she can coexist peacefully. Just then, Ji Xian, carrying a megaphone and banging on a food bowl, rushed past the crowd. Lunch is served. Lunch is served. Today we're having fish soup with rice and cucumber salad. It's fresh, healthy, taken directly from my space. Absolutely virus-free fish and meat. I love the commander. Long live the commander. Zhong Mei immediately put down her pen, darted into her tent, grabbed her bowl, and chased after him. Before Su Jin could react, Zhong Mei had already disappeared from sight. In the distance, the boy was still loudly proclaiming his love, making no attempt to hide his excitement and joy at getting meat, an emotion rarely seen since the virus outbreak. How many people would genuinely feel gratitude towards someone who gave them food? They would only covet the other person's wealth, plundering and fighting over it. Qin Xiushuang had simply prevented that possibility beforehand. Su Jin frowned and sat for a while, then suddenly slapped herself, cursing, pretending to be high and mighty again. A long queue stretched across the square, each person's fear overshadowed by anticipation and longing. Someone just died. So what? People die every day. We had fish for lunch today. It's not like we get to eat fish every day. Shu Lan, as always, sat at her luxury exclusive folding table, holding up a fishbone and explaining to Shu Maomao, "Baby, look, this is a fish bone. You can't swallow it, it gets stuck in your throat." Shu Maomao stared at her bowl, deep in thought. Shu Lan asked, puzzled, "Why aren't you eating?" Thinking of which ability to pick out the bones. "Okay, think about it." Shu Lan picked up some white meat from the fish belly, and put it in her bowl, added a few spoonfuls of broth, and removed the celery and garlic leaves used to remove the fishy smell. Shu Maomao went through all the superpowers he had plundered so far in his mind, only to find that it was a problem without an answer. Whether it was wind, fire, lightning, space, control, immense strength, speed, all he could do was destroy a bowl of fish, not pick out the hidden bones from meat that crumbled at the slightest touch. He grimaced, reluctantly admitting, "I don't have that kind of power, Mommy." Shu Lan smiled and said, "Yes, you have it from the moment you were born." She placed the mixed rice in front of Shu Maomao, took his bowl of rice, and said, "This power is called Mommy's love. There are no bones anymore, eat up." Shu Maomao picked up a spoon, scooped up a large spoonful, and stuffed it into his mouth, his little legs swinging involuntarily. "So delicious, Mommy," Shu Lan said proudly. "Rice mixed with meat broth is super delicious, and there's also old duck soup, chicken soup, beef soup, hee, a grateful heart. Thank you for Lin E. You told me last time that you would never sing this song again." "Oh right, forget it quickly, otherwise it keep replaying in your mind for ages." After dinner, Shu Lan flipped through the underground base sketches Zhong Mei had selected, becoming increasingly speechless. What is this? Drawing a hamburger, adding a few lines to separate it, writing names in each square. That's a design? Did I ask them for kindergarten drawing homework? No wonder they handed in so many in half a day. They're just trying to fool me. Zhong Mei, actually, I threw away some even worse ones. Shu Lan, huh? She picked up the pile of papers she had thrown away, looked them over, and sighed regretfully. Looks like we don't have the engineering master I'm looking for. Zhong Mei asked, "Commander, why not just connect the existing underground shopping mall and subway together, and then renovate it like we did before?" Shu Lan said, "I want a vertical, multi-level shelter that can accommodate many people. But I'm also worried that without the expertise and equipment, we might damage the underground structure. What if we dig in the wrong place and cause the ground to collapse? My dog, Mao Mao, won't be able to protect you all from being buried underneath." Hui Yu, who was studying elementary school textbooks, suddenly spoke up. "Wouldn't it be safer to use superpowers and manpower to dig a deep pit first, and then build the house from the bottom up?" Shu Lan stroked her chin. "That sounds feasible. Our Mao Mao is particularly good at digging." Su Jin also said, "I remember someone in District 10 used to be a construction worker. They should know something about it." Okay, there's always a way. 2,000 cobblers are better than many zhuge liangs. Tell Zhou Dahut to call everyone out for a meeting. Chapter 71. The proposal to dig the pit first, and then build the house was finally adopted, and Hui Yu received the reward for the commander's promise. Even Hui Yu himself was surprised by the separate tent and the charging fan. This was probably what they called picking the best from the worst. His suggestion wasn't particularly reliable, but most people with ideas dared not speak up, fearing they would be held responsible for bad advice later, so the good thing fell to him. We don't have much time to hesitate. Don't think about whether it will work, just do it. Things that haven't even started will never work. These were her exact words. So people began collecting tools and materials, preparing to start work in earnest. Of 2,000 mediocre people, someone can always offer useful advice, such as site selection. Low-lying areas shouldn't be chosen, as they're prone to flooding. They need to avoid mining subsidence areas, oil and gas pipelines, and even consider groundwater levels. Just choosing a suitable location took Xu Lan and Xu Maomao several days of cycling around the city. Having chosen a location, and to make construction easier, everyone had to move their families to the vicinity of the new base and set up camp again, essentially starting everything from scratch. There were some dilapidated houses near the new site, some with intact walls and roofs, but very few were habitable. So, only the usable kitchens and toilets were kept, the rest were leveled using their supernatural abilities. The rubble all over the ground had to be cleared, and then the tents had to be re-erected. Xu Lan took the children to replant corpse-smelling grass around the area. After working for a while, the people began to whisper among themselves. I thought the previous spot was perfectly fine. We could have built houses there. Why did we have to dig? Oh dear, have you forgotten why District 9 was bombed a year ago? Those zombies wanted us to live underground from now on, leaving the surface to them. We can ignore the zombies. The commander's son is so powerful, even high-level zombies shouldn't be a match for him. That makes sense. The kid stole everyone's abilities. He has to take responsibility for defeating the zombies. If he doesn't go, who will? Xu Lan rode by slowly on her electric scooter, one hand on each side, the other holding a megaphone, lazily saying, whoever wants to go can go. Get back to work and stop gossiping about the little commander. Caught in the act of whispering, everyone shrank back and shut their mouths. Of course, just working without talking is boring. While setting up tents, some of the more talkative individuals started gossiping again, even going so far as to chat with Zhong Mei, who seemed to be closest to the commander. I think Commander Qin might be interested in that guy surnamed Hua. I saw her give him a cane yesterday. Most likely. That guy used to be a coward, always getting beaten half to death. Turns out he's quite handsome. If I were 20 years younger, I'd definitely be interested in him too. Zhong Mei, do you know what happened to the commander's man? Is he dead? Zhong Mei's expression was indifferent. No. She genuinely didn't know. The commander had said she was kicked out of District 8 for upholding justice, and had somehow ended up in District 9. However, the people in District 8 didn't recognize Qin Xiaoshuang or her dead husband. Besides, with Commander Mao Mao's strength, who would dare bully her and her son? Zhong Mei knew the commander was lying. The commander would lie to everyone she met, whether it was a name or an experience. It was all likely fake. But she didn't care, being deceived was being deceived. Can hearing the truth grant ascension? No, so Zhong Mei wouldn't ask. The people around were still gossiping, one after another. He's definitely dead. This child might not be the commander's biological son. Are you blind? He looks so much like him. How could he not be? Would a non-biological child be so obedient? Being good-looking has its advantages. If my son were good-looking, he might get the same treatment as Huiyu. It's so hot, I can't sleep without a fan. Sujin couldn't stand it anymore. Huiyu got the fan because he suggested it. What does it have to do with looks? Then why doesn't he have to do hard labor? Why doesn't he? Go look, he's clearly picking up stones. Humph, just putting on an act. You were with him before. The same kind of person, able to live a good life by selling their looks, so I'm speaking up for them. Sujin's eyebrows furrowed in anger, and it looked like a fight was about to break out when Zhong Mei casually added, the commander's son has the ability to hear everything. The gossipy crowd fell silent. Why didn't they say so sooner? At this moment, Xu Maomao, who was still admiring the plants, looked up and asked Xu Lan, Mommy, what does selling one's looks mean? Xu Lan said, selling one's looks means, Who taught you that? GXIN again? I get someone to beat him up. He's a bad influence on the kids. No, it's not him. It's a derogatory term, right? Xu Lan nodded in satisfaction. Having gone to school really makes a difference. Even her speech was more refined. It's a derogatory term. For example, if a mother is beautiful and someone is attracted to her looks, offering her gifts in exchange for sleeping with them, and she agrees, that's called selling her body. But if it's voluntary, and she uses her beauty to gain benefits, and both parties get what they want, then it's a transaction and not a derogatory term. Xu Maomao frowned slightly. No voluntary consent allowed. I kill them, and take the stuff for you. Xu Lan smiled. Just kidding, just kidding. I'm explaining to you. Where did you hear that phrase? Some people whose names I can't remember. Oh, I think I know. Someone's talking about us behind our backs again, right? Baby, there are many voices in this world, some pleasant, some unpleasant. We can't control everyone's mouths and thoughts, so you need to practice ignoring them and focus on the pleasant words. Okay, then I won't listen to them. Xu Lan wanted to pat his head, but found it wasn't as easy as before. You seem to have grown taller. Come down and compare with me. Shu Maomao jumped out of the car and stood beside her. No tiptoeing. I didn't tiptoe. Shu Lan compared and found that the person who was around her waist last time had now grown to below her ribs. It wasn't just a little taller, it was a lot. He's grown so fast. Shu Lan was both happy and wistful. She was happy that Shu Maomao was growing healthily, not suffering from stunted growth due to poor nutrition during childbirth, as she had previously thought. She was wistful because she hadn't had enough of his chubby little dumpling phase. The child had suddenly grown so tall, she hadn't noticed it before, but now she suddenly realized that Shu Maomao's baby fat was almost gone. Shu Maomao felt Shu Lan's gaze was complicated, he couldn't understand it, and asked, "Mommy, are you unhappy?" Shu Lan suppressed her wistfulness and smiled broadly. "Of course I'm happy. Why wouldn't Mommy be happy that you've grown taller? I cut your hair after we get back, it's covering your eyes a bit." After returning home, she measured him with a tape measure. The 5-year-old was 1.3 meters tall, quite outstanding among his peers. When she took out the round-bottomed iron bowl she always used for cutting hair and placed it on Shu Maomao's head, the onlookers hesitated, wanting to say something but then stopping themselves. Su Jin kindly reminded her, "There are professional hairdressers among the people from District 10. He's still alive." Shu Lan shook her head. "I can't let anyone else cut his hair." Call it cowardice or excessive protectiveness, Shu Lan couldn't bear to see anyone wielding scissors, potentially a weapon, on Shu Maomao's head. However, seeing Shu Maomao sitting obediently on the high stool with the iron bowl on his head, a large bath towel tied around his neck, and letting himself be manipulated, she began to hesitate. Would he dislike her for always having such an immature hairstyle once his aesthetic sense began to develop? Shu Lan said, "Call that hairdresser over. I learn on the spot. It's just cutting hair, what's so difficult about that?" Chapter 72. Fong Buitao was captured and became the first head Shu Lan used for practice. He was very proud of this, because the commander said this was a privilege reserved for the chief confidant. The barber stood nearby, having also found someone to use as a teaching aid. Shu Lan listened to the explanation and imitated his techniques as she worked on Fong Buitao's head. After stepping back, she frowned. Fong Buitao thought, her expression is a bit dangerous. The steps are all correct, so why is the result? It must be a problem with the head. Fong Buitao, your head shape is a bit crooked. Let's try someone else. Fong Buitao, isn't it said that only confidants are worthy of having you personally cut their hair? Shu Lan said, yes, I not only have chief confidants, but also first-class confidants, second-class confidants, and unimportant confidants. Is there a problem? Fong Buitao, no. As a failed attempt, he silently crawled away, and a first-class confidant took his place. Zhong Mei, where's your mirror? He was genuinely curious about how crooked his head shape was. Zhong Mei glanced up at the top of his head, trying to suppress a smile but failing. She quickly turned away, saying, I have a mirror in my storage box, go find it. A moment later, Fong Buitao returned, looking numb. The commander is truly skillful. He's built a flying saucer on my head. One side is long, the other short, thick in the middle, thin at the top and bottom. When it came to the second person, Shu Lan's skills hadn't improved dramatically, the haircut was barely passable. She wasn't satisfied and worked on several more trusted subordinates, until she felt she had mastered the basics before finally submitting her work to Shu Maomao. It must be said, hairstyles really do greatly influence a person's temperament and appearance. Previously, with his bowl cut covering half his head, most people only thought he was cute, but his perpetually serious expression, and the way his gaze was hidden beneath his thick bangs, silently observing people, gave him a somewhat eerie and sinister air. But after this haircut, the delicate features of his face, so similar to his mother's, became more prominent. The sinister look transformed into a cool and handsome one, a little boy who was both beautiful and dashing, captivating everyone's attention. Shu Lan held up a mirror for him. Little customer, look at your new hairstyle. How is it? Shu Maomao glanced at it and calmly said, It's alright, mommy. Just alright, not super handsome? Shu Maomao looked up at her. Her eyes were bright, clearly expecting praise. Shu Maomao paused, then nodded vigorously. Super handsome. Right. I'm really good, my hairdressing skills are a piece of cake. The people waiting in line for the real hairdresser to fix their hair thought, what a piece of cake. After settling into their new home, digging became the most important task. The soil moved using their supernatural abilities needed to be transported elsewhere. Shu Maomao could actually do this, but Shu Lan wouldn't let him, assigning the task to others. Dealing with zombies and providing food were things ordinary people couldn't do. That was the commander's duty. But that didn't mean she'd put all the work on her son. All that talk of moral blackmail, with great power comes great responsibility, was nonsense. Her rule was, do what you can with your strength. Even the most incompetent person couldn't expect to reap the rewards without effort. Everyone was a completely separate individual, responsible for their own needs. To receive her protection, they had to obey her. To gain entry to the base, they had to work. In the summer devoid of cicada songs, the people living on this land fill their time with repetitive work, sweat, and mundane daily tasks. The commander's recent hobby is experimenting with desserts. Each day during his breaks, he makes a different kind of sweet soup, sometimes wintermelon tea, sometimes watermelon juice, all enhanced with ice-based supernatural abilities, releasing a refreshing coolness when poured into the bowl. A standing fan whirred and oscillated as Shulan took a nap in a rocking chair under the shade of a tree. Humans are indeed social animals. Although she loved the big house, every time she woke up in the space, surrounded by complete silence, Shulan felt a strange sense of loneliness, as if the world had actually ended, zombies and humans had vanished, and only she and her son remained alive. Shulan disliked that feeling, so she preferred sleeping outside. The background noise from others made her sleep more soundly. Shu Mau Mau, holding half a large watermelon, sat at the dining table, spooning it into his mouth. He loved this sweet fruit, especially when chilled, so he ordered the system to cut down half of his fields of bitter melon, green peppers, and cucumbers, which he disliked, and plant watermelons instead. Everyone's superpowers became stronger in Shu Mau Mau's hands, Lin Yi's being no exception. The production time for all crops was halved, and the yield doubled. If they weren't consumed immediately, the warehouses would be overflowing at harvest time. The area was limited, though it looked quite large, with planting, breeding, aquaculture, and orchards. Dividing it up left little for the warehouses. This led to Shu Lan's incredibly generous approach to food, which was touching. Seeing her treat all her subordinates, including herself, equally, the people of District 10, who initially harbored some resentment, gradually came to accept her. No one dared to refer to her as your commander anymore. The watermelon was almost gone, but Shu Mau Mau still hadn't eaten. He wanted to eat something else when his ears twitched. He tossed the watermelon rind back into his spatial storage and ran to Shu Lan's side, calling Mommy, Mommy. Shu Lan opened her eyes, mumbling sleepily, Good boy, Mommy doesn't want to eat. Someone's coming. There are gunshots and car noises. Like a cool breeze blowing through her mind, Shu Lan's drowsiness dissipated. After waiting so long, finally new tools. I mean friends. How many people? I can't count them all, Mommy. They're coming in batches. Some are clearing zombies at the front, some are walking in the middle, and some have just entered my audible range. That's a lot. Shu Mau Mau asked, Are we going to trick them into coming like last time, and then kill them? Shu Lan stared at the ground, lost in thought, muttering to herself, This won't be easy to fool. She now had nearly 2,000 extras, and it was difficult to guarantee that everyone would follow her script. If even one person leaked information, the deception would fall apart. However, the other party would probably head towards the old base in District 9, so they wouldn't see them for a while. Shu Lan finished thinking, looked up, her eyes sparkling. No more trickery, let's go hunting. There are ways to hunt when there are many, and ways to hunt when there are few. She picked up a parasol, opened it, and walked to the group of people resting in the shade. She informed them, I'd be out running some errands for the next couple of days. I don't know when I'd be back, and the temperature isn't suitable for working anyway, so you all have to rest. She then found Sister Wang and gave her nearly 2 days' worth of food. Don't wait for me when it's time to eat. Everyone looked bewildered, wanting to ask her why, what had happened, where she was going, whether she would come back, and if she would still be their commander. But even if they asked, the commander would surely say, Don't ask, just listen. The crowd could only watch helplessly as the mother and child disappeared behind the stench-filled grass, feeling as if not just 2 people had left, but all their sense of security had vanished. Shu Lan stood beside the electric scooter, putting a sun hat and sunglasses on Shu Mau Mau. Admiring him for a moment, she couldn't help but cup his face and kiss him. So handsome. How can a baby be so handsome? Shu Mau Mau calmly adjusted his glasses. After taking care of the sun protection, Shu Lan mounted the electric scooter. Let's go. Chapter 73. As night fell, the real challenge for the long-distance travelers was about to begin. At night, just as birds are drawn to the sky and sea turtles know they must return to the sea after hatching, zombies would actively move towards the most concentrated areas of people, one after another, endlessly. Having to travel by day and fight zombies at night, most of the superhumans were already at their limit. The ordinary people crammed together in the truck knew they could do nothing but worry about those outside. They prayed, sighed, or cried, the sounds of roars and gunfire growing clearer. Commander Lu Xingyu of District 12 was a veteran. His superhuman ability was weapon affinity. The same firearms and melee weapons were amplified several times in his hands. He held a shotgun he had collected from the armory, standing atop a sandbag fortress, aiming at the rapidly moving figures 100 meters away. The zombies were as fast as sprinters. He needed to set up electric fences and lighting in advance, prepare sufficient ammunition, disperse firepower, and provide flanking support to ensure no gaps appeared. This work had been going on almost daily. If it weren't for the large number of superhumans and a chemistry PhD capable of breaking down and recombining various substances to provide a constant supply of ammunition, they would eventually run out of guns. Ammunition was still going strong, but food was running out. The timely decision to surrender to the Zombie King saved the lives of most survivors in District 12. However, relocating meant ceasing all production activities. They couldn't produce or gather new food, yet they had over 20,000 survivors who needed to be fed. Making it to District 9 was already the limit of their extreme conservation efforts. They had plundered every available wild vegetable and building along the way, and the superhuman responsible for storing the food remained perpetually worried. 1 week, he said. They only had a week's worth of food left. If they couldn't find food supplies within a week, nearly 20,000 survivors in District 12 would face starvation. Ahead lay District 9, bombed into ruins a year ago, a place of utter desolation since which had been silenced forever. Behind them were high-level zombies, bearing their bloodthirsty fangs, powerful and increasingly numerous. Both paths led to certain death. Choosing District 9 was merely delaying their demise. Under the cover of night, the number of zombies rapidly decreased under the overwhelming firepower. Lu Xingyu's highly tense attention finally relaxed slightly. He picked up the nearby liquor and took a sip. The spicy liquid, after passing through his throat, brought on an exhilarating feeling that chased away fatigue, and his blood seemed to flow again. He had slept less than 24 hours in the past week. If it weren't for his special ability as a superhuman, he probably wouldn't have lasted this long. The summer night breeze seemed to carry heat. From the top of the tallest and best preserved building nearby, two similar eyes peered out, furtively observing everything. Shulan said, "They're pretty good, aren't they?" Shu Maomao said, "SOSO? Just enough to deal with ordinary zombies that are stupid and only know how to charge forward." Shulan rolled her eyes at him. "Of course not as good as you arrogant Maomao." They had discovered this base also had people with super hearing abilities when they approached on their bikes that afternoon. Shu Maomao quickly used an invisible barrier to block out the sound and grabbed a zombie resting in the shadows to take their place, thus dispelling the other party's suspicions. It's common for people to possess the same superpower. The other person's super hearing was relatively weak, only able to hear within a 5-kilometer radius. If Shu Maomao were to steal it, Shu Maomao's super hearing ability would expand by 5 kilometers. When Shulan first heard about this, she thought the term abductor sounded a bit like zombie. Zombies eat the crystal cores in the brains of their own kind to strengthen themselves, while Shu Maomao uses superpowers. This thought only flashed through Shulan's mind before she dismissed it with disdain. It's nothing like that. Shu Maomao doesn't eat people. On the contrary, if others knew Shu Maomao had this ability, they would definitely gang up on him to protect their own abilities from being stolen, tearing him apart. Don't even think about it. Shulan would rather be the bad guy first. She pointed to the bearded man in the middle of the group, a man who could easily slice 7 or 8 zombies into pieces with a single shot, and said, "Take the one standing the tallest, the one in black, with a superpower." Shu Maomao, perched on a small stool, stared at the man she pointed to. A needle appeared in her hand, and under the cover of darkness, it resembled a silver-winged insect, flying down at a speed barely noticeable to the naked eye. It bit the man's nape, then immediately lay back in Shu Maomao's hand, the blood seeping and disappearing along the lines of her palm. Lu Xingyu felt a pain in the back of his neck, like being pricked by a needle. He reached up to touch it, and found a red mark on his finger. He glanced back at the others, puzzled, but everyone was busy watching the zombies. No one was looking in his direction. Was it an insect? Insects were scarce globally at this time. Could there still be surviving insects in District 9? Even though he found it strange, Lu Xingyu didn't dwell on it. Seeing another zombie approaching the defensive line, he quickly raised his gun. Thump! After the dull thud of the shotgun, only 2 zombies, who should have fallen in droves, were hit, losing half of their shoulders. The monsters, unfazed by pain and bloodshed, retreated a few steps and, with their mutilated bodies, charged toward the humans without hesitation. Lu Xingyu froze for a moment, then, without thinking, fired 2 more shots. 2 more failed, but having missed their heads, they got up again, approaching with a worried look. Something was wrong. Lu Xingyu's expression instantly froze. This was the normal power of a shotgun at long range, but not his true strength. Something was very wrong. His superpower had suddenly failed to function properly. Lu Xingyu's mind raced, frantically trying to figure out the cause. Was it prolonged fatigue, or the power failure caused by excessive alcohol? Dad, don't just stand there. The electric fence is about to collapse. Lu Xingyu's daughter, Lu Qinghe, climbed up, fired a few shots, and her arm went numb from the recoil. She was a psychologist whose awakened superpower was dream manipulation. She could induce others into dreams woven from her words. Zombies don't dream, so this superpower was useless in combat, but she insisted on helping from the outside. Seeing his daughter frantically swinging her arms, Lu Xingyu realized what was happening, picked up his gun, reloaded, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Lu Qinghe exclaimed in surprise, "Dad, is your gun broken? Use mine." She handed him the rifle. Lu Xingye took a deep breath, thinking that perhaps it really was a problem with the gun. He picked up the rifle and aimed it at the zombie's head. His supernatural weapon affinity would allow this shot to penetrate through all zombies within 100 meters of its trajectory. That should be it. It had been like this before. Lu Xingyu aimed at the zombie's head and pulled the trigger, looking with his last hope. Only one figure had fallen. It was as if he had been suddenly struck on the back of the head. All other thoughts vanished from Lu Xingyu's mind, leaving only a cold, hard fact. His supernatural ability was unusable. Chapter 74. Lu Qinghe was also stunned. Her usually invincible father's fighting prowess today was quite strange. Is there something wrong with this gun too? Lu Xingye tried his best to remain calm. I'm out of energy. I'm going to rest for a while. When you're truly out of energy, your head throbs so badly you can't concentrate, and you just want to collapse and sleep. Although he was tired now, he wasn't at that point. Having weathered half a lifetime of storms, even though he was caught off guard by this unexpected situation, Lu Xingyu knew that now was not the time to reveal his troubles and shake morale. He used the walkie-talkie to arrange for someone to fill his position. His tone was heavy and calm, showing no sign of panic. He strode to the mat in the rest area and lay down. When people first lost their powers, most didn't immediately associate it with the raiders. They thought it was because they were too tired and needed to sleep to replenish their energy, like a computer that suddenly stopped working but would be restored after a restart. Lu Xingyu thought so too, and he prepared to get a good night's sleep, but was quickly awakened by a series of screams that rose and fell like waves. Octopus. A huge octopus. That's a centipede, oh my god. Lu Qinghe thought she was having a nightmare, so she jumped off the sandbag, trying to wake herself up with the sensation of falling. She didn't wake up. Before her eyes, an octopus monster, taller than a building, was writhing and feeding on zombies, its tentacles gripping their suckers. But where did such a huge octopus come from on land? Screams were also coming from another direction. Searchlights swept across a large crocodile with black and gray markings, its shape resembling a dinosaur. Bullets hit it like toys, unable to penetrate its thick skin. Instead, the crocodile turned its head and opened its gaping maw, wide enough to swallow a truck. Most people were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they knelt down on the spot. After Xu Maomao rolled the dice, Xu Lan, like someone picking out dishes at a buffet, secretly selected her prey. Take that one that breathes fire, that one that conjures stone golems, and those 2 huge pincers, what are they? They look like lobsters. Okay, that's enough superpowers for today, don't let them survive until tomorrow morning. Xu Lan whispered something in Xu Maomao's ear, then covered her mouth. Xu Maomao deactivated her sound mute barrier and poked the back of her hand. Xu Lan gave an okay sign, and Xu Maomao nodded. She pinched her nose, spoke slowly and in a low, menacing tone, as if preparing to unleash a furious rage. I am the god of destruction. How dare you trespass into my domain and disturb my slumber? I will send an emissary to teach you a lesson you will never forget. Others might not hear her, but that person with super hearing certainly would. She repeated it several times. Using her excellent night vision, Xu Maomao saw someone stagger towards the bearded man, saying, Commander, I heard the whispers of demons. These suddenly appearing monsters are all messengers of demons. The surrounding air distorted for a moment. Xu Maomao said, Mommy, that person heard it. He said you are the whispers of demons. Xu Lan clicked her tongue. What a memory. I clearly said I was a god. Never mind, demons are fine too. That's enough for today, go back to sleep. Xu Maomao took her hand, and two figures disappeared from the rooftop. After he left, the pets from the other world stopped eating and returned to their respective lairs. The once bustling zombie horde was mostly gone, but the people of District 12 were still shaken, unable to recover from their fear for a long time. District 9, it's terrifying. As dawn broke, most people, their eyes bloodshot and utterly exhausted, stood on high ground, holding a megaphone. His voice was heavy as he said, I hope you're all mentally prepared before you hear what I'm about to say. My superpowers suddenly stopped working last night. To prove his point, he fired a shot at a nearby block of concrete. Normally, this bullet would have had the effect of a grenade, shattering the concrete into pieces. However, it only did its intended purpose, leaving a small bullet hole in the concrete. 17 people then stepped forward, admitting in defeat. My superpower has stopped working too. After the monster appeared last night, my superpower suddenly stopped working. I slept, I eaten, but it still doesn't work. Lu Xingyu felt a wave of bewilderment and absurdity wash over him as he thought about what he was about to say. Absurd, but the only explanation at the moment. There seems to be a demon in District 9 who calls himself the God of Destruction. Those monsters that appeared last night were his messengers. The reason our powers disappeared is because we disturbed his hibernation, and he has punished us. A moment of silence fell as everyone stared in astonishment, then began to chatter amongst themselves. Old Lu, are you possessed? Drunk are you? A demon? What demon? Satan? Don't scare me, I can hear you. It's true. The bespectacled man, with a super hearing ability clutched his head, forcefully covering his ears, on the verge of a mental breakdown, and roared, It's true. I heard the demon's words. Only I can hear them. I'm going to die soon. I'd definitely be the first one to die. From the moment he heard the demon's whispers, he was gripped by endless panic, repeating the same words all night. Then, he heard a faint crack in the distance and immediately jumped up, screaming, The demon is coming. It's in that direction. I heard it chewing human bones. 5 kilometers away, Xu Maomao, who had just emerged from the space and landed on some plastic trash, muttered, No one will always believe his mother, but there will always be people who are fooled by her. Xu Maomao took Xu Lan back into the space, chose a new landing spot, and stomped his foot after exiting. The other girl stopped screaming and yelling. The scene before Xu Lan changed repeatedly, and she inexplicably found herself moving in and out of the space. She asked, What's going on? Xu Maomao, with a sour face, said, I miscalculated. He can hear me over there. Oh. Xu Lan found it a little amusing. It's okay, honey. Even geniuses need to make mistakes. She considered herself an open-minded and tolerant mother, but Xu Maomao had exceptionally high expectations of himself. He wanted to get 100 on any test Hui Yu gave him. Once, Hui Yu misread a multiple-choice answer and didn't give him a perfect score, but Hui Yu noticed quickly, crossed out the 96 and changed it to 100, and apologized. Xu Maomao disagreed. He burned the test paper that wasn't perfect and insisted that Hui Yu handwrite a new one. He answered the questions again and drew a perfect 100 before he was satisfied. Having watched the whole thing, Xu Lan asked him with heartache before bed, Is it because you feel pressure to protect mommy all the time that you're so competitive? Xu Maomao asked, What does pressure feel like? Xu Lan said, It makes you feel very tense, afraid of making a mistake. Oh, protecting mommy isn't stressful, there's nothing to be afraid of, none of them can beat me. He snorted unhappily, Next time I see Answerin, I kill her too. Then Xu Lan understood that her son was simply very competitive. Chapter 75. The information about the God of Destruction spread rapidly through word of mouth, quickly becoming common knowledge and plunging people into panic. From morning till night, the superhumans, exhausted from working all night, sat in one area, talking amongst themselves, but by noon, they still hadn't reached a conclusion on whether to continue. Dad, what do we do now? There's such a strange evil god in District 9, should we still go in? Or should we turn back? The Zombie King might have already left District 12. Even if the Zombie King hasn't left, the journey back will take at least a month. Our gasoline, ammunition, supplies, and energy will all be exhausted on the way. But we encounter monsters here, and our superhuman abilities might fail. The unknown dangers ahead are even more terrifying. Lu Xingyu remained silent. He looked at the half-empty bottle of baijiu beside him, wanting to drink, but then hesitated. Last night, it was after drinking that he lost his life-sustaining power. The power of speech often lies in the hands of those with authority. Without a decision from the commander, ordinary people had to wait along. Last night, there was a lot of shouting outside. I thought the zombies had broken through our defenses, and I was so scared I cried for ages. But nothing happened in the end. Sector 9 is so strange. Superpowers stopped working here. The commander's powers are useless now. What? What are we going to do now? I don't know. Sigh, we humans are doomed. There's no way to survive anywhere. Those who lost their powers had lifeless eyes, as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. In the deathly silence, the young man with super hearing suddenly jumped up, exclaiming in terror, I heard that strange sound again. It sounds like something is crawling, like wheels. Shu Mao stood up from the back seat, leaned on Shu Lan's shoulder, and reached for the horn button. Beep beep. The young man with super hearing, covering his ears, ran around the area, screaming hysterically, Don't kill me. Don't use sound waves to obliterate my soul. Please, God of Destruction. Shu Mao smirked. Pretty funny. 10 minutes later, Shu Lan saw the bikes from District 12, waved enthusiastically, and picked up the megaphone hanging on the handlebars, shouting enthusiastically, Fellow countrymen, put down your weapons. I'm a human being. I'm here to guide you. A young woman wearing a light yellow sun hat, a loose men's white t-shirt, black shorts, and slippers sat on a small electric scooter that should have been white, but was covered in too much dust, making it look drab. A little boy, also wearing a sun hat and sunglasses that covered half his face, leaned on her shoulder. They looked like locals, casually dressed, strolling along the riverbank on a hot summer evening before the apocalypse. Their appearance clearly indicated they weren't zombies. Zombies don't ride bicycles. The guns that had been set up were immediately lowered. The people of District 12 greeted the suddenly appearing mother and child with surprise and confusion, bombarding them with questions. Where are you from? You said you lead the way. Where are you taking us? Do you know you have a god of destruction here? Have you seen those big monsters? Shu Lan raised the megaphone. She had to admit, this scavenged item was incredibly useful. Her voice was soft, and she couldn't speak loudly without it, lacking any authority. Wait, quiet down. I know you're all very curious about me, but asking me all at once will make it difficult to know who to answer first. Let's save time and call over someone who has influence. I talked to him directly. The young man with the deranged hearing finally realized that the noise he had just heard was from someone riding an electric scooter, not the evil god he feared. He collapsed, his body limp. Commander, there's a woman outside. She says she guide us. It seemed like a glimmer of hope had appeared. Lu Xingyu strode out and followed the directions to Shu Lan. Compared to the travel-worn survivors of District 12, Shu Lan was casually dressed but neat and clean. Her eyes were bright, her smile radiant, and her vibrant energy was refreshing. Hello, I am Lu Xingyu, the commander of District 12. Beside Lu Xingyu was a tall, thin man with thinning hair and glasses, whose sharp gaze, hidden behind his lenses, scrutinized Shu Lan, Vice Commander Chu Xiang. Shu Lan said, Hello, I am Qin Xiaoshuang, a survivor who escaped from District 8. I have psychic abilities. Psychic abilities? Yes, I can see many things that don't exist in nature and communicate with them. Last night, I heard the commotion of the god of destruction, and guessed that someone might have escaped, so I quickly set off to explain the situation here to you, lest I anger it again tonight. Is there really such a god of destruction here? Yes, when the number of deaths in a place reaches its satisfaction, and no survivors are left, the god of destruction will descend. Shu Mao, through his sunglasses, took in the gaping mouths and dazed expressions of the group opposite him. The way his mother was listening to his nonsense with such seriousness, wanting to believe it yet finding it absurd, was quite amusing. Shu Lan sighed, You don't believe me, right? That's okay. Nobody believed me at first either. The messenger raised by the god of destruction grew up eating zombies, and doesn't eat humans. Last night, you used food that attacked the messenger, which made him angry. When he's angry, he makes the noisiest person's superpower disappear. Lu Qinghe seemed to have opened the door to a new world, uttering in a daze, so there aren't just zombies and superhumans in the world, there are gods too. Lu Xingyu said, Some of us have indeed lost our superhuman abilities, but it's only temporarily ineffective, right? Shu Lan slowly shook her head. No, it's permanent. The air fell silent again, the light in Lu Xingyu's eyes gradually dimmed, and he lowered his head in despair. But it doesn't eat humans. As long as you pray to it for protection when you encounter zombies, it will bestow divine power to help us through danger, so it's also our guardian deity. Are you going to the new 9th District base? There are many people there who survived like me. Our commander, Lin Yi, doesn't have offensive superhuman abilities, so the god of destruction didn't target him, and his spatial dimension is still intact. Hearing the familiar name, the crowd erupted in noise again. Wasn't Lin Yi the commander of District 10 before? I heard of him too. His spatial abilities awakened earlier than everyone else's. He stockpiled all the city's supplies before the zombie outbreak, and he could even grow food. He could feed an entire base by himself. Shulan said, "That's right, now he's our commander." A story needs a mix of truth and fiction to be believable. Lin Yi, someone who wants to be emperor with a little power, and wants to proclaim himself a savior to the world, has already made his name known far and wide. Using his name is more convincing. Lu Xingyao, thinking of the team's dwindling supplies, barely mustered his spirits. Although his abilities were permanently gone, at least he saw hope again for everyone's survival. Then please take us to see Lin Yi. Shulan smiled amicably. Okay. Chapter 76. A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses pushed through the crowd, grabbed Shulan's arm, and muttered, "You know God best. My superpower is having super hearing. Last night, I was the only one who could hear its voice. Does that mean I've been sentenced to death by God?" Shulan made her voice come through her nose, a kind of tight-nosed voice, trying her best not to let him know that she and the god from last night were the same person. "No, I heard it speak too, and I'm alive and well now." A dose of reassurance hit the young man with super hearing, and he was extremely grateful. That's good, that's good. "Hey! How come you dare to run around the city all by yourself?" Shulan said. "What do you mean all by yourself? You clearly have such a big son. It's not like it's a ghost haunting you. How can you pretend you can't see him? Mao Mao, show them your superpower." She covered her nose in advance, and before the onlookers could react, an indescribable stench, which she had often smelled on zombies in recent years, but several times stronger than that of zombies, exploded like a biological weapon. The crowd scattered and fled. The young man with the best hearing, who was closest, hurriedly covered his nose and backed away, but suddenly tripped and fell backward, his hand scraping the ground. Shulan pinched the soft flesh of Shu Mao's arm. Shu Mao stopped using her superpower and quickly gasped for breath, waving to the people who had fled a distance. "It's all right now." "Wow, your son's superpower is pretty impressive." Shulan modestly replied, "Not really, it's just useful for escaping." She parked the car and went to help the fallen young man up. "I'm sorry, I should have warned you beforehand." "Oh dear, your hand is bleeding. Here's a tissue." A pretty young woman held his wrist, wiping his wound and even blowing on it. He felt no pain, only a sweet fragrance that filled the air. It was like a dream. The young man with super hearing blushed deeply and stammered, "It's okay, I was careless." He pulled his hand away and practically fled. Shulan put the tissue in her bag and calmly glanced at her watch. "It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If you want to come with me, we need to leave quickly. Our base is quite far. Let's try to get there before tomorrow night." Having been a commander for so long, her tone unconsciously carried a hint of instruction, but no one noticed. After all, the combination of a woman and a child had a reassuring and approachable quality, and since she didn't possess offensive abilities, plus she brought good news, she quickly won over District 12. People turned back with joy to prepare their belongings, eager to reach the well-stocked, safe, and stable new human base she had mentioned. After a long night of work, and without a proper rest during the day, the superhumans could finally lie down in the carriage and get some sleep. Chu Xiang, the deputy commander of District 12, called Lu Xingyu aside. Seeing the woman named Qin Xiushuang surrounded by curious onlookers again, he cautiously asked, "Commander, I think something's fishy. Not only the evil god, but also this woman. Do you really believe her?" Lu Xingyao, already 80% convinced of the existence of the god of destruction, replied, "Yes, otherwise why would I have lost my powers?" Chu Xiang thought for a moment, his brow furrowing. "Come here," he said. "I tell you something I heard before." The two left the group and went to an alleyway by the roadside, where it was less noisy, and no one could hear them. Chu Xiang said, "A long time ago, probably when the zombie outbreak first started, I heard about a superpower called plunder, which is stealing other people's abilities." Lu Xingyao, remembering his lost ability, suddenly realized, "You mean, those monsters last night, and the problems I have, weren't caused by some god of destruction, but by a superpowered individual? I didn't think of this ability at first, because last night there was no one else besides the survivors from our 12th district. Today, two unfamiliar faces suddenly appeared, saying there were other survivors here, and that's when I remembered it. After the communications collapsed, I was among the first to hear the radio. What was the name of that person with the plundering ability? It's been too long. I can't remember his name anymore, but it was 3 characters long. He was from Donghu province. He single-handedly saved a large number of survivors, and the radio hailed him as a hero. Later, Donghu province also fell, and everyone was fleeing for their lives. We never heard from him again. Lu Xingyu also became suspicious and pressed. Was the one with the plundering ability a man or a woman? Chu Xiang said, a man. Children born after the apocalypse have a particularly high probability of inheriting abilities. Look at that child's age. Do you think it might be? A sweet, soft laugh sounded behind them. What is it? A strong sense of crisis made Chu Xiang's heart skip a beat. He instinctively drew the gun from his back, pointing it at the mother and child who suddenly appeared in the alley. Xu Maomao was still wearing those sunglasses. His mother said they looked cool, so he hadn't taken them off. Besides, he also found it amazing that such dark lenses could block out the glare of sunlight, allowing him to see things clearly. He glanced at Chu Xiang, not taking the man's threat seriously. Bullets are usually made of metal, and metal can be controlled. Even if they aren't, there are air walls that can block them. Lu Xingyu grabbed Chu Xiang's hand and whispered, "Don't shoot. They might not be the plundering ability you're talking about." Xu Lan said, "Sorry, I remembered I hadn't explained some things about our base to the commander. I just came over and heard you discussing plundering and genetics. You suspect the disappearance of abilities is because of me and my son?" She was smiling, but the smile didn't reach her eyes, making her appear colder. Lu Xingyu didn't want to argue with the kind girl who had led them the way. No, the deputy commander was just guessing. "I'm willing to believe you," Chu Xiang said. "I don't believe it. There are no gods in this world. She's lying. What happened last night must be related to stealing superpowers. If we don't kill her, she steal everyone's superpowers." Xu Lan looked at him with a hint of pity. "If you don't believe me, then don't. If I really am the liar you're talking about, do you think you can kill me with one shot?" Logically, everyone would hesitate upon hearing this, but Chu Xiang pulled the trigger without hesitation. Lu Xingyu didn't have time to stop him, urgently shouting, "Chu Xiang, don't be impulsive." The gun fired, the bullet changing direction the moment it left the barrel, heading straight for Chu Xiang's forehead. After a muffled thud, a gunshot wound appeared on the little boy's forehead. Xu Lan's smile froze. She turned her head in surprise, seeing that the person shot was someone she never expected. Her heart suddenly clenched painfully, and her pupils contracted sharply. "Mao Mao. Look, Lao Lu, I wasn't wrong." Chu Xiang, having narrowly escaped death, shouted with delight, "This kid has the ability to steal. So he doesn't just have one ability. He even tried to control bullets to kill me, but he didn't expect my ability to reflect fatal wounds." Ha ha ha. "Oh, reflect?" The little boy's clear, calm voice interrupted the other's joy. The wounds, where flesh and blood were clearly visible just moments before, had vanished without a trace. His forehead was smooth and white, without a single drop of sweat. Xu Lan, however, broke out in a cold sweat, her limbs going weak as she squatted down, clutching her chest, which was still throbbing with pain. Thankfully, there was Jiang He's death immunity and rewind ability. Chapter 77. After the initial shock, a resolute glint flashed in Chu Xiang's eyes. He pointed his gun at the woman beside him and shouted, "Old Lu, quickly call someone to help." Ah! This time, the bullet pierced his right hand, the one holding the gun. It wasn't a fatal wound and wouldn't ricochet. Lu Xingyu had just picked up the walkie-talkie when Chu Xiang's painful cry drew his attention. The blood-stained bullet flew past him and landed in Xu Maomao's palm. A second later, he said disdainfully, "One ricochet reduces lifespan by 10,000 days. What a terrible ability." Lu Xingyu had just witnessed a bullet hole pierce the boy's head, only to heal completely in the blink of an eye. The man who should have died not only survived but also swiftly retaliated. Seeing Xu Maomao throw away the blood-stained bullet, Lu Xingyu instinctively reached up to touch the back of his neck, where there had once been a strange, small wound that had bled. He seemed to know how his ability had disappeared. The god of destruction. The fog in his mind finally lifted, and Lu Xingyu realized that there was no god of destruction, only a child who had plundered a vast amount of supernatural abilities, and could wield them skillfully, a child as powerful as a god. A pistol appeared out of thin air in the little boy's hand, and Lu Xingyu looked up to meet the black hole of the muzzle. His hand, which had been touching his neck, rose above his head along with the hand holding the walkie-talkie, assuming a surrender posture, his knees slowly lowering to the ground. Xu Maomao ignored this, a cold smile playing on his lips. His fingers pressed down, about to fire, when a soft, slender hand touched his wrist. Wait, baby, surrender, and you won't be killed. A woman's tearful voice rang out beside him. Shu Maomao abandoned his killing spree and turned to ask in surprise, Mommy? Why are you crying? Shu Lan was squatting on the ground, her exposed skin glistening with tears. A large patch of her collar was wet, as if she had just been pulled from the water. Her eyes and cheeks were red from crying, and her eyelashes were stuck together. She sniffed, her gaze fixed on the spot on his forehead where he had been shot. She reached out and pressed her fingertips against it several times, making sure it was full, smooth, without blood or a hole. Only then did the throbbing pain in her heart gradually subside. Mommy doesn't want to cry either, but the tears just won't stop. I thought he beat you to death, what? Shu Maomao said. You forgot about Mommy? I have time rewind, I won't die. Lu Xingyao's heart sank even further. Time rewind was the ability of Jiang He, the commander of District 9, and he had taken it too. I just didn't think of it for a moment. Shu Lan sniffed. How long do you rewind each time you die? When I die, I'm forced to rewind to the longest possible time, 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 42 seconds ago. Shu Lan took out a pack of tissues from her shorts pocket, along with the dirty tissue she hadn't thrown away after wiping the hands of the boy with the super hearing. She used the clean tissue to wipe her sweat and tears, and handed the dirty one to Shu Maomao. Then you should rewind and remove this person's ability. Don't waste it, take it again. Chu Xiang, opposite them, was also sweating profusely from the pain, his voice forced out through clenched teeth as he urged Lu Xingyao, call for help. Lu Xingyu ignored him. He even threw the walkie-talkie away because of the other man's promise not to kill him if he surrendered. He could confirm from the boy's deathly indifferent eyes that if the woman hadn't spoken, he would definitely be dead by now. Lu Xingya asked, Qin Xiaoshuang, the monster last night, my lost ability, and the strange noises Luo Shun heard, it was all a setup by you and your son, who has the ability to steal. He only needs the blood to take our abilities, isn't that right? Shu Lan wiped away her tears and sweat, letting out a long breath. She didn't answer Lu Xingyao's question immediately, but pointed at Chu Xiang and said, Baby, kill him. Lu Xingyao hurriedly said, he surrendered too. Let him go. Before he could finish the word go, the gun that had fallen to the ground stood upright, its muzzle pointed at Chu Xiang's heart. As if controlled by an invisible hand, it fired, taking a life. When they entered the alley, Shu Maomao had already created an air wall to block out the sound, ensuring no one would hear the gunshot and come to their aid. Shu Maomao liked using guns, decisive, efficient, and effortless, though they were a bit noisy. Lu Xingyu stood frozen, watching helplessly as his old comrade fell to the ground, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. I gave him a chance to surrender, Shu Lan said, standing up, her voice still tinged with lingering hatred. I told him that if my son was a raider, I should consider whether I could kill him before taking action. But your deputy commander still fired. Fortunately, my son is unharmed, otherwise, the one dead now would be a child targeted by all ability users simply because of suspicion of raiding abilities. A case of better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. Shu Lan placed her hand on Shu Maomao's shoulder, feeling his still present warmth, which brought her back a sense of security. You also have a daughter. If someone shot your daughter in front of you, even if she didn't die, would you let them go just because they surrendered? Surrender without killing is a principle. Anyone who tries to kill my son must die. That's a principle above all else. Mentioning his daughter, Lu Xingyao snapped out of his grief and turned to face his young, yet ruthless and decisive mother. What is your purpose? To steal all our abilities? Then you can continue to hide in the shadows and steal like last night. No one will find you. Why make up a lie? Shu Lan said, why else? If I just hide and take them all, you be out of ammunition and without abilities, you all be bitten into zombies. Of course, I don't want 20,000 more zombies here. Otherwise, I'd be too busy caring about your lives. You care about our lives? Yes, if you want to survive in District 9, you can't leave behind any abilities that can threaten me. You become ordinary people with plenty to eat and drink, and sleep soundly every night. Lu Xingyao, trade your abilities for a peaceful life, will you take the deal? Lu Xingyao hesitated. Shu Lan smoothed her hair, which was stuck to her cheeks with sweat. It was too hot, she wanted to go back to the fan. If I had asked you when you still had your powers, you would have refused outright, thinking that with your subordinates and numbers combined, you could protect your abilities. Let me tell you, that would only have resulted in more deaths. Now that you lost your powers, and know you can't get them back from my son, there's room for negotiation. Lu Xingyu was speechless. She was absolutely right. The reason he decisively raised his hands was because he knew that now, as an ordinary person, defeating a predator with an unknown number of powers was a pipe dream. Shulan said, I admit it's despicable. I never wanted to be a noble person in my life. I don't intend to kill you. After we get out, you can tell your men the truth and have them come to my death one after another, like Chu Xiang, or come and die together. After you die, I only care about the fate of those who surrendered. You can also help me cover up this lie, solidify the title of God of Destruction, and let more people live. Right now, you're in charge of District 12. Whether to fight or negotiate, the choice is yours. Shulan patted Shu Maomao's shoulder. That's all, let's go. Lu Xingyi urgently called out to her. Wait! I have something to ask you, just one thing. Is Lin Yi, the commander of District 10, still alive? Shulan looked down. Baby, get a bunch of grapes. A bunch of dark purple, plump grapes appeared in Shu Maomao's hand. Most fruits are rare and nearly extinct in the apocalypse. They don't provide sustenance, and it's difficult to find high-quality seedlings to cultivate. Therefore, no survivor in any base would abandon their life-saving carbohydrates to grow grapes. Shulan picked up a grape and tossed it to Lu Xingyi. Lu Xingyi quickly lowered his surrendering hands to catch it, hearing her cold words. Lin Yi chose to die, so he died. Chapter 78. Lu Xingyi, holding a handful of grapes, glanced at the unseeingly dead deputy commander beside him. He lowered his head, closed his eyes tightly, and, after an internal struggle, gave his reply, I cover for you, hoping you keep your promise. Regardless of whether he had superpowers or not, he was just a mortal. How could a mortal fight against a god? To survive. Every day and night they traveled to the 9th district. They, the superpowered individuals, had to maintain a high level of alertness. They had to collect supplies, ensure a constant food supply, and defend against zombie hordes at night, preventing zombies from crossing the electric fence and biting their blood vessels. 7 years of continuous mental and physical exertion had exhausted them. They had lost all will to fight. But the other party's terms of worry-free food and drink, and restful nights, sounded as wonderful as life before the virus outbreak, hardly tempting. If this wonderful life had to be exchanged for superpowers, well, it wasn't an exchange, she was openly robbing him. He had no choice but to surrender once more. Shulan said, if you agree, stop kneeling and stand up. Can you lie? Lu Xingyi, who had always been praised for his honesty and integrity, hesitated for a moment. I think so. Then you won't. When we go out later, you say your deputy commander asked me some questions about the god of destruction, and then decided to go back to District 12 by himself with a gun, and couldn't be called back. Lu Xingyi said guiltily, so will others believe me? Who cares if they believe me or not? You're the commander, your words are the truth. If they don't believe me, let them go after him themselves. Baby, bury this dead man. Lu Xingyi thought, lying so confidently, this girl must have done this many times before. The concrete ground beside him cracked as the soil beneath pressed upwards. Lu Xingyi quickly stepped back and saw the fresh earth below also shifting to both sides. The resulting pit swallowed Chu Xiang, gun and all, whole. Then, the overturned soil moved back to its original position, leaving only a raised mound of fresh earth, with no other trace left. Lu Xingyi thought again, this kid must have been involved in murder and burying bodies before. He hesitated, looking at the things in his hand. What about the grapes? Shulan gave him a strange look. Just eat them already. What's the big deal? Lu Xingyi's eyes showed regret. I want to save them for my daughter. Shulan said, stop dawdling. Give them back if you're not going to eat them. Eat. Lu Xingyi never expected that at nearly 50 years old, he would be manipulated like this by a girl who looked about the same age as his daughter. He grabbed the grapes and wolfed them down, some without even spitting out the skin. Soon, only a bare stem remained in his hand. Shulan turned and left, Lu Xingyi silently following, his mouth still sweet with anticipation, a grape secretly hidden in his palm. He didn't know if they have any more of these next time. He wanted to give Qinghe a taste, even just one. After leaving, Lu Xingyi expected many people to ask where his deputy commander was, but no one did. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, removing the electric fences, distributing lunch, and ordinary people queuing to squeeze into the train carriages, their faces covered in dust, and the weariness of life's hardships. He felt bitter and helpless. He had been overthinking things. Who had the time to care about others' lives at a time like this? To be honest, Lu Xingyi was also uneasy. He didn't know if, after helping her cover up the lie, the woman would keep her promise and give them a way to live. Faced with the curious questions from others, Shulan was extremely patient, answering them one by one. There are probably 2,000 people still alive where we are, from District 10 and District 8 together. The Zombie King didn't say we should live underground, so everyone is researching how to build an underground base. As for the zombies, of course, we've taken some precautions, but most of the time we pray to the god of destruction to send messengers to help us. It likes to hear nice things said, and at night it basically grants every request. My son's father? He turned into a zombie and was killed. Shulan looked up and saw. Lu Xingye waved goodbye to the crowd, hopped on his electric scooter, and pushed it towards him with his feet. Smiling, he asked, Commander, when can we set off? Lu Xingye was somewhat dazed. Was the domineering, authoritative figure who had just been so domineering in the alley the same person as this warm and friendly girl before him? Commander? Her voice snapped Lu Xingye out of his reverie. He replied nervously right away. I go urge them. Shulan said, I go with you. The unspoken message was, I'm watching you. Don't do anything rash. Lu Xingye dared not object. Shulan rode alongside him for a while, then felt Xu Maomao press her face against her back. They stopped in the shadow of a building, and she turned to look at him. Xu Maomao's eyelids were half closed, and she looked listless. She looked exhausted. The energy required to unleash each ability varies, but the energy consumption of the rewind ability is particularly high. Shulan frowned, her heart aching, as she thought of how he had automatically regressed more than an hour in order to escape death, and cupped his face in her hands. You're sleepy, aren't you? Take a nap. Xu Maomao's voice was weak. Mommy, I'm going to sleep. What are you going to do? It's okay, I figure something out. Just then, Lu Xingye finished giving instructions to the various team leaders in charge of personnel management in District 12. He noticed that Shulan wasn't following him anymore, but had stopped some distance away to cool off, so he found his pickup truck and climbed in. His daughter, Lu Xinghe, was resting with her eyes closed in the truck. Why didn't you turn on the air conditioner while sleeping? Lu Xinghe, sweating profusely, said wearily, to save gas, Dad. Where did you go? Talked with that girl named Qin Xiaoxuan for a while, Xinghe, look. Lu Xinghe saw the round thing in his palm, her eyes widening. Grapes. Don't shout, eat it. It's something Qin Xiaoxuan gave me, proving that District 10 Commander Lin Yi is indeed at their base. Lu Xinghe took it. From childhood, her father would always bring her delicious food, whether he was going to a banquet or coming back from outside, and even in the apocalypse, it was no exception. Moved, Lu Xinghe noticed Lu Xingye's somber expression. A psychology major, she immediately sensed something was wrong with her father. Dad, is something wrong? Lu Xingye sat back in the driver's seat, his mind racing with thoughts. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. Your Uncle Chu said he's afraid of that god, so he's going back to District 12. He's gone. Huh? He didn't incite anyone else, did he? No, he left alone with a gun. Lu Xinghe squeezed a grape into her mouth, sucking the juice off the skin. That's all right. Uncle Chu is gone, so be it. He has legs, we can't control him. Just don't let it affect morale. Such sweet grapes. No wonder a space-age ability user can become a commander. If only we had a space-age ability user like that here. Lu Xingye sighed again. Spatial abilities weren't that powerful. The powerful ones belonged to someone else. He turned on the car's air conditioning, drove closer to the mother and child parked under the tree, and got out. He asked Shulan with a slightly nervous and timid expression, we can go now. I lead the way, and they follow. Qin Xiaoxuan, can you ride in my car and lead the way? Lu Xinghe, in the passenger seat, completely unaware of the truth, greeted Shulan enthusiastically, come on, turn on the air conditioning. Shulan glanced around. Only the father and daughter were in the car, the back seat was completely empty, reserved for her. After a moment's consideration, Shulan nodded in agreement. Okay, could you please help me get my vehicle in too? Lu Xingye nodded, pulled open the sunshade of the back cargo area, and called a passerby to help lift her electric scooter in. A district commander personally helping someone lift a car. No one found it strange, showing that Lu Xingye was a down-to-earth person, unlike Lin Yi who aspired to be a local tyrant and created such a clear hierarchy among commanders, superhumans, and ordinary people. Shulan opened the back door and helped Xu Maomao climb in. Lu Xinghe turned away, covering her mouth with her hand, and whispered, thank you for the grapes. Shulan's gaze seemed to casually sweep over Lu Xingye. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, veins and muscles bulging on his bronze skin. He seemed surprised that his daughter would suddenly bring this up, and was too nervous to move. She smiled at Lu Xinghe and calmly said, you're welcome. There will be more in the future. The system had said that as the number of people increased, the space would expand accordingly. Maintaining the current quality of life for 20,000 people wouldn't be a problem, provided that these 20,000 people still wanted to live. Chapter 79. Shu Lan moved to the spot closest to the door and beckoned to Shu Maomao. Baby, lie down and sleep for a while. Shu Maomao resisted sleeping at this moment. He was afraid of wanting to wake up, but being too sleepy to keep his eyes open. This had happened once before, the night after his fight with Answerin. He had used all his strength, but couldn't even scratch Answerin's clothes, and then somehow slept until the afternoon of the next day, unable to wake up even when he tried. Shu Maomao's eyelids began to droop. His head felt incredibly heavy, and the command to lie down and sleep held immense appeal for him. He glanced at Lu Xingyao, whose back was stiff in front of him, the person currently most likely to threaten Shu Lan's safety, and took off his sunglasses and sun hat, stuffing them into Shu Lan's hand, along with a cold handgun. As long as Shu Lan fired, Shu Maomao, even without opening his eyes, could use the sound he heard, his metal controlling ability, and combined with absolute precision, to blow Lu Xingyu's head off. Shu Lan put Shu Maomao to sleep, partly because she saw he was genuinely exhausted and could barely keep his eyes open, and partly to test Lu Xingyu's sincerity in cooperating. If Lu Xingyu was still resentful about losing his superpowers, then Shu Maomao's sleep would be the perfect opportunity for him to betray her. However, judging from Lu Xingyao's previous decisive decision to abandon calling for backup, Shu Lan felt he wouldn't make a move. She had already explained the pros and cons so clearly in the alley, and had even given him a taste of the benefits. Anyone with a brain knew how tempting the olive branch she had extended was, even if the branch had thorns, who would have the heart to throw it away? Shu Lan gripped the gun in her right hand, covering it with her hat, and patted Shu Maomao's shoulder with her left hand, leaning back as if to relax, occasionally reminding Lu Xingyao which direction to turn. The car was too quiet, which would be awkward, so Lu Xingyao quietly struck up a conversation with Shu Lan. How old are you? I'm 28 this year. Shu Lan had just turned 18 when she gave birth to Shu Maomao, so including her son's age, she was probably around 25. Her birthday was in autumn, while Shu Maomao's birthday was just after spring, when the temperature was warming up, so to be precise, Shu Maomao was 5.5 years old. Shu Lan, habitually lying, casually answered with a number, 30. Oh, you're 30? You don't look it at all. Shu Lan smiled. You're the same. I thought you were still in school. No one dislikes a sweet-talking person, especially when Shu Lan compliments someone. She looks directly into the other person's eyes sincerely, without any perfunctoriness. Lu Xinghao almost immediately felt overjoyed. He was indeed in school before the outbreak. Your son looked so young. So during the most difficult time, were you on the run with an infant the whole time? Yes, my husband was still alive 2 years ago. Shu Lan's lips slowly curved downwards, and she said with some sadness, later, he was scratched by a zombie during a mission, and his teammates killed him on the spot. Fortunately, my child was older by then, had superpowers, and was very obedient. So my son and I didn't have a very hard time. Oh, Lu Xinghao said apologetically, I'm sorry, I brought up something sad. Let's talk about something else. Guess what my superpower is? Lu Xingyu's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously opened his mouth to stop his daughter. Don't tell. But he quickly realized that the people in the back seat were eyeing everyone's superpowers, and even if Lu Xinghao didn't tell, they would be taken away sooner or later, unless the plunderers didn't want them. A dull ache gripped Lu Xingyu's heart, plunging him into confusion and struggle. Wasn't he aiding and abetting evil? Everyone, including his daughter, knew nothing of the plundering of supernatural abilities, still believing the vanished power was punishment from the god of destruction. If there truly is a god, then punish him first, the most cowardly and biggest liar in District 12. Another conman, feigning utmost care, said, let me think. Is your superpower a supportive one? Like spatial manipulation, healing, perception? Haha, stop listing them off. I tell you the answer. My superpower is dream creation. Dream creation? First time hearing that. How does it work? Lu Xinghao explained. It's similar to hypnosis. In psychology, dreams are a disguised expression of subconscious desires. You directly express your desires to me, and I amplify the effect with language, creating a beautiful dream for you. Although this superpower isn't very useful against zombies, it can be helpful in counseling many people with mental illnesses. Shu Lan seemed somewhat disinterested. So, the created thing is still fake. Lu Xinghao said, of course, dreams are inherently fake. Meanwhile, Shu Maomao, unconsciously absorbing all the sounds from the outside world, was having a bizarre dream unlike any he had ever had before. He dreamt that he appeared in a very white place, and at the same time, he gained many memories that didn't belong to him. In his dream, he wasn't called Shu Mao Mao, he was called Experiment Number 1. From the time he could remember, he had lived in this room filled with instruments and data, and the person he saw most often was an old man who always wore white clothes. The person taking care of him called the old man Dr. Zhao. Shu Mao Mao had heard of this man surnamed Zhao because his mother had told him the truth about his birth long ago. She said an old man surnamed Zhao, in order to create a potion to awaken superpowers, captured a man with plundering abilities and locked him in a jar, studying him daily. The man seemed to be dying, so the wicked old man Zhao tricked her into going there, intending to inject her with a strange liquid, causing her to give birth to a child who inherited the plundering ability. Later, the man suddenly unleashed his power, escaped, destroyed the laboratory, and sought revenge on those who had wronged him. Shu Lan also took the opportunity to escape, inadvertently bringing the syringe with her. Fearing she wouldn't survive without her superpowers, she took a gamble and injected herself with the syringe, which led to the birth of Shu Mao Mao. Shu Lan said, "Baby, although the reason I gave birth to you has absolutely nothing to do with love, from the moment you chose to come into my womb, it proves you chose me to be your mother. I'm incredibly moved, and I will love you forever." However, in the memories of experiment subject number 1 in the dream, the Shu Lan, who loved him so much, was also only a code name. She was called Mother Number 1, and her condition was deceased. Not only was Shu Lan the mother, but all the women called mothers were dead, yet he was the only one called the test subject. Having already grasped the concept of the timeline from Teacher Hua's explanation, Shu Mao Mao understood that this dream was probably another timeline mentioned by the system, a result of his past death and subsequent memory confusion. Shu Mao Mao was in an extremely bad mood. If he could control test subject number 1, that is, himself in the dream, he would definitely use all his superpowers to destroy this hateful world without a mother, but he couldn't control it. He could only watch impatiently from the perspective and feelings of test subject number 1, watching Dr. Zhao and the other people in white coats walk back and forth in front of him, saying things that test subject number 1 was tired of hearing and that Shu Mao Mao couldn't understand. When raiders use different superpowers, their genes automatically recombine to form the genetic arrangement of the raided. This proves that the generation of superpowers is related to genetic mutation, but the mutation process has no pattern. Dr. Zhao was very thin, with deeply sunken cheeks and cloudy, lifeless eyes. He would often talk to experiment number 1 anxiously and manically when no one was around. Superpowers are also genetic mutations. Zombies are also genetic mutations. I can't find the cause of your evolution. Why? Why? This world keeps overturning all the knowledge I learned. What is human civilization anyway? Experiment number 1 never paid any attention to Dr. Zhao. He only listened to Dr. Zhao because the other would give him food when he was hungry, and there was nothing else he could do besides obey. Chapter 80. These were all things from the memories of experiment subject 1. Besides, Shu Mao Mao's innate ability to hear clearly allowed him to understand why Dr. Zhao was standing before him with such a heavy expression. Commander Jiang He of the 9th District Base had long ago told the world that one day in the future, tens of thousands of meteorites of varying diameters would collide with Earth, causing surface explosions, shocks, fires, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and various other disasters. Then, large amounts of dust and debris would enter the atmosphere, blocking sunlight for years, causing a sharp drop in temperature, halting plant photosynthesis, and plunging the planet into a long, dark night, with no end in sight, a period Jiang He called the Eternal Night. She appealed to everyone to build underground shelters, but the government was skeptical of the veracity of this information. After all, the survivors faced too many difficulties, dealing with high-level zombies, finding survival supplies, and building underground bases. Neither manpower nor resources could meet her call. At this time, Lin Yi, the commander of the 10th District, said that his space could support the entire population of a nation, but only if he became the supreme leader of humanity. Commander Betty of District 32 was the first to object, saying he should take a good look at himself in the mirror and see what kind of person he was. Just because he had a spatial ability, he thought the whole world revolved around him. She rather starved than accept someone like him as her leader. Lin Yi, easily provoked, started arguing with Betty. During the argument, some commanders from other bases tried to mediate, while others offered other suggestions. The argument dragged on, and the survivors never reached a consensus on how to cooperate to deal with the Eternal Night phase, until a meteorite severed their communication channels. Dr. Zhao's research lab belonged to District 15. The District 15 commander listened to drive Zhao because, While Dr. Zhao couldn't figure out how to awaken superpowers in ordinary people, he could provide enhancement drugs that greatly increased the strength of those with superpowers. He had also cultivated the strongest superpowered individual, Test Subject 1, who could recover superpowers and kill zombies. With the help of Dr. Zhao and Test Subject 1, District 15 successfully built an underground base and moved in with a group of people and all the food. Underground space was limited, so they abandoned most of the elderly, weak, sick, disabled, and non-superpowered individuals on the surface. Dr. Zhao said, Subject 1, go to the upper level of the shelter. Use all your superpowers to protect the safety of District 15's underground base. Thus, Test Subject 1 was also expelled from District 15, receiving the same treatment as the desperate, helpless elderly, weak, sick, and disabled who awaited their fate. Test Subject 1 looked up at the sky. The approaching meteorite cast an eerie and spectacular blood-red hue on the clouds. Just looking up at the sky, one could feel the mysterious and awe-inspiring power emanating from the universe. At this moment, 5.5-year-old Shu Maomao and Experiment Number 1, who had survived for nearly 14 years, miraculously achieved a telepathic connection, sharing the same thought. Destroy it, it's meaningless, I don't want to protect it. About an hour later, the blazing celestial stone magnified in Experiment Number 1's eyes. The air distorted from the intense heat, the heatwave charred his hair and clothes, and his rapidly dehydrated skin transmitted intense burning pain to his brain. Experiment Number 1 felt no fear, no sorrow. He thought of nothing, standing on the ground, quietly awaiting the moment he would turn to ashes. Shu Maomao wasn't afraid, he just wanted to wake up quickly, and didn't want to stay in this place without his mother for another second. Amidst the mixed smells of leather and gasoline, Shu Maomao woke from his dream and opened his eyes. Lu Xingyao's car had stopped, and he and his daughter, Lu Qinghe, got out to adjust the queue at the back. There were too many people in District 12, not everyone could get on the bus, and some had to walk to keep up. The convoy in front had to stop frequently to check for anyone suffering from heat stroke or falling behind, and to put those who couldn't hold on onto the bus to rest. Shu Maomao raised his chin, eagerly looking for Shu Lan's face. She leaned against the window with one hand, observing the people outside, her gaze relaxed, a gentle smile habitually playing on her lips. Mommy, Shu Maomao called softly, scrambling up and wrapping his arms tightly around her neck, burying his face in her hair. You can't die. Shu Lan was surprised, because Shu Maomao seemed very aggrieved after waking up, and this aggrieved feeling in her son was a very novel emotion. She hugged his small body back. What's wrong? I'm not going to die. How could I die with you here? Shu Maomao said sullenly, I dreamed about the other axis the system mentioned, and you weren't there. I knew it. Your memory is messed up, isn't it? Shu Lan said angrily. It's all that Chu Xiang's fault. From now on, we remove the superpowers before killing anyone. Shu Maomao said angrily, my memory isn't messed up, but it's so annoying. What's annoying about it? Everything about it. In the dream, after you gave birth to me, Dr. Zhao killed you. And I always listened to him. He's such an idiot, a complete moron. He was venting the emotions he carried from his dream. He didn't go into detail, but Shu Lan could understand. In the parallel timeline, she didn't escape, was forced to give birth to the little predator, and had Dr. Zhao raise her as a puppet, infuriating Shu Maomao. Shu Lan's heart softened. That wasn't you, baby. The one in front of mommy now is the unique Shu Maomao. It wasn't me who died there. The one in front of you is the unique me. So don't be too angry. We're all alive and well here. I'm just angry. I get angry when I see that old man and stupid number 1. Besides, Jiang He and Lin either are still alive. Oh! Anything else? Jiang He told them a long time ago that many meteorites would hit Blue Star, and after the impact, it would enter a period of eternal night. They're digging underground too. Several more questions popped into Shu Lan's mind. How could she have mentioned that beforehand on that axis? After venting, Shu Maomao's emotions gradually calmed down. He said disdainfully, saying it beforehand wouldn't have mattered. They all die. Either they starve to death, or they die from the disaster brought by the meteorites. Lenny might be able to hide in his space and survive until he died of old age. That's too good for him. He slowly told Shu Lan about any potentially useful information he had seen or heard in his dream, bit by bit. Shu Lan remained calm, piecing together the parallel world of his dream in his mind like a jigsaw puzzle. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, Baby, have you heard anything about Answerin? Shu Maomao carefully recalled everything, finally shaking his head. No. No. Then there's another mystery. In that parallel world, There's Lin Yi and Jiang He, but no answerin'. Could it be that the answerin' there didn't know about the eternal night phase? Nor had she decided to become the zombie king, but was just an unknown high-level zombie? Shu Lan asked again, when exactly did the meteorite arrive? Shu Maomao said, when stupid experiment number 1 lived to his 14th year. Mommy said that wasn't him, so he wouldn't consider that person himself, hence the name stupid experiment number 1. 14? That's about 8 or 9 years. Thank goodness, we still have time. Shu Lan was finally completely certain that the eternal night phase wasn't just a guess, but something that would definitely happen. Moving underground to survive was a crucial task that all of humanity had to undertake. She patted Shu Maomao, who was practically glued to her, and said with a smile, "Okay, baby, get me some ice water. The water they gave me has been turned lukewarm by the sun. Even if they didn't secretly poison me, I still can't drink it." Chapter 81. Shu Maomao finally let go, took out an empty water bottle, filled it with his water-based supernatural power, held it in his hand for a while, and handed it to her after it was about chilled. Shu Lan pushed it back. "Drink a couple of sips to cool down. Look at how furrowed your brow." Shu Maomao immediately drank the water, as if all her worries were driven away by the coolness, feeling comfortable and her mood improving. His brow relaxed, and he chilled another bottle of water and handed it to her. After Shu Lan finished her water, she casually asked him, "Lu Xingyo has been gone for a while. Didn't he secretly talk about us behind our backs?" "No, Mommy. A lot of people said they couldn't go on and wanted to wait to die. He kept trying to persuade them." Shu Lan leaned back, sitting in the car, the air conditioning, the soft seats, the refreshing ice water. All of this made her feel that life wasn't so bad. Besides this kind of life, she had also experienced poverty, loneliness, and days of fear and panic. She endured those days alone, no one helped her, and she never considered ending it all. Today's difficulties are today's problems. She lived one more day, seizing every opportunity that might change her fate. Who knows, one day she might wake up to a stroke of good fortune and a change of luck. Not everyone thinks like her. They need someone's voice, someone to tell them to persevere in their hopeless predicament, to keep moving forward, that everything will be alright. Shu Lan couldn't be that kind of someone. She found it tedious. Everyone has their own choices. If someone unimportant to her said, "I can't go on living, I want to die," she would reply, "Then go ahead, no one's stopping you." But Lu Xingyu could. His surrender was never shameful. He could bring all the survivors, ordinary people and those with superpowers, safely out of District 12 to find hope, even though the long procession exhausted him. He had no intention of abandoning a single one. "Oh no, we run into some really nice people." Shu Lan glanced at the time. "They won't be able to reach our base before tonight. Baby, are you still sleepy? If you are, sleep a little longer. I wake you up when it's time to eat." Shu Maomao shook her head. "No, I'm not sleepy." "Then sleep a little longer too. We be resting very late tonight. Mommy plans to show them the might of the god of destruction." "What about you?" "I'm sleeping too." After tidying up the group, Lu Xingyu returned to the car. He opened the door and found the woman in the back seat sleeping against a large toy bear that looked like it came from nowhere. The child, however, was awake, sitting in the middle, staring at Lu Xingyu with a gloomy gaze. The oppressive feeling emanating from the child who had come back from the dead and killed and buried bodies without hesitation was stronger than that from his mother. Lu Xingyu swallowed the words he was about to say and nervously mouthed, "It's getting late. We need to stop and prepare for tonight." Shu Maomao nodded casually in response. Lu Xingyu gently closed the car door, took 2 steps, then looked back. The gruesome image of Chu Xiang's death flashed through his mind. They had worked together for nearly 6 years. While not best friends, they had developed a certain bond. The murderer was in the car. If he were to secretly call all the ability users to surround the vehicle, could they? This thought had barely formed when it was quickly suppressed by other thoughts. What good would avenge Chu Xiang? They hadn't plundered his abilities. Killing the child wouldn't grant them the 10th District Commander's space. Instead, it would cause other ability users to sacrifice themselves, leaving the remaining 20,000 people to starve. Lu Xingyu withdrew his gaze, the weight of his secret pressing on his broad shoulders, his departing figure slightly hunched. When he returned to the car with a bowl of boiled pumpkin and a bowl of rice porridge, the 2 people in the back seat had vanished. A note was stuck to his steering wheel. "Go eat, be back before dark, don't look for me." Meanwhile, in the other room, Shu Lan was busy in the kitchen. Since Wang Jie came along, she rarely cooked, but that was just laziness. Her culinary skills were still there. First, she simmered a pot of Christian carp soup, Then stir-fried shredded potatoes, green peppers, and carrots, and steamed an egg custard. A simple, home-style dinner was ready. Shu Maomao's cheeks puffed out as she ate, showing no trace of the aloof image she projected in front of Lu Xingyao. Shu Lan, who was picking out fish for him, looked up and saw that his bowl of rice was empty. She chuckled, "Eat slowly, are you that hungry?" Shu Maomao pushed the empty bowl towards her. "I want more. Your cooking is better than Aunt Wang's." "Shu Maomao, there's no such thing as a superior or inferior cooking skill. It's just that everyone's cooking has its own unique flavor. I like the taste of your cooking." Shu Lan mixed his rice and pushed it back. "No matter how nicely you say it, Mommy can't cook for you every day." She didn't actually start cooking because she enjoyed it. It was out of necessity. Her grandmother fell ill in the hospital when she was in high school, and if she didn't cook, no one else would. Dropping out of school was also forced. She couldn't afford the tuition or living expenses. That's life for the poor, a little storm, and the whole boat capsizes. Now she doesn't really enjoy cooking. Preparing the ingredients takes time, and during the time, she can't do anything else. Plus, she has to constantly wash dishes. So she thinks that people who can choose not to cook are truly happy. But seeing Shu Maomao's face covered in rice grains, his big eyes staring innocently at her, his cheeks puffed out as he chewed, a cute sight, Shu Lan softened and added, "Unless I'm in a good mood." Most of the time, she was in a pretty good mood. After dark, the temperature gradually dropped, no longer as unbearably hot as during the day, but the mood of the survivors in District 12 didn't improve. Because humanity's greatest survival challenge also arrives with the night. Every shadow moving quickly in the darkness is a deadly threat. The mother and son, having eaten and drunk their fill, appeared in the car, opened the door, got out, and strolled through the busy crowd like after a meal, finding Lu Xingyao. Lu Xingyao, without his superpowers, didn't hide in the car like an ordinary person. Instead, he had plenty of firearms and ammunition beside him, looking ready to fight until dawn. Seeing Shu Lan felt like seeing a former superior officer. Lu Xingyao's head suddenly snapped to attention, his voice dry and strained. "Have you eaten? If not, I saved some for you." Shu Lan replied, "Yes, I ate well, quite well." Lu Xingyao looked around. No one was paying attention to their conversation. He lowered his voice. "God, are you taking it tonight too?" Of course. If they were going to take it, they'd take it all. How could they leave any room for those whose abilities had been taken before, making them feel resentful? However, it wouldn't matter if they left behind support abilities like healing, which could help but not harm, and some harmless, comedic abilities. Lu Xingyu felt a pang of sadness. What if the zombies break in? Shu Lan pointed her flashlight into the distance, her tone relaxed. "Don't worry, this territory of District 9 belongs to God and the living. The zombies can't get in." The howls of zombies hunting for food gradually became clearer. All those with abilities and combat skills took their positions, guarding their lives and their comrades. Tonight will be a fierce battle, they thought heavily. Besides the zombies, there was also a god of destruction, who could take away their superpowers at any moment. Every missing superhuman increased the chance of the zombies breaching their defenses, but no one knew how to overcome this predicament. "They're here." The signal to begin the battle crackled over the walkie-talkie. Chapter 82. However, the battle horn sounded only once before being forcibly silenced by the horrific scene under the searchlights. From the mysterious passage torn open in midair, one after another, enormous, hideous monsters emerged. The messengers of the gods patrolled the city's ruins along the perimeter of the electric fence. The already vulnerable buildings were demolished, and the moving zombies became delicious late-night snacks. The scene of them eating was both gruesome and terrifying. Just watching it made one's stomach and mind churn. Lu Xingyao watched as a strange die appeared before the little boy. He manipulated it with his hand, casually spinning it 6 times, seemingly playing a normal game. The next moment, the messengers of the gods descended from the unknown realm to the mortal world. No one else understood the shock he felt at that moment. Shu Lan reached out to Lu Xingyu. "Give me your walkie-talkie." Lu Xingyu dared not disobey, quickly climbing down and taking the walkie-talkie from his belt, handing it to her. Shu Lan looked at it. "How do I use this?" "Press this button to speak, then release it when you're done." Shu Lan learned it, cleared her throat, pressed the button, and said in a soft, sweet voice with a seductive tone, "The messenger of the god of destruction has begun to move, which means the god of destruction has awakened. Everyone, repeat what I said after me, the more synchronized the better. God, we have no intention of offending you." Hearing this, the person on the intercom hesitated and followed, "God, we have no intention of offending you." At the same time, they thought, will this even work? Never mind, let's just say it. Shulan continued, "We were driven by zombies, and forced to come to your territory to find a place to survive. We were driven by zombies, and forced to come to your territory to find a place to survive. If you need to exchange our supernatural abilities for something." At this point, some people's tone hesitated, their voices losing their previous firmness and loudness. It sounded more and more like a sacrificial ritual. The sacrifice was their supernatural abilities, but these abilities were their life-saving power. To exchange them with an evil god felt like cutting off their own limbs. Shulan sensed their reluctance from the weakening voices around her. She bent down and whispered a few words in Shu Mao's ear, taking his small hand and drawing on his palm. Dust and sand from the ground rose, gathering in the brightest spot. With the swirling air currents, it formed a blurry, towering dust figure. Two gradually expanding holes appeared at its head, like a god opening its eyes, contemptuously looking down at these powerless mortals. Furthermore, the dust continued to fill this body, making it grow larger and larger. The 6 divine messengers stopped eating, all turning to face the humans directly, silently observing them. The attacking zombies, given a respite, reappeared in sight. Shulan picked up the walkie-talkie again, her voice frantic, urging, "It's appeared. It's waiting for us to pledge our loyalty. Kneel down quickly, place your hands on your heads, and continue saying, 'We are willing to offer our supernatural abilities to receive God's protection.'" Hearing from others was far less convincing than witnessing a divine intervention firsthand. The 6 monsters seemed genuinely awaiting divine command. The zombies could be fought, but how could they fight the gods before them? How could they fight the monsters? Suddenly terrified, the people trembled, any will to resist vanishing with fear, and they shouted along with the others. "Anything is fine, as long as these monsters don't rush into the electric fence with the zombies and eat people. Superpowers aren't limbs. Losing them won't hurt, so let them be. We are willing to offer our superpowers in exchange for God's protection." As soon as these words were spoken, the divine figure under the lights disintegrated into a pile of dust, replaced by fireballs raining down from the sky, each one hitting the moving zombies with pinpoint accuracy, like a magnificent meteor shower. The 6 divine messengers turned their heads, and continued eating their midnight snack. Shulan pressed the walkie-talkie, saying with immense joy, "It's helping us hold off the zombies. This means the God of Destruction agrees to let you live in its territory. Thank you, God of Destruction." The crowd echoed with jubilation, "Thank you, God of Destruction." Shulan put down the walkie-talkie with satisfaction. See, no one was injured or killed. They were willing, she could go collect the movie tickets now. She turned her head, and met Lu Xingyao, who seemed hesitant to speak, and Shu Mao, who remained expressionless. Shulan asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lu Xingyao tentatively asked, "Were you an actress before?" Shulan sighed, "Oh, you found out." "Yes, I was a film academy graduate. I worked hard every day honing my acting skills, even going bankrupt to buy a leading role. I was waiting to become an overnight sensation after filming, and then the virus broke out. It's really ironic." Shu Mao, a new story, I never heard it before. Shulan reached out to her son. There weren't many ordinary zombies left in District 9 to begin with, and after passing through the messenger's mouth, there are even fewer. Have someone set up some guns to prevent any from escaping? I'm going to take a look around. Lu Xingyao knew the purpose of her departure, and his heart was no longer as resistant as it had been during the day. What she had just demonstrated was not only the power of a god, but also the sincerity she had exchanged. If she could continue to protect everyone like this and provide food, in the end, they would be the ones who benefited. Even knowing the truth, he was almost ready to willingly accept the deception along with the victims. As a psychic, Shulan was constantly bombarded with questions about the divine, no matter where she went. When people's attention is focused, blind spots appear. She answered the questions with a smile, while Shu Mao, clinging close to her, silently harvested her abilities. Those still standing outside at night were mostly combat-type ability users. There was no need to search them one by one, just take their blood directly. Of course, there were also non-combat-type ability users, who stayed outside, and then innocently suffered. Like Lu Xingyao. She changed her clothes, and stood in the shadows with her back to him. Shu Mao didn't recognize her until he got his hands on the Dream Weaver, at which point he realized something was wrong and frowned slightly. Mommy said he didn't need to take support-type abilities, and Dream Weaver was useless to him. He wouldn't waste energy creating a beautiful dream for someone else. Shu Mao shook Shulan's hand and looked up at her. Shulan could tell from his expression that he had something to say, but there were too many onlookers, making it inconvenient. "Where's the restroom?" A person from District 12 kindly pointed the way. Shu Lan led Shu Maomao to a less crowded area, squatted down, and softly asked, "What's wrong?" "Mommy, I took the dream-making ability from that woman sitting in front of us during the day. You said you didn't want this useless ability, and I made a mistake. Like not getting a perfect score on a test, unable to change the answers or the score, Shu Maomao was very upset about it. Was this really worth pulling her aside to talk about? And with such an unhappy face, Shu Lan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She realized that a child being too much of a perfectionist wasn't good. She needed to correct it in time. It's okay to make mistakes. Mommy makes mistakes too. For example, this afternoon, if I had known beforehand that there was such a thing as a superpower that could reflect fatal wounds, I would have told you to take the power first and then kill him. But Mommy didn't think of that, and almost killed you. That mistake is more serious than what you made. Will you blame me? No. Then do you want me to continue to feel guilty and sad about this?" Shu Maomao shook his head. "No, you should forget about it." Shu Lan laughed. "Yes, you probably didn't expect to accidentally get a support-type superpower. This is called a mistake, not an error. Everyone makes mistakes. If every mistake is treated as a huge deal, that's exhausting. Taking the wrong power is fine. What's the big deal? We just won't make mistakes in the future, right?" Shu Maomao nodded. "Right. Mommy needs to go to the toilet a little. Cover your ears, and wait for me outside for a while." Shu Lan went into the temporary toilet but quickly jumped out again in less than a second, pushing him away. "I don't want to anymore, let's go." Chapter 83. Shu Maomao, being pushed along, curiously turned her head. "Why aren't you going?" "Aren't you going, Mommy?" Shu Lan said. "No, it's not like I absolutely have to. The makeshift toilet, with so many people, in such hot weather, and no water to flush, was so smelly that it made it hard to open my eyes." Shu Lan placed her hands on his cheeks, turning his head to face him. "You have X-ray vision. Don't be curious and look. Peeping in the toilet is something only perverts do. Then go to the toilet in your space." Shu Lan said, "I can't go. Your space requires its owner to enter before I can enter, but if you leave, all 6 pets will disappear, and everyone here will die. Then the system will be chattering in your ear. 50,000. 50,000. Quickly find 50,000 people." Shu Maomao thought for a moment. "Just kill all the zombies." It doesn't have to go to that extent just to go to the toilet." Someone walked over. Shu Maomao didn't say anything more, leading Shu Lan past the person. The person stared straight ahead, head unblinking, heading straight for the toilet. Not only him, but everyone else continued talking to Shu Lan as they walked towards the electric fence, all busy with their own things, as if they couldn't see them. Shu Lan boldly guessed, "Are we invisible?" "No, this ability is called passerby invisibility. If we don't speak or touch them, they won't notice what we're doing. I added soundproofing." Shu Lan looked around excitedly, and found that no one on the street was paying attention to them. It was as if she and Shu Maomao were just background figures. "It works great." She was getting a little tired of covering up the lie. Shu Lan was led by him to the electric grid. The nearly 2-meter-high grid mainly relied on solar energy storage devices, and the electric ability users in the team for power. Without electricity, it was just a metal frame. Shu Maomao moved a gap in the metal frame, and led Shu Lan outside. "Are we really going to kill zombies?" Shu Maomao said. "Can't I, Mommy? I want to try out my new superpower." Shu Lan said, "Of course you can. New things are meant to be tried out. I find a place to hide, and you can come back to me after you tried it." Shu Maomao shook her head. "No, you just watch me." "How can I watch?" Shu Maomao pointed to the dusty moth. "Sit on it." Thanks to her son, Shu Lan, who had never been on an airplane before, was now sitting on a giant moth. The fluttering moth had a ring of downy hairs around its head and wings. She climbed up from the wings and sat in that pile of hairs. Even with vines securing her to the moth around her waist, she didn't dare relax completely, clutching a handful of hairs as she nervously waited for takeoff. Why was she even a little excited? Shu Maomao, standing nearby, patted the moth and commanded it, "Go." The moth spread its wings and began to flap, a powerful wind ruffling Shu Lan's hair. Her vision gradually rose, leaving the light source provided by District 12, and she flew into the sky. The wind was cool. Shu Lan looked back and, in the gaps between the flapping of its wings, saw the ground receding into the distance. Except for the area where the survivors were stationed, there was only light. Everywhere else was endless darkness. In comparison, the sky was much brighter. The stars were like countless tiny diamonds scattered haphazardly on black velvet, dazzling and clear, as if one could reach out and grab a handful. Shu Lan's eyes were as bright as the stars. She exclaimed in surprise in the wind. This is fun. It's strange. I'm usually terrified of moths, but now I actually find them pleasing to the eye. Compared to her curiosity, Shu Maomao remained calm. He used sound to pinpoint the location of the running zombies, then tossed down a cluster of bright red dots, activating absolute precision so that each dot hit a zombie. Shulan grew bolder, daring to kneel and look down, thinking the falling flames resembled dripping liquid. Are you using fire? Shu Maomao said. No, mommy. Plundering duplicate abilities strengthens existing ones. This is the effect of 7 fire-based abilities plus an earth-based ability. It should be called magma, and it can burn them to ashes. How many abilities do you have now? 134. Shulan sat up straight, confidently crossing her arms, and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! No one can stand against us, Shu Maomao. The god of destruction will dominate this world. Tremble, humans, oh, and zombies. Shu Maomao, mommy, this. There's no one else here. You don't need to act anymore. Oh, god of destruction is the title I gave you. Isn't it impressive? What kind of god do you want to be, baby god? Superpower god? Cosmic god? Shu Maomao said. I want to be human. Shu Lan's childish spirit was mercilessly extinguished by the precocious child. She tried to bring back his childlike heart. Okay, then let's name your pets. What do you want to call this moth? Moth. And the octopus? Octopus. Huh? Shu Maomao, are you kidding me? I saw you smirking. Lu Xingye searched everywhere for the mother and child but couldn't find them. Instead, he saw his men chatting leisurely in small groups, guns in hand. Yes, leisurely, a word that never appeared on those on night watch. They had worked tirelessly through the night, so exhausted they dared not close their eyes, fearing that missing a single shot or killing even one zombie would drag their comrades to hell. Lu Xingye roared, What are you doing? Is this the time for you to slack off? The man he reprimanded jolted awake, immediately grabbing his gun and aiming outside. After scanning the area and finding no target, he turned back dejectedly. No, Commander, it seems the zombies are absent tonight. I haven't seen a single one all day. Another knelt down, hands clasped together. Thank you, God of Destruction. May you bless us every night. Upon hearing the title God of Destruction, Lu Xingye was speechless. He turned and left, surveying the area, and indeed saw no zombies. What's going on? The people are gone, and the zombies are gone too? Until Lu Xingye overheard people chatting. That gray butterfly flew away a long time ago. Are you kidding me? That's a moth. Butterflies are thinner in the middle. How can anyone know if such a huge monster is thick or thin? Lu Xingye thought to himself, could those two have turned into butterflies and flown away? He quickly realized how absurd the idea was, suppressed his doubts, and went with his daughter to comfort the people who were feeling down about losing their powers. Lu Xingye said, It's alright. Maybe your powers will awaken again someday. Who can predict the future? Just be alive. You all worked hard these past few days. Take this opportunity to get a good night's sleep. Tell me if there's any dream you want to have. Hime, I want to dream that I'm the emperor, playing eagle catches chicks with my 300 concubines. Lu Xingye laughed. Alright, I grant your wish this time, since you're so pitiful. She walked over and placed her palm on the forehead of the person who had lost their powers, whispering, You became the emperor. Ah, sorry, my powers are gone too. Every time she used her dream-creating ability, she could construct a clear and colorful miniature world in her mind beforehand, as if her brain were a computer, and she was using an imagination mouse and modeling. But this time, it didn't work. Her imagination was exhausted. She couldn't construct anything. A wave of indescribable melancholy washed over Lu Xingye. She sighed. So this is what it feels like to lose your powers. Chapter 84. This world gained one more person, who had lost their superpowers, and needed comfort, and many more who were disappointed because their dreams of having a harem of 3,000 beauties were shattered. Lu Xingye hadn't expected the raiders to act so swiftly. He silently followed his daughter's dejected departing figure, wanting to speak but unsure where to begin. Should he say that he knew the truth from beginning to end, yet couldn't tell everyone, nor could he stop his superpowers from being stolen? Perhaps it would be better if he remained ignorant like them. At least, he wouldn't be so depressed now. Lu Xingye noticed someone following her, turned around, and asked suspiciously, Dad, why do you look so strange? Is something wrong? No, I just saw you were unhappy, so I came to chat with you. Lu Xingye said casually, I'm not particularly unhappy. It's just not a useful ability. Every time I use it to create dreams, they wake up and find that the beautiful things were just illusions, making them even sadder than before. Some people even get addicted, constantly asking me to create dreams for them, wanting to live in a fake dream every day. I can't understand whether I'm helping or harming them. Xingyu said firmly, helping people, you're helping people? What a tongue-tied father. Lu Qinghe smiled, took a step back, and walked beside him. Old Lu, your face was so dark last night. Did you think that without your superpowers, if someone as tall as you fell, the sky would collapse? Now, everyone's become short, and you're the tallest one, so you have to fill the gap again. Oh dear, my father is truly a great hero. Lu Xingyu was amused by her, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at her. What kind of hero am I? What hero surrenders immediately when faced with an enemy they can't defeat? Lu Qinghe took his arm. A hero isn't defined by how many people they can defeat, but by how many they save. In my heart, you're the greatest hero. She quickly let go. Your arm is all sweaty. I'm not sticking to you anymore. Why haven't we heard any gunshots tonight? Oh my god, Dad, we're doomed. Our guardian spirit has disappeared. The disappearance of the giant monsters quickly caused a stir. Everyone stood up, staring in panic at the empty distance. The divine messengers were the main force fighting off the zombies tonight. If even they're gone, what will happen to all these people? Where's Qin Xiushuang? Quickly ask her what's going on. Xu Lan climbed out of Lu Xingyao's car, holding the hand of a sleepy little boy, and shouted, I'm here. I'm here. It's okay, don't be afraid. The disappearance of the divine messengers means the zombies have eaten everything in this area. They gone elsewhere to forage. Really? You're not lying to us, are you? Every time Xu Lan heard this, she would mentally complain. Why do you always ask the same question so many times? If you really wanted to lie to me, why would asking one more time make you tell the truth? Really, don't worry. Based on my experience, there won't be any zombies tonight. I'm going to sleep. If you're scared, you can stay outside and watch a little longer. She raised her hand and yawned. Commander Lu, we stay in your car for the night. Lu Xingyu replied blankly, Oh, okay. Xu Lan and her son climbed back into the car, leaving the people of District 12 looking at each other in bewilderment. Lu Xingyu glanced back at the city shrouded in silence and darkness, and finally waved his hand. The gunners will take turns on guard duty. The rest of you, sleep. He had no other choice but to entrust his entire trust to Qin Xiushuang. The back seat of the car was usually Lu Qinghe's bed, but she didn't mind giving it to the mother and son. After helping her father arrange his work, Lu Qinghe, carrying a flashlight, walked to the car, moved quietly, and opened the passenger door, intending to make do in the passenger seat for a few hours. The flashlight beam swept over something on the seat, and Lu Qinghe's weary, almost closed eyes snapped open. What was this? She couldn't be mistaken, could she? There was a whole bunch of grapes on the seat. Lu Qinghe's heart pounded. She didn't know why it was there. She peered into the back seat, wanting to ask Qin Xiushuang if it was her doing, but there was no one there at all. For a few seconds, she was stunned, then murmured, What the hell? Where did they go? Underneath the grapes was a clean piece of white paper. Lu Qinghe pulled it out. It had two different kinds of writing on it. One was neat, as if measured with a ruler, and read, Mistake. The other was crooked and playful, and read, Come back at dawn. Don't look for me. Lu Qinghe thought the disappearance of the living person and the transformation into grapes was strange enough. But when she took the paper to her father to show him, his attitude was strangely calm. He tore the paper into pieces, stuffed it into his pocket, and said, Go back, eat the grapes, go to sleep, and pretend nothing happened. Lu Qinghe was at a loss. But this? Old Lu, Qin Xiushuang clearly has other secrets. You know that, but you won't tell me, right? Lu Xingyu said helplessly, I can't tell you now. She said everyone will know when we get there tomorrow. Anyway, it's a good thing, not a bad thing. Why? She started to speak, but seeing Lu Xingyu's bloodshot eyes, she decided it wasn't worth asking. Never mind, I'm going to sleep. I drive tomorrow during the day. Lu Qinghe went back, still puzzled. The grapes were still there. She ate half, and put the other half in a bag, placing it on Lu Xingyu's seat. She went to the back seat, opened the door, as usual, and lay down. She almost immediately passed out, until she was awakened by a noisy commotion. Here, 1 steamed bun each. Fill your water bottles. We leave after we eat. Hurry up with the electric fence. We arrange who gets in the car, and who walks today. Let's try to walk as much as possible before the sun gets too strong. Lu Qinghe sat up, and groggily got out of the car. Not far away, the gentle and elegant Qin Xiushuang was smiling as she spoke to a group of women. Her son held a comic book, surrounded by several children from District 12, who were enthusiastically explaining the events depicted in the comic to him. Lu Qinghe was stunned. The scene before her was so beautiful and peaceful, like something out of a scene from a pre-zombie outbreak world, a common sight in the neighborhood playground. When did Qin Xiaoshuang return? She hadn't been woken by the gunfire last night? Had they, without any superpowered individuals, survived until dawn unscathed? Lu Qinghe was still bewildered when Lu Xingyao, who had also stayed up all night, came over, handed her breakfast and water, and said, "Wash your face, we're getting ready to go." Lu Qinghe quickly brushed her teeth, rubbed her face, and her groggy head cleared slightly. Watching the mother and son get into the car, she had many questions she wanted to ask, but with people coming and going, nothing seemed appropriate. Finally, she managed to squeeze out a dry, "Did you sleep well last night?" Xu Lan smiled, showing no intention of explaining the grapes, the note, or her own disappearance. "It's alright, baby. We need to get in the car now. Give the comic book back to your brother. We can borrow it from him again later." The little boy from District 12 said generously, "No problem. I finished reading it. Little brother can have it." "Thank you, little one." Qin Xiaoshuang really seemed like a very gentle mother. Lu Qinghe thought to herself, so what she's keeping from everyone must be a good thing. Finally, the survivors of District 12, refreshed after a good night's sleep, pressed on towards the blazing sun. Around 4 or 5 o'clock, according to usual practice, they should have stopped to set up the electric fence and defenses, but the commander insisted on continuing. Despite their doubts and trepidation, everyone obeyed orders and sped towards their unknown destination. An hour and a half later, as the sunset painted the sky with fiery intensity, the convoy stopped in front of a row of plants emitting a strong stench of decay. Xu Lan helped Xu Maomao out of the car and let out a soft sigh. She'd been riding in the car all day, her bones were practically shaking. Standing before the weary but expectant crowd, her back to the setting sun, she slowly smiled and raised the megaphone. "Before you lies the new 9th District base, the place where we will all live together from now on. I'm not exaggerating when I say that the 9th District offers plentiful food and drink, and absolute safety. You don't need to worry about zombies invading, day or night." The people of the 12th District cheered, "Wow! That's great." Xu Lan made a shushing gesture, and waited for the crowd to quiet down before continuing, "But before that, I must tell you my true identity, the God of Destruction. Open the gate." Chapter 85. I, Qin Xiaoshuang, the only one in District 9. The corpse-smelling grass quickly lost its scent, burrowed back into the soil, revealing the more than 2,000 people eagerly waiting behind it. Xian's loud voice was the first to emerge. "Commander? My dear Commander. You're finally back. I couldn't eat or sleep while you were gone, I was so worried about you." "Commander. Wow, so many people." Xu Lan's enigmatic smile froze on her face. Her fist hardened. She had been biding her time for a day and a night, waiting to lure these 2,000 people to the headquarters, so she could proudly reveal her and Xu Maomao's identities as raiders and dazzle everyone. She had just gotten into the swing of things. Couldn't she at least finish her most pretentious lines? Sooner or later she'd find a reason to beat that brat Xian up. The people of District 12 watched in astonishment as nearly 1,000 people rushed out, their momentum like a flock of sheep bleating enthusiastically as they left their pen to graze. The sheep, seeing these outsiders, also wore expressions of surprise and wariness. So many people, a long line of convoys, and a dense sea of heads. Some atmospheres, once broken, can never be restored. Xu Lan felt that reciting her line now wouldn't achieve the desired effect, so she expressionlessly raised the megaphone and said in a flat tone, "I am actually the commander here, Qin Xiaoshuang." District 12 immediately erupted in commotion. "So you lied to us?" District 10's commander, Lin Yi, isn't here? Xu Lan calmly said, "He is. His ashes are with us." Enough with the nonsense. Once you're in District 9, you're a District 9 person. Here, there's only, never mind, it's too unimpressive. Anyway, let me show you the treatment I'm talking about. Everyone make way, the food is coming. Oh. The flock of sheep spread out, quickly clearing a flat area. "Let's have something cooling tonight. Bitter melon stir-fried with eggs." Xu Maomao raised his eyebrows, happily placing basket after basket of bitter melon and box after box of eggs on the flat area. Great, so many people, he can eat all the bitter melon he hates most. Hopefully, he won't have to see bitter melon again this summer. Eggs? You still have so many eggs. We should keep the eggs to hatch chicks. Isn't it too extravagant to eat them? Why are you hoarding so much stuff? Xu Lan didn't answer, continuing to stroke his chin thoughtfully. Our new friends have been killing zombies for years. They probably can't stand red meat. How about white meat tonight? How about stir-fried chicken with wood-ear mushrooms? The people from District 9's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. A thought flashed through Shu Mao's mind, and live chickens in iron cages appeared next to the bitter melons and eggs. The plump chickens jumped and leaped in the cages, emitting their final cries. The people of District 12 were also lamenting inwardly. Why did such a huge gap between rich and poor still exist even in the apocalypse? Their base had been raising chickens for years without managing to keep a single healthy, uninfected one, while the people of District 9 had casually provided the equivalent of an entire chicken farm. Those further away anxiously jumped up and down. What's going on? Why isn't everyone moving? Wait a minute, I heard they're discussing what to eat tonight. What's there to discuss? Easy to grow and easy to store, they got the same ingredients. They can't possibly make potatoes and pumpkins into something fancy. District 9 has healthy chickens. What? Chickens? This news was like a drop of water in a hot oil pan, igniting a cacophony of voices. Shu Lan swept her gaze over those who looked suspicious. Stop pretending. Lay your cards on the table. It wasn't a god who took your powers. It was me, the biggest villain in this territory. Shu Mao thought, not me. I knew it. I felt something was off when she appeared. The former superhumans from District 12 angrily snatched their companion's gun and pointed it at Shu Lan. No matter how you made my powers disappear, give them back right now. Lu Xingyu suddenly raised his voice, shouting, don't shoot if you want to live. Shu Lan calmly looked at the row of gun barrels. The reason I went to all this trouble to bring up a god with you is because I didn't want to die on the road. I'm wasting time with you all acting like this, all this fuss. Lu Xingyu, tell them what the god of destruction's power is. Shu Mao's expression was numb. Can I stop using the nickname? Lu Xingyu said helplessly, plunder. The god of destruction is Qin Shuxuang's son. He can not only steal powers, but he can also use them. He has countless powers. Even Chu Xiang's counterattack couldn't kill him. Lu Qinghe explained in shock. So Uncle Chu didn't run away at all, but died at the hands of this child. Lu Qinghe felt a chill run down her spine. She had come here full of expectations, only to receive one outrageous truth after another. Shu Lan said, the god of destruction is just a more obedient baby. To be precise, I'm the real culprit. Hate me if you want, it doesn't matter. From now on, those who want to join District 9 and call me commander come in. Call you commander? Shu Lan crossed her arms, a stark contrast to her friendly demeanor at their first meeting. She arrogantly and matter-of-factly said, yes, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain, and only one person can rule a territory. I won't do it, I only listen to old Lu. At worst, we fight her to the death. I refuse to believe she can kill all these people. Some people in District 9 silently shook their heads. When they didn't understand the raiders, they were just as naive. Shu Lan slightly curled her lips into a mocking smile. Can't? My son killed all the zombies in the city last night. What's so difficult about 20,000 ordinary people? Everyone, Her words were like firecrackers, each one more explosive than the last. Killed all the zombies in the city. No wonder we didn't see any zombies in the latter half of last night. Lu Xingyu's suspicions were finally confirmed. He lowered his shoulders, bowed his head, and was the first to step forward, calling her heavily but clearly, Commander. Shu Lan slightly nodded her chin, raised her slender arm, and casually swung it behind her, indicating that he should come over. Lu Xingyu took 2 steps behind her, then turned to look at his daughter. Lu Qinghe bit her lip, a flicker of emotion in her eyes. She understood now. She understood all the strange things that had happened to her father since yesterday. Indeed, it was unbelievable. Who would believe that someone who could so easily wipe out the entire city of zombies was a little boy not even 6 years old, still reading comic books? Who would go to the so-called 9th District base with a woman who had killed the deputy commander shortly after meeting him, and stolen all his combat-type abilities, that bunch of grapes, that ambiguous note, and the mother and son's inexplicable disappearance last night? She understood it all. Lu Qinghe took a slow, deep breath. She didn't want to succumb to Qin Shuxuang's deception and manipulation, but there was no turning back in the 12th district. She could only grit her teeth and move forward. Finally, she lifted her foot, following her father, bowing her head resignedly and calling out, Commander. Shu Lan nodded, picked up the megaphone, and urged, hurry up, everyone behind. We need to cook. Killing the chicken will take time. Sister Wang, soak the wood-ear mushrooms first. Yes, Commander. Even Lu Xingyu had taken the lead, and the people who had been eagerly anticipating the fresh ingredients before them let go of their inhibitions and obediently lined up, filing past her. Commander. The former superhuman from District 12 stamped his foot anxiously. Don't be tempted by her. She's a fraud. She's been deceiving us all this way. Shulan glanced sideways. You want to die, but won't let others live. You're so eager to settle scores with me? Now shoot. Let's see whose heart the bullet hits. The young boy's hand holding the gun began to tremble. He hesitated. Lu Xingyao strode out, snatched the gun from his hand, pushed him over, and slapped him on the back of the head. You brat, talk to me. Old Lu. She stole all our superpowers, and wants to appoint such a wicked woman as commander. I'm not happy about it. Shu Maomao impatiently raised his pistol, pointing it at the young man's chest. Mommy, I've been waiting for him to shoot. He keeps nagging. Can I go first? Chapter 86. Lu Xingyu quickly blocked the young man, speaking before Shulan could say, don't shoot. Let me talk to them. They definitely listen, I promise. Shulan, emotionless, calmly scrutinized the nervous Lu Xingyao before her. Honest and kind, responsible and dependable, a good person in the conventional sense, willing to risk his own life for others. Fine, go ahead and talk. Shulan also pressed the gun down from Shu Maomao's hand. If talking doesn't work, the one who vouched for you will be the first to die. These words immediately changed the expressions of the former superhumans, demonstrating Lu Xingyu's importance to them. Lu Xingyu didn't back down. He pulled the young man away and turned to talk to the disgruntled ones. Shulan rubbed her lower back, looking at the endless queue. Maomao, get mommy a chair to sit on. A 3-meter-long luxurious leather sofa appeared before them. Shulan could practically lie down on it. Shulan sighed. This was her son's care. So simple, yet so extravagant. She sat down, feeling half a head shorter. Passers-by had to look down at her. She lacked any of her usual domineering presence. She said, honey, sit higher. So the platform began to rise, and Shulan, now seated high enough for everyone to look up at, straightened her back and said, recognize my face. Remember, from now on, you must obey my commands. Those in the back stopped whispering. Those in the car, get off now. With more people, all sorts of noises arose. Some huddled together whispering, some strayed from the group to watch the commotion, and others, bewildered, searched for acquaintances to inquire about the situation. Order was chaotic. In short, progress was slow, and darkness was falling. Shulan's brow furrowed with impatience. She asked Shu Maomao for a pistol, fired a shot into the air, and quickly quelled the disturbance. If anyone doesn't follow the group and says anything other than commander, the next shot will be aimed at their mouth. Don't believe me? Try it. The people from District 12 quickly shut their mouths, obediently lined up, and as they passed Shulan, they quickly called out commander before scurrying to the back of the group. Shulan returned the gun to Shu Maomao, secretly shaking her hand behind her back. It was her first time firing a gun, and no one had told her that her hand would feel so numb from the impact. Lu Qinghe, gather your cooks from District 12, grab your utensils, and go with our chefs to prepare the ingredients. Startled by being called upon, Lu Qinghe paused, then replied, okay. A tall, beautiful woman approached her from the crowd. I go with you and show you the way. Thank you. What should I call you? Suzhen. Lu Qinghe glanced nervously in the direction her father had left, her expression revealing undisguised worry. She feared those people were too stubborn, and would ultimately implicate her father. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a second gunshot rang out like a thunderclap in midair. In the stunned silence, the expressionless little boy spoke, his voice clear yet cold. Mommy, that person said the one with the superpower is the child. The child is powerful, but not very smart. Everything he does is controlled by that woman. First, kill the woman, then lock the child up and torture him every day to force him to hand over his power. Shulan leaned back on the sofa, her voice amplified by the speakers, carrying the same cold indifference to everyone's ears. What a brilliant but foolish idea. No matter how much she reminded them not to resist, that resistance would only bring casualties, and wouldn't change the outcome, that recognizing reality would lead to a win-win situation for everyone. There were still some people, ordinary men who, after a couple of ounces of liquor, would stand on the table and pontificate about national affairs, thinking they were reincarnations of Zhuge Liang, possessing brilliant minds capable of devising ingenious solutions that no one else could conceive. In reality, they were just suicidal fools. The sudden gunshot struck Lu Qinghe like a thunderbolt. Panic overwhelmed her, and she pushed through the crowd, rushing out. Qin Xiaoshuang had just said that the first person to vouch for her would die, so that bullet might have hit her father. Shulan impatiently urged, Lu Xingyao, are you done talking? I give you 3 more minutes. Put the guns away when you're done. It wasn't her father who died. Relieved of her panic, Lu Qingya stopped, bent over, closed her eyes, and, still shaken, pressed her wildly beating chest, only then realizing her hands were trembling. Su Jin followed her, completely bewildered. Why did you suddenly run away? It's nothing. Lu Qingya straightened up, took a deep breath. Let's go. She had to listen to Qin Xiaoshuang. Seeing blood was tantamount to witnessing the ruthlessness of the self-proclaimed 9th District Commander. The process of accepting new recruits went much more smoothly afterward. Once they recognized the faces, the next step was resettlement. Smoke rose from the cooking area. The difference between 20,000 and 2,000 people was enormous. The rice needed for just one dinner was piled up like a small mountain. No matter which direction you looked, you could see people with blank and uneasy expressions, not knowing what to do. Lu Xingya asked Shulan, "Do we still need to install the electric fence?" Shulan waved her hand. "No need, just install the lights you brought." Sister Wang angrily came to Shulan with a spatula. "Commander, the cooks from District 12 are stealing our eggs." Shulan took Shu Maomao over and distributed the ingredients. Fang Buotou rushed over again. "Commander, they're about to fight over water." So Shulan had to go with him to have a new row of water pumps urgently installed to draw groundwater. Both Lu Xingya and Shulan were incredibly busy that night as the two districts merged. Fortunately, everyone was surprisingly united at mealtime, queuing up neatly, grabbing their lunch boxes, getting their food, and leaving quickly. Shulan sat at the table, chin in hand, gazing at the sea of heads. She used to wonder what it would feel like to be second only to the leader, but it was only for a short time. The rest of the time it was just constantly solving problems and handling disputes. She wasn't that hungry. After Shu Maomao finished eating, she strolled over to find Lu Xingya. "Were you this busy when you were the commander?" Lu Xingya hurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth and replied, "Everyone listened to me, so it wasn't that busy." "That's not enough?" Tonight's dinner was practically a state banquet-level feast. Lu Xingya really wanted to continue eating, but reluctantly, he had to answer the question. "No, you didn't experience the time when the division of bases was first announced. Back then, although people gathered together, no one was willing to submit to anyone else. There was a lot of fighting for positions and resources. The team of superhumans was in complete chaos. Then the zombie horde killed many people, and I was the only one they could choose. It took several more years of turmoil before District 12 finally got back on track." Shulan said, "If it were me, I'd kill all the troublemakers." Lu Xingya's voice lowered a few decibels, cautiously saying, "Surviving isn't easy. Try not to kill your own people if you can. I'm leaving. I can't talk to you." Shulan wandered off to another place, weaving through the crowd. She felt like she was passing through a patch of mimosa. People on both sides shrank back and moved to corners, not daring to block her way or look her in the eye. Only the people from District 9 greeted her warmly. "Commander, are we continuing work tomorrow?" Chapter 87. Let's get started. They from District 12 have taken over the area we were planning to dig. Sensing the resentment and xenophobia in the other person's tone, Shulan frowned slightly. "What's the big deal? We can just find another plot of land." The person, noticing her displeasure, didn't say anything more and sheepishly fled. Shulan walked to her personal throne, the large sofa she used in the evening, and sat down, patting the spot beside her. "Please sit, Master Mao Mao." Shu Maomao obediently sat down, only to be pulled into Shulan's arms, and have her cheeks ruffled. "Kidnapping. Confess honestly, why are you being so obedient?" She wasn't very strong. If Shu Maomao didn't want her to ruffle her cheeks, she just needed to sit up straight. But Shu Maomao laid down on her lap, his face contorted as he mumbled, "Why aren't you being good?" "Because I gave birth to you to use your plundering abilities to save my own life. Now I make you do this and that every day, and you can't leave my side for a second." Shu Maomao said, "Then why does mommy cook delicious food for me, show me fun things, sing to me, sleep with me, answer my questions, and find me teachers to make me smarter? You don't have to do all that, but you can still use my abilities, just like Dr. Zhao." Shulan never expected to be rebuffed by her son, who wasn't even 6 years old. Why did she feel his mind was more mature than before? Oh right, the previous dream had given Shu Maomao over 10 years of memories. Maybe his mental age was already at a teenager's level, or even an adult's. Shu Maomao said, "It's not that you're harming me. All my abilities are in me, you can't harm me. If I'm not with you, you die." Shulan said softly, "But you definitely survive." Shu Maomao turned his head. "I don't want to live in that kind of world. Just thinking about it makes me angry." Okay. Shulan's eyes crinkled, and she leaned back. I must have saved the galaxy in my past life. Oh no, I can't say that. What does it have to do with the galaxy? It was my own decision that brought you into this world. I'm so clever, ha ha. The mother and son's quiet time alone hadn't lasted long when Shu Mao got up from her lap, transforming from a clingy mama's boy into a cool and handsome boy. Mommy, someone's coming to see you. Shu Lan turned around and saw a person walking towards them with a cane, backlit by the light. It was Hui Yu. The cane was one she had given Hui Yu before. She saw him use it immediately, becoming more and more skilled, his head held higher and higher. However, he always preferred to be alone and couldn't accept being touched. If someone got too close or made any movement, he would instinctively drop the cane and cover his head, like a knee-jerk reflex. Shu Lan heard from Zhong Mei that while she was away these past 2 days, former superhumans from District 10, harboring long-suppressed resentment, went to cause trouble for Hui Yu. Hui Yu was no longer the unarmed, hungry Hui Yu who lacked the energy for rapid self-healing. He seemed to know he was being targeted, so he carried a nearly 10-centimeter-long iron nail with him. That day, Hui Yu was dragged into the night by 8 people and beaten nearly to death. His near-death state was only temporary. Even if he was infinitely close to death, he wouldn't truly die. His self-healing ability would rapidly restore his health, and once he regained his strength, he could stand up and continue fighting. For someone without self-healing abilities, being stabbed is truly a near-death experience. Relying on his unyielding resilience, Hui Yu stabbed the 8 men who had provoked him until they were covered in blood, threatening them not to escalate the matter to Shu Lan, or he would avoid the fatal spot and instead poke holes in their bodies, draining them until they were dried-up corpses. Zhong Mei ultimately cleaned up the mess. Neither side wanted her to tell anyone. However, Zhong Mei felt that if the commander accidentally found out about this from elsewhere, the consequences could be even more severe, so she insisted on telling Shu Lan the truth. But Zhong Mei overthought things. From Shu Lan's perspective, this was essentially a case of the aggressor being killed in retaliation, and the one who killed didn't want to escalate the situation. Therefore, both sides reached a consensus, a private matter to be resolved privately, without her acting as judge. Wasn't this a good way to handle it? What did it have to do with her? There was absolutely no need to tell her. Shu Lan guessed that Hui Yu's arrival at this moment was to apologize to her. He still used to have 2 canes, but now he only had one, held in his right hand. He stood ramrod straight, not relying on the cane. It didn't seem like he was using it to support his legs, which seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Rather, it was more like a reminder that he could walk upright. Hui Yu moved slowly, each step feeling like he had to firmly plant his footing. From the moment Shu Lan saw him until he reached the sofa, this distance of less than 100 meters took him almost 5 minutes. His hair had grown quite long, with black bangs falling over his forehead. His head was slightly lowered, giving him an innocent, harmless, and submissive appearance. Shu Lan herself was a seasoned deceiver who often used appearances to manipulate people. She wouldn't forget his ruthless nature of carving and bleeding people just because of this look. Is something wrong? She deliberately avoided mentioning Zhong Mei's words, watching Hui Yu's reaction. Hui Yu indeed paused for a moment before speaking. I have something I want to tell you. Oh! He didn't mention it either? A hint of admiration flashed through Shu Lan's mind. Strong, independent, not causing trouble, a smart person. You can still get a reward if you speak well. I'm not after the reward. I feel like you're planning to take in everyone who escaped to District 9. Shu Lan said, not everyone, I guess. She collect 50,000 first to see what the system's reward was. If it wasn't tempting, she'd stop. Managing half of them was already enough of a headache. If more people came, Shu Lan figured she'd want to go on strike. Hui Yu gave a soft I think they developed a habit of depending on the superhumans and obeying their commanders. This will force you to handle a lot of trivial matters that you could have resolved yourself. Since everyone has become ordinary people, you can manage this group using the management methods of a large factory. Shu Lan became interested and gestured for Shu Mao to move aside, giving Hui Yu a spacious seat to avoid triggering his stress response. Sit down, continue. Hui Yu saw that she had sat at the very edge of the sofa, and assumed she was disgusted by him. After feeling secretly hurt, he sat down on a small patch of floorboards at the other end of the sofa, not daring to sit too long for fear of dirtying her sofa. He continued, once you dealt with the zombies, the survivors' needs are reduced to food, drink, and shelter. At this point, we can't afford to give everyone the same treatment. I suggest distributing food and survival supplies as wages. In factories, wages are either paid by piecework, based on the quantity of finished products, or by the hour, based on working hours. The underlying logic is that the more you work, the more you earn. If someone slacks off but receives the same treatment as everyone else, those who work diligently will feel it's unfair and will start slacking off too. Over time, this fosters laziness and accumulates resentment. Xu Lan muttered, "They wouldn't dare. No way. No one gets to eat while working. Before, when we were few in number, you did a great job, using equal treatment to create an atmosphere of shared responsibility and increase everyone's sense of belonging. But with more people, even small things like slacking off get you involved, which you definitely find annoying. So you can give some people authority to specifically oversee the attendance of those involved in building the base, helping you resolve interpersonal conflicts. Also, gather the cooks together and set up a communal canteen. Only those with good attendance get food, plus other benefits." Xu Lan thought he was right, but she couldn't remember everything, so she interrupted him. "Stop, Hui Yu, why don't you be the deputy commander?" Chapter 88. Hui Yu immediately stopped speaking, her palm sweating, gripping her cane tightly, her voice suddenly becoming weak. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so critical of you." Xu Lan was bewildered. "I didn't say you were being critical. I only made you deputy commander because I admire you. Did you think I was being sarcastic? No, who would be so narrow-minded as to not be happy when someone helps them with ideas? Yes, Lin Yi would say, with your abilities, you should be the commander." Xu Lan chuckled lightly. "Hey, you're insulting me, Teacher Hua, comparing me, the commander, to those idiots whose brains are controlled by their lower bodies." Hui Yu pursed his lips, a subtle smile appearing on his lips, fleeting as it vanished. "I'm indeed not suitable to be the deputy commander. I suggest letting the original commander of District 12 take the position. He has existing authority." Xu Lan said, "But now there's a feeling that District 12 is District 12, and District 9 is District 9. We're together, but not really together. Giving Lu Xingyao more power, with each side having someone backing them up, wouldn't that make the boundaries even clearer? It's alright, sure. This issue will be resolved soon. Look at the people who came before. They're all getting along now. If you want to foster closer integration, you could organize some team-building activities, doing something together as a group that will naturally strengthen relationships." Xu Lan pondered for a moment, her brows relaxing. "Team building, I know, it's about having a group of people do some fancy things. I can arrange something fun like that. Do you have any other ideas?" You had Zhong Mei lead the effort to organize personnel information. That work can continue. With the formation of the personnel department in District 12, we might be able to find professionals with architectural expertise. That's all I can think of for now." Xu Lan nodded, recalling his words. "That sounds very feasible. You're amazing. I have no experience in this area. I only know how to get them to obey. With so many people, they all come to me with everything. My head is about to explode. To get everyone under you to obey is already the mark of an excellent commander. After delegating authority, you only need to contact the top manager of each department. If they still find it cumbersome, have them come to me first. I select the matters that only you can handle, and assign them to you. The rest will be handled by others." Xu Lan didn't speak, only giving a thumbs up in agreement. "Then I go back and write a plan for you." Hui Yu stood up awkwardly, intending to leave, but Xu Lan stopped him. "What reward do you want?" Hui Yu replied almost instantly, "Nothing." "Nothing?" Xu Lan tilted her head, looking at him suspiciously. "They say there's no such thing as a free lunch. You're making me suspect you have ulterior motives." Xin Xishuang. He suddenly called her name, mustering all his courage to look her directly in the eye, and earnestly told her, "I know you're wary of everyone. I promise, I will never harm you, not even hypothetically." Xu Lan blinked, not yet reacting, when Hui Yu hid his gaze again in the shadow of his hair, as if retreating into his comfort zone. He tapped the ground with his cane, slowly and laboriously walking back. Still a little hunched over, but standing much straighter than before. "Baby," Xu Lan said, "this person seems to have cured himself." Xu Maomao asked, "Should we believe what he says?" Xu Lan pursed her lips. "No, Xu Maomao. Don't care what they say. Just think of the worst possible outcome. That way, when they betray or hurt us, we can laugh triumphantly saying, 'Ha ha ha, I knew you'd do this,' and then thwart their plot. Understand?" Understood. This method of teaching children would have been condemned as paranoia in the past, but Xu Lan didn't care. "Come on, god of destruction, let's clear out any zombies that might come tonight and go to sleep. We deal with tomorrow's problems tomorrow. Killing zombies, depleting energy, and then going back to sleep. This repeated training would make Xu Maomao's abilities stronger and her energy reserves more durable. Of course, one should always strive for improvement when conditions allow. Besides, Clearing out zombies means fewer of them, letting the corpses die of old age sooner rather than later prevent them from wandering the human world. As for the advanced zombies, they either eat human flesh or the crystal cores from corpses' brains. Shulan always considered them a new species. She never stopped collecting crystal cores, thinking that if Ansarin was still the leader of the new species, when the Eternal Night stage arrived, she could exchange stones with Ansarin for peaceful coexistence. Strangely, Shulan, who never trusted anyone, inexplicably believed that Ansarin would agree to her request. The next morning, Shulan and Shu Maomao emerged from their spatial dimension and saw the ground crammed full of sleeping people, leaving almost no room to stand. They initially mistook it for a meat drying factory. The people of District 12 had it tough, forced to leave their homes to survive. During the day they were on the move, and at night ordinary people crammed into truck beds, while those with superpowers fought zombies all night. This was probably the first time they had a proper night's sleep after their arduous journey. They didn't care about the roof or bedding. Everyone was fast asleep. Shulan thought, luckily it's summer. Sleeping on the ground like this is fine. It won't work if it rains or gets cold. I need to find accommodation as soon as possible. She pondered how to arrange lodging for so many people quickly and conveniently as she walked to the communal kitchen area to distribute ingredients for breakfast. The people in District 9 also woke up early and voluntarily came to help in the kitchen. They had already developed the habit of working at sunrise and resting at sunset, just like Shulan. Commander, should we wake everyone up? Shulan said, no need, they all wake up when the sun comes out. After Fong Butao finished setting up the generator, he joined the conversation, jokingly saying, last night, I kept telling them not to worry, that zombies aren't our concern. But that Lu Xingye wouldn't listen and insisted on having people keep watch all night. 30 or 40 people stayed up all night for nothing, only going to sleep early in the morning, their snoring deafening, like a symphony orchestra. Zhong Mei said, they're not used to our pace of life here. It's normal for them to be worried. Sister Wang asked Shulan with some concern, they ate quite a lot last night. Commander, can your space support so many people? Shulan looked at Shu Maomao, god of destruction, what do you think? Shu Maomao calmly stacked the eggs in the warehouse into the shape of tanks seen in comic books, like building blocks, and replied, yes, it can. The eggs eaten yesterday only accounted for less than a third of the previous inventory, which could be replenished overnight. The system even added 2 more warehouses to hatch new chicks. This space was like a maniac. The more people there were, the more excited it became, showing off its productivity to its owner. What left Shu Maomao speechless was that the system had replanted the bitter melons that had already been eaten. Judging by the growth rate, in less than a week, he would be eating this terribly bitter vegetable again, but one that Mommy said was good for his health. A while later, Lu Xinghe arrived with a slightly puffy face, still half asleep, and asked blankly, why are you all up so early? Su Zhen told her, we got up to make breakfast, and after that we have to move soil. Breakfast. Lu Xinghe looked up blankly, seeing the towering cornfields and rows of egg tanks behind the crowd. Her eyes widened, and she stared speechlessly for a long time. District 9 is truly dazzlingly wealthy. The first batch of eggs was cooked. Shulan took 5, and soaked them in cold water. Seeing Lu Xinghe, she beckoned her over and asked, do you have any space-type ability users there? Facing Shulan again, Lu Xinghe couldn't relax as much as before. She tentatively asked, is it about handing over supplies? Shulan said, hand over your space abilities. Everyone with abilities except him has to come before me. This is the last chance to surrender. If I find any combat-type abilities I haven't discovered, I take their lives too. Lu Xinghe felt like she was being recruited into the enemy's service, but the enemy was offering her top-tier treatment. The heavy weight of the phrase, he who eats another's food is bound to him, weighed on her head, leaving her defenseless. She obediently cooperated, okay, I go find them. Chapter 89. The support-type ability user thought they had escaped unscathed, but in the end, they were still dragged out, given an ear of corn and 2 eggs, and questioned while eating. Lu Xinghe introduced each ability one by one, healing, enhancing emotions, gambling luck boost, feigning death, matter decomposition and recombination. Shulan stopped, looking at the man in front of her with medium-length hair, a full beard, slightly unkempt, but fair skin and neat clothes, so he didn't appear slovenly. Matter decomposition? Isn't that a combat ability? Lu Xinghe quickly added, he can only decompose inanimate objects, and the volume of the decomposed matter cannot exceed a cube with sides of 25 centimeters. The man arrogantly glanced at Shulan. Take my ability, you robber. Lu Xinghe hurriedly called his name. Teacher Zhou, don't say things like that. Why do you call him Teacher Zhou? Lu Qinghe quickly explained. His surname is Zhou, his name is Zhou Yin. He used to be a high school chemistry teacher, but he has a doctorate. Commander? He has a sharp tongue, but he's not a bad person. We rely on him to reconstitute all our ammunition. And he's a combat. His strength is very low. Extremely low. Look how skinny he is, like a bamboo pole. Any grown man could easily take him down. Zhou Yin retorted angrily, I'm not as useless as you say. Lu Qinghe interrupted him sharply. You are? You are? She secretly glared at the person opposite her, inwardly cursing. Idiot, high IQ but low EQ, I'm trying my best to save you. Shulan suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Lu Qinghe, does your base have a physics teacher? Huh? Her tone changed so quickly that Lu Qinghe almost didn't react. Maybe, I haven't paid attention to that, I go ask? Shulan added a request. It would be best to call all the teachers over. Okay, so what about everyone else? Shulan waved her hand dismissively. Teacher Zhou, stay. The rest of you can leave. Lu Qinghe was helpless, only able to hope that Zhou Yin would understand the situation and not say anything inappropriate. Of course, calling him a robber wouldn't make Shulan go on a killing spree. Seeing Zhou Yin holding food but not eating, she raised her eyebrows. Teacher Zhou, if I don't use your special ability, how about you teach my son chemistry? No. His answer was straightforward. Shulan clicked her tongue, and having received her answer, she didn't press the matter further. Is that so? Then besides saying a few unpleasant things to annoy people, you seem to be of no other use. I don't keep idle people. You can leave. I don't believe there isn't another person in the world alive who can teach chemistry. Zhou Yin gave her a cold look, turned, and left. Shulan called out to him loudly, Hey! Leave my corn and eggs behind. If you don't eat them, I give them to my son's math teacher. Zhou Yin turned back, tossed the food to Shulan, his cheek muscles twitching slightly, his eyes sharp as he glared at her, saying fiercely, Who cares? Oh my, so principled, Shulan mocked mercilessly. But I remember there's a principle of equivalent exchange in chemistry, which you don't seem to remember. You're even worse than me, a high school dropout. I'm afraid you corrupt my son. You better get out of District 9 and stay away from my territory, bye-bye. This time, Zhou Yin walked away quickly, his back radiating visible anger. Shulan chuckled and said, Let's go find Teacher Hua and give him some extra food. Everyone was queuing for breakfast, but Zhou Yin walked against the flow of people, her head held high. So what if she has a plundering ability? Everyone has to fawn over her, their abilities taken without a word of protest or resistance. Pathetic. Ridiculous. He stormed through the crowd with a cold face. When acquaintances asked where he was going, he didn't answer, continuing to walk further and further away from the throng. No one chased after him. No one cared about the fate of a chemistry PhD who could create bullets with his abilities. After all, their guns had been confiscated, and they no longer needed ammunition. The anger in Zhou Yan's eyes gradually subsided, replaced by resentment. He looked back at the cars parked by the roadside. They were all locked now, the keys in that woman's hands. She controlled everything. More domineering than the most tyrannical emperor. Zhou Yan picked up a piece of scrap metal, disassembled it, put it into the lock, reassembled it into a key, turned the key, got into the car, and started the car as before. The fuel indicator light on the dashboard was clearly lit, showing that the car was almost out of gas. Zhou Yan tried another car, but it was also out of gas and broke down after driving a short distance. In the deserted city, he closed his eyes, his chest heaving, repeatedly telling himself to stay calm. Gasoline production is complex, requiring petroleum as a raw material, and the addition of various intricate chemical substances, materials he couldn't currently reconstitute. What did it matter if he didn't have a means of transportation? He could extract essential nutrients like water, carbohydrates, fats, and vitamins from other plants to use as food. He could survive alone and didn't need to rely on others. Back at the base, Xu Maomao told Shulan that someone had driven the car away. According to past practice, Shulan would have told him to blow up the car to prevent anyone from escaping with the information about the raiders. This time he didn't. Shulan calculated that the nearest survivor bases to District 9 had all fallen. Even if they were given a vehicle, they would have nowhere to go. District 11? It's bound to happen sooner or later. As the saying goes, fortunes change. The raiders are no longer the raiders they once were. Hiding and concealing themselves is a thing of the past. They now possess hundreds of superpowers. Of course, they stand tall and be the big bad guys. He won't go far, let him hop around. Shulan found Hui Yu and gave him the extra corn and eggs she had. Eat these, some arrogant fool left them for you. What you? Question mark. Shulan didn't explain much about this, but looked at the queue inside. So many people, how many houses will need to be built to accommodate them all? Their dormitories? Anyway, they all end up underground, so temporary accommodations don't need to be too complicated, just walls and a roof will do. For beds, just put some things on the floor. I suggest we put Lu Xingyu in charge, and then those of us who already have accommodation can help. That way we can quickly unite, and the more people there are, the faster it will be built. Shulan chuckled. I really enjoy talking to you. You're like a search engine. You ask a question and you get an answer. Well, you suddenly couldn't speak, frantically peeling eggs to hide his strangeness. After peeling the egg whites, noticing Shu Maomao staring at him, he asked, You want some? Shu Maomao nodded. I want egg whites. Well, you gave him both egg whites, which Shu Maomao ate one after another, then took out his textbook to continue his math class. Not long after, Lu Qinghe came panting with a group of people looking for Shulan. They're all here, Qin. Commander, this is elementary school Chinese, this is middle school biology, this is elementary school math, and this one I forgot. What did you teach before? Middle school politics. Right, and this lady is a kindergarten teacher, so she should be considered a teacher too. Hey! Where's Teacher Zhou? Chapter 90. Gone. Lu Qinghe choked, grief overwhelming her. Another acquaintance had died. Shulan asked loudly, Are there any chemistry teachers here? A middle-aged man timidly raised his hand. Shulan said smugly, Look, isn't there? Teachers, you can teach my son from now on, and I give you extra supplies as tuition. Are you in? The teachers eagerly replied, Yes, yes. Okay, I'm just letting you know today. He's currently learning math. I call you when he has time to learn other subjects. The teachers nodded happily, okay. After the greeting, the meeting adjourned. Shulan then approached Zhong Mei and Su Zhen to discuss establishing a personnel department. Lu Qinghe listened absent-mindedly, but finally couldn't help herself and pleaded, Commander, Teacher Zhou is, after all, a hero who has helped us all this way. His family. They're all gone. Can I go and collect his body? Shulan looked at her strangely. Collect what body? He's gone, not dead. Lu Qinghe was stunned. Gone doesn't mean dead? Shulan said speechlessly. I don't even want his special abilities. He wouldn't even teach chemistry, so I doubt he'd do anything else. I'm not his mother. Why should I spoil him? So I let him go. Literally, I let him go. He can leave this place and go wherever he wants. Oh! Lu Qinghe's tears receded. That's all right then. He's got legs. If he wants to leave, let him leave. Let's continue. What kind of talent do we need to find? After finishing the personnel work, the person in front of Shulan changed to Lu Xingyu. From now on, you be my deputy commander. Lu Xingyu repeated in surprise, Me, the deputy commander? Shulan raised an eyebrow. What? You insist on being the commander? No, of course I don't have that intention, I'm just surprised. In TV dramas, the first step for a new emperor to ascend the throne is always to eliminate any remaining supporters. She doesn't play by the rules. What's so surprising? Everyone has a deputy commander as an assistant, so of course I need one too. Here's a batch of building materials we stored up before, originally for building an underground base, but the base won't be built anytime soon. Use them to arrange for the people in District 12 to build some temporary dormitories. They don't need to be too complicated, just a roof will do, otherwise you won't have anywhere to sleep when it rains. I don't care how they turn out, you build them yourself, you live in them. If they collapse or leak, you can only blame yourselves. I know. Shulan added, My son will use his special abilities to help after class. My former subordinates will also help, trying to get it completed as soon as possible. Okay. Lu Xingyu looked at the young woman in front of him, suddenly falling silent, a strange feeling stirring in his heart. Thank you for thinking so much about us. Shulan said, You're welcome, I received quite a bit too. The warmth from before burst like a bubble, and Lu Xingyu awkwardly scratched the back of his head. True. Let's discuss how to build it most quickly and efficiently. After all, with so many people involved, it's not an easy task. Okay. Shulan drank a glass of water, squinting at the increasingly glaring sun. Time is the most fleeting thing. It felt like he hadn't done much, just talked to a group of people, and it was almost noon. People can't catch up with the pace of time. They have all sorts of things to do, wishing time would stop and wait for them, not go by so fast. But the sun and moon continued their relentless cycle, all things subtly changed. Even the clouds moved forward without pause. Just as a batch of temporary dormitories, resembling prefabricated houses, were being built, refugees from District 11 arrived without delay. The commander of District 11 led his ability users to other areas, leaving behind 342 people forced by the Zombie King to head towards District 9. Of these, 18 were combat-type ability users, a virtually defenseless group. They managed to reach District 9 by taking only the most remote routes. When Shulan appeared before them with 5 truckloads of burly men, seeing the remaining number of people from District 11, she didn't waste any more words. Hand over your abilities and live, don't hand them over and die. Make your choice. The woman leading District 11 thought, that sounds familiar. I feel like I just faced a similar choice not long ago. At the Zombie King's place. They asked tremblingly, how do we hand them over? In fact, Shulan was mimicking the tone of the Zombie King, answering. Her sudden decision to become commander was inspired by Ansarin on the night District 9 was bombed. Raiders are destined to be alienated, just like Ansarin, who stood on the side of humanity but had become a zombie. She was destined to be rejected by neither side. But Ansarin was incredibly powerful, completely disregarding others' opinions. If someone didn't listen to her, she simply killed them. Then Shulan suddenly realized that Shu Mao Mao was already a raider. By plundering enough abilities, she could become the strongest. The ones who should be afraid were others. Why did they dare to hunt her down? Why should she avoid people, hide, and constantly flee? Shulan had always been ambitious and restless. She would seize any opportunity to climb the social ladder, whether it was giving birth to Shu Mao Mao or her determination to become superior. The 9th District residents, abandoned and destitute by the survivors, were perfect candidates to become her first followers. So what if they became enemies of the superpowered? She'd just take her son and rob a batch of superpowered individuals. Once all the superpowers were gone, there would be no more enemies. Now, Shulan had enough confidence to reveal her biggest secret. My son has the ability to plunder, don't resist. The desperate survivors of the 11th District didn't waste any words, raising their hands to surrender their superpowers to Shulan. After arriving at the 9th District base, enjoying delicious meals and a good night's sleep, they found that surrendering and finding refuge under a big tree wasn't so bad. Thus, these 300-plus people seamlessly integrated into the 9th District family. As the hottest days of summer were drawing to a close, the continuous torrential rains that had flooded the subway station returned. This time was different. People couldn't be flooded twice in the same natural disaster. This time, they were staying in a higher location, and the riverbank had been inspected. Drainage ditches had been dug in advance, so even the heaviest rain didn't disrupt their lives like last time. On the day the rain stopped, Shulan announced the second annual gala of the 9th District, beginning preparations 2 weeks in advance. Lu Qinghe asked Suzhen, why the second one? Suzhen said, I don't know. Zhong Mei told him, last year, there was a similar rainstorm, and our accommodations were flooded. Everyone was very depressed. The commander organized the first one then, and everyone had to perform. Lu Qinghe said enviously, that sounds like so much fun. Our base never did these things before. We were exhausted just thinking about how to survive every day. Shulan rode by on her electric scooter, carrying her usual megaphone. Everyone, sign up for your talents. Whether it's crosstalk, skits, magic, acrobatics, or any kind of performance, just go for it. The top 10, with the most votes, will receive generous rewards. A whole year's worth of afternoon tea, a whole year's worth of late-night barbecue, a custom-made villa by the god of destruction with a high-end Simmons bed, a romantic stargazing trip you can take anytime, and meal vouchers that can be used for every meal. Lu Qinghe, after listening, suddenly asked, can you two dance to girl group songs? Zhong Mei turned and walked away, and Suzhen also wanted to slip away. I can't. Sister, don't go. I teach you. The stage was built using Earth-based supernatural abilities. Colored lights collected from the city were hung on the surrounding metal frames. Searchlights used to find zombies became the stage lights. The background music and accompaniment needed for the performance were downloaded to mobile devices by the system and then played through speakers. A banner hung at the top, written in ink, the second annual gala of the 9th District Human Base. The stage, though somewhat rough, was meticulously prepared and meticulously crafted. The temporary dormitories had just been completed, signifying the newcomers' official establishment in the new 9th District. This gala also served as a welcome party. Shulan, not being the opening act this year, sat at the front as the chief judge, receiving 100 votes each with Shu Mao Mao. Behind her sat 500 ordinary judges, randomly selected by lottery, each holding a flashlight, Each beam of light represented a vote. Zhou Dahu, as the host, walked onto the stage to the beat of the music, enthusiastically shouting, "Good evening, fellow survivors." The inexplicably excited crowd cheered, "Good evening. We have all survived to this day through our collective efforts, from all corners of the country to this gathering. Every step has been difficult, so before the gala begins, I hope everyone will give themselves the biggest applause for their perseverance."